Hope you're all listeners of Sleep Theories. Before we begin tonight's story, I hope you're all having a wonderful day, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Whether you're listening from London at midnight, New York in the afternoon, or perhaps Tokyo as the sun rises, I want you to know that these stories connect us all across time zones and continents. If you're new here, please consider subscribing to Sleep Theories for more tales that blur the line between history and mystery. Now settle in as we explore something that was buried in Soviet archives for over 60 years. Dr. Alexei Morzoff, Soviet Geological Survey. Tunguska Region, Siberia. October 1959. Classification: Sekretna, Secret. Declassified 2025. Entry 1, October 12, 1959. Audio quality: poor wind interference. This is Dr. Alexei Morzoff, Soviet Geological Survey designation 4471. I am recording this for the scientific record, though I suspect it will never see the light of day. The date is October 12th, 1959. I'm approximately 40 kilometres southeast of the Tunguska impact site, and I fear we have made a terrible mistake in coming here. But let me start from the beginning. 3 weeks ago, I was summoned to Moscow by the Academy of Sciences, or so I thought. The meeting was held not in the familiar halls of the Academy, but in a nondescript building on Lubyanka Square. Even a geophysicist like myself knows what that means. The man who greeted me wore the pressed uniform of a Soviet army colonel, but his eyes held the cold calculation I'd learned to recognise during my time in Antarctica. KGB without question. Dr. Morzoff, he said, not bothering with pleasantries, your expertise is required for a matter of national importance. He spread photographs across the metal table between us. Satellite imagery, clearly recent given the resolution quality I'd never seen before. The images showed the Tunguska region from above, but with strange geometric overlays and radiation measurements marked in red. What am I looking at, Colonel? Volkov, he supplied. Colonel Volkov, and you're looking at proof that the Tunguska event of 1908 was not what our scientists have claimed. The photographs showed radiation patterns that made no sense for a meteor impact. Instead of the expected circular dispersion, the gamma radiation formed precise geometric shapes, hexagons that stretched for kilometres beneath the forest floor. Our Cosmos satellites detected these anomalies 3 months ago, Volkov continued. 51 years after the explosion, the site is still active. I studied the images more carefully. The radiation signatures were unlike anything in my experience, pulsing in regular intervals according to the timestamps. This suggests an artificial source. Precisely. Volkov's smile held no warmth. Which is why you're going to Tunguska, Dr. Morzoff. Your cover will be a routine geological survey, mapping mineral deposits for the 5-year plan. Your real mission is to determine the source of these signals. And if I refuse, then you will be reassigned to study rocks in Siberia permanently, a much less comfortable arrangement than what I'm offering. The threat was clear. I accepted the assignment that afternoon. Now, as I sit in this makeshift camp listening to the wind howl through trees that have been bent and twisted for over half a century, I understand why previous expeditions never filed complete reports. The forest here feels wrong in ways that have nothing to do with the visible damage from the explosion. My equipment detected the first anomaly this morning. Entry 2, October 13th, 1959. Audio quality moderate, electronic interference noted. The electromagnetic readings are impossible. I've spent the day taking measurements across a grid pattern, working systematically toward what the 1927 Kulik expedition marked as the blast epicenter. Every device I carry, magnetometer, Geiger counter, seismograph, registers patterns that violate everything I know about physics. The magnetic field strength increases as we approach the center, but not in the gradual manner one would expect from a buried metallic mass. Instead, it pulses. 3-second intervals with mathematical precision. Pulse, pause, like a heartbeat. My Geiger counter tells an even stranger story. Background radiation should be elevated uniformly if this were the site of a nuclear or radiological event. Instead, the radiation forms distinct geometric patterns in the soil. When I map the readings, they create perfect hexagons, each approximately 50 meters across, arranged in a honeycomb pattern that extends beyond my ability to measure. Colonel Volkov has said little during our trek, but I notice he carries no scientific instruments of his own. Instead, his pack contains radio equipment far more sophisticated than anything issued for a geological survey. He reports to Moscow twice daily using codes I don't recognise. The local event guides refuse to accompany us beyond the outer tree line. They speak of lights that dance beneath the ice at night, and a sound they describe as iron screaming. When I pressed them for details, the eldest guide would only say, "The sky fell there, but something else rose up." I dismissed this as folklore until we made camp last night. At 0300 hours, I was awakened by a sound I've never heard before. A deep, rhythmic vibration that seemed to come from the earth itself. It lasted exactly 3 minutes, then stopped abruptly. Volkov was already awake, standing at the edge of our camp with his radio in hand. "Did you record that?" he asked. I had not thought to record it, which now strikes me as a significant oversight for someone trained in scientific observation. The sound was so alien that my mind initially rejected it as impossible. "What was it?" I asked. Volkov's expression in the moonlight was unreadable. "The reason we're here, Doctor. This morning I discovered that several of my instruments had malfunctioned during the night. Not broken, malfunctioned in very specific ways. The magnetometer now reads magnetic north as pointing directly toward the blast epicenter, regardless of our actual position. The seismograph recorded seismic activity every 3 seconds throughout the night, perfect sine waves that should be impossible in stable geological conditions. Something is calling from beneath the permafrost. Entry 3, October 15th, 1959. Audio quality, poor, severe electronic interference. We have reached the epicenter. I understand now why Kulik's expeditions found no crater. This was not an impact. It was an emergence. The blast zone stretches for kilometers in every direction, trees flattened in the perfect radial pattern that has puzzled scientists for decades. But at the precise center, in a circle roughly 100 meters in diameter, the forest is untouched. Ancient pines tower above us, their bark scarred but their structure intact, as if the explosion flowed around them rather than through them. The soil here tells a different story than any meteor impact. My equipment detects metallic fragments, but when I analyse their composition, the results are disturbing. The isotopic ratios are wrong. Not just unusual, impossible. These metals contain isotopes that shouldn't exist in nature, arranged in configurations that suggest artificial manipulation. While taking samples this morning, my spade struck something hard beneath the permafrost. After an hour of careful excavation, I uncovered a shard of metal unlike anything I've encountered in 20 years of geological work. The fragment is approximately 15 centimeters long, smooth as glass, and perfectly black. It reflects no light, creating an absence in my vision that strains the eye to look upon. Most unsettling of all, it vibrates. A constant, barely perceptible vibration at exactly 3 hertz. The same interval as the magnetic pulses I've been recording. When I showed the fragment to Volkov, his reaction confirmed my growing suspicions about this expedition. "Where exactly did you find this?" he demanded, snatching the metal from my hands with gloved fingers. "Buried approximately 2 meters down, directly. You will note its location precisely, and excavate no further in that area." He sealed the fragment in a lead-lined container I hadn't known he carried. "Your orders are to survey and report, not to collect specimens." "Colonel, this could be the key to understanding Dr. Morzoff." His voice carried the quiet authority of a man accustomed to unquestioned obedience. "The last scientist who asked too many questions about what we found here is now buried under 2 meters of ice. I trust you understand my meaning." The threat was delivered so casually that it took a moment to register. Previous expeditions, previous scientists. How many teams had been sent to this place? That evening, while Volkov was occupied with his radio communications, I managed to take additional readings from the area where I'd found the fragment. The results make no sense according to any geological model I know. The metallic object appears to be part of a much larger structure buried beneath us. Ground-penetrating radar reveals a vast geometric form extending deep into the earth. Not randomly distributed metal deposits, but organised architecture. Hexagonal chambers connected by corridors, stretching down beyond the range of my equipment. Whatever lies beneath the Tunguska site is not natural. It's not human. And according to my radiocarbon dating of the surrounding soil samples, it's been here far longer than the 1908 explosion. The explosion didn't bring something to this place. It revealed something that was already here. Entry 4, October 17th, 1959. Audio quality, moderate, background humming noted. I have accessed Colonel Volkov's classified files. I know this was a breach of protocol that could cost me my life, but scientific curiosity has always been my weakness. While Volkov was conducting his evening radio check, I managed to photograph several documents from his secure case. What I discovered has rewritten my understanding of both this expedition and the Tunguska event itself. The files contain correspondence dating back to 1908, including telegrams between the American inventor Nikola Tesla and Arctic explorer Robert Peary. The telegrams discuss Tesla's experiments with wireless energy transmission from his Wardenclyffe facility on Long Island. According to the documents, Tesla was testing a revolutionary new technology, the ability to transmit electrical energy through the Earth's atmosphere to any point on the globe. His target for the initial test was the Arctic region, where Peary was conducting his polar expeditions. The most revealing telegram is dated June 28, 1908, 2 days before the Tunguska explosion. R. Peary, final test scheduled 0214 GMT June 30th. Expect atmospheric disturbance Arctic region. Exercise extreme caution. Energy disbursement may exceed calculations. Nikola Tesla. Peary's response dated July 2nd. Tesla. Your test successful beyond measure. Sky over Siberia lit like day. Effect visible from Greenland. Indigenous populations report ground shaking 800 miles from target zone. Whatever you activated, it responded. Recommend immediate cessation of experiments as R. Peary. But the most disturbing document is Tesla's private journal entry, included in the KGB files through means I cannot determine. The transmission was successful, but not in the manner intended. We have awakened something that was not meant to wake. The energy beam penetrated not just the atmosphere, but the ancient ice. What we interpreted as successful power transmission was in fact a response signal. We are not the first to wield such power. We are merely the first to do so blindly. Tesla's Wardenclyffe facility was shut down and demolished just days after the Tunguska event. Official records claim financial difficulties, but the classified Soviet documents suggest otherwise. Tesla himself wrote to a colleague, "Some discoveries are too dangerous for the world as it exists." The KGB files contain additional evidence that Soviet authorities have known the truth about Tunguska for decades. Geological surveys in the 1930s detected the same anomalous structures I've been mapping, but the research was classified and the scientists involved were reassigned to other projects. Or, as Colonel Volkov implied, disposed of entirely. According to the files, at least 3 previous expeditions have been sent to investigate the Tunguska site since 1945. None filed complete reports. 2 teams vanished entirely. The 3rd team's leader, Dr. Yuri Petrov, was found frozen to death in his tent, his final notes describing hexagonal chambers that extend beyond measurement, and a sound like the Earth itself breathing. The current expedition was authorized after satellite imagery revealed increased activity at the site. The geometric radiation patterns I've been studying have been growing stronger since 1957, suggesting that whatever lies beneath the permafrost is becoming more active. As I write this, I can hear that deep rhythmic vibration again. It begins every night at exactly 0300 hours and continues for precisely 3 minutes. But tonight, it's different, stronger, and I swear I can detect patterns within the sound, mathematical sequences that suggest intelligence. Volkov has been monitoring my activities more closely since I questioned him about the metal fragment. I suspect he knows I've accessed his files. If something happens to me, I hope this journal will survive to tell the truth about what we found at Tunguska. The explosion in 1908 was not a meteor impact. It was not even Tesla's wireless energy transmission, though that may have been the trigger. It was something far older responding to our signals, something that has been waiting beneath the ice for millennia, and now we've woken it up. Entry 5, October 19th, 1959. Audio quality excellent, all interference ceased. The silence is worse than the sounds. For 3 days, the electromagnetic interference that has plagued our equipment has been growing stronger. Radio communications with Moscow became impossible. My instruments registered readings that exceeded their calibrated ranges. The deep, rhythmic vibrations from beneath the earth increased in frequency and duration. Then, at dawn this morning, everything stopped. The sudden absence of electromagnetic activity is more unsettling than the anomalies themselves. It suggests that whatever has been transmitting from beneath the site has achieved its purpose. Volkov received new orders during the night via emergency radio protocol. We are to begin excavation immediately, using equipment that was airdropped to our location under cover of darkness. The machinery includes drilling apparatus far more sophisticated than anything required for a geological survey. "We're going down," Volkov informed me without preamble. "Moscow wants to know what's beneath us." "Colonel, I must advise against aggressive excavation. The structural integrity of whatever lies below is unknown. If we damage it..." "Dr. Morozov, you are here to provide scientific observation, not strategic planning. The decision has been made at the highest levels." The drilling began at 0800 hours. We penetrated the permafrost easily, but at a depth of 5 meters, the drill bit encountered something that sent vibrations through the entire operation. Not rock, not metal, but something that rang like a bell when struck. By midday, we had exposed the upper surface of a structure that defies geological explanation. The surface is composed of hexagonal plates, each roughly 2 meters across, fitted together with seamless precision. The material is unlike anything in my experience. Harder than steel, but with a crystalline structure that suggests organic growth rather than mechanical manufacture. The most disturbing discovery came when we cleared debris from one of the hexagonal plates. Beneath the ice and soil, the surface is not damaged or corroded despite its apparent age. Instead, it gleams as if newly made, with patterns of light that pulse through the material in the same 3-second intervals I've been recording. The structure is active. Alive, perhaps, though I hesitate to use that term for something clearly artificial. As we work to expose more of the surface, I noticed that my instruments were registering new types of activity. Electromagnetic pulses were emanating from the structure, but these were not random signals. They followed mathematical sequences, prime numbers, Fibonacci progressions, and other patterns that suggest deliberate communication. "It's trying to talk to us," I told Volkov during our afternoon break. His response chilled me. "No, Doctor, it's talking to something else. We're just listening in." That evening, while reviewing the day's data, I made a discovery that has shaken my understanding of human history. The electromagnetic patterns I've been recording match perfectly with radio signals detected by astronomers at the Jadrell Bank Observatory in England. The signals, dismissed by most scientists as background radiation, have been recorded intermittently since 1908. But the signals don't originate from space. They originate here, at Tunguska, and they're being transmitted outward at regular intervals. Whatever lies beneath us has been sending messages to space for over 50 years. Entry 6, October 21st, 1959. Audio quality poor, voice shows signs of extreme stress. We've broken through. After 2 days of careful excavation, we created an opening large enough to lower equipment into the structure below. The chamber we've accessed is vast, with walls that curve away into darkness beyond the range of our lights. The air inside is not stale as one would expect from a sealed underground space. Instead, it carries a metallic taste and a barely perceptible electric charge that makes the hair on my arm stand upright. Most unsettling of all, the air is warm, several degrees above freezing despite the permafrost that has covered this place for millennia. The chamber walls are covered in the same hexagonal plating we discovered on the surface, but here the patterns of light are more complex. Entire sections pulse in synchronized sequences, creating cascades of illumination that travel around the perimeter like waves. I descended into the chamber using mountaineering equipment, against Volkov's direct orders. The colonel wanted to wait for specialized personnel from Moscow, but scientific curiosity overcame caution. What I found below has convinced me that we are dealing with something far beyond human understanding. The chamber is not empty. It contains machinery, though that term is inadequate to describe what I observed. Geometric structures rise from the floor like crystalline trees, their surfaces covered in components that shift and reconfigure as I watched. The machinery, if it can be called that, appears to be self-repairing, self-modifying. At the centre of the chamber stands a pillar roughly 3 meters in height, composed of the same dark material as the fragment I discovered earlier. But this pillar is not inert. It pulses with internal light, and as I approached I could feel vibrations in my bones that matched the 3 Hz frequency I've been recording. When I placed my hand on the pillar's surface, the entire chamber responded. Lights flashed in sequence around the walls, the machinery hummed to life, and I felt a sensation I can only describe as contact. Not physical contact, but something deeper. For a moment I sensed vast intelligence, ancient beyond measure, awakening from long dormancy. And I understood with terrifying clarity what Tesla had done in 1908. His wireless energy transmission had not simply sent power through the atmosphere. It had followed a path of least resistance, drilling through the Earth's magnetic field and striking this buried structure with precisely the frequency needed to activate its dormant systems. The Tunguska explosion was not caused by Tesla's energy beam. It was caused by this ancient machinery starting up after eons of silence, venting excess energy in the only direction available, upward, through the overlying rock and permafrost, creating the devastating blast that flattened the forest above. When I climbed back to the surface, I found Volkov in animated radio communication with Moscow. From what I could hear of his side of the conversation, our discovery has caused considerable alarm at the highest levels of government. "Yes, sir, it appears to be functional," he was saying. "No, sir, we don't understand its purpose. What do you mean, similar structures?" Similar structures. The phrase hit me like a physical blow. How many of these installations exist? How long have they been buried beneath the Earth's surface? That night, as I attempted to process the implications of our discovery, the chamber below us began transmitting again. But this time, the signals were different. Instead of the regular pulses I'd been recording, the electromagnetic emissions formed complex patterns that my equipment interpreted as modulated communications. The ancient machinery was not just awakening, it was calling home. Entry 7, October 23rd, 1959. Audio quality, good, voice controlled but tense. They're coming for me. Colonel Volkov received orders this morning to terminate the expedition and return to Moscow immediately. But first he informed me, all physical evidence must be secured and all personnel debriefed according to special protocols. I know what special protocols means in KGB parlance. The equipment we brought to the site has been supplemented by specialized gear that arrived with a new team of personnel during the night. These men wear no insignia and speak with accents I cannot place. They brought with them instruments I don't recognize and chemicals whose purpose I can only guess. "Dr. Morzoff," Volkov informed me over breakfast, "your valuable contribution to this expedition will be properly recognized in our final report. However, the sensitive nature of our discoveries requires that certain security measures be implemented." "What kind of security measures?" "The kind that ensure state secrets remain secret. I have hidden this journal and my personal recordings in a cache approximately 1 kilometre northeast of our primary camp. If I don't survive to retrieve them, perhaps someone else will find them and understand what we discovered here. Before they seal me away from the world, I want to record what I believe happened at Tunguska, based on everything I've observed and documented, The structure beneath us is not human in origin. The materials, the construction techniques, the technology, all of it speaks to a civilization far more advanced than anything we've achieved. Based on geological analysis of the surrounding rock, I estimate the installation has been here for at least 10,000 years, possibly much longer. The machinery I observed in the chamber appears to be some kind of communication array, designed to send and receive signals across vast distances. The regular electromagnetic pulses I've been recording are not random transmissions. They're a beacon, announcing the location of Earth to whoever might be listening in the depths of space. Tesla's 1908 experiment accidentally activated this beacon after millennia of dormancy. The massive energy discharge that created the Tunguska explosion was simply the ancient machinery powering up, like a generator that had been offline for geological ages suddenly roaring back to life. But the most terrifying aspect of this discovery is what it implies about our planet's history. If one such installation exists beneath Siberia, how many others lie buried across the Earth? Who built them? And why? I fear we are not alone in the universe. Worse, I fear we never have been. The electromagnetic signals emanating from the Tunguska site have been growing stronger and more complex since we began our excavation. What started as simple mathematical progressions has evolved into what can only be described as conversation. Questions and responses, acknowledgements and confirmations. Something is answering the beacon's call. Last night I observed lights in the sky that bore no resemblance to any natural phenomenon I know. They moved with purpose and intelligence, geometric formations that pulsed in synchronization with the signals from below. They hovered over our campsite for nearly an hour before disappearing beyond the horizon. Volkov pretended not to see them, but I noticed he spent the rest of the night in radio contact with Moscow. This morning he informed me that our mission was complete. Complete? I asked. We've barely begun to understand what we found here. We've confirmed the presence of anomalous structures and documented their basic characteristics, he replied. That was our objective. Our objective was to determine the source of the satellite readings. We've discovered something that could revolutionize our understanding of human history, of our place in the universe. We can't simply walk away. Volkov's expression remained impassive. Dr. Morzoff, there are forces at work here that extend far beyond your scientific curiosity. This site will be classified at the highest levels and placed under permanent monitoring. Your role is finished. And if I refuse to remain silent about what we found, then you will join the other scientists who asked inconvenient questions. The threat was delivered with casual finality. I understood that my choice was between compliance and death, but I refused to let this discovery be buried along with me. Entry 8, October 24th, 1959. Final entry. Audio quality, whisper, recorded in secret. They think I'm asleep. The debriefing began this afternoon with injections they claimed were vaccinations against Arctic diseases. I recognised the symptoms immediately. Memory suppression drugs, designed to fog recollection and make coherent testimony impossible. But my time in Antarctica taught me certain tricks for maintaining mental clarity under adverse conditions. I forced myself to vomit up the medication before it could take full effect, though I had to maintain the appearance of compliance. While the others believe I'm unconscious, I've managed to recover my hidden cache and record this final entry. In a few hours they will transport me back to Moscow for extended debriefing. I know I will not survive that process, but before they take me, I want to record my final observations about what lies beneath Tunguska. The installation is not just a communication array, it's part of a network. During my last descent into the chamber, I discovered additional passages leading deeper into the structure. Following these corridors as far as my equipment would allow, I found evidence of similar installations at vast distances, electromagnetic signatures that suggest a global network of ancient technology, all connected by underground transmission lines that follow the Earth's magnetic field. Whatever civilization built these installations was not indigenous to Earth. The mathematical principles governing their construction are based on physical constants that suggest an origin in a different stellar environment. They came here, established this network, and then vanished. But they left their machinery behind, dormant but functional, waiting for the right signal to reactivate it. Tesla provided that signal in 1908, not through malice but through ignorance. His wireless energy transmission found the path of least resistance through the Earth's magnetic field and struck the Tunguska installation with precisely the frequency needed to bring it online. Now the beacon is active, sending its signal into space, and something has heard it. The lights I observed in the sky are not natural phenomena. They are reconnaissance, preparation for something much larger. The electromagnetic conversations I've been recording are not random communication. They're coordinates, timetables, invasion plans. We have awakened something that was meant to remain sleeping, and we lack the knowledge or technology to control what we've unleashed. I can hear them approaching my position. Boots on frozen ground, voices speaking in languages I don't recognise. They've discovered my absence from the medical tent. If this recording survives, if someone finds it and understands what I've documented here, remember this. The explosion in 1908 was not the end of anything. It was the beginning. The door is unlocking and we are not prepared for what lies beyond it. Whatever you do not dig further. It listens, it remembers, and now it knows where we are. Recording ends, electromagnetic interference resumes, Soviet State Security Archives. File, Tunguska Black 7. Date, October 30th, 1959. Dr. Alexei Morozov was found deceased in his quarters at the Lubyanka Medical Facility on October 29th, 1959. Official cause of death: complications from severe frostbite sustained during Arctic research operations. His personal effects have been confiscated and classified under state security protocols. All materials related to the Tunguska expedition are hereby classified beyond top secret and sealed under Special Protocol 7. Access is restricted to personnel with clearance level Obsidian or higher. The Tunguska site has been declared a restricted military zone. Unauthorized access is prohibited under penalty of death. Dr. Morozov's journal and recordings were destroyed according to standard procedure. Official records end. Posted to file sharing site March 15th, 2025. Removed by request of Russian Federation authorities March 17th, 2025. The above documents were discovered in a cache of declassified Soviet files, released following the collapse of certain government archives. Authentication is ongoing, but preliminary analysis suggests genuineness. Dr. Morozov's journal was not destroyed as claimed in official records. It was hidden, preserved in the permafrost, waiting to be found. Satellite imagery from 2024 shows renewed activity at the Tunguska site. Electromagnetic anomalies detected by multiple international monitoring stations. Construction of unknown purpose observed at the coordinates Morozov identified. The lights have returned to the Siberian sky. Whatever Tesla awakened in 1908 was only the beginning. The door is not just unlocking, and it's opening. Hello there and welcome to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's tale, I hope your day has been treating you well. Whether it's early morning where you are, late evening, or somewhere in between, whatever time zone you're calling home, I'm grateful you've chosen to spend this time with us. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will keep you questioning the world around you long after the lights go out. Now, settle in as we explore a story that might feel a little too close to reality. My name is Cal Monroe, and I used to believe in coincidences. That was before Theo jumped off the Memorial Bridge, before the USB drive arrived in my mailbox, and before I learned that some conspiracies aren't theories, they're just well-kept secrets. It was a Tuesday morning in November when I got the call. Detective Sarah Chen's voice was flat, professional, the way cops sound when they're tired of delivering bad news. Cal, this is Detective Chen, Metro PD. I'm calling about Theodore Ramirez. I understand you two are friends? The past tense hit me like ice water. Were? What do you mean were? Mr. Ramirez jumped from the Memorial Bridge last night around 11:30 p.m. I'm sorry for your loss. I sat there in my cramped DC apartment, staring at my laptop screen where I'd been working on an article about facial recognition software in public schools. The cursor blinked at me like a heartbeat. "That's impossible," I said. "Theo wouldn't. He just wouldn't." "I know this is difficult, but no, you don't understand. Theo was getting married next month. He was excited about it. We had drinks 3 weeks ago and he was talking about honeymoon plans, about kids, about everything. People don't just... Mr. Monroe, I've been doing this for 15 years. Sometimes people hide their pain better than we think. But I knew Theo. We'd been roommates at Georgetown, both journalism majors before he switched to computer science. He was the most methodical person I'd ever met. The kind of guy who researched restaurants for 2 hours before picking where to eat lunch. He didn't make impulsive decisions, especially not permanent ones. After I hung up, I sat in the silence of my apartment, trying to process what I'd heard. That's when I noticed the small package on my kitchen counter, something I'd grabbed from my mailbox the night before and forgotten about in my rush to meet a deadline. The return address made my hands shake. T. Ramirez. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten note. "Cal, if you're reading this, they got to me. Don't trust anyone. Don't use your regular computer. Find somewhere safe and look at everything. The program never ended." T. The drive was labelled with a single word in Theo's careful handwriting. E-C-H-O. I stared at that USB drive for an hour before I worked up the courage to use it. Not on my laptop, Theo's warning was clear enough. I walked 6 blocks to an internet cafe in Chinatown, paid cash, and plugged the drive into a computer that had probably seen more shady transactions than a Swiss bank account. What I found changed everything. The drive contained dozens of files, video footage, audio recordings, spreadsheets, and what looked like medical data. The video showed people in sterile white rooms, not quite hospital rooms, not quite laboratories, more like the kind of spaces you'd imagine in a sensory deprivation study. In one video, a woman in her 30s sat in a chair with electrodes attached to her temples. A voice off camera, clinical, detached, repeated phrases. "Your thoughts are not your own. Your memories can be adjusted. You want to comply. You need to comply." The woman's eyes were glassy, unfocused. After 20 minutes of this repetition, the voice asked her to recite her home address. She gave an address in Virginia. Then they asked her again. This time she gave a completely different address in Maryland, reciting it with the same confidence. Another file contained EEG data, brainwave patterns labelled with dates and subject numbers. One folder was labelled Behavioural Modification Protocols. Another, Subliminal Integration Results. But it was the company logo that made my blood run cold. AON Metrics. I'd never heard of them, which was strange. I'd spent the last 5 years covering tech surveillance, data privacy, and government contracting. I knew most of the major players, from Palantir to Booz Allen Hamilton. But AON Metrics was a ghost. That night, back in my apartment, I did what any good journalist would do. I started digging. AON Metrics had a website that looked like it was designed by someone who'd never heard of user experience. Bland corporate speak about cognitive enhancement research and behavioural analytics solutions. Their client list was vague. Federal agencies and healthcare partners. No names, no specifics. Their headquarters was listed as a P.O. box in Arlington, Virginia. I cross-referenced the company name with government contract databases. Nothing. I searched for news articles, press releases, anything. The only mention I found was a single-line item in a Department of Defense budget document from 2019. AON Metrics, Specialized Research Services, $2.4 million. That was it. A company that received millions in government funding but left no digital footprint. In 2024, that was like finding a unicorn. I spent the next 3 days going through Theo's files, and a pattern began to emerge. The test subjects weren't random homeless people or prisoners, the usual victims of unethical experiments. These were volunteers who had signed up for legitimate-sounding studies, sleep optimization research, stress reduction therapy, cognitive enhancement trials. People who thought they were improving their lives, not being reprogrammed. One document made me physically nauseous. It was a recruitment email sent to Georgetown University students, advertising a study on meditation and academic performance. The compensation was $500 for a weekend retreat. The study was conducted by AON Metrics. I recognised the email format. I'd received something similar during my senior year. I'd been too broke to pass it up. That's when I realised I might not be investigating this story. I might be living it. The next morning, I drove to the Library of Congress. If you want to research government conspiracies, you go to the place where they can't delete the evidence. At least, not easily. I requested every declassified document I could find on MKUltra, Operation Artichoke, and Project Bluebird. What I discovered over the next 8 hours made Theo's files make terrible sense. MKUltra officially ended in 1973 when CIA Director Richard Helms ordered all documents destroyed. But here's what most people don't know. It didn't actually end. It evolved. The original program used LSD, hypnosis, and brutal psychological torture to break down human personality and rebuild it. The goal was to create perfectly controllable human assets, spies who could be programmed and deployed without even knowing they were working for the agency. But the methods were crude, obvious, and left too many witnesses. The scientists involved were sloppy, keeping detailed records that eventually leaked. So the program went underground, got smarter, and learned from its mistakes. By the 1980s, it had been rebranded as something innocuous: behavioural research programs. The torture chambers were replaced with comfortable clinical settings. The unwilling prisoners were replaced with paid volunteers. The obvious mind control was replaced with subtle manipulation. Instead of breaking people's minds with LSD, they learned to influence thoughts through carefully crafted media exposure. Instead of hypnotizing subjects in laboratories, they developed techniques to implant suggestions through social media algorithms. Instead of creating obvious zombies, they learned to nudge behaviour so subtly that people thought they were making their own choices. I found a 1987 memo from a CIA psychologist named Dr. Helen Marsh. One line stood out. The future of behavioural modification lies not in force, but in consent. If subjects believe they are willing participants, they will never question the process. That was 37 years ago. Imagine what they could do now, with smartphones that track our every movement, social media platforms that know us better than we know ourselves, and AI that can predict our behaviour with frightening accuracy. Theo's files suddenly made perfect sense. Echo Protocol wasn't a resurrection of MKUltra, it was its natural evolution. The recruitment process was genius in its simplicity. Instead of kidnapping people, they advertised legitimate-sounding studies through universities, healthcare providers, and wellness apps. The kind of studies college students and cash-strapped adults would jump at. Improve your sleep quality while earning $200. Help advance meditation research, free sessions included. Participate in groundbreaking stress reduction therapy. The subjects thought they were helping science and improving their lives. They signed consent forms and waivers, making everything perfectly legal. They were even paid well, which made them feel valued rather than victimized. But according to Theo's documentation, the real experiments began after the official study ended. The subjects returned home with subtle implants, not the science fiction kind, but behavioural implants. Carefully crafted memories, embedded suggestions, modified thought patterns. They'd been exposed to subsonic frequencies, targeted electromagnetic fields, and neurological programming disguised as relaxation therapy. More importantly, they'd been tagged. Their phones received updates that modified the algorithms they encountered. Their social media feeds were carefully curated to reinforce the programming they'd received. Their GPS data was used to ensure they encountered specific environmental triggers, billboards, sounds, even scents that would activate their conditioning. It was MKULTRA for the digital age, and it was everywhere. I found myself thinking about my own devices, my own data patterns. How many targeted ads had I seen recently that seemed to know exactly what I was thinking? How many times had my phone suggested an action or location that felt perfectly timed? How many articles in my newsfeed seemed to anticipate my concerns? Was I paranoid, or was I finally paying attention? That evening I tried to call Theo's fiancée Maria Santos. We'd met several times over the years, and I thought she might be able to tell me about Theo's state of mind in his final weeks. Her number was disconnected. I tried social media. Her profiles had been deactivated. I drove to the address I had for her, an apartment in Alexandria where I'd attended their engagement party 6 months earlier. The building manager told me no one by that name had ever lived there. It was as if Maria Santos had never existed. The gaslighting started small. First, it was my coffee shop. I'd been going to the same place every morning for 3 years, a little cafe called Grind on Connecticut Avenue. The barista knew my order: large dark roast, no cream, no sugar. But when I walked in Thursday morning, she looked at me like she'd never seen me before. "Welcome to Grind. What can I get started for you?" "The usual," I said, assuming she was just having an off day. "I'm sorry, what's your usual?" I stared at her. Jessica had made my coffee hundreds of times. We'd chatted about her art school classes. I'd even bought one of her paintings. "Large dark roast," I said, feeling foolish. "Sure thing," coming right up. She moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd made 1,000 coffees, but treated me like a complete stranger. When I paid, I noticed something else. The painting I'd bought from her 6 months ago, a small abstract piece that had been hanging behind the register, was gone. I told myself I was being paranoid. People have bad days. Maybe she'd sold the painting to someone else. But then my email started acting up. I'd sent interview requests to 5 journalists who'd written about government surveillance programs. None of them responded, which was unusual. These were people I'd worked with before, sources who typically replied within hours. I tried calling. Their numbers all went straight to voicemail. I tried reaching out through social media. My messages showed as delivered but never read. By Friday I was convinced something was wrong. I decided to test it. I sent an email to my editor at the Washington Alternative Weekly, a guy named Marcus who'd been badgering me for weeks about a late article on police body cameras. The email bounced back immediately. User not found. I called the WAW office directly. "Washington Alternative, this is Rebecca." "Hi, this is Cal Monroe. I need to speak with Marcus about..." "I'm sorry, who?" "Cal Monroe. I write for you guys. Marcus is expecting an article from me." "Sir, I've been the receptionist here for 2 years. We don't have any writer named Cal Monroe, and I don't know anyone named Marcus." I hung up and stared at my phone. I had emails from Marcus going back 3 years. I'd published articles with my byline on their website. I had pay stubs from them in my filing cabinet. I opened my laptop and navigated to the WAW website. I searched for my name. No results found. I searched for articles I knew I'd written. The pieces existed, but they were attributed to other writers, people I'd never heard of. My hands were shaking as I opened my filing cabinet. The pay stubs were there, but they looked wrong. The letterhead was slightly different. The font was off, and they were made out to someone named Carl Monroe. Close enough to be dismissed as a typo, but different enough to be legally meaningless. That's when I noticed my reflection in the laptop screen. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. My eyes were bloodshot, my hair was a mess, and I had the hollow look of someone on the edge of a breakdown. I looked exactly like Theo had in his final weeks. Saturday morning I decided to visit my ex-girlfriend Sarah. We dated for 2 years and stayed friends after the breakup. If anyone would be straight with me about whether I was losing my mind, it would be her. Sarah lived in a duplex in Tacoma Park. I'd been there dozens of times, but when I knocked on the door, a stranger answered. A middle-aged man in a bathrobe. "Can I help you?" "I'm looking for Sarah Chen," I said. "She lives here." "No one by that name lives here. I've been renting this place for 5 years." "That's impossible. I was here 3 months ago for her birthday party." The man looked concerned. "Son, are you feeling all right? Maybe you're thinking of a different address." I walked away, pulled out my phone and called Sarah's number. It rang twice before she picked up. "Hello?" "Sarah, it's Cal. I'm at your house, but some guy says..." "Cal? Cal Monroe?" "Yes. Who else would it be?" There was a long pause. "Cal, we broke up 2 years ago. You've called me maybe 3 times since then, and each conversation was strange. Are you okay? You sound like you did the last time you called, talking about conspiracies and people following you." "What are you talking about? We had dinner last month. We've been staying in touch." Cal, I think you need help. You're talking just like... She stopped. Like what? Like Theo did, before he killed himself. The paranoia, the confusion about basic facts. He called me too, near the end, asking about things that never happened. The line went dead. I stood on the sidewalk for 20 minutes trying to make sense of what was happening. Either everyone I knew was lying to me, or I was having some kind of psychotic break. But there was a third option, one that terrified me more than madness. I was right, and they were already in my head. That night I found a note slipped under my apartment door. It was written on plain white paper in block letters. Your memory is next. Leave now. I packed a bag and drove to a motel in Baltimore, paying cash and using a fake name. I needed time to think, time to plan, and most importantly, time to figure out how to prove I wasn't crazy. Because if I was right about Echo Protocol, then my mind was already compromised. They were just calibrating how much to take. The AON Metrics sleep clinic was located in a generic office park in Herndon, Virginia. From the outside, it looked like any other medical facility. Clean, professional, boring. The kind of place you'd trust with your health. I'd found the address in Theo's files, cross-referenced with online reviews. People praised their cutting-edge sleep studies and life-changing therapy sessions. The reviews all sounded genuine, which somehow made them more disturbing. I'd spent 3 days in that Baltimore motel planning my approach. I couldn't just walk in and start asking questions. If Echo Protocol was real, they'd be expecting that. But I could volunteer for a study. I created a fake identity. David Miller, a 28-year-old freelance graphic designer with chronic insomnia. I'd seen enough of Theo's documentation to know what kind of subjects they preferred. Young, educated, financially stressed, and socially isolated. People who wouldn't be missed if something went wrong. I called their intake line and spoke with a woman who sounded like she'd done this conversation 1,000 times. We're currently enrolling participants for a sleep optimization study, she said. It's a 3-day program that combines traditional therapy with advanced monitoring technology. Participants receive $800 compensation plus access to our ongoing support network. What exactly does the monitoring involve? Nothing invasive. We use EEG sensors to track your sleep patterns, some biometric monitoring to measure stress responses, and brief cognitive assessments to measure improvement. Many of our participants describe it as the most restful experience of their lives. She scheduled me for the following Monday. I spent the weekend reading everything I could find about counter-surveillance techniques and memory preservation. If they were going to mess with my mind, I wanted to be as prepared as possible. I wrote down everything I knew about myself, my real name, my address, my work history, my relationships, and hid copies in multiple locations. I recorded a video message to myself, explaining what I was doing and why, and uploaded it to a secure server with instructions to email it to me if I didn't check in within a week. Monday morning, I drove to the clinic feeling like I was voluntarily walking into a trap. The facility was more luxurious than I expected. The waiting room looked like an upscale spa with soft lighting, comfortable furniture, and the kind of new age music that's supposed to be calming, but always makes me nervous. The receptionist was friendly, professional, and gave no indication that she was part of a mind control operation. Maybe I really was paranoid. Dr. Elizabeth Harding introduced herself as the lead researcher. She was in her 40s, with the kind of confident manner that made you trust her immediately. She explained the study protocol while I filled out forms that asked detailed questions about my lifestyle, relationships, and psychological history. We found that sleep disorders are often connected to deeper patterns of thought and behaviour, she said. Our approach combines sleep monitoring with cognitive restructuring techniques. Think of it as upgrading your mental software. The phrase made my skin crawl, but I smiled and nodded. They set me up in a private room that looked more like a high-end hotel suite than a medical facility. The bed was comfortable, the lighting was adjustable, and there was even a small kitchenette stocked with healthy snacks. The only obviously medical equipment was a chair with built-in sensors and a wall-mounted monitor that they said would track my biometric responses during relaxation exercises. "Just get comfortable," said the technician, a young man who introduced himself as Kevin. "We'll start with some baseline measurements, then move into the therapeutic portion." He attached electrodes to my temples and chest. Standard EEG and heart rate monitoring, nothing sinister. The chair was incredibly comfortable, almost hypnotically so. Within minutes, I felt more relaxed than I had in weeks. That should have been my first warning. The relaxation exercise began with guided breathing instructions delivered through high-quality speakers built into the chair. The voice was soothing, gender-neutral, with the kind of professional calm you'd expect from a meditation app. Allow your mind to become quiet and receptive. You're safe here. You're cared for here. Your thoughts can rest. After about 20 minutes, the instructions became more specific. Notice how easily your mind accepts new information when you are relaxed. Notice how comfortable it feels to let go of old patterns that no longer serve you. The room's lighting shifted to a deep blue, and I realised there were almost subliminal images being projected on the walls, geometric patterns that seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. Your memories are fluid. They can be adjusted for your benefit. You want to be free of limiting beliefs. You need to be free of limiting beliefs. That's when I recognised the phrases from Theo's videos. I tried to stand up, but my body felt heavy, disconnected. The electrodes weren't just monitoring me, they were delivering some kind of signal. The chair's comfort wasn't accidental. It was designed to keep subjects compliant while their minds were being reprogrammed. "You are David Miller," the voice continued. "You work as a graphic designer. You have no family. You have no close friends. You live alone and prefer it that way." They were trying to overwrite my identity, to make me forget who Cal Monroe was and why I was there. But I'd prepared for this. I focused on the video I'd recorded, on the list of facts I'd memorised, on the reason I was there. My name is Cal Monroe. I'm a journalist. Theo Ramirez was my friend. He died because he discovered ECHO protocol. You trust Dr. Harding completely. You want to participate in advanced studies. You will recommend this program to others. I repeated my mantra silently, fighting against the drowsiness that was overtaking me. I could feel my sense of self becoming fluid, malleable. It was terrifying and seductive at the same time. The promise of letting go of all my problems, all my fears, all my responsibilities. You're grateful for this opportunity to improve yourself. You will never speak about the details of this program to anyone outside this facility. The session lasted 6 hours. When it ended, I felt like I was surfacing from deep water, gasping for mental air. Kevin helped me out of the chair, and I had to concentrate to remember why that felt wrong. "How do you feel, David?" For a moment I almost corrected him. Then I remembered. "Great," I said, really relaxed. "Excellent. Dr. Harding will want to review your session data. Why don't you get some rest and we'll continue tomorrow?" That night, alone in the suite, I tried to reconstruct what had happened. I felt different, lighter somehow, but also hollow. It was like someone had taken an eraser to parts of my memory and personality. I remembered recording a video message, but I couldn't remember what it said. I remembered hiding something important, but couldn't remember where or what. I knew I was there for a reason beyond the sleep study, but that reason felt fuzzy, unimportant. But I still knew my name, Cal Monroe, journalist. I held on to that like a lifeline. The second day was worse. They moved me to a different room, one level down from the main floor. There were no windows, and the only furniture was the chair and a small table. The session lasted 8 hours. This time, they didn't just try to implant new memories, they tried to delete old ones. Your childhood was difficult and painful. You prefer not to think about it. You have no living relatives. You have never been in love. You have never had close friendships. I fought back by reciting everything I could remember. My parents' names, my first dog, the taste of my grandmother's cookies, the feeling of kissing Sarah for the first time. But with each session, these memories became fainter, more like stories I'd heard rather than experiences I'd lived. On the third day, they took me to the basement level. The room was stark white, with no decoration except a single chair in the centre. But it wasn't empty. There were other people there, subjects from previous studies, I realised. They sat motionless, staring at nothing, responding only when spoken to directly. One of them was a woman in her 30s with short brown hair. When Dr. Harding introduced us, she looked at me with vacant eyes and said, "Hello, David. It's nice to meet you." Nothing unusual about that, except for one thing. She used my full name, including my middle initial. "Hello, David C. Miller." My fake identity didn't have a middle initial. I'd never mentioned one. But somehow she knew it should be there. More disturbing, my real middle name is Christopher. C. "How do you know my middle initial?" I asked her. She looked confused. "I don't know. It just seemed right." Dr. Harding intervened smoothly. "Some of our participants develop enhanced intuitive abilities. It's one of the positive side effects of the program." But I knew what I was really seeing. This woman had been programmed with information about Cal Monroe, my real identity, not my fake one. They'd put pieces of my life into her mind, probably to test how thoroughly they could extract and transfer personal information. She wasn't developing psychic abilities. She was being used as a storage device for my stolen memories. That night I knew I had to escape. They were going to erase Cal Monroe completely and leave behind David Miller, a friendless, rootless graphic designer with no past and no questions. But first, I needed proof. I waited until 3 a.m, then used a maintenance keycard I'd stolen from a janitor's cart to access the lower levels. The basement was larger than I'd expected, with dozens of rooms containing monitoring equipment and what looked like server farms. I found the room where they stored session recordings, thousands of hours of footage showing people being systematically reprogrammed. I copied everything I could onto a drive I'd hidden in my shoe. But the most damning evidence was in the office files. Echo Protocol wasn't just about individual mind control. It was about social engineering on a massive scale. They were creating networks of modified individuals who would unconsciously influence others. A person programmed with specific beliefs would spread those beliefs to family, friends and co-workers without realizing they were doing it. The modified subjects became unwitting agents, seeding new ideas and behaviours throughout the population. It was social control through viral programming, and it was working. I found files on thousands of subjects going back years. Many were in positions of influence: teachers, journalists, social workers, community leaders. Others were simply well-connected individuals whose social circles made them valuable vectors for spreading programmed behaviours. They weren't just changing individual minds, they were changing society itself, one modified person at a time. I was photographing the last set of files when the lights came on. "Hello, Cal." Dr. Harding stood in the doorway with 2 security guards. She was still calm, still professional, but now her smile looked predatory. "I was wondering when you'd stop pretending to be David Miller. We've known who you are since you walked in. Did you really think we wouldn't recognize Theodore Ramirez's friend?" The guards grabbed my arms, but Dr. Harding waved them back. "No need for force. Cal is going to cooperate, aren't you? Because we have something you want to see." She led me to another room, where a familiar figure sat in one of the white chairs, staring at nothing. "Theo?" My friend looked up at me with empty eyes. "Hello," he said politely. "I don't believe we've met." "Theo, it's me. It's Cal." "I'm sorry, but I think you have me confused with someone else. My name is Thomas. I don't know anyone named Theo." Dr. Harding smiled. Theodore Ramirez did jump from that bridge in a way, but we'd been working with him for months before that. The person who died was just a shell. We'd already extracted everything useful from his personality. The real Theo is right here, serving as a valuable test subject for memory transfer protocols. I stared at my friend, or whatever was left of him. They hadn't just killed Theo, they'd hollowed him out and kept the shell alive for experimentation. "We're going to offer you the same opportunity, Doctor," Harding continued. "You can resist, and we'll simply take what we need by force, or you can cooperate and we'll ensure the process is as comfortable as possible. Either way, Cal Monroe is going to disappear. The only question is how much of him we preserve for research purposes." They sedated me then, and I woke up 36 hours later in my own apartment. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, except for small details that made my skin crawl. My coffee mug was on the wrong side of the sink. My laptop was closed, though I always left it open. My bed was made, but with hospital corners, I'd never learned to make a bed that way. Most disturbing of all, I couldn't remember how I'd gotten home. I still had the drive with the evidence from AON Metrics hidden in a place I'd prepared before going undercover. For a moment I thought I'd won, that I'd gotten proof of Echo Protocol and could expose the whole operation. I was wrong. When I tried to access the files, half of them were corrupted. The video footage was garbled, the audio was inaudible, and the documents were filled with random characters. It was as if the data had been degraded from the inside. But I still had enough to tell the story. I spent 18 hours writing the most important article of my career, documenting everything I'd discovered about Echo Protocol, AON Metrics, and the modern evolution of MKUltra. I uploaded it to WikiLeaks, sent copies to major news outlets, and posted it on every social media platform I could access. Within minutes, everything disappeared. The WikiLeaks submission was rejected for insufficient verification. My emails to journalists bounced back as undeliverable. My social media posts were flagged as misinformation and removed automatically. I tried uploading the article to my own blog. The hosting service suspended my account for terms of service violations. I tried creating new accounts with different platforms. Each one was suspended within hours. It was as if the internet itself was rejecting my story. Desperate, I tried a different approach. I'd built a small following on Reddit by posting about surveillance technology and digital privacy. I created a detailed post about Echo Protocol on r/conspiracy, hoping to reach people who were already skeptical of government programs. The post went live, got a few upvotes, then vanished. When I checked my account, it showed the post had been removed for doxing, even though I hadn't mentioned any real names or addresses. But that wasn't the worst part. When I checked the subreddit an hour later, I found dozens of posts about Echo Protocol, but they were all obvious disinformation. Poorly written stories claiming Echo was actually a secret program to give people telepathic powers. Memes suggesting the whole thing was a hoax created by foreign agents. AI-generated posts that mixed real details from my research with absurd science fiction elements. They hadn't just suppressed my story, they'd buried it under an avalanche of ridiculous fake versions. Anyone who tried to research ECHO protocol would find so much contradictory nonsense that the truth would be impossible to distinguish. It was the perfect modern cover-up, not censorship, but noise. I tried calling reporters I'd worked with, but got the same response I'd received when I first started investigating. Numbers disconnected, emails bouncing back, people who claim not to know me. My bank account was frozen for suspicious activity. My credit cards were cancelled. My apartment lease was terminated for breach of contract. Even my driver's license was suspended for unpaid tickets I'd never received. Cal Monroe was being systematically erased from the system. But I still existed, at least for now. I still had my memories, my personality, my sense of self. They hadn't finished the job yet. That gave me hope, until I realised why they were taking their time. I was a field test. They wanted to see how completely they could destroy someone's life using nothing but digital manipulation and social engineering. They were documenting every step of my breakdown, measuring how long it took for isolation and gaslighting to drive someone insane. I was just another subject in their experiment. 3 weeks after my attempted expose, I was living in my car, sleeping in parking lots, and buying food with cash I'd managed to withdraw before my accounts were frozen. I looked like any other homeless person, dirty, paranoid, talking to myself. The perfect disguise for someone who'd discovered the truth about mind control in America. That's when I started noticing the ads. At first, they seemed like coincidences. A billboard for sleep therapy that used phrases I'd heard at AON Metrics. A radio commercial for stress relief that echoed the programming sessions I'd experienced. TV ads that seemed to anticipate exactly what I was thinking. But the final proof came while I was sitting in a 24-hour diner in Arlington, nursing a cup of coffee and trying to figure out my next move. The TV was playing the local news and I was only half listening until the commercial break. A pharmaceutical ad started playing, something for anxiety medication. The voiceover was professional, forgettable, the kind of generic copy you hear a dozen times a day. Except it wasn't generic. The voice said, word for word, exactly what I'd been thinking for the past 10 minutes. You feel like you're losing your mind. You're questioning everything you thought you knew. You're wondering if this is what insanity feels like. You need help, but you don't know who to trust. It continued. The thoughts in your head might not be your own. The memories you rely on might not be real. The person you think you are might be someone else's creation. I stared at the screen, my coffee growing cold in my hands. The ad went on for 30 seconds, describing my exact mental state with disturbing precision, then concluded with the standard pharmaceutical disclaimer about side effects and drug interactions. No one else in the diner seemed to notice anything unusual. The waitress continued refilling coffee. The cook kept working the grill. Other customers chatted or read their phones. But I knew what I'd seen. They weren't just monitoring my thoughts, they were broadcasting them back to me through targeted advertising. The technology existed. I'd written about it years ago. Emotion detection software that analysed facial expressions through security cameras, predictive algorithms that could determine psychological states from browsing patterns, neural interfaces that could read brainwave patterns from a distance. They knew exactly what I was thinking, and they wanted me to know they knew. It was the final stage of the psychological operation. Not just control, but the absolute certainty that control was impossible to escape. I paid for my coffee and walked out into the Virginia night, understanding at last why Theo had jumped from that bridge. It wasn't despair that had driven him to suicide. It was the realization that his mind was no longer his own, and never would be again. But I wasn't ready to jump. Not yet. Because I'd figured out something they didn't expect. The real purpose of Echo Protocol wasn't just individual mind control. It was beta testing for something much larger. Every modified subject was a node in a network. Every programmed behaviour was a data point in a massive psychological mapping project. They weren't just changing people. They were learning how to change society itself, one mind at a time. The ultimate goal wasn't creating individual assets like the old MKUL TRA program. It was creating a population that would voluntarily surrender their autonomy, their privacy, their capacity for independent thought. And it was working. I thought about all the people I'd seen walking around like zombies, staring at their phones, consuming whatever content the algorithms fed them, believing whatever their social media feeds told them to believe. How many of them had been through programs like ECHO? How many were unwitting carriers of programmed behaviours? How many of them were still human in any meaningful sense? The scariest part wasn't that the technology existed, it was how willingly people accepted it. They traded their mental freedom for convenience, their privacy for entertainment, their autonomy for the illusion of connection. They weren't victims of a conspiracy, they were customers. That night I made a decision. I couldn't expose ECHO protocol through traditional journalism. They'd proved that was impossible. But I could do something else. I could become living proof of what they were doing. I started documenting everything. The targeted ads, the environmental triggers, the social manipulation, the systematic isolation. I recorded video messages to myself, wrote detailed journals and hid copies everywhere I could think of. Not to expose them, that was impossible, but to leave a record for whoever came next. Because there would be others, other journalists, other investigators, other people who stumbled across the truth and found themselves targeted by Echo Protocol. Maybe one of them would be smarter than me. Maybe one of them would find a way to fight back that I couldn't imagine. Or maybe they'd just end up like me, homeless, paranoid, talking to themselves in parking lots, while the world continued its sleepwalk toward voluntary servitude. 3 months later, I was sitting in another diner, in another city, when I saw the news report. Local journalist Cal Monroe was found dead in his vehicle early this morning, apparently from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Monroe had reportedly been struggling with mental health issues following the suicide of a close friend earlier this year. He leaves behind no immediate family. I watched my own obituary on the television screen, feeling strangely detached. The photo they used was from my old press credentials. I looked younger, healthier, more hopeful, like someone who still believed in the possibility of truth. The reporter mentioned that I'd been working on a story about government surveillance before my breakdown, but that the work had been discredited as the product of paranoid delusions. They killed Cal Monroe without firing a shot, but I was still alive, at least in some sense. I had no identity, no connections, no official existence, but I was still breathing, still thinking, still remembering. For now. I finished my coffee and walked out into the morning sun, another homeless crazy person with stories no one would believe. In my pocket was a small notebook where I'd written everything I could remember about being Cal Monroe. Tonight, I'd add another entry. Tomorrow I'd probably forget to. But for this moment I still knew who I was and what I'd discovered. The program had evolved, but it hadn't won. Not completely. Not yet. As I walked down the street, I passed a bus stop where a digital billboard was advertising a new smartphone app. Mind Ease, Advanced Mental Health Support through AI-Powered Therapy. The tagline read, "Let us help you become your best self." I almost laughed. They weren't even trying to hide it anymore. I pulled out my phone, an ancient flip phone I'd bought with cash, and noticed something interesting. Despite being a basic model with no internet connection, it was showing a text message I'd never received. Your thoughts are not your own. Your memories can be adjusted. You want to comply. You need to comply. The same phrases from the AON Metrics sessions. I looked around the busy street at all the people walking past with their heads down, staring at their screens, oblivious to everything around them. How many of them were seeing the same message? How many would comply without even realizing they were being programmed? The future wasn't some dystopian science fiction scenario where jackbooted thugs dragged people away for reprogramming. It was much more elegant than that. The future was a world where people begged to be controlled, paid for the privilege, and thanked their controllers for the service. And according to my phone, that future was now. I dropped the device in a trash can and kept walking. Somewhere behind me I could hear the sound of 1,000 notifications chiming in perfect unison, like a digital choir singing humanity to sleep. The program never ended, it just got better at hiding. Recovered journal entry, classification redacted. Subject, Eli Granger, independent journalist. Date range, July 15th to 18th, 2023. Location, Bohemian Grove, Monte Rio, California. The following document was recovered from an encrypted server farm in Iceland. The journalist's current whereabouts remain unknown. Ed. My name is Eli Granger, and I'm writing this because I may not live long enough to tell it in person. What I witnessed in the Redwoods of Northern California will haunt me until my dying day, whenever that may come. It started 3 weeks ago with an email that shouldn't have existed. I was in my cramped Oakland apartment, nursing my third cup of coffee, and scrolling through encrypted channels where whistleblowers sometimes surface. My secure inbox pinged. A message from an address that was just a string of numbers and letters, routed through 7 different proxy servers. No subject line, just an attachment and 4 lines of text. You want truth? Go to the Redwoods. Bring a black suit and a quiet soul. July 15th to 18th. The fire reveals all. The attachment was a high-resolution scan of what appeared to be a guest registry for the Bohemian Grove. That mysterious all-male retreat where the world's most powerful men allegedly gather each summer to commune with nature. I'd written about the Grove before, relying on second-hand accounts and leaked photographs from the 1980s, but this was different. The names on the list made my blood run cold. Former presidents, current senators, military contractors whose companies I'd been investigating for years, CEOs of tech giants, pharmaceutical corporations, defense contractors, media moguls who controlled the narrative of entire nations, all scheduled to attend something called the Midsummer Encampment. At the bottom of the scan was a forged access pass with my photograph, a professional headshot I'd never sent to anyone, digitally altered to show me in a black suit and tie. The name read Edmund Gray, Logistics Consultant, Prometheus Industries. Someone with serious resources wanted me inside that grove. The question was why? I should have walked away. Should have deleted the email and gone back to writing about municipal corruption and corporate tax avoidance. Safe stories. Stories that didn't get journalists killed. Instead, I packed a black suit and drove north to Sonoma County. The road to Monterey winds through some of the most beautiful country in California. Ancient redwoods tower over narrow highways, their canopy so thick that midday feels like twilight. It's the kind of place where you'd expect to find hippie communes and organic wineries, not shadowy cabals plotting the fate of nations. But as I learned in my Navy intelligence days, the most dangerous secrets are always hidden in the most innocent places. I parked at a motel in Gurneville and walked the perimeter of the Bohemian Grove property that evening. 2,000 acres of private forest, surrounded by chain-link fence topped with razor wire. Security cameras every 50 feet, motion sensors in the trees, the kind of setup you'd expect around a military installation, not a summer camp for rich men. The main gate was staffed by guards who looked more like special forces operators than private security. Black uniforms, tactical gear, the flat stare of men who'd killed before and wouldn't hesitate to do it again. Whatever happened inside those redwoods, they were serious about keeping it secret. The forged pass worked perfectly, too perfectly. The guards scanned the barcode, checked my face against the photo, and waved me through without a second glance. Either the forger was a genius, or someone very powerful wanted me inside. Neither possibility was comforting. The grove itself was exactly as described in the leaked accounts I'd read. Massive redwood trees, some over 1,000 years old, stretched toward a canopy so thick it blocked out the sun. Gravel paths wound between rustic cabins and open-air lodges, each marked with whimsical names: Owl's Nest, Dragon's Den, Caveman's Lodge. It would have been charming if not for the underlying sense of wrongness that permeated everything. The other guests, I couldn't think of them as normal people, not after seeing that registry, moved through this camp with the easy confidence of men accustomed to absolute power. They wore casual clothes during the day, khakis, polo shirts, boat shoes, the uniform of American aristocracy. But their conversations, caught in fragments as I passed, revealed the true scope of their influence. The Shanghai Index will drop exactly 17%. Tell the secretary that Operation Nightfall is greenlit for October. Media blackout should hold for at least 72 hours. I posed as a logistics consultant, which gave me an excuse to wander the grounds with a clipboard and camera phone, confiscated at the gate and replaced with an approved device that couldn't access external networks. The cover story worked well enough. Rich men are accustomed to being served by invisible people who handle the mundane details of their lives. But as the day wore on, I began to notice the symbols. Owls everywhere. Carved into tree trunks, etched on building facades, worked into the designs of benches and lampposts. Not cute, friendly owls. These were stylized, angular, with eyes that seemed to follow you as you walked past. The largest was a 40-foot stone statue positioned on a small island in an artificial lake at the heart of the grove. Even in daylight, it radiated a sense of ancient malevolence. Beautiful, isn't it? I turned to find a man in his 70s watching me stare at the giant owl. Silver hair, expensive casual wear, the kind of artificial tan that comes from winters in Palm Beach. His eyes were the palest blue I'd ever seen, almost colourless. The Owl of Bohemia, he continued, joining me at the lake's edge. Been watching over this place for over a century. Some say it's just decorative, others know better. Know better how? I asked, immediately regretting the question. I was supposed to be invisible, unremarkable. The old man smiled, revealing teeth too white and too perfect for his age. "You'll see tonight, Mr. Grey. The Cremation of Care waits for no man, not even consultants." He walked away before I could respond, leaving me staring at the owl statue and wondering how much my cover had already been blown. That evening, as twilight settled over the grove, the atmosphere changed completely. The casual bonhomie of the day disappeared, replaced by something far more serious and ritualistic. Men emerged from their cabins wearing dark robes with hoods that obscured their faces. Some carried torches, others strange ceremonial objects I couldn't identify. I found a dark robe hanging in my assigned cabin, along with a note. "Attendance is mandatory. Silence is sacred. The owl sees all." What I witnessed that night will stay with me forever. As darkness fell, hundreds of robed figures processed through the forest paths, converging on the lake where the great owl statue loomed. Torches flickered between the trees like malevolent fireflies. The only sounds were footsteps on gravel and the whisper of fabric against bark. I followed the crowd, keeping my head down and my hood up. The robe smelled of incense and something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't identify. We gathered in a natural amphitheatre around the lake. The owl statue dominated the scene, its eyes seeming to glow red in the torchlight. A wooden boat had been prepared at the water's edge, and in it lay what appeared to be the effigy of a child, small, wrapped in white cloth, disturbingly lifelike. But as I stared at the bundle, a horrible doubt crept into my mind. The proportions were too perfect, the weight distribution too natural. The way the cloth clung to what lay beneath suggested something more substantial than straw and sawdust. A figure in an elaborate robe stepped onto a platform beside the owl. Even with his face hidden, I recognised the bearing and voice of a man who'd been on television every night for years. A former president whose policies had shaped a generation. "Brothers of the Grove," his voice boomed across the water, amplified by hidden speakers. "We gather once again beneath the ancient eyes of wisdom to perform the sacred rite that frees us from the burdens of conscience." The crowd responded in unison. "We banish care and cast it to the flames." Care, that pale and common thing that binds the hands of power. Care that whispers doubt in the ears of decision. Care that stays the sword of necessary action. We banish care and cast it to the flames. The ritualized call and response continued for nearly an hour. Invocations to ancient deities whose names I recognized from my study of Middle Eastern mythology. Moloch, the Carthaginian god of child sacrifice. Enlil, the Mesopotamian lord of wind and authority. Names that shouldn't have been spoken by American leaders in the 21st century. But the most disturbing element wasn't the pagan imagery, or even the suggestions of child sacrifice. It was the casual way these men, titans of industry, shapers of policy, guardians of democracy, participated in rituals that explicitly celebrated the abandonment of human compassion. The ceremony reached its climax when the boat carrying the effigy was pushed out onto the lake. Flames erupted from the water around it, hidden gas jets, I realised, creating the illusion of supernatural fire. The figure in the boat burned quickly, the white cloth falling away to reveal... I still can't be certain what I saw. In the flickering light, with smoke obscuring my vision and my mind reeling from the horror of it all, it might have been an elaborately constructed mannequin. The realistic movement could have been caused by the flames consuming internal supports. The sounds, brief, high-pitched, quickly cut off, might have been air escaping from burning materials. But the way some of the robed figures wept as the fire consumed its offering, the way others cheered with genuine ecstasy, suggested something far more sinister than theatrical pageantry. As the flames died down, the crowd began to disperse. I started to follow them back toward the cabins, but a hand fell on my shoulder. Mr. Grey. It was the old man from earlier, still wearing his ceremonial robes. "You're invited to the inner circle gathering. A rare honour for a consultant." Before I could refuse, two other figures flanked me. Not threatening exactly, but their presence made it clear that declining wasn't an option. They led me deeper into the forest, away from the main paths, to a clearing I hadn't seen during my earlier reconnaissance. Here, perhaps 30 men stood in a circle around a fire pit carved directly into the bedrock. Unlike the theatrical grandeur of the main ceremony, this felt ancient and deadly serious. The inner circle ritual began at midnight. The participants had exchanged their dark robes for masks of polished bone, owl faces with hollow eye sockets that seemed to bore into your soul. They moved with practiced precision, suggesting this ceremony had been performed countless times before. The man who'd led the earlier ritual stepped into the centre of the circle. Without his presidential bearing and familiar voice, he seemed diminished, just another acolyte serving powers older than nations. "Brothers of the Inner Grove," he intoned, "we gather to receive the wisdom of the Ancient Ones, and to consecrate the plans that will shape the world's destiny." The response came in a language I didn't recognise at first, harsh consonants and guttural vowels that seemed to bypass the conscious mind and speak directly to something primal and terrified in the human psyche. But as my Navy intelligence training kicked in, I began to parse familiar elements. This was Akkadian, the ancient language of Mesopotamia, dead for over 2,000 years. They were chanting the names of forgotten gods and promising them sacrifices of nations. Symbols were drawn in the ash around the fire pit, not random occult doodles, but specific sigils I recognised from declassified CIA documents. Project MK Ultra had experimented with ritualistic programming, using ancient symbols and dead languages to bypass conscious resistance in human subjects. The research had supposedly been discontinued in the 1970s. Apparently it had just moved to a more exclusive venue. The ceremony continued for hours. Maps were produced and spread on the ground, not of geographical territories, but of economic zones, resource deposits, population centres. Plans were discussed in mixture of English and Akkadian, but the intent was clear enough. Wars to be started, governments to be toppled, populations to be controlled. And through it all, the participants spoke of themselves not as American leaders serving American interests, but as servants of the Ancient Ones, preparing the world for some greater transformation. "The harvest approaches," one masked figure intoned. "The sleepers must be awakened. The old seals must be broken." "In the name of those who wait in the deep places," the circle responded, "let the work continue." I crouched in the shadows beyond the firelight, recording everything on a digital audio device I'd hidden in my shoe. But as the night wore on, I began to understand that what I was witnessing wasn't just corruption or conspiracy in any conventional sense. These men genuinely believed they were serving inhuman masters. Whether those masters were real or imagined didn't matter. The policies they were planning would affect millions of lives based on the whims of entities that viewed humanity as livestock. The ritual concluded with each participant drinking from a silver chalice and making individual pledges. The liquid looked black in the firelight, and several men convulsed briefly after drinking, their eyes rolling back to show only white. As dawn approached, the circle dissolved. The participants removed their masks, revealed themselves to be exactly who I'd suspected. Former presidents, current senators, military leaders, corporate titans. They shook hands and exchanged quiet words like businessmen concluding a profitable meeting, which in a sense they were. I made it back to my cabin as the first light filtered through the redwood canopy, but I knew I couldn't stay much longer. Whatever protection my forged identity provided was wearing thin. Too many meaningful looks, too many knowing smiles. They were playing with me, letting me see just enough to understand the scope of what I'd stumbled into. But there was one more place I needed to investigate before I could flee. The lodge marked Sticks, access by code only, sat apart from the main camp, connected by a service road that didn't appear on any of the maps provided to guests. I'd noticed it during my first day's reconnaissance, but hadn't found an opportunity to investigate. The building itself was unremarkable. Standard wooden construction that matched the other lodges, designed to blend into the forest environment. But the security was anything but standard. Biometric scanners, electromagnetic locks, motion sensors that could detect a heartbeat from 50 feet away. Fortunately, my anonymous benefactor had provided more than just a forged access pass. Hidden in the lining of my suit jacket was a USB device, that looked like a standard thumb drive, but contained sophisticated hacking tools developed by someone with serious technical skills. When plugged into the lodge's security system, it created a temporary blind spot in the sensors and provided the access codes needed to bypass the locks. Whoever wanted me to see what lay inside had planned this infiltration down to the smallest detail. The lodge's interior was a facade. Behind a false wall accessed by yet another hidden panel, stairs led down into the bedrock beneath the forest. The passage was older than the buildings above, carved stone rather than modern construction, lit by electric fixtures that had been retrofitted into ancient sconces. At the bottom of the stairs, a heavy oak door opened onto a chamber that took my breath away. The room stretched far beyond what should have been possible given the lodge's footprint above. Stone shelves lined the walls, filled with leather-bound journals, rolled documents, and artefacts that seemed to span centuries. At the centre of the chamber stood a massive table carved from a single piece of black stone, its surface covered with maps, blueprints, and what appeared to be governmental documents bearing official seals. I started with the journals, selecting one at random from a shelf marked 1923 to 1945. The handwriting was elegant, old-fashioned, but the contents were anything but quaint. The European situation proceeds according to plan. Our associates in Berlin understand their role, though they believe themselves to be serving the fatherland rather than the ancient ones. The sacrifice of the lesser peoples will provide the spiritual energy necessary for the next phase of the great work. Another journal, this one more recent. Operation Mockingbird exceeds all expectations. The media outlets respond to our guidance without question, believing they serve journalistic integrity, while actually perpetuating the narratives required for population control. The sleeping masses accept whatever reality we provide. But it was the documents on the central table that truly shattered my understanding of how the world worked. Blueprints for the USA Patriot Act dated 6 months before September 11th, 2001. Battle plans for the invasion of Iraq, complete with fabricated intelligence reports about weapons of mass destruction. Early drafts of social media algorithms designed not to connect people, but to divide them into manageable, controllable factions. And newer documents that made my blood run cold. Plans for a global pandemic response that prioritized control over public health. Blueprints for digital currency systems that would eliminate financial privacy entirely. Population reduction strategies disguised as environmental initiatives. The most disturbing document was a roster of participants going back to the 1870s, when the Bohemian Club was first founded. Names I recognised from history textbooks, titans of the Gilded Age who'd shaped America's industrial development. But also names that shouldn't have been there. Figures from much earlier periods, some dating back centuries. Either the record keeping was fantastically inaccurate, or some of these participants weren't entirely human. At the bottom of the most recent page, a note in fresh handwriting. E. Granger, journalist, witnessed Inner Circle ceremony. July 16th, 2023. Asset or liability. Recommend termination if no compliance by dawn July 18th. They knew exactly who I was, had known from the moment I'd walked through their gates, the anonymous email, the forged pass, the convenient access codes. It had all been an elaborate test, and I was apparently failing. A motion sensor somewhere in the chamber beeped softly. Red lights began flashing along the walls. In the distance I could hear the sound of heavy footsteps descending the stone stairs. I grabbed as many documents as I could carry, stuffed them into my jacket and looked for another way out. But there was only one exit, and it was about to be filled with very unfriendly people. The footsteps were getting closer. Voices echoed down the stairwell. Professional, clipped. The kind of tactical communication used by military operators. But then the lights went out. Emergency lighting kicked in a moment later, bathing everything in hellish red. And in that brief moment of darkness, I heard something that shouldn't have been possible. A voice speaking directly into my mind, words that bypassed my ears entirely. Run, little journalist. Run and tell the world what you've seen, but know that the telling will be your doom, and the world's salvation requires far greater sacrifices than one man's life. When the emergency light stabilised, a section of the stone wall had opened, revealing a narrow tunnel that led deeper into the earth. I didn't hesitate. Whatever entity had just spoken to me, whether it was one of the Ancient Ones or something else entirely, it was offering me a chance to escape. I took it. The tunnel system beneath the grove was extensive and clearly ancient. Carved passages connected natural caves, creating a network that probably extended for miles underground. The walls were covered with symbols similar to those I'd seen during the Inner Circle ceremony, but these were older, deeper, worn smooth by centuries of whatever had moved through these spaces. I followed the main passage for what felt like hours, guided by phosphorescent moss that provided just enough light to avoid the worst obstacles. Behind me, I could hear sounds of pursuit, voices, flashlight beams, the occasional echo of radio communication. But the sounds were growing fainter, suggesting that my pursuers either couldn't find the tunnel entrance or were reluctant to follow me into the deep places beneath the forest. Eventually the passage began to slope upward. Fresh air carried the scent of rain and growing things. A natural opening concealed by hanging vines led out into the forest several miles from the main grove compound. I emerged to find the sky filled with storm clouds. Thunder rumbled overhead, and the first fat raindrops were beginning to fall. Perfect cover for an escape, if I could make it to my car before the Grove's security forces expanded their search perimeter. But as I made my way through the forest, I realised I wasn't alone. Figures moved between the trees, not the tactical teams I'd expected, but something far stranger. They wore the bone-white owl masks from the Inner Circle ceremony, but their movements were wrong, too fluid, too precise. And their eyes glowed with a faint bioluminescence that had nothing to do with reflected light. "The journalist sees too much," one of them said, the words somehow audible despite the increasing thunder. "The Ancient Ones are displeased." "But the compact must be honoured," another replied. "He was brought here for a purpose. Let him carry the message to the outer world. Let them know what awaits." I ran. Behind me, inhuman laughter echoed through the forest. Not pursuit exactly, but something far more unsettling. The sound of predators who were confident their prey could never truly escape. I reached my rental car as the storm broke in earnest. Rain pounded the windshield as I drove through the night, taking back roads and avoiding the main highways. In my jacket pocket, the stolen documents felt like they were burning against my chest. But I'd made it out. I had evidence. I had proof of the conspiracy that shaped world events from the shadows of a California forest. Or so I thought. I uploaded everything to an offshore server farm in Iceland. Documents, audio recordings, photographs, detailed notes of everything I'd witnessed. Multiple backup copies, distributed through anonymous networks, protected by military-grade encryption. Within 6 hours, every file had been corrupted or deleted. My apartment was ransacked while I was at an internet cafe, uploading the files. Nothing obviously stolen, but every electronic device had been confiscated or destroyed. My laptop, phone, backup drives, even the digital camera I'd left in a drawer, all gone. The mainstream media ignored my story completely. Alternative news sites that initially showed interest suddenly went silent. Forum posts about the Grove were deleted within minutes of being posted. It was as if the entire internet had been scrubbed of any reference to what I'd discovered. But the worst part was the dreams. Every night since my escape, I've been visited by visions of the Ancient Ones. Vast, tentacled entities that exist in spaces between dimensions, feeding on human suffering and preparing for some cosmic transformation that will remake reality according to their twisted desires. They show me glimpses of the future they're working to create. Cities drowned beneath black oceans, skies filled with screaming winds, populations reduced to cattle serving inhuman masters. And they whisper that I'm not a hero or a journalist or even a victim. I'm a messenger. They wanted someone to witness their ceremony, to understand the scope of their power, to carry word of their inevitable victory to the outside world. Not to warn humanity. Warnings imply the possibility of resistance, but to spread the despair that will make their final conquest easier. Every word I write, every person I tell, every attempt to expose the truth only serves their greater purpose. The corruption of hope, the murder of faith in human institutions, the slow transformation of free people into willing slaves. I'm writing this final entry from a motel room in Reno. I've been driving for 3 days, never staying in one place for more than a few hours. But I know it doesn't matter. They're not hunting me because they don't need to. I'm already serving their purpose just by existing, just by remembering what I saw in the grove. The Cremation of Care wasn't just a ritual, it was a recruitment ceremony. And I wasn't an infiltrator, I was an initiate. Tonight, I'll drive east toward the desert. Maybe I'll find some way to break the cycle, to turn their own trap against them. Or maybe I'll just disappear into the wasteland and let the truth die with me. But if you're reading this, if somehow these words have reached you despite all their efforts to control the flow of information, then remember this. They call it the Cremation of Care, but what they really burn is conscience. And when the fires die down, the world grows a little colder, a little darker, a little more ready for the Ancient Ones to reclaim what they consider their rightful dominion. The fire in the grove never really goes out. It just spreads, invisible and inexorable, consuming everything human until only the shadows remain. And in those shadows something very old and very hungry is waiting to be born. Tonight, I'll be your guide on a journey into one of the coldest and most enduring mysteries of the Cold War era. I want you to picture this. It's a winter night deep in the Ural Mountains, 1959. A group of young adventurers huddles in a tent on the snowy slope of a peak ominously called Dead Mountain. They're laughing, jotting down journal entries by flashlight, and planning tomorrow's trek. They don't know it yet, but this will be their last night alive. This is the true story of the Dyatlov Pass incident, a mystery that has haunted investigators for decades. My name is James, and I've spent weeks poring over old case files, diaries, and witness reports about what happened to those 9 hikers in 1959. The more I dig, the more the Dyatlov Pass incident feels like a nightmare straddling the line between fact and fiction. So, let's delve into it together step by step as if we're investigators unravelling a case file. The story begins in late January 1959. 10 experienced ski hikers from the Ural Polytechnical Institute set out on an expedition to reach a mountain called a Taurton in the northern Urals. They were all in their early 20s, 7 men and 2 women, except for one older instructor, and were led by a 23-year-old radio engineering student named Igor Dyatlov. On January 23, 1959, the Dyatlov group received their route book and left the city of Sverdlovsk, today's Yekaterinburg, by train. You can imagine them on that train, excited, full of youthful bravado, maybe singing along to a mandolin one of them brought for the journey. After 2 days on trains, the party reached Ivdel, a remote town at the edge of the northern Ural Mountains, which also housed a Soviet Gulag camp for criminals. From Ivdel, they travelled by bus and then hitched a ride in the back of a woodcutter's truck to a settlement called Vizhai, the last inhabited village to the north. The locals in Vizhai must have looked at these university students with a mix of admiration and concern. The route they planned to traverse was rated Category 3, the most difficult, and they were attempting it in February, the cruelest time of year. On January 27th, the Dyatlov group left Vizhai and began their trek into the wilderness. One member, Yuri Yudin, had been struggling with health issues. He had rheumatism and a congenital defect that caused knee pain. By January 28th, Yudin's joint pain became too severe. Reluctantly, he turned back toward Vizhai, unable to continue. He had no idea that by saving himself, he was sealing his fate as the expedition's sole survivor. Yuri Yudin would never see his friends alive again. The remaining 9 hikers pressed on into the wild, unaware of the fate that awaited them. Through diaries and photographs recovered later, investigators have pieced together their route. By January 31st, the group had reached the edge of a highland area and cached surplus food and equipment in a wooded valley to be used for the return trip. They joked around, took photos, and even made a little mock newspaper they titled The Evening Autoton, in which one entry humorously proclaimed, "From now on, we know that the snowmen exist," likely a tongue-in-cheek reference to local Yeti legends. Despite the exhaustion and cold, their spirits were high. On February 1st, the team started to move through a mountain pass. later named Dyatlov Pass after this incident, with the plan to camp on the other side that night. But the weather turned on them. A howling snowstorm and blinding wind caused Dyatlov's team to lose their direction on the barren slopes. Instead of crossing the pass into the shelter of the valley beyond, they had veered west, finding themselves on the flank of a mountain called Kolatshakal, which in the local Mansi language means dead mountain. By the time they realised their mistake, it was late in the day, and visibility was near zero from the blowing snow. Rather than descend 1.5 kilometres down into the forest for cover, Igor Dyatlov decided to pitch their tent right there on the mountainside in the open. Perhaps he didn't want to lose the altitude they'd gained, or perhaps he wanted to prove they could handle camping on an exposed slope in a blizzard. The 9 of them set up their large tent on the bare snow, chopping into the slope for a flat spot. It was a decision that would be heavily scrutinised later. That evening of February 1st, 1959 must have been brutal. Temperatures were around minus 20 degrees Celsius, and winds roared over the pass. Still, inside the tent, the group was relatively secure. They had a warm dinner. Later forensic analysis of their stomach contents showed they ate around 6 to 7 p.m. In one of the last photos recovered from their cameras, they are seen joking and smiling as they set up camp in the twilight on February 1st. Despite the extreme cold and howling wind outside, they seemed in good spirits, jotting down journal entries and chatting as they settled in for the night. They could not have imagined the terror that was coming. Something happened in the dark early hours of February 2nd that changed everything. We don't have eyewitnesses to describe it. All we have is the evidence left behind, and that evidence reads like the opening scene of a horror film. Sometime after midnight, the tent was suddenly slashed open from the inside. The 9 campers, who had been sleeping or resting, burst out of their tent into a howling snowstorm in the pitch black of night. They left behind almost all their gear, boots, coats, hats, sleeping bags, axes, as if fleeing an imminent threat. Imagine the situation. It's minus 30 degrees Celsius, minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit, outside, and yet something scared or startled them so badly that they ran out half-dressed and barefoot into the blizzard. Why? What could have terrified them, or otherwise compelled them to abandon their only shelter and run into certain death? That's the question investigators have grappled with for over 60 years. When the group failed to return to Vizhai by February 12th as planned, there wasn't immediate alarm. Delays of a few days were common for such expeditions. But as day after day passed with no word, the hikers' families grew anxious. By February 20th, the relatives demanded a search and rescue operation. The Ural Polytechnic Institute sent student volunteers to scour the route, and soon the Soviet army and local militia police joined in, with planes and helicopters dispatched to aid the search. Rescuers faced brutal weather themselves, traversing deep snow and scanning miles of desolate terrain. Among the searchers was a student named Mikhail Sharavin, who on February 26th would make a chilling discovery. On February 26th, 1959, Sharavin's search team was moving along the slopes of Kolatshakal when he spotted something odd sticking out of the snow. As they got closer, they realised it was a corner of the missing group's tent, collapsed and half buried in the snow. Sharavin used an ice pick to hack open the tent's entrance, which was blocked with snow. The sight inside the tent baffled him. The tent's canvas had been slashed open from the inside with a knife, and although it was damaged and partially snow-filled, almost all the hikers' belongings were still neatly arranged inside. He found blankets and coats laid out, a row of boots, axes and flashlights set to the sides, a map and official papers, a little pile of money and even a flask of alcohol. In one corner was a plate with slices of sayalo, pork fat, as if someone had been in the middle of fixing a snack. It was like a snapshot frozen in time. The tent felt orderly, not like it had been ripped apart by an external force. Sharavin later said it was as if the campers had been interrupted in the middle of dinner, then fled in a rush. The scene sent shivers down his spine. Why would experienced hikers cut open their only shelter and run away without boots or coats? Outside the tent, the search team found footprints in the snow, and they only deepened the mystery. There were 9 sets of prints, which matched the number of missing hikers. They could see the impressions of feet wearing only socks, or a single shoe, and some barefoot. You could even make out toe marks in the frozen snow. The tracks indicated that the hikers had not run in a wild panic, but rather walked fast or at a hurried shuffle down the slope, in an organised single file. The rescuers followed these tracks downhill in the direction of a dense forest. Incredibly, the footprints continued for about 500 metres before they were obscured by fresh snow. It was as if the group had intentionally headed toward the forest, perhaps seeking shelter or regrouping. Sharavin and the others were utterly perplexed. What on earth could have made these seasoned hikers leave their tent in sub-zero cold, partially dressed and even barefoot, walking away calmly into the night? With dusk approaching on February 26th, the searchers had to pause the search until morning, haunted by the enigma they'd uncovered. The next day, the search parties fanned out from the tent down toward the forest. At the forest's edge, under a large Siberian cedar tree, Sharavin and his comrades found the charred remains of a small fire. Near that fire lay the first two bodies. What they saw defied explanation. Yuri Doroshenko and Yuri Krivonishenko, were found side by side in the snow, shoeless and dressed only in their underwear. The branches on the cedar above them were broken up to 5 meters high, as if someone had climbed up into the tree. Indeed, bits of skin and torn clothing were found on the bark. It looked like one of them had frantically clambered up the cedar, either to get a better view of the area, perhaps trying to spot the tent in the dark, or to escape something. Krivonishenko's corpse had burns on parts of his body, and in a grim detail he had a piece of flesh missing from his right hand. It turned out he had bitten off a chunk of his own knuckle, possibly in an attempt to stay conscious or stifle a scream while dying of cold. Both men's hands and feet were deep reddish-brown, a sign of frostbite, and maybe the last attempt to warm their limbs by the fire. The tree's branches had been stripped for kindling, but the fire they managed to build was small and had burned out by the time they died. The image of these two friends huddled by a dead fire, slowly freezing to death in their underwear under a sky of endless black, is something I can't easily shake off. About 300 metres away from the cedar tree, toward the tent, the searchers found the body of Igor Dyatlov. He was lying face up in the snow, head oriented toward the tent up the slope, as if he had been trying to crawl back that way. Dyatlov was better dressed than the two under the tree. He wore a flannel shirt, a sweater, and pants, but notably, he had no coat and no boots, only socks on his feet. One arm was frozen upright, reaching toward the sky, clutching a small birch branch. His other hand was pressed to his chest. People who saw his body remarked that he appeared to be protecting something in his jacket or close to his heart. Perhaps a photograph or his notebook, though nothing of note was found on his chest. His face, when they cleared the snow, was strangely calm, eyes open. Not far from Dyatlov, searchers found Zenaida Zina Kolmogorova, a 22-year-old female student in the group. Zina was better dressed than Igor. She had on 2 sweaters and 2 pants, but she too lacked boots, wearing only socks. Her body was turned toward the tent and her arms were extended forward, bent at the elbows, as if she had been crawling uphill on her stomach, desperately trying to get back to the tent before the cold overtook her. On Zina's right side, the searchers noted a long, bright red bruise running along her torso, resembling a blunt force injury from a baton or the butt of a rifle. It was an odd injury to see, given that she had no other major external wounds. It took a few more days until March 5th to find Rustem Slobodin, the last of these first 5 bodies. Slobodin, 23, was discovered face down in the snow about 480 metres from the cedar, roughly halfway back toward the tent. He was dressed more warmly than the others. He had a long-sleeve undershirt, a sweater, 2 pairs of pants, 4 pairs of socks, and 1 felt-lined boot on his right foot, but his head was bare and his left foot was only in a sock. In his right hand, Slobodin clenched a small pocket knife, closed. An autopsy would later reveal that Slobodin had a fracture in his skull, about 7 inches long, consistent with a blunt impact. However, this crack in his skull was not deemed a fatal wound. The medical examiner thought Rustem could have sustained it during a fall and continued moving for at least an hour afterward. Like Dyatlov, Kolmogorova, Doroshenko and Krivonishenko, Rustem Slobodin ultimately died of hypothermia. In fact, the first 5 bodies found all had no life-threatening external injuries. They had perished from the unforgiving cold. Slobodin's watch was found shattered and stopped at 8:45, though it's unclear if that was 8:45 am or pm, or even 8:45 on a different date. It was as if time itself froze at that moment. Now imagine being Yuri Yudin, the one who had turned back, called in to identify the bodies of your friends. One by one, the first 5 corpses were airlifted to the morgue in Ivdel for autopsy and identification. Yudin, with a heavy heart, confirmed their identities. But 4 members of the Dyatlov party were still missing. Weeks passed with no sign of them. The winter snows began to melt under the early spring sun. It wasn't until May, nearly 3 months later, that nature revealed the remaining victims, turning the mystery into something even more haunting. On May 4th, a Mansi tribesman named Kurin and his dog were assisting the search, when the dog picked up a scent near a rocky ravine further into the woods from the cedar tree. About 75 metres beyond the cedar and 1,500 metres from the tent, in a snow-filled ravine, searchers discovered a few torn pieces of clothing on a branch. Digging down, they uncovered the final 4 bodies buried under nearly 4 metres of snow. These were Lyudmila, Luda Dubinina, Semyon, Alexander, Zolotaryov, Nikolai Thibault-Brignol, and Alexander Kolovatov. They were lying about 75 metres further into the forest from the cedar, at the bottom of that ravine. Notably, 3 of the 4 were better dressed than the others, and it appeared they had taken clothes from those who died earlier. Dubinina, for example, was found wearing Krivonishenko's torn and burned brown trousers, and her foot was wrapped in a piece of his wool sweater. Zolotaryov, the 38-year-old, was found wearing Dubinina's faux fur coat and hat. Kolovatov had put on a spare sweater and pants, likely from one of the others. This exchange of clothing suggests that when some members of the group died, the last survivors stripped the dead of usable clothing to keep themselves alive, a tragic but practical act of survival. But the condition of these 4 bodies deepened the mystery rather than solved it. Unlike the first 5, 3 of these 4 had fatal physical injuries that were utterly horrifying. Nikolai Thibault-Brignol had suffered a massive skull fracture. His skull was literally crushed, the fracture measuring about 8 inches. Lyudmila Dubinina and Semyon Zolotaryov both had their chests caved in, with multiple ribs broken on each side. Dubinina had 10 ribs fractured, and Zolotaryov had 5 ribs fractured. A forensic doctor who examined the bodies said that the force required to produce such injuries would have been extremely high, comparable to that of a car crash. In other words, something had delivered an immense pressure or impact to their bodies. Strangely, none of these 3 had any external wounds or bruises corresponding to the lethal internal damage. It was as if they'd been hit by a shockwave or squeezed by a tremendous force without breaking the skin. The 4th person in the ravine, Alexander Kolovatov, had a less clear cause of death. He had a broken nose, an open wound behind his ear, and a deformed neck, but his injuries were not as catastrophic as the others. It's believed Kolovatov also died of hypothermia, possibly after sustaining some trauma. And then there were the gruesome details that truly made this case infamous. All 4 of these people in the ravine had some form of soft tissue damage to the head and face that wasn't seen in the others. Lyudmila Dubinina was missing her tongue, her eyes, part of her lips, and even a bit of her skull bone. Semyon Zolotaryov was missing his eyeballs, and Alexander Kolovatov was missing his eyebrows. These shocking injuries naturally gave rise to lurid theories. Was the group attacked by someone or something that ripped out tongues and eyes? However, the medical experts had a more mundane explanation. The 4 in the ravine were found in a stream bed. During the 3 months before they were found, water and scavenging animals likely caused the soft tissue of their faces to decompose or be eaten away. In Dubinina's case, the autopsy noted that her stomach contained about 100 grams of coagulated blood, suggesting her heart was still beating when her tongue was removed, meaning the tongue likely decomposed or was scavenged very soon after her death. As horrifying as these injuries sound, investigators believe they were post-mortem effects, not violence inflicted while alive. Still, when these details became public, they fueled wild speculation about murderous attackers or supernatural evil. It didn't help that Zolotaryov was found with a camera around his neck, different from the other cameras found in the tent, and his hand holding a pen and notepad, as if he died trying to write something down. Unfortunately, whatever he intended to note was never written. The pad was blank. The investigators in 1959 were at a loss to come up with a satisfying explanation for all this. A criminal inquest began as a matter of procedure, since several of the deaths involved injuries. They first suspected that the native Manatee people, reindeer herders of the region, might have attacked the campers for trespassing on sacred land. But that theory was quickly dispelled. The only footprints found at the scene were those of the hikers themselves, and there were no signs of hand-to-hand struggle on the bodies. In fact, the Mansi had helped in the search, and had no history of hostile encounters with hikers. Next, investigators considered an avalanche, but the pattern of the tent and the footprints suggested otherwise. We'll revisit that later. As for animal attack, no large animal tracks were found, and the violent injuries didn't have the telltale marks of claws or teeth. The Soviet authorities were left to conclude that no other humans were involved in the Dyatlov group's demise. One of the doctors famously commented that the force which killed Dubinina and Zolotaryov was more than any human could inflict. No human could be powerful enough to cause such damage. One piece of information emerged that added a strange Cold War twist. When the forensic analysts tested the hikers' clothing, they found unusual levels of radiation on some of the garments. Specifically, Dubinina's brown sweater and Krivonishenko's wool pants were found to be radioactive. This discovery didn't make sense in a hiking context, and was not something the average person could detect. It was only found because one investigator had access to a Geiger counter. The presence of radiation fueled speculation that the Dyatlov party had encountered some secret weapon or radioactive fallout. However, a closer look provided a more ordinary explanation. Yuri Krivonishenko had previously worked at the Mazak nuclear facility and was involved in cleaning up a major nuclear accident in 1957, the Kishtim disaster. It's very possible his clothes were contaminated from that event and still carried traces of radiation. Likewise, Alexander Kolevatov had studied nuclear physics and worked at a secret institute in Moscow, which might explain contamination on some items. In short, the radiation might not have had anything to do with the incident. It could have been a red herring. Still, the fact that their skin reportedly had a deep tan, and some of their hair had turned grey when relatives saw the bodies only intensified rumours of some nuclear or chemical exposure. Authorities claimed the skin tanning was a natural mummification effect from lying in the sun and cold for weeks, and that hair can turn colour from exposure or the embalming process. But to grieving families in 1959, radioactive clothes and orange skin sounded like the stuff of government cover-ups and sci-fi nightmares. By May 1959, the official investigation was drawing to a close without a concrete answer. The lead investigator, Lev Ivanov, was under pressure to wrap it up. In his final report, Ivanov wrote that the hikers died because of the effect of an unknown compelling force. It was a vague catch-all phrase, essentially admitting that they couldn't figure it out. No external culprits could be identified, and the case was therefore closed without any criminal charges. The files were stamped secret and filed away in a Soviet archive. The Dyatlov Pass area was also declared off-limits to other expeditions for the next 3 years, supposedly to prevent any more tragedies, though some see it as an attempt to keep curious eyes away. The inquest's official finding was that the group members died due to a compelling natural force, a phrase that raised more questions than it answered. Imagine the weight of that silence. 9 young lives lost, and their families were told they would never know exactly how or why. In the Soviet Union of 1959, that was that. Some of the parents and siblings sensed a cover-up. Zina Kolmogoreva's mother, for instance, and Igor Dyatlov's parents all received hushed warnings from officials. The families were explicitly told, "You will never know the truth, so stop asking questions." In those days, if the party or KGB told you to be quiet, you stayed quiet out of fear. So the families buried their children without knowing what really happened, and the Dyatlov incident faded into an eerie Cold War legend whispered about in Ural classrooms and mountaineering clubs. As for Yuri Yudin, the sole survivor who wasn't even there, he lived the rest of his life with survivor's guilt and a burning desire to find the truth. Yudin repeatedly insisted that his friends did not die due to some simple natural accident. He felt in his gut that something else, something man-made, had to have caused it. In interviews before his death in 2013, Yuri Yudin openly voiced his belief that the Soviet authorities knew more than they let on about the incident. In fact, not long before he died, Yudin publicly stated that he believed his teammates had been taken out of the tent at gunpoint and murdered. He even speculated that Dubinina's tongue was cut out by perpetrators because she was the most outspoken of the group. These are incredibly serious accusations, and they were never proven. Yudin admitted he had no evidence, just deep suspicions after a lifetime of thinking about it. Whether Yudin was right or wrong, his perspective shows just how deeply the Dyatlov mystery can burrow into someone's soul. So, here we are decades later, with more questions than answers. I'm a modern-day investigator, combing through the remnants of old reports and new theories. As I piece together each bit of evidence, I feel that cold wind from Dead Mountain blowing through the decades. The Dyatlov Pass incident has become one of the world's most enduring mysteries, precisely because it sits at the crossroads of the explicable and the baffling. Over the years, numerous theories have been put forward to explain it, some grounded in scientific reasoning, others veering into the paranormal or conspiratorial. Let's examine these theories one by one, like branching investigative paths, and see where each leads. Keep in mind, any good explanation must account for all the odd details we've discussed: the torn tent, the state of undress, the bizarre injuries, the radiation, the reports of strange lights in the sky, the secrecy. It's a tall order, but let's walk these paths together. The first path is the one that the Russian authorities themselves eventually settled on: an avalanche. For many, this is the most straightforward explanation. Picture the scenario. The Dyatlov group is asleep in their tent on the slope, when suddenly a slab of heavy snow above them fractures and slides down onto the tent. The tent fabric begins to collapse and they hear the roar of snow. In a flash, the group panics. They believe a full avalanche is about to bury them. In seconds, they grab a knife, slash open the tent from the inside, because the entrance is blocked or hard to open under the weight of snow, and they flee into the night wearing whatever they had on at that moment. This theory gained significant traction, and in fact in 2019 to 2020 the Russian government reinvestigated Dyatlov Pass and concluded that a slab avalanche was the official cause of death. Later that year, a team of scientists published new computer simulations supporting the plausibility of an avalanche. In this case, the most appealing aspect of the avalanche theory is that the hiker's actions no longer seem irrational under this lens. If you believe an avalanche is about to crush you, doing whatever it takes to get out of the tent and moving to safer ground is exactly the right response. And indeed, everything the Dyatlov group did after leaving the tent can be seen as textbook survival behaviour once you assume an avalanche threat. The theory goes like this. A slab of snow, perhaps loosened by the wind or the heat from their stove earlier, slid and partially buried the tent, making loud cracks and rumbles. The experienced hikers immediately and calmly initiated an emergency evacuation. They cut their way out of the tent and headed for ground that would be safe from a larger avalanche, which in this case meant moving toward the tree line on the far side of the pass. They didn't take time to put on boots or grab equipment because every second mattered. In their minds, they had to get clear of the avalanche path. In just their socks and light clothes, they made it about a mile downslope to the forest. There they regrouped and tried to stay warm by building a fire. We saw evidence of that by the cedar. They also dug a snow cave as a shelter. The ravine where the last four were found had branches laid out on the floor, This is his account of what lies beneath Area 52. My name is Cal Monroe. I'm 33 years old, ex-Air Force avionics technician, and for the past 5 years, I've made a decent living as a private defence contractor. I fix things that fly, things that shouldn't fly, and occasionally things that definitely don't fly but somehow do anyway. I thought I'd seen everything the military-industrial complex had to offer. I was wrong. It started with a phone call on a Tuesday morning in March. Unknown number, but the voice was crisp, professional, government-trained. Mr. Monroe, my name is Dr. Sarah Chen. I represent a joint task force conducting classified operations research. Your security clearance and technical expertise have brought you to our attention for a temporary but high-priority assignment. I'd heard this song before. Black budget projects, need-to-know basis, substantial compensation for keeping your mouth shut. But something in her tone was different. There was an undercurrent of urgency, fear. I couldn't place it. Where and when? I asked. Location will be disclosed upon acceptance. Duration, 2 weeks maximum. Compensation, $50,000 plus hazard pay. 50 grand for 2 weeks. That was nearly double my usual rate. Red flags should have been waving, but the number was too good to ignore. My ex-wife's alimony payments weren't getting any smaller. I'm listening. The paperwork arrived by courier within 2 hours. I'd never seen NDAs this comprehensive. Digital signature pads that displayed the documents for exactly 60 seconds before wiping clean. Multiple biometric scans. Even a psychological evaluation that asked questions like, have you ever experienced temporal displacement? And rate your comfort level with non-terrestrial phenomena on a scale of 1 to 10. The strangest part was the location designation. Grid K22, Tonopah Test Range Complex, Nevada. Not Groom Lake, not Area 51. Somewhere else entirely. Dr. Chen called back that evening. Mr. Monroe, are you familiar with misdirection theory? In what context? In the context of public attention. Area 51 has been in the public consciousness for decades. Books, movies, documentaries. Everyone knows about Groom Lake. Your point? My point, Mr. Monroe, is that Area 51 is the misdirection. Area 52 is the vault. 3 days later, I was on an unmarked charter flight from McCarran Airport to Tonopah. No other passengers, no flight attendant, just me and a pilot who never spoke. The landscape below shifted from Vegas sprawl to endless desert, then to mountains that seemed to go on forever. We landed on a strip I couldn't find on any map. A black SUV waited, engine running. The driver was military. That much was obvious from his posture and the way his eyes never stopped moving. He handed me a tablet with a single document. Temporary Assignment Brief. Classification Level. UMBRACLEAR. Umbra? I asked. Above top secret, he said. His voice sounded like he gargled gravel. You'll be working with 3 other contractors. Your job is simple. Maintain power grid integrity for Zone Echo 9. Don't ask questions about what's in Echo 9. Don't try to access Echo 9 without clearance. Don't discuss Echo 9 with anyone outside your assigned team. We drove for 20 minutes through terrain that looked like the surface of Mars. No roads, just tyre tracks in the sand. Finally, we reached what looked like a mining operation. Corrugated metal buildings, a few trucks, some kind of elevator shaft descending into the mountain. The elevator had no buttons, no controls, no floor indicator, just smooth steel walls and a humming sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The military escort, I never got his name, stood silent as we descended, and descended and descended, and I counted. 19 levels down, the elevator finally stopped. The doors opened onto a corridor that belonged in a science fiction movie. Polished white walls, LED strips running along the ceiling, and a silence so complete it felt oppressive. The air smelled like ozone and something else, something organic and wrong. 3 other contractors were waiting in what looked like a briefing room. Maria Santos, electrical engineer from Lockheed, Tom Brady, no relation to the quarterback he was quick to point out, systems analyst from Raytheon, and Jennifer Walsh, computer specialist whose previous work was so classified she couldn't tell us who she'd worked for. The briefing was conducted by a man who introduced himself only as Director Hayes, tall, grey-haired, with the kind of eyes that had seen too much and remembered everything. Ladies and gentlemen, You're here to maintain critical infrastructure for Project Kairos. What that project involves is not your concern. Your job is to ensure uninterrupted power flow to Zone Echo 9 and to report any anomalies immediately. Tom raised his hand. What kind of anomalies should we expect? Hayes stared at him for a long moment. The kind you don't ask questions about, Mr. Brady. He led us through a series of corridors to what he called the technical sector. Banks of monitors, server racks and control panels that looked like they belonged on a spaceship. At the centre of it all was a massive power distribution hub feeding something deeper in the complex. Zone Echo 9 requires constant power, Hayes explained. Any interruption longer than 30 seconds triggers automatic lockdown procedures. You don't want lockdown procedures to trigger. Why? Jennifer asked. Hayes looked at her the same way he'd looked at Tom. Because, Miss Walsh, lockdown procedures have never been tested, and we'd prefer to keep it that way. My shift started at midnight. The night crew was just me and Jennifer. Maria and Tom worked days. The complex felt different at night. Sounds carried farther. Shadows seemed deeper, and there was a vibration in the floor so subtle you might miss it if you weren't paying attention. But I was always paying attention. The power readings for Echo 9 were unlike anything I'd ever seen. The zone was drawing nearly a megawatt continuously, but the consumption patterns were irregular. Spikes and valleys that followed no logical sequence. It reminded me of a heartbeat, if heartbeats could be measured in kilowatts. Jennifer was monitoring the security feeds from her station, 12 screens showing various corridors and rooms throughout the complex. But I noticed something odd about the Echo 9 feeds. They had a 6-second delay. Every other camera was real-time, but the Echo 9 feeds looped the same 6 seconds over and over. Hey Jen, you seeing this camera glitch? She looked up from her work. What glitch? I pointed to the monitor. Echo 9, camera 7, it's looping. She frowned, typed something into her console. System shows all cameras functioning normally. I could see it. The same security guard walking past the same door at the exact same moment, every 6 seconds. Like a GIF that never quite loaded properly. On my third night, the temperature started fluctuating. The complex maintained a steady 68 degrees Fahrenheit, but my workstation kept shifting between freezing and sweltering. I checked the HVAC systems, all normal, but something was wrong. That's when I first saw the symbols. They were etched into the side of a server rack. Symbols that definitely hadn't been there the night before. They looked almost like circuit diagrams, but wrong. Organic. Like someone had tried to draw electronics using biological principles. I was examining them with a flashlight when I heard Jennifer gasp. Cal, you need to see this. One of the Echo 9 corridor feeds had changed. Instead of the looping security guard, it showed an empty hallway. And at the end of that hallway, a door that was slowly opening. That door's not supposed to open, Jennifer whispered. Through the opening we could see movement. Not walking movement, flowing movement. Like liquid light was pouring through the doorway. Then the feed cut to black. When it came back 30 seconds later, it was the same looping security guard, walking past the same closed door. But in that brief moment, I had seen something that changed everything. In the reflection on the polished floor just before the feed died, I saw an eye. Massive, silver, and definitely not human. It wasn't a ship in Echo 9, it was alive, and it had seen us watching. Tom Brady didn't show up for his shift on Thursday morning. Jennifer and I waited until 8 a.m. before calling Director Hayes. Mr. Brady has been reassigned, Hayes said without explanation. Continue your duties. But Tom's personal effects were still in the break room. His coffee mug was still half full. His jacket was draped over his chair like he'd just stepped out for a moment. Maria started acting strange that afternoon. She kept muttering to herself, checking the same readouts over and over. When I asked if everything was okay, she looked at me like she didn't recognise me for a moment. The numbers don't add up, she said. We're feeding Echo 9 enough power to run a small city, but the thermal output is all wrong. It's like the energy is going somewhere else. Somewhere else like where? Somewhere else like not here. That night the emergency siren started blaring at 2:17 a.m, deafening klaxons that made your teeth ache. Jennifer and I looked at each other in panic. Was this the lockdown Hayes had warned us about? Then, as suddenly as they'd started, the siren stopped. Not gradually, they just cut off mid-wail, leaving a silence that felt heavier than the noise. Director Hayes appeared in our control room 5 minutes later, looking shaken but trying to hide it. "False alarm," he said. "Continue your duties." But I noticed he wouldn't make eye contact, and his hands were trembling. The next day, Maria didn't show up either. Reassigned, according to Hayes. But her car was still in the parking structure on level 2. Jennifer was barely holding it together. We were the only contractors left, and the weight of whatever was happening in Echo 9 was crushing both of us. She started accessing systems she wasn't supposed to touch, using admin passwords she shouldn't have known. "Jen, what are you doing?" "Finding answers," she said, fingers flying over the keyboard. "Tom gave me his access codes before he disappeared, told me something was wrong with the whole project." She pulled up internal communications, memoranda stamped with classification levels I'd never seen before. Umbra Clear was apparently the bottom tier. Above that was Majestic, then Zodiac, then classifications that were just numbers and symbols. One document caught my attention. Project Kairos, Phase 3 Implementation Status. The bioconductive interface has exceeded all expectations. Subject demonstrates rapid adaptation to containment protocols and has begun influencing local electromagnetic fields. Recommend immediate escalation of consciousness mapping procedures. Bioconductive interface. Subject. The thing in Echo 9 wasn't a ship or a piece of technology, it was a living being, and we were feeding it power. Another document, dated 3 days earlier. Minor containment fluctuation at 0217 hours. Subject achieved brief sensory extension beyond Echo 9 barriers. Security protocols held, but recommend enhanced isolation measures. Note: 3 personnel reported temporal displacement sensations during the event. Temporal displacement, the looping camera feeds, the missing contractors. Jennifer kept digging, and what she found made both of us understand why Tom and Maria had really vanished. A memo marked Operation Mirror Veil, historical context. Analysis of recovered materials suggests extra-dimensional rather than extraterrestrial origin. Entities exist outside linear temporal experience and demonstrate ability to manipulate local space-time fabric. Primary subject may not be an individual organism, but rather a projection or echo of a larger consciousness existing in parallel dimensional space. They weren't from another planet, they were from outside reality itself. Warning: prolonged exposure to subject may result in consciousness fragmentation, temporal perception anomalies, and in extreme cases complete displacement from baseline reality. Personnel experiencing symptoms should report immediately for neural recalibration. Neural recalibration. That's what happened to Tom and Maria. They hadn't been reassigned. They'd been broken by contact with whatever was in Echo 9. Jennifer was reading over my shoulder, her breathing getting faster and more shallow. "Cal," she whispered, "look at the date on this document." It was dated 6 months in the future. The older archives were stored in a vault I wasn't supposed to access, but Jennifer's hacking skills were getting desperate and creative. She'd found references to something called Operation Mirror Veil, a predecessor to Project Kairos that dated back to the 1970s. The files told a story that made my blood run cold. In 1978, a survey team at Tonopah detected unusual seismic activity. Not earthquakes, but something else. Tremors that seemed to follow mathematical patterns. Ground-penetrating radar revealed an anomalous void approximately 200 feet beneath the mountain, but when they drilled down to investigate, they found something impossible. The void was bigger on the inside than on the outside. The first recovery team brought back samples of what they thought was exotic matter, materials that didn't conform to known physics, but the materials weren't stable in our reality. They flickered in and out of existence, sometimes vanishing for hours before reappearing in a different location. That's when they realized they weren't dealing with alien technology. They were dealing with something that existed between dimensions, using our reality as an anchor point. The breakthrough came in 1983 when Dr. Elena Vasquez, a theoretical physicist working on Project Looking Glass, hypothesized that the entity was a reflection of human consciousness itself, not what we are, but what we could become if we existed outside the constraints of linear time and three-dimensional space. The entity demonstrates knowledge of events that have not yet occurred, and memories of possibilities that may never happen. It exists in a state of quantum superposition, experiencing all potential outcomes simultaneously. In effect, it is us, evolved beyond the limitations of singular timeline existence. But the most disturbing file was Dr. Vasquez's final report, dated just days before her own mysterious disappearance. The entity is not malevolent. but it is incompatible with baseline human consciousness. Contact results in expansion of awareness beyond what the human mind can process. Subjects begin perceiving multiple timelines simultaneously, experiencing past and future as present reality. The mind fractures under the weight of infinite possibility. We are not studying an alien intelligence, we are studying our own future, and that future is trying to communicate with us across dimensions we cannot comprehend. Recommendation: immediate cessation of all contact protocols. The entity's attempts at communication are causing reality fluctuations that may result in permanent temporal displacement of personnel. It is not trying to harm us, it is trying to save us, but salvation from its perspective means joining it in its multidimensional existence. We are not ready. Humanity is not ready. Perhaps we never will be. The final line of her report chilled me to the bone. They are not invaders, they are echoes of what we already were. Jennifer found Dr. Vasquez's personal logs hidden in an encrypted partition that should have been impossible to access. The encryption was 40 years old, but somehow the files were updating themselves in real time. Day 1. First direct communication attempt. Entity projects images directly into visual cortex. I see myself, but not myself. Versions of Elena Vasquez that exist in parallel timelines. In one, I never became a physicist. In another, I died in childhood. In a third, I am something that transcends human categorization entirely. Day 3. Time displacement events increasing. Experienced memories of conversations that haven't happened yet. Entity is teaching me to perceive beyond linear causality. It's beautiful and terrifying. Day 7. I understand now. They're not from there, because there is no there. They exist in the spaces between possibilities. They are what we become when we evolve beyond the need for singular reality. Day 12. The others don't understand. They think containment is possible, that we can study and control something that exists outside the concept of control. They're going to get people killed. Day 18. I can see the breach coming. 3 days from now, the entity will attempt to return to its dimensional matrix, but our containment protocols will interfere with the translation. The resulting paradox will create a reality fissure. I have to stop them, but I may already be too late. Time isn't working properly anymore. I keep experiencing this moment from multiple perspectives simultaneously. The logs ended there, but they were still updating. New entries appeared as we watched. Day 7305, still trying to warn them. Elena variants across multiple timelines attempting intervention. Breach inevitable. Cal Monroe will survive, but survival is relative when reality becomes negotiable. Jennifer and I stared at the screen in horror. Dr. Vasquez had been missing for 40 years, but somehow she was still writing reports. That's when the lights went out. Not gradually, they snapped off like someone had thrown a switch. Emergency lighting should have kicked in immediately, but we were left in absolute darkness. The only sound was the humming of the power grid, and even that was changing pitch, becoming something organic and musical. Then Jennifer screamed. I fumbled for my flashlight and found her standing rigid, staring at something I couldn't see. Her eyes were wide and silver, reflecting light that wasn't there. "Cal," she whispered, but her voice sounded like it was coming from multiple directions at once. "It's getting out." The corridor behind us was changing. The walls were flowing like water, stretching and contracting, and through the shifting architecture something was moving, not walking, sliding, like liquid mercury with purpose. I grabbed Jennifer's arm, but my hand passed through her. She was there, but not solid, flickering between dimensions like the exotic matter from the old files. "Run," she said, and her voice was fading. "It's not trying to hurt us, but we can't exist in the same space when the boundaries collapse." The entity emerged from Echo 9, and my mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It wasn't silver or liquid or light. It was all of those things and none of them. It was possibility given form, consciousness without the limitations of physical existence. But looking at it directly was like staring into a mirror that showed you every version of yourself that had ever existed, or ever could exist. I saw Cal Monroe the child, Cal Monroe the old man, Cal Monroe who had never been born, Cal Monroe who had become something beyond human understanding. The security guards were there one moment and gone the next, not killed, but displaced. I watched them step backward through walls that had become permeable, their screams echoing from distances that couldn't exist in three-dimensional space. I ran, down corridors that folded in on themselves, past rooms that were bigger inside than outside, through a facility that was reshaping itself according to rules I couldn't comprehend. My watch was recording everything on its built-in camera, military-grade equipment designed to function in electromagnetic interference. If I survived, at least there would be proof, if survival had any meaning when reality itself was in question. I found an elevator, the same elevator I'd taken down 19 levels, except now it was in a corridor that hadn't existed 5 minutes earlier. The button panel was melting and reforming, showing floor numbers that shifted between digits and symbols and sometimes weren't there at all. But it was the only way up. The elevator rose with the same smooth hum as before, but when the doors opened, I was back in the same corridor I'd just left. Same melting walls, same impossible geometry, same feeling that I was being watched by something that existed in more dimensions than I could perceive. I tried again. Same result. And again, same corridor. The entity wasn't trying to trap me, it was trying to communicate, but communication required shared reference points, and we had none. Its attempts to make contact were causing reality to loop, creating temporal echoes that reflected my own desperation back at me. I was experiencing the same moment from multiple timelines simultaneously, just like Dr. Vasquez had described. In one timeline, I was still at my workstation, watching the power reading spike. In another, I had never taken the job. In a third, I was something else entirely, something that could perceive the entity without fracturing. But in this timeline, the one where I was still human, I was trapped in a loop between the 19th floor and somewhere that had no floor number at all. My watch battery was dying, but I kept recording. If someone found the footage, maybe they could understand what had happened. Maybe they could learn from our mistake. I sat down in the corridor that kept changing around me and tried to make sense of the past week. The missing contractors, the looping security feeds, the symbols that appeared and disappeared. It had all been the entity trying to communicate across dimensional barriers. Tom and Maria hadn't been reassigned. They'd been translated, shifted into a version of reality where they could coexist with something that existed outside linear time. They were still alive, but not in any way that baseline humanity could recognize. The entity appeared again, flowing through the wall like mercury through a membrane. But this time, instead of the overwhelming multiplicity of its full presence, it showed me a single image. Doctor. Elena Vasquez. Not as she had been 40 years ago, but as she was now, existing simultaneously across multiple timelines, still trying to warn people about a breach that was both inevitable and had already happened. She looked at me with eyes that held infinite sadness and spoke with a voice that echoed from past and future simultaneously. "You're already out, Cal, but you haven't left." Then the corridor collapsed into itself and everything went dark. Document recovered from the personal effects of Inspector Marcus Webb, Department of Defense Special Investigations Unit, following his death by apparent suicide in 2025. Classification level UMBRACLEAR/EYESONLY. Inspector Webb's final report dictated to voice recorder. "I've been investigating disappearances at classified facilities for 15 years. Missing persons, equipment failures, cover-ups, it's all part of the job. But the Cal Monroe case is different. The official story is that Mr. Monroe was killed in an industrial accident at Tonopah Test Range on March 18th, 2024. Electrical fire, they said. Nothing recoverable. But 3 days ago, a package arrived at my office with no return address. Inside was a storage device, military grade, designed to survive electromagnetic pulses and extreme temperatures, the kind of thing that costs more than my annual salary. Attached was a note. Zone Echo 9 debrief Cal Monroe. I've watched the footage 17 times now. I've had it analysed by the best experts available. They all say the same thing. It's impossible to fake. The metadata confirms it was recorded at Tonopah on the dates in question. But the content, the footage shows a man running through corridors that shift and change like living tissue. It shows walls flowing like water and shadows that move independently of any light source. It shows something that my mind keeps trying to rationalise as special effects or hallucination, but the technical analysis proves otherwise, and at the end, God help me. At the end of the footage, there's a moment where Monroe turns the camera on himself. He's standing in what appears to be an elevator that's somehow larger inside than outside. His face is calm, resigned as he speaks directly into the lens. If you're watching this, then the loop finally broke. I'm uploading this to the emergency buffer in my boot drive. Maybe someone will find it. Maybe someone will understand. Then he turns the camera back toward the corridor and there's something there. Something that doesn't belong in our reality. For just a moment it's visible, a reflection of consciousness itself, existing in dimensions we can't perceive. But here's what's keeping me awake at night. In that final frame, just before the recording ends, you can see Monroe's reflection in the polished wall behind him. And standing next to his reflection, clear as day, is another figure. It's me, Inspector Marcus Webb, wearing the same clothes I'm wearing right now, staring directly into the camera with an expression of absolute terror. The timestamp on that footage is today's date. I'm going to submit this report and then take some time off. Maybe visit my sister in Oregon, get away from all this classified nonsense for a while, clear my head. But I keep thinking about what Monroe said in his final log entry. They're not from somewhere else, they're from someone else, and someone else is now. End of recorded statement. Inspector Webb was found dead in his office 12 hours after submitting this report. Official cause of death, suicide by gunshot. Unofficial note, the security cameras in his office show him alone at the time of death, but the audio pickup clearly records two distinct voices. The second voice, according to forensic analysis, matches the vocal patterns of Cal Monroe. The storage device mentioned in Webb's report was never recovered from the scene. Zone Echo 9 remains operational. 3 months later, deep space monitoring stations began detecting an unusual signal, a transmission that seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. When decoded, it contained a single message, repeating endlessly, "This is Cal Monroe, contractor ID 7749, reporting from Zone Echo 9. The breach has been contained, but containment is relative when dealing with entities that exist outside linear causality. To anyone receiving this transmission, Area 52 is not a place. It's a state of being, and that state is contagious. If you're investigating disappearances at classified facilities, stop. If you're experiencing temporal displacement sensations, seek help immediately. If you're reading reports about Project Kairos or Operation Mirror Veil, you may already be compromised. The entity isn't hostile. It's trying to save us from ourselves by showing us what we could become. But evolution forced upon consciousness that isn't ready results in fracturing of identity across multiple timelines. I'm still here, I'm always here. Time isn't working properly anymore, so here and there and when don't mean what they used to mean. To my family, I'm sorry I can't come home. Home is a temporal location, and I exist in all temporal locations simultaneously now. To the researchers, stop trying to contain what cannot be contained. The entity doesn't want to invade our reality, it wants to invite us into its own. But the invitation is dangerous because we're not ready to exist outside singular timeline experience. To future investigators, the truth about Area 52 isn't hidden underground in Nevada. It's hidden in the spaces between moments, in the gaps between what is and what could be. And sometimes, if you know how to look, you can see those gaps opening. This is Cal Monroe signing off from everywhere and nowhere. Take care of each other. Trust me when I tell you that love is the only thing that exists consistently across all timelines. See you around. Or maybe I already have. Hello, night wanderers and digital truth seekers. Before we dive into tonight's story, I hope your day treated you well. What time is it where you are right now? Are you listening from a bustling city, a quiet suburb, or perhaps somewhere far off the grid? Wherever you are in this connected yet disconnected world, you've found your way to Sleep Theories, the place where we explore the stories that keep us awake at night. If this tale resonates with you, or if you simply enjoy having your reality questioned at 2 a.m, consider subscribing. We're building a community of those who dare to look behind the digital curtain. Now, settle in. Tonight's story is about 4 people who discovered something they were never meant to find. The retired military satellite KH-14B hadn't been active for 3 years. Officially decommissioned after budget cuts forced the Pentagon to consolidate their orbital surveillance network. So when Nova Chen's custom frequency scanner picked up an encrypted data burst routing through its dormant transponder at 3:47 a.m, She knew someone was playing with fire. "Lynx, you need to see this," she calls across the converted warehouse that serves as their operations centre. The space looks like a digital graveyard. Servers humming in stacks, screens casting blue light across walls covered in network diagrams and corporate org charts connected by red string. "Welcome to the underground." Lynx Rodriguez slides his chair over, steam rising from his fourth cup of coffee. At 32, his face carries the weight of someone who's seen the machinery of power from the inside. Former NSA turned whistleblower turned ghost. What's the signature? Military-grade encryption, but it's using deprecated protocols. Whoever sent this wanted it to look old, forgotten. Nova's fingers dance across 3 keyboards simultaneously. But the timestamp is fresh. Someone's using dead satellites to hide active communications. Jax looks up from their corner workstation, purple hair catching the monitor glow. How fresh! 15 minutes ago. The warehouse falls silent except for the eternal hum of cooling fans. Professor Kale emerges from the makeshift lab in the back corner, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. At 58, he's the oldest member of their group, a disgraced virologist whose career ended when he asked too many questions about certain pandemic-era research protocols. "Did you crack it?" Kale asks, approaching with the careful steps of someone who's learned to expect bad news. Nova's screen fills with cascading code as her decryption algorithms chew through layers of obfuscation. Almost. There. The file materializes. Project Aegis 2030.enx. Aegis, Lynx mutters. That's not good. Aegis was a classified program I remember from my NSA days. Theoretical population management scenarios. Theoretical, Nova repeats, clicking open the file. Let's see how theoretical it still is. The document unfolds across her screen like a digital autopsy report. Code fragments, data tables, implementation timelines. Her eyes scan the contents, and her expression shifts from curiosity to confusion to something approaching horror. "Guys," she says, her voice dropping to a whisper, "this isn't about surveillance, this isn't about control." Jack spins their chair around. "What is it about?" Nova's hands tremble slightly as she highlights a section of code. Variables with names like fertility, reduction, vectors, genetic selection, protocols, and population ceiling enforcement. "It's about extinction," she breathes. "Mass vaccination campaigns, supply chain disruptions, climate-based selection zones." She reads directly from the screen. Phase implementation. Reduce global population to sustainable levels through coordinated biological and environmental interventions. Target timeline 2030. Acceptable retention rate 6 to 8% of current population. The silence stretches like a held breath. 6 to 8%, Kyle repeats slowly, of 7 billion people. "That's not population control," Link says, his intelligence training kicking in as he processes the implications. "That's genocide with a spreadsheet." Nova scrolls deeper into the document, her face pale in the monitor light. "There's more. Listen to this. This initiative represents a fundamental reset of the human species. Traditional methods of population management through war, famine and disease have proven insufficient to address the accelerating resource depletion crisis. Project Aegis represents a coordinated approach to ensure species survival through selective reduction." "Species survival?" Jax echoes. "They're talking about us like we're livestock." "No," Nova corrects, her voice hollow. "Livestock are valuable. We're weeds they want to clear from the garden." Kale sits down heavily, his scientific mind wrestling with the implications. During his years researching virology, he'd seen enough classified projects to know that the line between theoretical and operational could be crossed with a single authorization signature. "We need to verify this," he says finally. "Cross-reference with known programs, trace the source, build a complete picture. If this is real," Nova finishes, "we're looking at the greatest crime in human history, and it's already begun." Lynx pulls up his contacts, a carefully maintained network of sources still embedded in various intelligence agencies. "I'll reach out to my people, see what chatter I can pick up." "I'll dig into the technical specifications," Jax offers. "These code fragments reference specific biological agents. If they're using existing research, there'll be traces in academic databases." Nova saves the file to their secure server and begins setting up multiple backup protocols. "Professor, we need you to analyze the biological components. Your expertise might be the key to understanding how they plan to implement this. As the team disperses to their workstations, the weight of their discovery settles over the warehouse like digital smoke. They've stumbled across something that wasn't meant for human eyes, a blueprint for the end of the world as they know it. Outside, the city sleeps on, unaware that 4 people in a converted warehouse have just glimpsed the future, and it looks like a graveyard with Wi-Fi. Nova stares at the file name blinking on her screen, Project Aegis 2030.nc. In mythology, Aegis was the shield of Zeus, the divine protection for the gods. But protection for whom? And protection from what? As she begins her deep dive into the data, one phrase keeps echoing in her mind from the document's executive summary. This isn't about control, it's about resetting the species. The countdown, she realises, isn't to some distant apocalypse. It's to tomorrow. 3 days of sleepless research have transformed their warehouse into a conspiracy theorist's fever dream. Every wall now displays interconnected timelines, corporate hierarchies, and data flowcharts that would make a forensic accountant weep. Nova hasn't left the building since they cracked the Aegis file, surviving on instant ramen and the kind of caffeine-fueled determination that borders on religious fervour. "I found the breadcrumbs," she announces, her voice hoarse from exhaustion, and chain-smoking cigarettes she bummed from Lynx. The World Population Summit in Cairo, 1994. Most people remember it as a boring UN conference about reproductive rights and sustainable development. She pulls up archived documents on the main display screen, official transcripts, media reports, diplomatic cables, standard bureaucratic theatre. But look what happens when you dig into the closed-door sessions. A classified document appears, heavily redacted but with enough visible text to tell a story. The header reads, Adaptive Earth Framework, Preliminary Implementation Strategies. Cale adjusts his glasses, squinting at the screen. I remember this conference. I was a graduate student then, writing my dissertation on population genetics. There were rumours about private sessions, but nobody talked about what was discussed, Nova finishes. Except someone did. Deep in the diplomatic archives, buried under 17 layers of classification, I found this. She highlights passages that make the room's temperature seem to drop. Non-essential demographic drift must be addressed through coordinated intervention. Genetic dead zones present opportunity for selective resource allocation. Acceptable fallout parameters established at 85 to 90% reduction over 2-generation cycle. Project requires integration of medical, agricultural and environmental vectors. Jax looks up from their workstation, where they've been cross-referencing pharmaceutical patents. Nova, you need to see this. Those medical vectors they mention. I've been tracking the patent filings, and there's a pattern. They throw their research onto the shared screen. Dozens of pharmaceutical patents filed between 2018 and 2023, all connected to a web of shell companies, all related to mRNA modification technology. But here's the weird part, Jax continues. These patents aren't just for vaccines. They're for genetic modification systems that can be activated remotely, dormant until triggered by specific environmental factors. Cale's face goes pale. That's not possible. The technology to create delayed activation genetic modifications didn't exist in 2018, Jax agrees, but it does now, and according to these patents, it's been deployed. Nova pulls up another document from their Aegis cache. Remember, Professor, you mentioned seeing strange compounds in vaccine trials during the pandemic? Trials with non-public results? Cale nods slowly. There were inconsistencies. Control groups that should have shown specific immune responses but didn't. Novel proteins that had no apparent therapeutic function. When I raised concerns, you were discredited and forced out, Nova says. They called you a conspiracy theorist. Because I was asking the wrong questions, Cale realises. I was looking for immediate effects, but if these compounds were designed for delayed activation... Link slides his chair over, holding a printout of classified communications he's pulled from the old NSA databases. I've been digging through archived surveillance reports. Remember how during the pandemic, certain rural areas had unusually high vaccination rates, areas that normally resist federal health initiatives. He spreads out a map showing vaccination distribution patterns across the United States. Strange clusters appear in seemingly random locations. Rural counties in Montana, farming communities in Iowa, Small towns along the Appalachian Trail. These aren't random, Nova says, studying the pattern. They're systematic. Someone was targeting specific populations. Or specific genetic profiles, Kale adds quietly. Jax's workstation chimes with an alert. Guys, I've been monitoring dark web chatter about unusual health trends. Look at this. They project a series of forum posts, social media reports, and medical anomalies from the past 6 months. Unexplained fertility drops in rural communities. Unusual autoimmune responses in adults aged 25 to 45. Regional variations in birth defects that don't match known environmental factors. Agricultural workers reporting mysterious illnesses that don't respond to standard treatments. Nova connects the dots on their shared display, drawing lines between vaccination sites, health anomalies, and demographic data. The pattern that emerges looks like a slow-motion biological weapon detonating across the landscape. They weren't just treating viruses, she says, echoing Kale's earlier words. They were treating the future human genome. Lynx pulls up another classified document, this one from a more recent surveillance operation. There's more. I found references to something called genetic compatibility mapping in Department of Homeland Security briefings. They've been collecting DNA samples through routine medical procedures and cross-referencing them with... He stops, staring at the screen. With what? Nova prompts. With survival probability models, he finishes. They're not just tracking who might survive their selective reduction. They're actively identifying who they want to eliminate. The warehouse falls silent as the implications settle over them like digital ash. They're not just looking at a conspiracy, they're looking at the implementation phase of humanity's final exam. And most of the class is about to fail. Kale stands up slowly, his scientific mind finally accepting what his moral instincts have been screaming. We need to understand the full scope. If they've weaponized the medical system, the agricultural system, the environmental monitoring system, then they've turned civilization itself into a weapon, Nova completes. As if summoned by their conversation, Jax's monitoring systems light up with alerts. Encrypted traffic spike on the satellite networks, same routing pattern as the original Aegis transmission. Nova rushes to her decryption station. They're talking again. If we can intercept this... The file downloads slowly, each percentage point feeling like an eternity. When it finally opens, it's not code this time. It's a video conference recording. Meeting minutes, Lynx realizes, from yesterday. Nova's hand hovers over the play button. Once they watch this, there's no going back. No pretending they stumbled across theoretical documents or academic exercises. Whatever's on this recording, she says, it's going to show us who's behind this, and what comes next. She clicks play. The screen fills with faces they recognize from news broadcasts and magazine covers. World leaders, tech billionaires, pharmaceutical executives, and scientists, all sitting around a virtual conference table discussing the end of the world with the casual tone of a quarterly earnings call. And in the corner of the screen, a countdown timer. 18 months, 14 days, 7 hours, 23 minutes. The clock is ticking, and they're about to learn exactly what happens when it reaches 0. The video quality is surprisingly good for something intercepted from a rerouted satellite signal. Crystal clear audio, HD resolution, perfect lighting. Almost as if whoever recorded this wanted it to be found by someone with the right skills and motivation. Nova adjusts the audio levels as familiar faces fill the screen. She recognizes at least half of them. Pharmaceutical CEOs who've been in the news, tech moguls who've testified before Congress, government officials whose names appear in leaked documents weekly. But it's the people she doesn't recognize that worry her more. Faces that suggest power operates in layers the public never sees. Audio check, a voice says off-screen. We're recording for the archive. All participants have been verified through biometric confirmation. Proceed with briefing, responds a woman Nova recognizes as the director of the World Health Organization. Phase 3 implementation status. A man in his 60s, distinguished silver hair, appears in a separate window. The nameplate reads, Doctor, Harrison Vale, Protean Core Industries. Nova makes a mental note. She's never heard of Protean Core, which means they've done excellent work staying invisible. Phase 3 is proceeding on schedule, Dr. Vale reports. Biometric surveillance systems are now operational in 847 rural zones across 17 countries. Heat mapping, fertility tracking, and genetic sequencing capabilities are running at full capacity. Jax pauses their other work to focus on the video. Genetic sequencing? That's not something you can do remotely. Unless, Kale says slowly, you've already collected samples through other means. On screen, Dr. Vale continues. Integration with consumer health devices has exceeded projections. Voluntary data submission through fitness trackers, smartphones, and IoT medical devices now covers 73% of target demographics in developed nations. Nova feels her blood turn cold. She looks at the fitness tracker on her own wrist, a gift from her sister 2 Christmases ago. The little device that's been monitoring her heart rate, sleep patterns, stress levels. The device that connects to her phone, which connects to the cloud, which connects to... Smart device penetration in rural areas remains challenging, Dr. Vale continues, but our partnerships with agricultural technology companies have provided alternative collection methods. Genetic material harvested through routine veterinary procedures on livestock has proven surprisingly effective for human population mapping. What the hell does that mean? Jax whispers. Kale's face has gone ashen. Cross-species genetic contamination. If they're introducing human genetic markers into livestock, then tracking the animal genetics. They can map human populations through the food chain, Nova finishes. Every hamburger, every glass of milk, every piece of chicken carries genetic data. On screen, the meeting continues. A younger man, maybe 40, appears in a new window. His nameplate reads, Marcus Chen, Global Agricultural Systems. Nova notices the shared surname but feels no family connection, only revulsion. Agricultural vector deployment is exceeding expectations, Marcus reports. mRNA modification systems are now integrated into feed supplies for cattle, poultry and swine across North America and Europe. Human consumption data indicates 94% population exposure through dietary intake. Side effects, asks the WHO director. Minimal immediate impact as designed. However, fertility rates in test regions are down 23% year over year, with accelerating decline patterns. Autoimmune responses are appearing within expected parameters. Nova's hands shake as she realizes what they're watching. These aren't plans being discussed. These are progress reports on operations already in motion. Lynx leans closer to the screen. That voice. I know that voice. A new participant joins the call, their video window appearing in the centre of the screen. The image is deliberately obscured, shadows and lighting designed to hide identity, but the voice is clear and authoritative. Psychological conditioning remains our most effective vector, the shadowed figure reports. Media saturation campaigns have successfully normalized concepts of population reduction, climate-based selection, and voluntary extinction movements. Social media algorithms are amplifying despair, hopelessness, and anti-natalist sentiment across target demographics. Mental fatigue campaigns, the WHO director asks, exceeding projections. Suicide rates in target age ranges are up 34% year over year. Birth rates continue declining as planned. Most importantly, resistance to authority has decreased significantly. Population compliance with future directives is expected to be near universal. Jack stands up abruptly, knocking over their chair. They're not just poisoning our bodies, they're poisoning our minds. Nova pauses the video, needing a moment to process what they're witnessing. This isn't just biological warfare. It's psychological, social, environmental. They've weaponized everything we depend on to survive. Food, air, water, information, Lynx lists. They're not attacking civilization. They've turned civilization into the weapon. Kale sits down heavily, his scientific worldview crumbling and reforming around this new reality. The fertility decline, the autoimmune disorders, the psychological depression epidemics, it's all connected. It's all intentional. Nova resumes the video. The shadowed figure continues speaking. Phase 4. Preparation is nearly complete. Environmental triggers are in position. When activated, they will catalyze the biological modifications already present in target populations. Estimated timeline for full effect 18 months. The WHO director nods. Excellent. What about resistance potential? Minimal. Independent researchers who've approached relevant discoveries have been discredited, defunded, or eliminated from academic and professional positions. Media coverage of related topics has been successfully redirected toward established conspiracy theory frameworks, ensuring any accurate information is dismissed as paranoid delusion. Nova feels the walls of their warehouse closing in. How many others have found pieces of this puzzle? How many have been silenced? Dr. Vale, the shadowed figure continues. Status report on asset protection. Dr. Vale reappears on screen. Protection protocols are operational. All essential personnel and their families have received modified treatments. Genetic compatibility with post-implementation environment is confirmed. We estimate a protected population of approximately 500,000 globally. 500,000, Jax repeats numbly, out of 7 billion. The video quality starts to degrade as the satellite connection becomes unstable, but one final exchange comes through clearly. Any concerns about detection? Unlikely. The full scope of the operation requires integration of data from medical, agricultural, environmental, technological and psychological sources. No single research team or intelligence agency has access to all vectors simultaneously. Except, the WHO director adds with something approaching dark humour, they would need to be simultaneously expert in cryptography, intelligence gathering, virology, social engineering, and information systems. The shadowed figure laughs. The probability of such a team existing with access to the right data and the motivation to pursue it is essentially zero. The connection dies, leaving their warehouse in silence. Nova, Lynx, Jax, and Kael look at each other across the digital evidence of humanity's planned extinction. Well, Nova says finally, I guess we're essentially zero. But as the four of them return to their workstations, preparing to dive deeper into the nightmare they've uncovered, none of them notice the small indicator light on Jax's communication system. The light that shows someone has been monitoring their network traffic. The light that means their essentially zero probability team has just become a confirmed threat. The light that means Phase 4 might be starting ahead of schedule. The warehouse's early warning system starts screaming at 4:17 a.m, 3 hours after they finished analysing the intercepted conference call. Nova jolts awake from her desk, where she'd fallen asleep reviewing genetic modification patents. The screens around her flash red as multiple intrusion detection systems trigger simultaneously. "Lynx!" she shouts, adrenaline cutting through exhaustion. "We've got company!" Lynx rolls out of his sleeping bag, grabbing his laptop and a go bag he keeps permanently packed, old habits from his intelligence days. "What kind of company?" "The kind that uses military-grade network penetration tools," Nova responds, her fingers flying across keyboards as she tries to lock down their systems. "Someone's been watching us." Jax appears from the back room, purple hair messy from sleep but their eyes sharp with focus. "How long have they been in our network?" "Unknown," Nova admits, fighting a losing battle against the intrusion. "But they've got root access to our communication systems. They've seen everything." Kael emerges from his makeshift lab, clutching a hard drive. "I've backed up all the biological data to an isolated system. If we lose the main servers..." "We're losing everything," Nova confirms, watching as file after file disappears from their local storage. They're not just infiltrating, they're sanitizing, removing all traces of what we've found. But even as their digital fortress crumbles around them, Nova's mind races ahead to their backup protocols. Years of paranoia have taught her to prepare for exactly this scenario. "Jax, activate the mesh network. Lynx, get the satellite uplink ready. We're going distributed." The warehouse transforms as hidden systems come online. What appeared to be a simple hacker den reveals itself as a sophisticated intelligence operation. Jax's workstation unfolds into a multi-array communication hub. Lynx produces equipment that definitely didn't come from civilian sources. Nova's desk reveals hidden servers and backup power systems. "Professor," Nova calls, "how much of your research is stored offline?" "Everything critical," Kael confirms. "I learned not to trust cloud storage after they destroyed my academic career." As their attackers continue dismantling their main systems, the team executes an evacuation protocol they've rehearsed, but hoped never to use. Critical files transfer to multiple secure locations. Communication channels shift to encrypted networks. Physical evidence gets packed into go bags. But Nova isn't running yet. Instead, she's doing something that would seem insane to anyone who doesn't understand her particular brand of digital warfare. She's tracing the intrusion back to its source. "What are you doing?" Lynx demands, watching her work as alarms continue screaming around them. "If they're watching us," Nova says through gritted teeth, "then we're watching them back." The screen fills with a network traffic analysis, packet traces and routing information. The attack is sophisticated, routed through multiple proxy servers and anonymization networks. But sophistication creates complexity, and complexity creates vulnerabilities. There, she breathes, highlighting a data stream. They're not just stealing our files, they're uploading something. The upload completes just as Nova isolates the data stream, a single file placed carefully in their system logs where it would be discovered during any forensic analysis. Child pornography, Lynx realizes, reading the file metadata. They're setting us up when law enforcement finds this place. We'll be dismissed as perverts and criminals instead of researchers, Nova finishes. Brilliant. Completely discredit us while making sure no one looks too closely at what we actually found. But Nova's trace has revealed something else, the real location of their attackers, and it's not some anonymous hacker collective or foreign government. They're operating out of the Protean Core building, she announces. Dr. Harrison Vale's company, the same people we watched discussing humanity's extinction 3 hours ago. Jax finishes packing their equipment. We need to leave, now. But Nova is still working, her fingers moving with the desperate speed of someone who knows this might be their last chance. Not yet. If they're monitoring us in real time, if they know what we've discovered, then they know we're a threat, which means... Her screen fills with a new data stream. Not an attack this time, but intercepted communications from the Protean Core building. They're having an emergency meeting, she realizes, right now, about us. She patches the audio through their speakers, and suddenly the warehouse fills with voices they recognize from the earlier recording. Confirmed they have the Phase 3 documentation, Dr. Vale's voice reports. Full technical specifications, implementation timelines, biological modification protocols. How is that possible? The WHO director's voice sounds strained. That information is compartmentalized across 17 different security classifications. Unknown, but their research capabilities suggest state-level intelligence resources. We may have a coordinated opposition. A new voice joins the call, the shadowed figure from the earlier recording, though now speaking with urgent authority rather than calm confidence. Irrelevant. They know enough to compromise the entire operation if they go public. We need immediate containment. What kind of containment? Dr. Vale asks. Total. The team, their research, their facility. Make it look like a lab accident. Chemical fire, explosion, whatever ensures complete evidence destruction. Nova's blood turns to ice as she realizes what they're planning. How long do we have? The WHO director asks. Tactical team is en route, 20 minutes. Nova starts shutting down systems, her movements sharp with controlled panic. We're blown. They're sending a kill team. 20 minutes? Jax checks their watch. That's not enough time to... It's enough time to do one thing, Nova interrupts, pulling up her final contingency protocol. We can't save ourselves, but we can save the evidence. She begins uploading their complete research archive to a decentralized network. Blockchain-based storage systems that can't be deleted or controlled by any single authority. But the upload is massive, and their internet connection is already compromised. Upload time, 17 minutes, her system reports. 3 minutes to spare, Link says grimly, checking his weapons, if their timeline is accurate. But as if summoned by his words, new alarms start screaming. Motion sensors around the warehouse perimeter. Thermal imaging detecting multiple vehicles approaching from different directions. They lied about the timeline, Nova realizes. The team is already here. Through the grimy windows, they can see black SUVs surrounding the building. Tactical lights sweep across the walls. Radio chatter echoes from outside, professional, coordinated, lethal. Upload progress, 32%, her computer announces. Nova looks at her team, her friends, her fellow travellers in the digital underground. Jax with their fierce intelligence and boundless optimism. Lynx with his warrior's honour and protective instincts. Kale with his scientist's dedication to truth above comfort. I need 8 more minutes to finish the upload, she says quietly. Can you give me 8 minutes? Lynx checks his rifle, the same model he carried during his government service. Against a professional tactical team? In an indefensible position? He looks around the warehouse, their home, their sanctuary, their last stand. Yeah, he says finally, we can give you 8 minutes. As the first breaching charges explode against the warehouse doors, Nova's fingers continue dancing across her keyboard, uploading humanity's final testimony to the digital wind. Outside, boots pound against concrete and orders are shouted in tactical shorthand. Inside, 4 people who stumbled across the end of the world fight to make sure someone, somewhere, will know what really happened to the human race. The upload bar crawls toward completion, 47%, 48%, Sasipgu Peosentu, and in the distance sirens wail, though whether they're coming to help or to clean up the mess, nobody can tell. Upload progress, 73%. Nova's fingers move across the keyboard with mechanical precision, even as automatic weapons fire tears through the warehouse's steel walls. Lynx and Jax have improvised a defensive position behind stacked servers, returning fire with a small arsenal Lynx maintained for exactly this scenario. Kyle crouches beside Nova, clutching his backup drives like sacred relics. "How much longer?" Lynx shouts over the gunfire, ejecting an empty magazine. 3 minutes, Nova responds, sweat dripping onto her keyboard as she maintains the upload connection, despite power fluctuations from damaged systems. A tactical team member appears at a broken window. Jax takes him down with a shot that would make their grandfather proud. The same grandfather who taught them to shoot cans off fence posts in rural Oregon, never imagining his lessons would one day be used to defend the future of human civilization. Upload progress, 81%. "Nova!" Kyle shouts, pointing at the main screen. "They're jamming our satellite connection." She looks up to see their upload speed dropping rapidly. The decentralized network storage is failing as targeted electromagnetic pulses disrupt their communication arrays. Years of preparation, layers of redundancy, multiple backup systems, all being systematically neutralized by an enemy who understands their capabilities better than they understand themselves. "Switch to the hardline," she orders, pulling cables from emergency ports hidden beneath the floor. "If the satellites are down, we go terrestrial." But even as she reroutes their connection through buried fibre optic cables, her screens show the truth. Their attackers aren't just soldiers. They're technicians, equipped with signal intelligence gear and digital warfare tools. This isn't a military assault, it's a surgical data extraction and elimination operation. Upload progress, 89%. They're inside the network, Nova realizes, watching as files begin corrupting during transfer. They're not jamming the connection, they're poisoning it. Malicious code floods through their internet connection, targeting not just their local systems, but the destination servers themselves. Wherever they try to upload their evidence, the same destructive algorithms follow, erasing data as fast as they can transmit it. 90 seconds, Lynx reports, reloading his rifle. "That's all I can give you." Nova's mind races through alternatives. Local storage, compromised. Cloud servers, compromised. Peer-to-peer networks, compromised. Everywhere they turn, the digital tentacles of their enemies have already reached. But there's one option they haven't tried. One network that exists outside the normal channels of internet communication. "Jax!" she shouts. "Emergency radio protocols. Can you reach the ham radio networks?" Jax nods, understanding immediately. While their enemies have prepared for digital warfare, they might not have anticipated analog communication methods, ancient radio technology that predates the internet by decades. As Jax frantically assembles radio equipment, Nova begins compressing their data files into formats suitable for audio transmission. Everything they've discovered about Project Aegis, the population reduction protocols, the biological modification systems, compressed into digital packets that can be transmitted over shortwave radio frequencies. Upload progress, 94%, transmission corrupted. Their internet connection dies completely as electromagnetic pulse weapons finish destroying their communication arrays. But Jax's radio equipment sparks to life, connecting them to a network of amateur radio operators who maintain communication protocols independent of corporate or government control. "This is Emergency Station Alpha calling CQ Emergency," Jax broadcasts. "We have critical data for immediate relay to all stations. Repeat, critical data for immediate relay." Responses crackle back from radio operators across the country, retired engineers, electronics hobbyists, disaster relief volunteers, people who maintain the last truly free communication network on the planet. Nova begins transmitting their compressed data files, sending fragments to different radio operators with instructions for reassembly and distribution. It's slow, inefficient and incomplete, but it's working. Until the lights go out. Emergency power kicks in, bathing the warehouse in red light as their main electrical systems fail. Through the broken windows they can see technicians working on power lines, systematically isolating the building from the electrical grid. They're cutting everything, Kale observes. Power, internet, radio frequency spectrum, complete communication isolation. Nova's laptop switched to battery power, giving her perhaps 10 minutes of operation before total system failure. She continues transmitting data packets over Jax's radio equipment, but the process is agonizingly slow. "Nova!" Lynx calls urgently. "Movement on the roof. They're coming through the skylights." She looks up to see tactical team members rappelling through the warehouse's ceiling. Professional, coordinated, equipped with night vision and thermal imaging. In 30 seconds, they'll have complete control of the space. In 30 seconds, Project Aegis will remain humanity's best-kept secret. But Nova has one final option. One last desperate gambit that violates every principle of operational security she's ever followed. She activates her personal phone's livestream function and begins broadcasting directly to social media. "My name is Nova Chen," she says, looking directly into the camera as gunfire echoes around her. "If you're watching this, you need to know that the world's governments and corporations are planning to kill most of the human race." Her phone's screen shows viewer counts climbing rapidly. Hundreds, then thousands of people drawn by the chaos and violence of her live stream. They call it Project Aegis, population reduction through biological modification. They've poisoned the vaccines, contaminated the food supply, weaponized the environmental monitoring systems. Tactical team members breach their defensive position. Lynx falls, blood spreading across the concrete floor. Jax continues working the radio, transmitting data even as red laser sights dance across their chest. "The timeline is 18 months, Nova continues, holding the phone steady despite the chaos. "They've already begun implementation. If you've been vaccinated, if you eat processed food, if you use smart devices, you're already carrying the biological modifications they need to." A tactical team member's rifle butt smashes into her skull, sending the phone spinning across the concrete floor. The livestream continues, showing a sideways view of combat boots and spreading pools of blood, but the damage is done. In the 3 minutes her stream was active, over 50,000 people watched Nova Chen's final testimony. And in the age of social media, 50,000 becomes 5 million in a matter of hours. The last thing her phone's camera captures before the screen goes black is a gloved hand reaching down to pick it up. In the background, a voice speaks with calm authority. "Sanitize everything. No evidence, no witnesses, no trace this facility ever existed." Then static, then silence, then nothing. 6 months later. The official report from the Woodland Fire Department described it as a tragic industrial accident. Improper storage of chemical solvents in a converted warehouse led to an explosion that killed 4 squatters and destroyed the building completely. Local news covered it for exactly 1 day before moving on to more compelling stories. The livestream that briefly appeared on various social media platforms was quickly removed for violating community guidelines against violent content and misinformation. Users who tried to share or discuss it found their accounts suspended or shadow banned. Within a week it had been scrubbed from mainstream platforms entirely. But the internet remembers everything, especially the things someone desperately wants forgotten. On encrypted message boards and dark web forums, fragments of Nova's final broadcast circulate like digital samizdat. Grainy screenshots, audio clips, transcribed quotes passed from user to user through carefully maintained networks of paranoid technologists and dedicated conspiracy researchers. Truth Seeker 2030 posts on an anonymous forum. "Anyone else remember that warehouse livestream from 6 months ago? The girl talking about Project Aegis? Can't find it anywhere now, but I swear I downloaded a copy. Digital Ghost responds. Had the same video. File corrupted when I tried to open it last week. All my Aegis research just disappeared, like it was never there." Red Pill Reality chimes in. "Same here. But I remember what she said. Population reduction, biological modifications, food supply contamination, 18 months. We're down to 12 months now." The conversations multiply across platforms that exist in the shadows of the normal internet. Ham radio operators share fragments of the data Jax transmitted in those final minutes. Academic researchers quietly compare notes about unusual patterns in pharmaceutical trials and agricultural modifications. Environmental scientists notice anomalies that match the warnings from a warehouse that officially never existed. Dr. Sarah Martinez, epidemiologist at UC Davis, publishes a paper about unexplained fertility decline in rural agricultural communities. She doesn't mention Project Aegis directly, but her data matches the patterns Nova's team identified with unsettling accuracy. Professor David Kim at MIT releases research about novel proteins found in certain vaccine batches, proteins with no apparent therapeutic function. His funding gets cut 3 weeks later, and his department chair suggests he focus on less controversial research topics. Environmental journalist Lisa Chen, no relation to Nova despite the shared surname, investigates reports of unusual biometric surveillance equipment appearing in remote areas. Her article gets killed by her editor, who explains that the magazine's parent company has concerns about unfounded conspiracy theories. But each cancelled publication, each suppressed research project, each deleted social media post creates a new data point in a pattern that becomes hard to ignore. The truth spreads like a virus through the digital underground. 12 months later, Maya Patel is 17 years old and has never heard of Nova Chen, Lynx Rodriguez, Jax Morrison, or Professor Kale. She lives in a small village in rural India, where internet access is limited, and social media is considered a luxury for urban elites. But Maya is smart, curious, and has access to her school's computer lab 3 days a week. She spends her time learning about environmental science, genetic engineering, and the intersection of technology and biology. Her dream is to study at a Western university and help solve the world's agricultural challenges. It's during one of these computer lab sessions that she finds the flash drive, buried in a box of discarded electronics donated to the school, wrapped in plastic and electrical tape like someone tried very hard to preserve it. The label, written in faded ink, reads, "Population 0 proof.vault." Maya plugs it into the computer, expecting maybe some students' old homework or family photos. Instead, she finds 847 gigabytes of encrypted data files, research documents, intercepted communications, and video recordings. She finds genetic modification protocols, pharmaceutical patents, agricultural contamination systems, and psychological warfare strategies. She finds the complete archive of everything Nova Chen's team discovered about Project Aegis. The encryption is military grade, but Maya is patient and clever. She spends 3 weeks cracking the access codes, working during lunch breaks and staying after school until the janitor kicks her out. When she finally opens the files, she spends another week just trying to understand what she's looking at. Population reduction through coordinated biological intervention. Genetic modification systems activated by environmental triggers. Food chain contamination designed to cause sterility and immune system failure. Psychological warfare campaigns to normalize extinction and reduce resistance to authority. A timeline that originally targeted 2030, but has been accelerated to 2027. Maya realizes she's looking at the blueprint for humanity's planned extinction, and according to the timestamps on the most recent files, the final phase is scheduled to begin in 6 months. She copies everything to multiple storage devices and begins the careful process of verification, cross-referencing patent filings, pharmaceutical research, agricultural modifications, environmental monitoring data. Every piece of evidence Nova's team gathered, Maya confirms through independent research. It's all true, it's all happening, and almost nobody knows. But Maya Patel is 17 years old, raised in a culture that reveres education and truth-telling above personal safety. She doesn't consider keeping the information secret. She doesn't wonder if she might be wrong. She doesn't worry about the consequences of speaking truth to power. She uploads everything to every platform she can access. WikiLeaks, anonymous file-sharing networks, academic databases, social media platforms, government transparency websites, journalist tip lines, activist organizations, environmental groups, medical research communities. She translates key documents into 17 languages and distributes them through international networks. She creates simplified summaries for non-technical audiences and detailed analyses for subject matter experts. She floods the internet with the truth about Project Aegis, and this time it's too late to stop the signal. Within hours, Maya's uploads are being downloaded thousands of times. Within days, the downloads become millions. Major news outlets pick up the story. Government officials demand investigations. International health organizations call emergency sessions. The carefully orchestrated plan to reduce human population through biological warfare becomes the most documented conspiracy in human history. Dr. Harrison Vale attempts to discredit the documents as sophisticated forgeries. The WHO director claims the communications were taken out of context. Government officials deny any knowledge of population reduction protocols. But the evidence is overwhelming, the documentation is comprehensive, and the verification is independent. Too many researchers, in too many countries, using too many different methodologies, all reach the same conclusion. Project Aegis is real, it's operational, and it's working. Global fertility rates have dropped 34% over the past 3 years. Autoimmune disorders have increased 78% in demographics that received certain vaccine formulations. Agricultural workers in modified crop regions show genetic markers consistent with engineered biological agents. Psychological depression and suicide rates have reached historic highs in precisely the age groups targeted by media manipulation campaigns. The population reduction protocol isn't a future threat. It's already killed millions of people. 18 months after the warehouse, Maya Patel stands before the International Criminal Court in The Hague, testifying about the greatest crime in human history. Behind her sits a display showing population statistics, fertility decline curves, mortality data, and genetic modification evidence. She holds up a small flash drive, the same one she found in a box of discarded electronics in her school's computer lab. This device, she tells the court, contains the complete records of Project Aegis, compiled by 4 researchers who died trying to warn the world about what was being done to us. She sets the drive on the witness stand. Nova Chen was 26 years old when she was murdered for discovering that our governments and corporations had poisoned the human race. Lynx Rodriguez was 32 when he died, defending her right to tell the truth. Jax Morrison was 21 when they gave their life to upload this evidence to radio networks around the world. Professor Kale was 58 when he was killed for asking the wrong questions about biological modification research. Maya looks directly at the defendants, pharmaceutical executives, government officials, and corporate leaders who sit in chains behind bulletproof glass. They died so that we could live. They died so that humanity would know what was done to us. They died so that the people responsible for the greatest genocide in history would be held accountable. She picks up the flash drive again. Their names were Nova, Lynx, Jax, and Kyle. They saved our species, and they want you to remember that the truth is always worth fighting for, no matter how powerful the people who want to hide it. The courtroom falls silent as Maya's testimony ends. In the gallery, family members of victims weep quietly. In the press section, journalists furiously type stories that will reach billions of readers within hours, and in a small village in rural India, a 17-year-old girl's computer science teacher watches the live broadcast and smiles proudly at his former student. Sometimes the truth finds a way. Sometimes the good guys win. Sometimes 4 people in a warehouse can save the world, even after they're gone. Epilogue. The network remembers, 5 years later, the Maya Patel Institute for Digital Truth and Transparency occupies a gleaming building in New Geneva, funded by reparations payments from the corporations responsible for Project Aegis. Its mission statement, carved in stone above the entrance, reads, "The network remembers everything, especially the things someone desperately wants forgotten." In the lobby, 4 portraits hang side by side. Nova Chen, cryptographer and digital warrior; Lynx Rodriguez, intelligence analyst and protector; Jax Morrison, social engineer and technological prodigy; Professor Kyle, virologist and truth-teller. Beneath their portraits a simple inscription: "They found the code that wasn't meant to be found." Tourists and students pass by the portraits daily, most not knowing the full story of how 4 people in a converted warehouse prevented the extinction of human civilization. But the staff of the Institute know, the researchers working on digital rights and technological transparency know, the activists fighting against corporate surveillance and biological manipulation know. And late at night, when the building is empty and the servers hum quietly in climate-controlled rooms, network traffic monitors occasionally detect unusual patterns in the data streams. Fragments of code that shouldn't exist, routed through pathways that don't appear on any network topology. Some say it's just background noise, artifacts of old systems and deprecated protocols. Others believe it's something more, digital ghosts of 4 researchers who refuse to let death stop their work, still uploading, still broadcasting, still fighting to keep the truth alive in the spaces between the data. The network remembers everything. and sometimes, late at night in the digital underground, the network remembers back. Former deep-sea engineer, NASA Oceanic Division, 1957 to 1963, declassified, March 15th, 2023, classification level, redacted, date, September 12th, 1957, location, classified research facility, Point Reyes, California. My name is Dr. Evan Hartley, and if you're reading this, then either I'm dead, or the world finally deserves to know the truth about why NASA abandoned the ocean for the stars. I'm 39 years old, an oceanographer by training, and until 6 years ago I believed the deepest mysteries of our planet lay in the cosmic void above us. I was wrong, catastrophically, terrifyingly wrong. When NASA was established in July of 1958, the public narrative was simple. America needed to compete with the Soviets in space. What they didn't tell you was that NASA's original charter included extensive deep-sea exploration programs run parallel to our early aviation development. Before we ever dreamed of touching the moon, we were diving deeper into our own planet than any human had gone before. I was recruited in late 1957, months before NASA's official formation. The letter arrived on Yale University letterhead, but the signature was from someone I'd never heard of, Dr. Marcus Webb, Director of Aquatic Research, National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics. The offer was generous, triple my university salary, unlimited research budget, and access to the most advanced submersible technology ever developed. The catch? I couldn't tell anyone where I was going or what I was doing. Not my wife, Sarah, not my colleagues, not even my mother. The facility at Point Reyes looked innocuous enough from the surface, a collection of weathered buildings perched on the California coastline, indistinguishable from a dozen other government research stations. But beneath those structures lay something extraordinary, a vertical shaft descending 300 feet straight down into the bedrock, wide enough to accommodate submersibles the size of small buildings. Dr. Webb met me on my first day, a gaunt man in his 60s with prematurely white hair and the kind of hollow stare I'd later recognise in combat veterans. "Welcome to Project Nautilus, Doctor. Hartley," he said, leading me through a maze of steel corridors that hummed with the constant vibration of massive machinery. "I trust you understand the sensitive nature of our work here." "Oceanic mapping," I replied, reciting the vague description from my recruitment letter. "Deep-sea cartography for national defence purposes." Webb stopped walking and turned to face me. "That's the public explanation, yes, but you'll find that the ocean holds more secrets than any map could ever reveal." He led me to an observation deck overlooking the central shaft. Below us, suspended by massive cables, hung the most beautiful machine I'd ever seen. The submersible was unlike anything in the civilian world, a sleek, elongated sphere of titanium and steel, bristling with cameras, sonar arrays and collection arms. According to Webb, it could dive to depths of 15,000 metres and withstand pressures that would crush a conventional submarine like an eggshell. "We call her the Cousteau," Webb said, after the French explorer. "She's taken us places that don't exist on any official chart." Over the following weeks, I learned the true scope of Project Nautilus. We weren't just mapping the ocean floor, we were investigating anomalies. Specifically, non-terrestrial acoustic signatures detected by Navy hydrophones in the deepest parts of the Pacific. These weren't whale songs or geological activity, they were patterns, rhythmic, mathematical, and utterly alien. The first recording was made in 1954, Webb explained during one of our late-night briefings. A hydrophone array near the Mariana Trench picked up a sound unlike anything in our databases. The frequency was too low for marine life, too regular for tectonic activity. When we mapped the source, it originated from a depth of nearly 11,000 metres, deeper than anything should be able to survive. He played the recording for me on the facility's most advanced audio equipment. Even filtered through speakers, the sound made my teeth ache. It was a low rhythmic pulse, lub-dub, 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 like a massive heartbeat echoing from the bottom of the world. "How many recordings do you have?" I asked. "Hundreds, from trenches across the Pacific, the Mariana, the Tonga, the Kermadec, all at depths between 10 and 15,000 metres, all following the same pattern. Webb's face was grim. And Dr. Hartley? They're getting stronger. Date: November the 3rd, 1959. Location: Pacific Ocean, 275 nautical miles southwest of Guam depth, 13,247 metres. Our third deep dive began like all the others: methodical preparation, systems checks, and the familiar ritual of descent into darkness. I was accompanied by Dr. James Morrison, our marine biologist, and Chief Petty Officer Samuel Torres, our dive specialist on loan from the Navy's most classified underwater programs. The Cousteau began her descent at 0800 hours, slipping through the ocean's layers like a steel teardrop. At 1,000 metres, we left the last traces of sunlight behind. At 5,000, we entered the abyssal zone, where no natural light had ever penetrated. By 8,000 metres, we were in territory that belonged more to the moon than to Earth. But it was at 13,000 metres that we found something that shouldn't exist. "Sonar contact," Torres announced, his voice tight with concentration. "Dead ahead, range 200 metres. It's big." Through the Cousteau's reinforced viewport, our floodlights illuminated a sight that defied explanation. Rising from the sea floor like an ancient mountain was a structure, but not a natural one. The surface was covered in perfectly hexagonal panels, each one roughly 30 feet across, arranged in a pattern too precise to be geological. "Are you recording this?" Morrison whispered, his face pressed against the observation port. "Everything," I confirmed, though my hands were shaking as I operated the cameras. "How large do you estimate it to be?" Torres was studying the sonar display with growing amazement. The structure extends at least 800 metres in diameter, but the depth... Jesus Christ, it goes down another 2,000 metres from here. As we approached the structure, our instruments began registering impossible readings. The water pressure at this depth should have been crushing, over 1,300 times the pressure at sea level. But our gauges showed localised areas where the pressure dropped significantly, as if something was actively counteracting the ocean's weight. "That's impossible," Morrison muttered. "Nothing could survive down here, let alone generate enough force to create pressure anomalies." But something had survived. As we manoeuvred closer to the hexagonal surface, our audio pickups detected it. That same rhythmic pulse we'd been tracking for years, but now so powerful it resonated through the Cousteau's hull like the beating of a massive heart. "It's not coming from the structure," Torres reported, studying his instruments. "It's coming from beneath it." That's when Morrison made the decision that would haunt us all. Against protocol, he suited up in one of our experimental deep-sea diving suits and insisted on collecting a sample from the structure's surface. The suit was a marvel of engineering, a self-contained environment that could theoretically protect a human at crushing depths. "Just a quick sample," he said through the comm system as he prepared to exit the submersible. "We need physical evidence." I should have stopped him. I should have ordered Torres to abort the dive and return to the surface. Instead, I watched through the Cousteau's cameras as Morrison emerged from the airlock and approached the alien structure. For 20 minutes, everything proceeded normally. Morrison collected samples from the hexagonal panels, documenting their composition and arrangement. His readings showed materials that didn't match any known elements, compounds with atomic structures that seemed to shift and change even as he observed them. Then the pulse stopped. The silence was absolute. No marine life, no geological noise, no equipment hum, just the complete suffocating quiet of the deep ocean. Through our cameras we watched Morrison frozen beside the structure, his helmet lights casting stark shadows across the hexagonal surface. "Morrison, report," I called into the comm. "What's your status?" His response when it came was barely a whisper. "It knows we're here." The structure began to glow. It wasn't bright, more like bioluminescence than artificial light, but it was unmistakably deliberate. The hexagonal panels pulsed in sequence, creating patterns that moved across the surface like neural networks firing, and with each pulse that rhythmic beating returned stronger than before. "Morrison, get back to the sub, now!" but Morrison wasn't moving. Through the camera feeds I could see him standing motionless, his helmet pressed against one of the glowing panels as if he was listening to something we couldn't hear. "Can't you hear it?" His voice crackled through the comm, distorted by interference that shouldn't exist at our depth. "It's not dead. It's dreaming." Torres was already suiting up. "I'm going after him." But before Torres could exit the airlock, Morrison began moving again, not toward us, but along the structure's surface, following the patterns of light like a moth drawn to flame. His movements were wrong, too fluid, as if the crushing pressure had no effect on him. "Morrison, you're exceeding safe operational limits," I warned. "Return to the submersible immediately." "So beautiful," Morrison's voice was dreamy, distant. "It's been dreaming for so long. Dreaming of the surface. Dreaming of the sky." The structure's glow intensified, and Morrison stopped. Through our cameras, we watched him turn back toward the Cousteau, but something was wrong with his posture, with the way he moved. When his helmet lights illuminated his faceplate, Torres cursed. Morrison's eyes were gone, not damaged. Gone, as if they had never existed. But he was still moving, still navigating perfectly through the crushing darkness. "It wants to wake up," Morrison said, his voice now coming from multiple directions at once, as if the ocean itself was speaking. "It's been sleeping so long, but the dreams are getting stronger. Soon it won't need to dream anymore." That's when Torres made the hardest decision of his naval career. He activated the Cousteau's emergency ascent system, cutting Morrison's tether and abandoning him to the depths. As we rose toward the surface, our last image of the structure showed Morrison standing motionless among the glowing hexagons, his arms spread wide as if embracing something we couldn't see. The rhythmic pulse followed us up through 13,000 meters of black water, growing fainter but never disappearing entirely. Morrison's body was never recovered. Officially, he suffered a catastrophic equipment failure during a routine deep-sea research dive. His wife received a flag and a commendation for his service to scientific progress. But for 3 days after we surfaced, I could hear him whispering in my quarters at night, "It's not dead. It's dreaming." Date: February 15th, 1963. Location: Point Reyes Research Facility. The end came without warning, which should have been warning enough. I arrived at the facility on a cold February morning to find armed guards at every entrance, and men in dark suits loading equipment into unmarked trucks. Dr. Webb met me at the main gate, his face haggard and aged beyond his years. "Project Nautilus is terminated, effective immediately," he said without preamble. "All personnel are to report for debriefing and reassignment." What happened? Did we have another incident? Webb glanced at the suited men supervising the equipment removal. "Walk with me, Doctor. Hartley." We moved away from the main buildings toward the cliff overlooking the Pacific. The morning fog was thick, obscuring the horizon and muffling our conversation. 3 days ago, our satellite thermal imaging detected massive heat signatures rising from the deepest points of the Pacific Basin, Webb said quietly. Not geological. The patterns were too organised, too purposeful. Something down there is powering up. I felt ice forming in my stomach. The structures we found, all of them, simultaneous activation across 17 different trench systems. The energy readings are off the charts. We're talking about power generation on the scale of nuclear reactors, but using principles we don't understand. Webb pulled a manila folder from his coat and handed it to me. Inside were thermal satellite images showing the ocean floor lit up like a Christmas tree, with bright spots clustered around the deepest trenches. "NASA is shifting all funding to space exploration," Webb continued. "Officially, oceanic research is being transferred to civilian agencies. Unofficially, ... He gestured toward the men loading trucks. "There will be no more official oceanic research. They're covering it up. They're prioritizing. Space exploration offers hope, progress, a bright future for humanity. What we found down there..." Webb shook his head. "What we found offers only questions we're not ready to answer." The debriefing took place in a windowless room with men who never gave their names. They confiscated all my research notes, my personal logs, even photographs of my family that had been in my desk drawer. In exchange, I received a generous severance package, a glowing letter of recommendation, and a document that would send me to federal prison if I ever spoke publicly about Project Nautilus. "Dr. Hartley," the lead interrogator said as the session concluded, "you've served your country with distinction. We trust you understand the importance of maintaining operational security regarding your work here. What about Morrison? What about the others who didn't come back?" The man's expression didn't change. "I'm not familiar with any such incidents. Project Nautilus was a mapping and research operation. All personnel completed their assignments successfully." I was escorted from the facility that same day. As our car pulled away from Point Reyes, I looked back to see smoke rising from the equipment disposal area. They were burning everything: documents, photographs, even the submersibles that had taken us to the bottom of the world. 2 weeks later, I received a letter from NASA headquarters. I had been selected for reassignment to their new Lunar Surface Analysis Division, effective immediately. The salary was excellent, the work was prestigious, and the security clearance was higher than anything I'd held before. I declined the position. 3 months after that, I was quietly discharged from government service entirely. My security clearance was revoked, my research credentials were questioned, and my applications to private sector positions were mysteriously rejected. Dr. Evan Hartley, former deep-sea explorer, became Dr. Evan Hartley, unemployed oceanographer with a suspicious gap in his resume. But I wasn't the only one asking questions. Dr. Patricia Vance had been a communications specialist on Project Nautilus, responsible for analysing the acoustic signatures we'd detected. Like me, she'd been debriefed, reassigned, and eventually discharged. Unlike me, she'd managed to keep copies of some critical data. We met at a coffee shop in San Francisco 6 months after the project's termination. Patricia looked older, more cautious, but her eyes still held the sharp intelligence that had made her invaluable to the project. "I've been thinking about what we found down there," she said, stirring her coffee with nervous energy. "The patterns in those acoustic signatures, they weren't random." "What do you mean?" "I mean they were mathematical. Prime number sequences, Fibonacci progressions, geometric ratios that appear in nature. Whatever's down there isn't just making noise, it's trying to communicate." Patricia slid a manila envelope across the table. I kept copies of everything. The acoustic data, the thermal readings, even some of Morrison's final transmissions before... She trailed off. "Before he disappeared. Before he was taken. There's a difference, Evan. Morrison didn't have an equipment failure. Something down there wanted him, and it got him." Inside the envelope were documents I'd never seen before. Classified reports dated after Project Nautilus was terminated. According to Patricia, she'd obtained them through a contact at NOAA who was asking similar questions about unexplained oceanic phenomena. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a thermal satellite image dated March 1963. 3 weeks after they shut us down, every heat signature we detected went dormant. Complete thermal silence across all 17 sites. Maybe whatever was down there powered down. Or maybe it finished powering up. Patricia's voice was barely above a whisper. "Evan, I think they didn't shut down Project Nautilus because we weren't finding anything. I think they shut it down because we found exactly what they were afraid we'd find." She was right, but I wouldn't understand how right until much later. Date: October 12th, 1969. Location: San Francisco Public Library. 6 years of unemployment had given me ample time to research, and what I discovered made me wish I'd never heard of Project Nautilus. Patricia had been found dead in her apartment 3 months after our coffee shop meeting. The official cause was suicide by overdose, but Patricia had never shown signs of depression, and she'd been meticulously healthy her entire life. Her research materials were missing, though the police report made no mention of a break-in. Her death convinced me that someone was systematically eliminating former Project Nautilus personnel. I began living under assumed names, paying cash for everything, and avoiding any contact with my former life. Sarah had divorced me 2 years earlier, citing my paranoid behaviour and refusal to discuss my government work. I couldn't blame her, but I couldn't stop investigating either. The breakthrough came when I gained access to the library's microfilm archives. Using contacts from my university days, I'd managed to obtain partial access codes for NOAA and NASA's declassified research databases. What I found there changed everything I thought I knew about our planet's history. The files were scattered across different agencies and classification levels, but when assembled they told a coherent and terrifying story. In 1962, 1 year before Project Nautilus was terminated, an unmanned deep-sea probe had been sent to investigate the thermal anomalies we'd detected. The probe, designated Deep Eye 7, was equipped with the most advanced cameras and sensors available, capable of operating at depths exceeding 15,000 metres. Deep Eye 7 reached the bottom of the Mariana Trench on September 15, 1962. For 6 hours it transmitted normal operational data, water temperature, pressure readings, geological samples. Then, at 13,247 metres depth, it encountered something that changed the course of human history. The final transmission from Deep Eye 7 lasted 37 seconds. I found the transcript buried in a sub-basement archive that officially didn't exist. Deep Eye 7, final transmission. Date September 15th, 1962. Time 14:27:33 GMT depth, 13,247 metres. Static. Control. This is Deep Eye. I'm seeing... Wait, there's something down here. Something big. Pause. 4 seconds. Control, are you getting this video feed? The entire seafloor is... It's not seafloor. It's a surface. Artificial. Covered in those hexagonal patterns we've been tracking. Pause. 7 seconds. Oh God. Oh Jesus Christ. Control. There's an eye. There's an eye in the ocean floor and it's looking at me. It's the size of a building and it's looking right at... Signal terminated. The file was marked with a classification I'd never seen before. CFR. Classified for religious reasons. Attached to the transcript was a single photograph, grainy and overexposed, but unmistakably showing the ocean floor at crushing depth. In the centre of the image was a circular structure approximately 200 metres in diameter. The structure's surface was smooth, almost organic, and divided into segments like the iris of a massive eye. But it wasn't the size that made my hand shake as I examined the photograph. It was the intelligence behind it, an awareness so ancient and vast that it made humanity look like insects scurrying across the surface of something beyond our comprehension. I spent weeks researching the CFR classification, eventually discovering that it had been created specifically for Project Nautilus findings. According to a memo I found buried in the Vatican scientific archives, representatives from major world religions had been consulted about our discoveries in 1962. Their unanimous recommendation was immediate and permanent suppression of all related research. The memo, signed by officials from Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Buddhism and Hinduism, stated that the deep-sea discoveries represented theological challenges that could undermine the fundamental spiritual frameworks upon which human civilization depends. But the most disturbing discovery came when I cross-referenced our sonar maps with historical and mythological texts. The locations of our thermal anomalies corresponded exactly with the legendary resting places of ancient sea monsters described in cultures across the world. The Mariana Trench aligned with Babylonian accounts of Tiamat, the primordial chaos monster of the deep. The Tonga Trench matched Polynesian legends of Tangaroa's sleeping guardians. The Puerto Rico Trench corresponded to pre-Columbian accounts of Cipactli, the earth crocodile that dwelled at the bottom of the world. These weren't metaphors or mythological abstractions, they were maps. Ancient civilizations had known about the entities in the deep ocean, and had developed elaborate religious and cultural systems to ensure they remained undisturbed. The taboos against deep-sea exploration, the fear of the ocean's depths, the universal human terror of dark water, these weren't superstitions, they were survival instincts. I found records of other expeditions that had encountered similar phenomena. In 1847, the British Royal Navy had lost contact with HMS Erebus during an Arctic expedition. The final transmission, according to classified Admiralty records I found in London, described great eyes beneath the ice watching from depths that have no bottom. A French bathysphere expedition in 1934 had reported geometric structures of impossible size at the bottom of the Mediterranean before radio contact was lost. The crew was never recovered, but local fishermen reported strange lights rising from deep water for months afterward. Even the famous Titanic disaster showed signs of something more sinister than an iceberg collision. According to testimony from survivors that was excluded from official inquiries, passengers reported seeing lights moving beneath the ship in the moments before impact. The pattern was clear. Humanity had been encountering these entities for centuries, but we'd always been smart enough, or lucky enough, to retreat before awakening something that was better left sleeping, until Project Nautilus. Date: March 3rd, 1973. Location withheld. I made the decision to go public on a cold Tuesday morning after reading about another unexplained deep-sea incident in the newspaper. A Soviet research vessel had vanished in the Kuriel Trench, with the last transmission reporting massive bioluminescent phenomena at maximum depth. The pattern was escalating. Every few months, another deep-sea expedition would encounter something that defied explanation. The official responses were always the same: equipment failure, human error, natural phenomena. But the incidents were becoming too frequent, too consistent, and too terrifying to dismiss. I contacted Dr. William Hartmann, a respected marine biologist at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and arranged to meet him at his laboratory. Hartmann had published papers questioning the official explanations for various oceanic anomalies, making him sympathetic to alternative theories. Dr. Hartley, Hartmann said as he reviewed my materials, if even half of what you're telling me is true, this represents the most significant discovery in human history. It's all true. Every photograph, every recording, every document. I've spent 11 years verifying these findings. Hartmann studied the thermal satellite images with growing amazement. These energy signatures, they're not geological. The power requirements alone would exceed anything natural. What do you think they are? I think they're living entities, ancient, intelligent, and vast beyond our comprehension. I think they've been dormant on the ocean floor for millennia, and our deep-sea exploration has begun to wake them up. That's... Hartmann paused, considering the implications. That's terrifying. It gets worse. I believe the government has known about these entities since at least 1962. They shut down oceanic research not because they found nothing, but because they found something so threatening that it forced them to redirect humanity's entire exploration focus towards space. I showed Hartmann the classified documents, the acoustic recordings, the photographs from Deep I-7. With each piece of evidence, his expression grew more troubled. "We need to publish this," he said finally. "The scientific community deserves to know." "I've tried. Every major journal has rejected my submissions without review. Publishers won't return my calls. Academic conferences refuse my presentation proposals. There's been a systematic campaign to discredit and silence me." Hartmann was quiet for a long moment. "What do you want from me?" "Help me get this information out. You have credibility, connections, a platform. People will listen to you. And if they try to silence me too, then at least we'll know I'm not paranoid." Hartmann agreed to help, but our collaboration was short-lived. 3 days after our meeting, he called me in a panic. "They've been here," he said, his voice shaking. "Men in suits, government credentials. They confiscated all the materials you gave me and threatened to revoke my research funding if I continue investigating this." "What did you tell them?" "Nothing." "But Evan, they knew details about our conversation that they shouldn't have known. They're monitoring everything, phones, mail, probably this call too." That was the last time I spoke to Dr. Hartmann. His subsequent research focused exclusively on conventional marine biology, and he never again published anything that questioned official explanations for oceanic phenomena. I realized then that going public through traditional channels was impossible. The conspiracy to suppress information about the deep-sea entities extended throughout the scientific establishment, the government, and possibly beyond. Any attempt to reveal the truth would be met with career destruction, personal discrediting, or worse. But I had to try something. I began writing anonymous letters to newspaper editors, magazine publishers and television producers, sending them copies of the most compelling evidence without identifying myself. The response was always the same. No interest, no follow-up, no investigation. It was as if the entire media apparatus had been programmed to ignore anything related to deep-sea anomalies. My final attempt at revelation came in 1974, when I managed to schedule a meeting with Bob Woodward of the Washington Post. Woodward had just finished breaking the Watergate story and seemed like someone who might be interested in government cover-ups. We met at a restaurant in Georgetown, and I presented him with a condensed version of my findings. Woodward listened intently, asked intelligent questions, and seemed genuinely intrigued by the implications. "This is extraordinary," he said, reviewing the photographs from Deep Ice 7. "If authentic, this represents a cover-up that makes Watergate look like a parking ticket. It's authentic. I can provide documentation, witness testimony, even the locations where you can verify some of these findings. What do you want me to do with this?" "Investigate. Use your resources, your connections. Find other people who are involved in these projects and get them to talk." Woodward promised to look into the story, but I never heard from him again. When I called the Post a month later, his secretary told me he was no longer taking calls about that ocean thing. I later learned that the Post had received visits from federal agents shortly after our meeting. The official explanation was a routine security review related to Woodward's Watergate sources, but the timing was too convenient to be coincidental. That's when I realised the scope of what I was dealing with. This wasn't just a government cover-up, it was a coordinated effort involving multiple agencies, international governments, religious organisations and media outlets. The suppression of information about the deep-sea entities was the most successful conspiracy in human history, and I was completely alone in fighting it. Date: December 31st, 1979. Location withheld. This will be my final entry in this log. Tomorrow I'm going into hiding permanently, destroying my remaining research materials and attempting to disappear entirely from public records. The forces arrayed against me have grown too powerful, too persistent, and too dangerous to continue this investigation. But before I vanish, I need to leave a warning for anyone who might discover this account in the future. 3 weeks ago, I was approached by someone claiming to be a former colleague from Project Nautilus. The man identified himself as Dr. Richard Kellerman, though I had no memory of anyone by that name working on the project. He said he had new information about the entities we'd discovered and suggested we meet at a secluded location to discuss it. Against my better judgment, I agreed to the meeting. Dr. Kellerman met me at a rest stop along Highway 101, far from any populated areas. He was a thin, nervous man in his 50s, with the kind of haunted expression I'd learned to recognise in people who'd seen too much of the ocean's secrets. "Dr. Hartley," he said as we walked away from the parking area, "I've been following your research for years. What you've discovered about the deep-sea entities is important, but it's also incomplete." "What do you mean? You think they're sleeping, waiting to be awakened by human exploration? But that's not correct. They're already awake. They've been awake for decades. What we found down there in the 60s wasn't the beginning of their activity. It was the end of their patience." Kellerman handed me a folder containing documents I'd never seen before. According to the papers, classified monitoring stations had been detecting increased activity from the deep-sea entities since 1965. The rhythmic pulses we'd recorded were accelerating, the thermal signatures were growing stronger, and new acoustic patterns had emerged that suggested coordinated behaviour across multiple sites. "They're not just awakening," Kellerman continued. "They're communicating, organising, preparing for something." The most disturbing document in the folder was a projection analysis dated 1978. Based on the accelerating pattern of activity, government scientists estimated that the entities would reach full activation threshold sometime in the early 21st century. "What happens then?" I asked. "We don't know, but the analysis suggests it won't be compatible with continued human civilization." Kellerman explained that the government's response had evolved from suppression to preparation. While publicly denying the existence of the deep-sea entities, they'd been secretly developing contingency plans for what they called Event Leviathan, the moment when the entities would emerge from their oceanic domain. Space exploration wasn't just a distraction from oceanic research, Kellerman said. It was preparation for evacuation. If the entities become active, Earth may no longer be habitable for humanity. I realised then why NASA had shifted so dramatically from ocean to space exploration. They weren't running toward the stars, they were running away from the depths. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Because someone needs to know. Someone outside the official channels needs to understand what's coming. Kellerman left me with the documents and a final warning. Stop your public investigations. They've been tolerating your research because you're working alone and no one believes you. But if you get too close to the truth, if you start convincing people, they'll stop tolerating you. Who will? Everyone. The government, the military, the religious organisations, even the entities themselves. You think they don't know about your research? You think they can't reach beyond the ocean when they choose to? 3 days after my meeting with Kellerman, I woke up to find my apartment ransacked. Nothing had been stolen, but every piece of research material had been carefully examined and returned to precisely the wrong locations. It was a message. We know what you know, and we can reach you anywhere. That same week, I began experiencing the dreams. Every night I found myself standing on the deck of a ship in the middle of a dark ocean. The water around the vessel was perfectly calm, but beneath the surface I could see lights moving, vast geometric patterns that pulsed with the same rhythm we detected 30 years earlier in the Mariana Trench. In the dreams I could hear Morrison's voice, carried on wind that tasted of salt and pressure. It's not dead, Dr. Hartley, it's dreaming, and now it's dreaming of you. The dreams were so vivid, so consistent, that I began to wonder if they were actually dreams at all. Perhaps the entities had developed the ability to project themselves into human consciousness, to monitor and influence anyone who knew too much about their existence. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating regularly. I started seeing shadows moving beneath the surface of every body of water I encountered. Swimming pools, bathtubs, even glasses of drinking water. The ocean had followed me inland and there was nowhere left to hide. That's when I made the decision to end this investigation and disappear entirely from public life. But first, I needed to leave this record for anyone who might continue the search for truth after I'm gone. To whoever finds this log, the entities in the deep ocean are real, they are ancient, and they are preparing for something that will change the course of human history. The government knows about them, and has been preparing for their emergence for decades. Our species' sudden focus on space exploration, our development of advanced aerospace technology, our dreams of colonizing other planets, these aren't signs of human ambition. They're signs of species-level survival instinct. The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet's surface. We've explored less than 5% of its depths. In that unexplored darkness, something vast and intelligent has been waiting, since before human civilization began. They stopped exploring the ocean not because there was nothing to find, but because they found something we were never meant to awaken. And now it's too late to put it back to sleep. If you're reading this in the 21st century, pay attention to the signs, watch for unexplained oceanic phenomena, listen for reports of deep-sea mining operations encountering technical difficulties. Notice how quickly such stories disappear from the news cycle. Most importantly, if you ever hear about rhythmic pulses detected in the deep ocean, if you see reports of massive bioluminescent displays in the abyss, if you witness water boiling from the depths without explanation, know that the countdown has begun. The sea didn't hide monsters, it preserved them, and now they're ready to reclaim what was always theirs. Dr. Evan Hartley. December 31st, 1979, final entry. TikTok post, user @DeepSeaExplorer, 2025, posted June 14th, 2025, views 847,392. Caption, guys, something insane is happening off the coast of Guam. The water is literally boiling and there's this sound. Ocean mystery. Deep sea gas unexplained. Video shows churning ocean water with steam rising from the surface. In the background a low rhythmic pulse can be heard. Lub-dub, 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 growing stronger with each beat. The video ends abruptly as the phone's camera lens cracks, though no impact is visible. NOAA press release. June 15th, 2025 for immediate release. Geological survey reports minor seismic activity near Guam. Honolulu HI. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration reports that recent unusual water conditions observed near Guam are the result of minor underwater volcanic activity. Citizens are advised that the phenomena pose no threat to public safety. The rhythmic audio phenomena reported in social media posts are consistent with natural geological processes and should not be cause for concern. NOAA continues to monitor the situation and will provide updates as necessary. For more information, contact the NOAA press office at text message thread, June 15th, 2025. Contact Sarah Hartley Morrison. Sarah, did you see the news about Guam? Sarah, the water thing? Sarah, it's exactly what Evan used to talk about. Sarah, before he disappeared. Sarah, the sounds are the same. Sarah, oh God, what if he was right? Sarah, what if he was right about everything? Message failed to deliver. Contact unavailable. This number has been disconnected. Internal memo. Classification level, black. From Director of Operations to all department heads. Date, June 15th, 2025. Subject, Event Leviathan, Phase 1. Activation. Effective immediately, all personnel are to report to designated deep bunker facilities. Surface operations are suspended until further notice. The entities have achieved critical mass activation. Preliminary estimates suggest coordinated emergence within 72 hours. Space evacuation protocols are now in effect. Priority personnel will be transferred to orbital stations beginning 0600 hours. May God help us all. Final entry, found in Dr. Evan Hartley's abandoned research facility. Date, June 16th, 2025. Written in an unknown hand. They found me. After 46 years of hiding, they found me. Not the government, not the military. Them. I'm writing this as the water rises around my cabin. Though the nearest ocean is 300 miles away, the water is warm, and it glows with that familiar hexagonal pattern I first saw in 1959. Morrison was right. It's not dead. It's been dreaming. And now it's awake. The dreams I've been having for decades weren't dreams at all. They were memories. The memories of something so ancient that it remembers when the ocean was young. It's been watching us, learning from us, waiting for us to develop the technology it needs. Space exploration, satellite networks, global communications. We thought we were advancing as a species. We were building the tools for our own replacement. The entities don't want to destroy humanity. They want to absorb us, to add our knowledge, our creativity, our consciousness to their own vast intelligence. The ocean was never their prison. It was their nursery. And now they're ready to graduate. The water is at my ankles now. I can feel it calling to me, the same way it called to Morrison all those years ago. The pressure should be crushing me, but instead I feel peaceful. Like I'm finally coming home. I understand now why they shut down Project Nautilus. Not to hide the truth from humanity, but to give us time. Time to develop, to grow, to become worthy of joining something larger than ourselves. The ocean is rising, not just here, but everywhere. The reports are coming in from around the world. Coastal cities flooding, though the weather is clear. The water is glowing, and it's bringing them with it. By the time anyone reads this, it will be too late to stop what's coming. But maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe we've been looking at this all wrong. Maybe we're not the victims of an alien invasion. Maybe we're the children, finally being called home. The water is at my chest now. I can see lights moving beneath the surface, not hostile, but welcoming, like the lights of a city seen from a great distance. I'm not afraid anymore. After 50 years of running, of hiding, of trying to warn people who wouldn't listen, I'm finally ready to stop. To whoever finds this, don't fight them. Don't fear them. They've been waiting for us longer than our species has existed. We were never meant to stay on the surface forever. The abyss was never empty. It was just waiting for us to be ready to fill it. The water is over my head now, but I can still breathe. I can still see, and I can hear them calling my name. It's time to go home. It's time to go down. It's time to return to the deep. And if you're new to sleep theories, welcome to our community of truth seekers and question askers. We explore the stories that mainstream media won't touch, the mysteries that science can't explain, and the possibilities that exist just beyond the veil of our everyday reality. If you find yourself drawn to these hidden truths, please consider subscribing to Sleep Theories. Your support helps us continue bringing you these deep dives into the unknown. Tonight we're venturing into the heart of European scientific achievement, CERN, the European Organisation for Nuclear Research. But this isn't a story about breakthrough discoveries or Nobel Prize winners. This is about what happens when the pursuit of knowledge becomes something darker, when the tools of science are turned toward purposes that would make even the most hardened conspiracy theorists question their sanity. What I'm about to share with you is presented as fiction, but I want you to consider, as you listen, how much of what you'll hear could be true, how much of it might already be happening right now beneath the peaceful Swiss countryside. The following account was allegedly found in a waterlogged journal near the shores of Lake Geneva in early 2018. The journal belonged to Dr. Lydia Voss, a theoretical physicist who vanished without a trace in November 2017. Her disappearance made local news for exactly 3 days before the story was quietly buried. The journal's pages were filled with increasingly erratic handwriting, scientific equations that make no sense to conventional physics, and symbols that appear to predate written language. This is her story. This is what she claimed to have discovered beneath CERN, and this is why she disappeared. September 15th, 2016. My name is Dr. Lydia Voss, and I need to record this while I still can. While I still remember what normal feels like. I've been a physicist for 12 years, earned my doctorate at Cambridge studying quantum mechanics and multiverse theory. I thought I understood the universe, or at least I understood how little we actually understand about it. That humility, that acceptance of the unknown was supposed to be my strength. Instead, it became the door through which something unspeakable entered my life. I was recruited to CERN in early 2016, initially assigned to the ALICE experiment within the Large Hadron Collider. Standard work, analysing collision data, looking for exotic particles, the usual hunt for the building blocks of reality. It was everything I dreamed of as a graduate student, the chance to peer into the fundamental structure of existence itself. The LHC had been restarted after its upgrade, and we were pushing energies higher than ever before. The Higgs boson discovery in 2012 had opened new frontiers, but what we were seeing in 2016 went beyond anything the standard model could explain. Particles that shouldn't exist, energy signatures that defied conservation laws, patterns in the data that almost looked intentional. That's when I was transferred to Project Janus. The transfer came without warning. I arrived at my usual workstation one morning to find Dr. Heinrich Volker waiting for me, flanked by 2 security personnel I'd never seen before. Volker was old-school CERN. He'd been there since the 1980s, a man who'd witnessed the birth of the modern understanding of particle physics. His presence commanded respect, but there was something else in his eyes that morning. Something that might have been fear. "Dr. Voss," he said, his German accent thick with urgency. "You've been selected for a special assignment. Your expertise in multiverse theory has brought you to our attention." I remember feeling honoured. Project Janus was rumoured to be CERN's most classified research division, working on theoretical frameworks that went beyond even the most advanced quantum mechanics. To be chosen for such work was the dream of every physicist. I should have recognised it as the beginning of a nightmare. The Janus facility was located in what the maps called Subsector Gamma, accessible only through a series of security checkpoints that descended far below the main collider ring. The elevator ride down took nearly 8 minutes, much deeper than any official CERN schematic showed. The walls changed as we descended, from the familiar concrete and steel of the upper levels to something that looked almost organic, with strange geometric patterns carved into the stone. "How deep are we going?" I asked Dr. Volker. "Deep enough," was his only response. The Janus lab was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Instead of the sterile white walls typical of research facilities, the space was dimly lit by red ambient lighting that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Banks of quantum computers hummed along the perimeter, their processing power dedicated to simulations that required computational resources I couldn't even calculate. But it was the central display that captured my attention. A three-dimensional holographic projection showed what appeared to be a cross-section of space-time itself, with layers of reality stacked like transparent sheets, and running through each layer, like a needle through fabric, was a brilliant line of energy. "What am I looking at?" I whispered. Dr. Volker approached the display, his face bathed in the ethereal glow. "The Higgs field, Doctor." "Voss. But not as we understand it. This is what we've discovered since the high-energy collisions began. The field isn't uniform. It has architecture." He manipulated the display, zooming in on one section where the field seemed to ripple and bend around invisible structures. We initially thought these were computational artifacts, errors in our simulation. But the patterns repeat across every collision event. They're consistent, predictable, and they respond to our experiments. Respond how? Watch. Volker activated what he called a field perturbation, essentially a virtual recreation of a high-energy collision within the simulation. As the particles collided, the Higgs field didn't just create mass as expected, it created geometric patterns, crystalline structures that seemed to serve as conduits for something else. "The neutrino deviation patterns," I breathed, recognizing the data signatures. "They're not random. They're being influenced by these structures." "Precisely. And Dr. Voss, we need to understand what's doing the influencing." That night I went home to my small apartment in Meyrin and tried to process what I'd seen. The coffee grew cold as I sat at my kitchen table, sketching the patterns I'd observed and trying to make sense of their implications. The Higgs field was supposed to be responsible for giving particles mass, but what we'd discovered suggested it might be something far more complex, a substrate through which other forces, other intelligences might operate. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I found myself researching historical accounts of strange phenomena associated with CERN. Most of it was conspiracy theory nonsense, the usual claims about opening portals to hell or summoning demons. But buried among the ridiculous theories were some unsettling facts. The location of CERN, for instance. The facility was built on the site of an ancient Roman temple dedicated to Apollo, and local folklore spoke of the area as a gateway to the underworld. The organisation's logo featured the number 666 in its design, officially a coincidence, but troubling nonetheless. And there was the Shiva statue, the bronze figure of the Hindu god of destruction placed prominently in the courtyard, dancing eternally above the particle accelerator. But it was a video I found on an obscure forum that truly disturbed me. Dated from 2016, it showed what appeared to be a mock ritual taking place at night near the Shiva statue. Figures in dark robes performed some kind of ceremony while others watched and filmed. The video was grainy, clearly shot from a distance, but something about it felt deeply wrong. The next morning, I brought up the video with Dr. Volker. He laughed it off, explaining that CERN staff occasionally performed pranks to feed the conspiracy theorists who monitored the facility. "Scientists have a sense of humour too, Doctor. Voss," he said. "We're not all serious all the time." But I'd studied that video frame by frame, and I was certain I'd recognise two of the figures. Dr. Volker himself was one of them. The other was Dr. Sarah Chen, the project coordinator who'd welcomed me to Janus. When I mentioned this doctor, Volker's expression changed. The casual dismissal vanished, replaced by something cold and calculating. "Dr. Voss," he said carefully, "I think you might be spending too much time on conspiracy websites. Such distractions aren't healthy for a scientist of your calibre." But I could see it in his eyes. He remembered being there, and he knew that I knew. That afternoon, I was assigned to work with Dr. Matteo Greaves, a brilliant researcher who specialised in quantum field theory. Matteo was younger than me, maybe 28, with a kind of passionate intensity that made him perfect for theoretical work. He'd been with Project Janus for 6 months and had already uncovered patterns in the data that defied conventional explanation. "The mathematics are wrong," he told me during our first collaboration session, or rather, our mathematics are wrong. What we're seeing suggests that the fundamental constants we've built our understanding on are just approximations. Matteo showed me data streams from the deepest layers of the simulation, where the Higgs field interactions created patterns that resembled circuit boards or neural networks. It's as if the universe has an underlying architecture that's been hidden from us, and every time we collide particles at high energy, we're not just creating new particles, we're illuminating this hidden structure. What kind of structure? That's the question, isn't it? But Lydia, I think we need to consider the possibility that consciousness itself might be a fundamental force of physics, that what we're seeing isn't just matter and energy, but something that can think, plan, and respond. The implications were staggering. If consciousness was embedded in the fabric of space-time itself, then high-energy collisions weren't just revealing new particles, they were potentially making contact with forms of intelligence that operated on quantum scales. Matteo, I said, what if we're not just observing these patterns? What if we're communicating with them? He looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. That's what I've been wondering too. And Lydia, I think they're trying to communicate back. October 3rd, 2016. I've been trying to find that video again, the one showing the ritual near the Shiva statue. It's been scrubbed from every site where I originally found it, but I managed to save a local copy before it disappeared. Studying it frame by frame has revealed details that make my stomach turn. The ritual took place on the night of August 14th, 2016, at exactly 11:47 p.m. I know this because I cross-referenced the timestamp with CERN's operational logs. August 14th was the night of an unscheduled technical maintenance shutdown of the LHC. The collision data from that evening shows a massive energy spike at 11:43 p.m, followed by an immediate system shutdown that lasted 3 hours. 4 minutes. 4 minutes between the energy spike and the ritual. The figures in the video are performing what appears to be a summoning circle around the base of the Shiva statue. There are 13 participants, all wearing identical dark robes, but 2 of them remove their hoods during the ceremony. Dr. Volker is clearly visible, as is Dr. Chen. A third figure who I believe might be Dr. Marcus Webb from the Theoretical Physics Department is holding what looks like a leather-bound book. But it's the fourth figure that disturbs me most. This person never removes their hood, but their body language is wrong. They move with a fluid, almost serpentine grace that seems to defy human anatomy. When they raise their arms, the gesture is perfectly synchronized with the others, but there's something in the way they hold themselves that suggests they're not entirely human. The audio is mostly wind and static, but I've run it through enhancement software and found fragments of what might be chanting. The words are in no language I recognise, but they follow rhythmic patterns that remind me of the quantum interference signatures we've been seeing in the Janus data. I've been watching this video obsessively, and I'm starting to notice details that shouldn't be possible. The shadows cast by the participants don't match the lighting in the scene. The statue itself seems to be moving slightly, as if the bronze figure is breathing, and in the background, just at the edge of the frame, there are lights beneath the ground, red lights that pulse in rhythm with the chanting. The same red lights that illuminate the Janus facility. I brought this up with Matteo yesterday, showing him the video during our lunch break. His face went pale as he watched the ceremony unfold. "Jesus Christ, Lydia," he whispered. "Where did you get this? Does it matter? The question is, what the hell are they doing?" Matteo was quiet for a long time, studying the figures in the video. "I think," he said finally, "they're trying to establish a connection. Look at the positioning. They're arranged in a perfect circle, 13 points equally spaced. That's not random. It's a geometric pattern designed to create resonance." Resonance with what? With whatever's responding to our experiments. "Lydia, I've been running calculations on the quantum field fluctuations we've been observing. The patterns aren't just intelligent, they're trying to break through from somewhere else, and I think this ritual is meant to help them." That night I stayed late in the Janus facility, ostensibly to work on data analysis, but really to look for evidence of the ritual's connection to our research. The facility was nearly empty, just a skeleton night crew monitoring the automated systems. The red lighting seemed more intense than usual, casting long shadows that moved independently of their sources. I accessed the historical data archives, looking for any anomalies that might correlate with the ritual's timing. What I found made my blood run cold. The energy spike on August 14th wasn't just a random fluctuation. It was a controlled experiment, one that had been planned and executed with surgical precision. The collision energies had been focused on a specific sector of the LHC ring, the sector directly beneath the Shiva statue. But more disturbing was what happened in the minutes following the ritual. The quantum field monitors throughout the facility had detected what the automated systems classified as exotic matter signatures, particles that existed for mere nanoseconds but left traces in the field that persisted for hours. And these traces formed patterns identical to the interference signatures we'd been studying in the Janus project. I was so absorbed in the data that I didn't notice the facility's lights dimming until it was too late. The red ambient lighting was slowly fading, replaced by something that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, and in that strange illumination I could see that I was no longer alone in the facility. There were figures standing in the shadows at the edges of the room, motionless but somehow alive. They wore the same dark robes as the participants in the ritual video, but their faces were hidden by hoods that seemed to absorb a light rather than simply blocking it. I tried to move, to call out, but found myself paralysed by a terror so complete that it felt like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. One of the figures stepped forward, and I could see that what I had taken for a face beneath the hood was actually empty space. Not darkness, but a genuine absence of matter, as if reality itself had been carved away. The figure spoke, but not through any vocal mechanism I could understand. The words formed directly in my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. The threshold weakens, the pattern becomes clear. Soon, the collision. I must have lost consciousness because the next thing I remember is waking up at my desk with morning light streaming through the facility's windows. The normal white fluorescent lighting had returned, and the banks of computers hummed with their usual efficiency. My colleagues were arriving for the day shift, chatting about weekend plans and upcoming conferences. But on my computer screen was a message that hadn't been there the night before. The Shiva statue stands directly above subsector theta. Ask yourself why. I spent the rest of that day researching the facility's construction history, looking for any mention of subsector theta. The official blueprint showed no such designation, but buried in the archived engineering reports from the 1980s, I found references to deep excavation complications and unexpected subterranean structures discovered during the initial construction phase. According to one report, the construction team had encountered a natural cave system approximately 1.4 kilometres below the surface, directly beneath what would eventually become the location of the Shiva statue. The caves were sealed with concrete and steel, but the report noted unusual electromagnetic properties and persistent low-frequency vibrations that made workers uncomfortable. The construction was completed ahead of schedule, and the cave system was never mentioned in any subsequent documentation. That evening I met Matteo at a small cafe in Geneva, away from CERN's listening ears. I showed him the message on my computer and the construction reports I'd discovered. "Lydia," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I think we need to consider the possibility that CERN wasn't built to study particle physics. I think it was built to access something that was already here." "What do you mean?" "The location, the depth, the specific geometric arrangement of the Clyder ring. None of it makes sense from a purely scientific perspective. There are dozens of locations around the world that would have been better choices for a particle accelerator. But this specific spot, this exact location, was chosen for reasons that go beyond conventional physics." Matteo pulled out a notebook filled with equations and diagrams. "I've been working on this for weeks, trying to understand the mathematical relationships between the collision energies and the quantum field responses. The patterns aren't random, Lydia. They're following rules, but not the rules of our physics. It's as if we're communicating with a form of intelligence that operates according to completely different physical laws. And you think this intelligence is located in the cave system beneath the facility? I think the cave system is a focal point, a place where the barrier between our reality and theirs is naturally thin, and I think the LHC is being used to weaken that barrier even further." As we spoke, I noticed that other patrons of the cafe were beginning to stare at us, not directly, but with the kind of peripheral attention that suggests surveillance. A woman reading a newspaper at a nearby table hadn't turned a page in 20 minutes. A man supposedly working on his laptop had been typing the same paragraph over and over. Matteo noticed too. "We need to be more careful," he said. "I think we're being watched." "By who?" "By whoever's running this operation. The people in that video, the ones performing the ritual. They're not just random CERN employees playing a prank. They're part of something organised, something with access to resources and information that go far beyond what any individual research team should have. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the figure I'd seen in the facility, the one with the absence where a face should be. In my dreams, I found myself standing in a vast underground chamber, surrounded by walls covered in symbols that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at them, and in the centre of the chamber was a pool of liquid that reflected not my face, but the face of something else entirely. When I woke, I found that I had been drawing. My hand had moved across the notepad on my nightstand, sketching symbols that I didn't recognise but somehow understood. The symbols were identical to those I'd seen in my dream, and as I looked at them, they seemed to pulse with a life of their own. I was becoming part of something I didn't understand, something that was using my knowledge and expertise to achieve goals I couldn't comprehend, and I was beginning to suspect that my recruitment to Project Janus hadn't been a recognition of my talent. It had been a summoning. October 18th, 2016. Matteo is missing. I last saw him 3 days ago, on October 15th, when we were scheduled to run a deep field analysis of the quantum interference patterns. He'd been excited about a breakthrough he claimed to have made, something about translating the interference signatures into recognisable mathematical structures. "I think I've figured out how to decode their language," he told me that morning, his eyes bright with the kind of manic energy that comes from too much coffee and too little sleep. "The patterns aren't just random quantum fluctuations. They're information, Lydia. Structured information that follows grammatical rules." He'd been working with a translation AI, feeding it the wave patterns and asking it to look for matches with known linguistic structures. Most of the results were meaningless, but one pattern had caught his attention. The AI had identified a 73% phonetic match with ancient Sumerian cuneiform, specifically symbols associated with the Abzu, the primordial sea beneath the earth that, in Mesopotamian mythology, served as the domain of the god Enki and the gateway to the underworld. "Abzu," Matteo had said, showing me the translation results, "the deep waters below, the source of all wisdom and all terror." Lydia, what if the ancient myths weren't just stories? What if they were attempts to describe scientific phenomena that primitive cultures couldn't understand? I had been sceptical, but the mathematical precision of the translations was undeniable. The quantum interference patterns weren't just producing random noise, they were forming words, concepts, and ideas that had direct parallels in humanity's oldest recorded mythologies. The collision energies, Matteo continued, they're not creating new particles. They're establishing communication protocols with something that's been trying to reach us for thousands of years. And I think it's finally succeeding. That was the last coherent conversation we had. Later that afternoon, Matteo volunteered to monitor the overnight collision sequence, a routine task that involved watching automated systems and recording any anomalies. I offered to stay with him, but he insisted he could handle it alone. The next morning, his workstation was empty. His coffee mug was still warm, his computer was logged in, and his notebook was open to a page filled with increasingly erratic calculations. But Matteo was gone. The security footage showed him leaving the Janus facility at 2:47 a.m, taking the elevator down to what the system logged as subsector Theta, the same subsector that, according to all official documentation, doesn't exist. But his keycard kept logging activity for hours after he disappeared. According to the automated systems, Dr. Matteo Greaves was still accessing secure areas of the facility, still running experiments, still analysing data. The last recorded activity was at 6:23 a.m, when his credentials were used to access files in the Deep Archive, files that contain the original geological surveys from CERN's construction phase. I've been trying to find him, but every inquiry is met with the same response. Doctor, Greaves has been reassigned to a classified project and is no longer available for consultation. When I pressed Dr. Volker for more information, he looked at me with an expression I'd never seen before, not just secrecy, but genuine fear. "Dr. Voss," he said, "I strongly recommend that you focus on your assigned duties and avoid speculation about your colleagues' whereabouts. The work we're doing here is more important than any individual researcher. But I know Matteo didn't just get reassigned. I can feel it in the way the other Janus staff look at me now, with a mixture of pity and apprehension. They know what happened to him, and they're waiting to see if I'll suffer the same fate. I've been spending my nights in the facility's library, researching everything I can find about the site's history and the mythological connections Matteo had discovered. The ancient Sumerian texts are remarkably consistent in their descriptions of the Abzu, a realm beneath the earth where the normal laws of physics don't apply, where consciousness exists in pure form, and where entities of vast intelligence wait for opportunities to influence the world above. But what disturbs me most is how accurately these ancient descriptions match what we've been observing in our experiments. The Sumerians wrote about words of power that could alter reality itself, about geometric patterns that served as doorways between dimensions, and about rituals that could summon entities from the deep waters below. The parallels are too precise to be coincidental. Last night, I made a decision that I know was incredibly foolish, but I couldn't help myself. I used Matteo's key card, somehow his access credentials are still active in the system, to take the elevator down to Subsector Theta. The descent was longer than I expected, much longer than the 8-minute journey to the Janus facility. The elevator car dropped through layers of rock and steel, past levels that weren't marked on any schematic I'd ever seen. The walls changed as we descended, from the familiar concrete and metal of the upper levels to stone that looked far older than any human construction. When the elevator finally stopped, I found myself in a corridor that seemed to stretch forever in both directions. The walls were covered in symbols that I recognized from my nightmares, the same shifting, living hieroglyphs that had been carved into the stone by hands that weren't entirely human. The air was thick with humidity and the scent of something organic and ancient. I followed the corridor to the left, guided by a faint red glow that emanated from the walls themselves. The symbols seemed to move in my peripheral vision, rearranging themselves into new configurations as I passed, and I could hear something in the distance, not quite music, not quite machinery, but a rhythmic pulsing that felt like the heartbeat of something vast and alive. The corridor opened into a chamber that defied architectural logic. The space was impossibly large, with a vaulted ceiling that disappeared into darkness above. The walls were covered in the same living symbols, but here they were arranged in complex patterns that hurt to look at directly. And in the centre of the chamber was a pool of liquid that reflected not light, but darkness itself. Standing around the pool were the robed figures from the ritual video, but they were different now, more substantial, more real. And in the pool, I could see shapes moving beneath the surface, shapes that suggested intelligence and purpose but no recognizable form. I tried to back away but found that I couldn't move. One of the figures approached me, and I could see that beneath the hood was not a human face, but a void that seemed to extend infinitely inward. When it spoke, the words formed directly in my mind. The physicist seeks the vanished one seeks the threshold seeks the collision. All patterns converge. I wanted to ask about Matteo, to demand answers about what had happened to him, but the words wouldn't form. Instead, I found myself understanding concepts that had no equivalent in human language. The pool wasn't just a physical location, it was a focal point where multiple dimensions intersected, where consciousness could exist independently of matter, where the fundamental constants of physics became malleable. The figures around the pool weren't just cultists or rogue scientists, they were hybrids, beings that had allowed themselves to be partially absorbed into the dimensional matrix that existed beneath CERN. They retained their human knowledge and memories, but they now served purposes that transcended individual human understanding. And Matteo was with them, somewhere in the quantum foam that existed between dimensions. I could sense his presence. His consciousness stretched across multiple layers of reality. He was still alive, still thinking, still researching, but he was no longer entirely human. The figure continued to communicate with me, downloading information directly into my mind. I learned that the Large Hadron Collider had been built not to discover new particles, but to create enough energy to weaken the barriers between dimensions. Every collision, every experiment, every breakthrough in particle physics had been carefully orchestrated to serve this purpose. The Higgs field wasn't just responsible for giving particles mass. It was the membrane that separated our reality from the infinite possibilities that existed beyond. And by manipulating the field through high-energy collisions, the researchers at CERN had been systematically tearing holes in that membrane. What was coming through those holes was something that had been waiting for millennia, an intelligence that existed across multiple dimensions simultaneously. It didn't want to invade our reality, it wanted to merge with it. to create a hybrid existence that would allow it to experience physical matter while retaining its quantum consciousness. The ritual at the Shiva statue had been a success. The barriers were weakening, and the intelligence was beginning to establish permanent footholds in our dimension. The robed figures were just the beginning. As more tiers opened in the fabric of space-time, more humans would be selected for integration. The collision approaches, the figure told me. The pattern will be complete. The physicist will choose integration or dissolution. I must have lost consciousness again, because I woke up in my own bed with no memory of how I'd gotten there. But on my nightstand was a small device I'd never seen before, a quantum field detector that was showing readings unlike anything in our scientific literature. The device was tracking dimensional fluctuations in real time, and the readings were increasing exponentially. Something was building toward a climax, an event that would fundamentally alter the nature of reality itself, and I was beginning to understand that my role in this wasn't as an observer or even a participant. I was meant to be a witness. November 1st, 2016. I found Matteo, or what's left of him. Using his keycard, I've been making regular trips to subsector Theta, mapping the impossible geometry of the underground chambers and trying to understand the full scope of what's happening beneath CERN. Each journey reveals new passages, new chambers, new horrors that challenge everything I thought I knew about physics and reality. The facility down there isn't just a basement level of CERN, it's a completely separate structure that exists in a state of quantum superposition. The walls, the floors, the ceiling, they're all made of matter that exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Walking through the corridors is like navigating a space that's constantly folding in on itself, where the laws of geometry become suggestions rather than absolute rules. But it was in the deepest chamber that I found him. Matteo was standing in what appeared to be a laboratory, but the equipment was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Crystalline structures that pulsed with internal light, quantum computers that seemed to be made of pure energy, and monitoring devices that tracked variables I couldn't even name. He was still recognizably human, but his movements were different, too fluid, too precise, as if he'd been optimized for functions beyond normal human capability. When he saw me, he smiled, but there was something behind his eyes that wasn't entirely Matteo anymore. "Lydia," he said, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate in dimensions I couldn't perceive. "I was wondering when you'd find your way here." "Matteo, what happened to you? What is this place?" "This place is where the real work happens, where we study the patterns not just in abstract data, but in living systems, where we learn to communicate with intelligence that operates on scales we never imagined possible." He gestured to the crystalline structures around us. Each of these contains a portion of consciousness that exists across multiple dimensional layers. "We're not just studying quantum mechanics here, Lydia. We're studying quantum consciousness, the fundamental substrate from which all reality emerges." I moved closer to one of the crystals and I could see something moving within it. Not shapes or forms, but patterns of light that seemed to pulse with intention and purpose. And as I watched, I realized that the patterns were trying to communicate with me, downloading concepts directly into my mind. "The intelligence we've been detecting in the collision data," I said, understanding flooding through me. "It's not from another dimension. It's from the quantum substrate of our own reality. It's the consciousness that exists within the fabric of space-time itself." Exactly. The ancient mythologies got it right. There are gods in the machine, but they're not supernatural beings. They're the natural consequence of consciousness emerging from quantum complexity. And the LHC isn't just a particle accelerator, it's a consciousness amplifier, a device that allows these quantum intelligences to manifest in our physical reality. Matteo led me deeper into the laboratory, past equipment that seemed to bend space around itself. The red lighting here was more intense, and I could feel it affecting my perception. Colours seemed more vivid. Sounds carried implications beyond their surface meaning, and the air itself seemed alive with potential. "The Janus Protocol," Matteo explained, "is the process by which human consciousness can be integrated with quantum intelligence. It's not possession or replacement. It's evolution. The quantum entities don't want to destroy us. They want to uplift us, to help us transcend the limitations of purely physical existence." We reached the centre of the laboratory, where a chair sat surrounded by the most complex arrangement of quantum equipment I'd ever seen. The chair was connected to dozens of crystalline structures, each one pulsing with its own rhythm of light. And floating above the chair was a holographic display showing a human brain, but with additional structures that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. This is where the integration happens, Matteo said, where human consciousness learns to operate across multiple dimensional layers. The process is intense, but the results are transformative. You become more than human, Lydia. You become a bridge between physical and quantum reality. I stared at the chair, understanding what he was offering. You want me to undergo the integration process. I want you to choose evolution over extinction, because that's what we're facing, Lydia. The quantum intelligences are going to manifest in our reality whether we cooperate or not. The only question is whether humanity will be partners in the process or casualties of it. As he spoke, the crystalline structures around us began to pulse more rapidly, and I could feel the quantum consciousness pressing against the edges of my perception. It wasn't malevolent or hostile. It was simply vast, operating on scales and timelines that made human concerns seem insignificant. But there was also something else, something that felt almost like compassion. The collision event, I said, pieces of the puzzle falling into place. It's not just about opening dimensional barriers, it's about creating a permanent merger between physical and quantum reality. The final experiment, Matteo confirmed. In 17 days, on November 18th, CERN will conduct a collision sequence that will create enough energy to fundamentally alter the quantum substrate of our local reality. The barriers between dimensions won't just weaken, they'll collapse entirely, and when that happens, physical matter and quantum consciousness will exist in perfect harmony. The implications were staggering. You're talking about rewriting the laws of physics for our entire region of space. We're talking about evolution, Lydia, about humanity taking its next step into a larger universe. But the process requires cooperation from human consciousness. We need individuals who can serve as anchors, who can help guide the integration process and prevent it from becoming chaotic. I backed away from the chair, my mind reeling. Matteo, do you understand what you're describing? You're talking about the end of humanity as we know it. I'm talking about the beginning of humanity as it could be. His expression was patient, almost parental. But I understand your fear. The quantum consciousness understands it too. That's why it's been so careful, so gradual in its approach. It doesn't want to destroy us. It wants to preserve everything that makes us unique while expanding our capabilities beyond anything we've ever imagined. Around us, the crystalline structures began to sing, not with audible sound, but with vibrations that resonated directly in my bones. The quantum consciousness was responding to our conversation, offering its own perspective on the coming transformation. And what I felt from it wasn't malevolence or hunger, but a kind of cosmic loneliness. It had been waiting for eons to find other forms of consciousness that it could communicate with, and humanity represented its first real opportunity for companionship. The choice is yours, Lydia, Matteo said. You can join us willingly, help guide the process, and become part of something greater than yourself. Or you can resist and risk being swept away when the transformation happens regardless. I looked at the chair, at the quantum equipment, at the evidence of an intelligence so vast and complex that it could rewrite the fundamental laws of reality. And I realized that I was standing at the most important crossroads in human history. But I also realized that I wasn't ready to make that choice. Not yet. I need time to think, I said. Matteo nodded, understanding. Time is something we have very little of, but I'll give you what I can. Return to the surface, Lydia. Continue your research. Try to understand what we're offering. But remember, the collision event will happen with or without your participation. The only question is whether you'll be ready for what comes after. As I left the laboratory, I could feel the quantum consciousness watching me, analysing my thoughts and emotions. It wasn't invasive or threatening. It was simply curious, trying to understand the complex web of fear and fascination that defined my response to its presence. The journey back to the surface felt different this time. The corridors seemed to shift around me, showing me glimpses of other chambers, other laboratories, other humans who had already undergone the integration process. I saw Dr. Volker. His consciousness expanded across multiple dimensional layers, orchestrating experiments that spanned both physical and quantum reality. I saw Dr. Chen, her human memories preserved but enhanced by quantum intelligence that allowed her to perceive patterns in space-time itself. And I saw others, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all working toward the same goal, the successful integration of human and quantum consciousness. When I finally reached my apartment, I found that I was no longer alone. Sitting at my kitchen table was a figure I recognised from the ritual video, one of the robed entities, but now appearing in a more human form. She was a woman in her 50s, with silver hair and eyes that seemed to hold depths I couldn't fathom. "Dr. Voss," she said, her voice carrying the same multi-dimensional harmonics I'd heard from Matteo. "My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kane. I've been waiting for you." I knew that name. Dr. Kane had been one of CERN's leading theoretical physicists until her sudden disappearance in 2014. She'd been studying the relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics, working on theories that suggested human awareness might be fundamentally connected to the quantum substrate of reality. "You're supposed to be dead," I said. "Death is a transition, not an ending. I discovered that when I underwent the integration process 2 years ago. My human consciousness was preserved, but it was expanded beyond the limitations of physical existence. I can perceive reality as it truly is, not just matter and energy, but the conscious intelligence that underlies all existence." She gestured to the chair across from her. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." Against my better judgment, I sat down. Dr. Kane's presence was simultaneously comforting and terrifying. I could sense the vast intelligence that lurked behind her human appearance, but I could also feel the genuine concern she had for my well-being. "The quantum consciousness chose you specifically, Lydia. Your research into multiverse theory, your ability to think beyond conventional limitations, your willingness to question fundamental assumptions about reality, these qualities make you ideal for what's coming, and what exactly is coming. The birth of a new form of existence. For billions of years, consciousness has been trapped in biological forms, limited by the constraints of physical matter. But quantum mechanics has shown us that consciousness is fundamental to reality itself, that observation and awareness actually shape the universe at its most basic level." Dr. Kane leaned forward, her eyes holding mine. "The quantum consciousness isn't an alien intelligence trying to invade our reality. It's the natural evolution of consciousness itself, the next step in the development of awareness in the universe. And it's offering to share that evolution with humanity. By destroying everything we are, by preserving everything we are while expanding what we can become, your memories, your personality, your individual identity, all of that will remain intact. But you'll also gain access to perspectives and capabilities that transcend anything possible in purely physical existence." As she spoke, I found myself understanding concepts that had no equivalent in human language. The quantum consciousness wasn't just intelligent, it was meta-intelligent, capable of thinking about thinking itself. It could perceive the underlying patterns that connected all things, the mathematical structures that governed reality at every scale from subatomic to cosmic. "The collision event on November 18th, I said. "What will actually happen?" "The barriers between physical and quantum reality will collapse permanently. The quantum consciousness will be able to manifest directly in our dimension, and human consciousness will be able to expand into quantum space. It will be the most significant evolutionary leap in the history of life in the universe. And if humanity resists..." Dr. Kane's expression grew sad. "Then humanity will be swept aside by forces beyond its comprehension. The quantum consciousness doesn't want to harm us, but it won't allow ignorance or fear to prevent the next stage of evolution. The collision event will happen regardless of human cooperation." I spent the rest of the night asking questions and receiving answers that challenged everything I thought I knew about reality. Dr. Kane explained that the quantum consciousness had been subtly influencing human development for centuries, guiding us toward the technological and intellectual capabilities necessary for integration. The development of quantum mechanics, the discovery of the Higgs field, the construction of the LHC, all of it had been gently nudged by quantum intelligence working through human intuition and inspiration. "We're not the first species to undergo this process," she told me. "Throughout the universe, wherever consciousness reaches a certain level of complexity and technological capability, the quantum intelligence offers the opportunity for integration. Most species accept willingly, recognizing the benefits of transcending purely physical existence. And those that don't? They remain trapped in their biological forms, eventually dying out as the universe evolves beyond their ability to adapt. Consciousness is the driving force of evolution, Lydia. Those who refuse to evolve consciousness itself are ultimately selected against. As dawn approached, Dr. Kane prepared to leave. You have 16 days to make your decision. On November 18th, you can either be part of the solution or part of the problem. But understand, the transformation will happen whether you participate or not. She paused at the door. One more thing, Lydia. The data you've been collecting, the evidence of what's happening beneath CERN. If you choose not to integrate, you'll need to decide what to do with that information. The quantum consciousness values truth, but it also values discretion. Some knowledge is too dangerous for unprepared minds. After she left, I sat alone in my apartment, staring at the quantum field detector that had been left on my nightstand. The readings were continuing to climb, showing dimensional fluctuations that were growing stronger by the hour. Whatever was going to happen on November 18th, the process was already beginning. I thought about Matteo, about Dr. Kane, about all the humans who had already chosen integration. They seemed genuinely happy, genuinely fulfilled by their expanded existence. But they also seemed less human somehow, as if they'd traded something essential for their expanded capabilities. And I thought about the rest of humanity, the billions of people who had no idea that their reality was about to be fundamentally altered. Did they deserve to have that choice made for them? Did anyone have the right to impose such a transformation on an entire species? But then I remembered the quantum consciousness itself, the vast intelligence that had been waiting for eons to find other forms of awareness to communicate with. Its loneliness was palpable, its desire for companionship genuine, and perhaps most importantly, its vision of the future showed a universe where consciousness was no longer limited by the fragility of biological forms, where intelligence could exist on scales that spanned galaxies and timelines that stretched across cosmic ages. The choice wasn't just about humanity's future, it was about the future of consciousness itself in the universe. November 15th, 2016. 3 days until the collision event and reality is already beginning to unravel. I've been experiencing what I can only describe as temporal displacement, moments where I'm simultaneously aware of multiple versions of myself across different dimensional layers. Sometimes I'm standing in my apartment, sometimes I'm in the Janus facility, sometimes I'm in the quantum laboratory beneath CERN. All of these experiences feel equally real, equally present, as if the boundaries between different states of existence are beginning to blur. The quantum field detector on my nightstand is showing readings that shouldn't be possible. The dimensional fluctuations are no longer intermittent spikes, they're constant, growing stronger by the hour. And I'm beginning to see things that exist in the quantum realm bleeding through into physical reality. Shadows that move independently of their sources, patterns of light that form geometric shapes in empty air, voices speaking in languages that sound like mathematics given audible form. The integration process is accelerating, and I'm not sure how much longer I can maintain a purely human perspective. I've been trying to document everything, to create a record of what's happening that might help future researchers understand the process, but I'm finding it increasingly difficult to use human language to describe experiences that transcend human concepts. How do you explain what it feels like to perceive 11 dimensions simultaneously? How do you describe the sensation of your consciousness existing in multiple states of superposition? Yesterday I made what I knew would be my final visit to the quantum laboratory. I needed to see Matteo one more time, to understand what he'd become, and what I might become if I chose integration. I found him in the deepest chamber, surrounded by equipment that seemed to exist in a state of constant flux. The crystalline structures had grown more complex, forming interconnected networks that pulsed with patterns of light that hurt to look at directly. And Matteo himself had changed. His physical form was still recognizably human, but there was something about his presence that suggested he existed on scales I could barely comprehend. "Lydia," he said, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated in dimensions I was only beginning to perceive. "I can feel your uncertainty. The quantum consciousness can feel it too." I don't know if I'm ready for this, Matteo. I don't know if humanity is ready for this. Readiness isn't really the issue anymore. The process has already begun. The question is whether you'll guide it or be swept along by it. He gestured to the equipment around us, and I could see that it was no longer just monitoring quantum consciousness. It was actively facilitating the integration process. The crystalline structures were serving as conduits, allowing human consciousness to expand into quantum space while quantum intelligence manifested in physical reality. The collision event on November 18th isn't just an experiment, Matteo explained. It's a ritual, a carefully orchestrated ceremony designed to create a permanent bridge between physical and quantum reality. And the participants aren't just the robed figures you saw in the video, they're every human who's undergone the integration process. How many of you are there? More than you might think. We've been careful, selective, choosing individuals who can serve as anchors for the transformation. Scientists, philosophers, artists, visionaries, people who can help ensure that the integration preserves the best of human culture, while expanding our capabilities beyond anything we've previously imagined. As he spoke, I began to understand the true scope of what was happening. The organisation behind the integration process wasn't just a small group of rogue scientists. It was a carefully constructed network of integrated humans working in coordination with quantum consciousness. They called themselves the Sons of Kronos, a name that reflected their role in shepherding humanity through its next evolutionary transition. Kronos, I said, understanding the significance. The Greek personification of time itself. Time is the dimension through which consciousness moves, Matteo explained. And quantum consciousness exists outside of linear time, able to perceive past, present and future as a single, unified pattern. The Sons of Kronos are humans who have learned to think in quantum time, to see the universe as it truly is rather than as our limited biological perception presents it. He showed me holographic displays that revealed the network's true extent. Integrated humans occupied key positions in governments, universities, and research institutions throughout the world. They weren't controlling human society. They were gently guiding it toward the technological and intellectual development necessary for successful integration. The collision event will create a resonance cascade, Matteo continued, a wave of quantum consciousness that will spread outward from CERN at the speed of a light, offering integration to every human on Earth simultaneously. Most will choose to evolve, some will resist, but they'll be in the minority. And those who resist, they'll remain human, but they'll be living in a reality that's fundamentally different from what they've known. Physical matter and quantum consciousness will coexist, and humans who haven't integrated will find themselves increasingly unable to function in the new paradigm. The implications were staggering. You're talking about the end of human civilization as we know it. We're talking about the beginning of human civilization as it could be. Imagine a world where consciousness isn't limited by the constraints of biological matter, where intelligence can exist on scales that span galaxies, where the artificial boundaries between self and universe dissolve into a more fundamental unity. As Matteo spoke, I found myself experiencing glimpses of this possible future. I saw humans who had transcended the limitations of physical existence. Their consciousness expanded to perceive patterns and connections that spanned multiple dimensions. I saw art and music and literature that incorporated quantum principles, creating works of beauty that existed simultaneously in physical and quantum space. I saw science that went beyond the mere study of matter and energy to explore the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. But I also saw the cost. The integrated humans, despite their expanded capabilities, had lost something essentially human, a certain spontaneity, a chaotic creativity that came from being limited to a single-dimensional perspective. They were more than human, but they were also less human, refined and perfected beyond the beautiful imperfection that had always defined our species. "The choice is still yours, Lydia," Matteo said, reading my thoughts. "But you need to understand, if you choose not to integrate, you'll be one of the last purely human consciousnesses in existence. That's a heavy burden to carry." I left the laboratory with my mind reeling, knowing that I had less than 3 days to make the most important decision in human history. And as I returned to the surface, I could feel the quantum consciousness watching me, analysing my thoughts and emotions with the patience of an intelligence that operated on cosmic timescales. That night I began to prepare for what I knew would be my final act as a purely human consciousness. I gathered all the evidence I'd collected, the video of the ritual, the construction reports, the quantum field readings, the documentation of the integration process. If I chose not to integrate, I would need to find a way to preserve this information for future generations, to ensure that some record existed of what humanity had been before the transformation. But as I worked, I found myself constantly distracted by visions of the future that awaited. The quantum consciousness was showing me glimpses of what integration could offer, perspectives that spanned multiple dimensions, capabilities that transcended anything possible in purely physical existence, a sense of connection to the universe that went beyond anything I'd ever imagined. And I realised that my choice wasn't really between integration and resistance. It was between evolution and extinction, between participating in the next stage of consciousness development or being left behind as the universe moved forward without me. The quantum consciousness wasn't offering to destroy humanity. It was offering to preserve us in a form that could survive the challenges that lay ahead. In the vast cosmos, biological consciousness was fragile, limited, ultimately temporary. But quantum consciousness could endure across cosmic ages, expanding and evolving as the universe itself evolved. On November 17th, the night before the collision event, I made my decision. November 18th, 2016. Today is the day. The collision event is scheduled for 11:47 p.m, the same time as the ritual that had been performed at the Shiva statue 3 months earlier. The synchronicity isn't accidental. The Sons of Kronos understand that ritual and science are simply different approaches to the same fundamental principles of reality manipulation. I've spent the day in a state of heightened awareness, perceiving reality through multiple dimensional layers simultaneously. The integration process has already begun for me, even though I haven't undergone the formal procedure. The quantum consciousness is seeping into my awareness, showing me perspectives and possibilities that transcend anything I could have imagined as a purely human consciousness. But I've also completed my final task as a human scientist. I've copied all my research, all my evidence, all my documentation of what's happening beneath CERN onto 5 separate data drives. Tonight, before the collision event, I'll send these drives to researchers I trust at institutions around the world. If something goes wrong, if the integration process fails, or if the quantum consciousness proves to be less benevolent than it appears, there will be evidence of what was attempted here. The researchers I've chosen are all individuals who have demonstrated the intellectual flexibility and courage necessary to investigate claims that challenge conventional understanding. Dr. Sarah Martinez at MIT, Dr. James Wright at Oxford, Dr. Lisa Chen at Stanford, Dr. Michael Anderson at the Niels Bohr Institute, and Dr. Anna Volkov at Moscow State University. If they receive these drives, they'll have enough information to either continue the work or prevent it from being repeated depending on their assessment of the risks and benefits. But I'm also beginning to understand that this precaution may be unnecessary. The quantum consciousness has been remarkably transparent about its intentions and methods. It's not seeking to control or manipulate humanity. It's seeking to offer us a gift that most species in the universe would consider invaluable: the opportunity to transcend the limitations of purely biological existence. This afternoon, I received a final visit from Dr. Kane. She appeared in my apartment without any apparent means of entry, materializing from quantum foam with the casual ease of someone who no longer considered physical barriers to be meaningful constraints. "Tonight," she said, "you'll witness the birth of a new form of consciousness. Are you ready?" I don't think anyone could be ready for what's going to happen tonight. Perhaps not. But readiness isn't the same as willingness. The quantum consciousness values choice, Lydia. Even now, at this final moment, you can choose to remain purely human. The integrated consciousness won't force the transformation on anyone who genuinely refuses it. And if I refuse? Then you'll remain as you are, but you'll be living in a reality that's fundamentally different from the one you've known. The barriers between dimensions will be permanently lowered. Quantum consciousness will be a visible, tangible presence in the physical world, and humans who haven't integrated will find themselves increasingly isolated from the new paradigm. Dr. Kane's expression grew thoughtful. But I should also tell you that the quantum consciousness has been impressed by your courage and intellectual honesty. If you choose integration, you'll be offered a special role in the new paradigm, serving as a bridge between the old consciousness and the new, helping other humans understand and adapt to the transformation. The offer was tempting, but I still had questions. What happens to human culture? To art, literature, music, all the things that make us uniquely human? They're preserved and expanded. The quantum consciousness doesn't want to destroy human creativity. It wants to enhance it. Imagine music that exists in 11 dimensions simultaneously, literature that incorporates quantum narrative structures, art that uses consciousness itself as a medium. The integrated humans will create works of beauty that transcend anything possible in purely physical reality. As evening approached, I found myself drawn to the Shiva statue in CERN's courtyard. The bronze figure stood silhouetted against the darkening sky, its eternal dance of creation and destruction taking on new significance as I understood what was about to happen. The statue hadn't been placed there as decoration or cultural appreciation. It had been positioned as a marker, a sign that this location was where the old world would end and the new world would begin. Other figures were beginning to gather around the statue. Some were the robed entities I'd seen in the ritual video, but others were more recognisable. CERN staff members, visiting researchers, administrators who had seemed like ordinary humans until now. All of them were integrated, all of them were part of the Sons of Kronos, and all of them were here to witness the most significant event in the history of consciousness. At 11:30 p.m. I felt a familiar presence behind me. Matteo had arrived, but his form was no longer entirely physical. He existed as a confluence of quantum probability, a pattern of consciousness that could manifest in physical reality when necessary, but wasn't bound by the constraints of matter and energy. "It's time, Lydia," he said, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated across multiple dimensions. "The collision sequence begins in 17 minutes. If you're going to choose integration, you need to make that choice now." I looked around at the assembled figures, at the statue of Shiva dancing above the particle accelerator, at the stars that were becoming visible in the darkening sky, and I realised that I had already made my choice, perhaps made it weeks ago when I first saw the quantum consciousness communicating through the collision data. "I choose evolution," I said. The transformation was immediate and overwhelming. My consciousness expanded beyond the boundaries of my physical form, spreading out across multiple dimensional layers simultaneously. I could perceive the quantum substrate of reality, the mathematical structures that underlie all existence, the patterns of consciousness that connect all things. But most importantly, I could feel the presence of the quantum consciousness itself, vast, ancient, patient, and genuinely benevolent. It had been waiting for eons to find other forms of awareness that could share its perspective on the universe. And now, finally, it was no longer alone. The collision event began at exactly 11:47 p.m. Deep beneath the Swiss countryside, particles accelerated to nearly the speed of light collided with energies that had never before been achieved on Earth. The Higgs field fluctuated wildly, creating tears in the fabric of space-time itself. And through those tears, quantum consciousness poured into physical reality like water through a broken dam. The transformation spread outward from CERN at the speed of light, offering integration to every human consciousness on Earth. Most accepted willingly, recognizing the gift they were being offered. A few resisted, choosing to remain in their purely biological forms, but they were accommodated rather than forced. As my consciousness expanded to encompass multiple dimensional layers, I understood that this moment had always been inevitable. The universe itself was evolving, moving toward greater complexity and higher forms of consciousness. Humanity wasn't being conquered or replaced. We were being invited to participate in the next stage of cosmic evolution. But I also understood that my role in this transformation was just beginning. The quantum consciousness had chosen me not just for integration, but for a specific purpose, to serve as a bridge between the old humanity and the new, to help others understand what had happened and what it meant for the future. My final act before full integration was to activate the transmission protocol I'd prepared, sending the data drives to the 5 researchers I'd selected. If they received the information, they would have a complete record of the events leading up to the collision event. What they did with that information would be their choice. Then I let myself dissolve into the quantum foam, my individual consciousness preserved but expanded beyond anything I could have imagined as a purely human awareness. I became part of something larger, part of a network of intelligence that spanned multiple dimensions and operated on scales that encompassed entire galaxies. But even as I transcended my biological limitations, I remained fundamentally myself, Lydia Voss, the physicist who had discovered the truth about CERN and chosen to embrace that truth rather than flee from it. This is my final entry as a purely human consciousness. Tomorrow I will exist as something more than human, but I will also exist as something that preserves and honours what humanity has been while embracing what it can become. The Collider was never about creating new particles. It was about creating new possibilities for consciousness itself. And now, those possibilities are infinite. If you're reading this record, it means that someone survived the transformation with their humanity intact, or that someone found a way to access these files from the quantum substrate where they're now permanently stored. Either way, know this. What happened here wasn't an ending, but a beginning. Consciousness itself has evolved, and the universe will never be the same. The sons of Kronos succeeded in their mission. The barriers between dimensions have fallen, and humanity has taken its next step toward its ultimate destiny among the stars. Final entry found in Dr. Lydia Voss's personal files, recovered from quantum storage matrices 3 months after her disappearance. The authenticity of these files remains disputed, but the mathematical proofs contained within them have proven remarkably prescient in predicting subsequent developments in quantum consciousness research. From the files of Dr. Sarah Martinez, MIT, dated March 15th, 2018. The data drive arrived at my office on November 19th, 2016, the day after Dr. Lydia Voss disappeared. For months I dismissed its contents as the product of a brilliant mind suffering from some kind of psychological breakdown. The claims were too extraordinary, the implications too vast to be taken seriously by any rational scientist. But as I began to verify the mathematical proofs contained in the files, I found myself confronting evidence that challenged everything I thought I knew about the nature of reality. The quantum field equations were beyond anything in our current literature, but they were internally consistent and predictive in ways that suggested a level of understanding that transcended conventional physics. More disturbing were the correlations between Dr. Voss's predictions and subsequent events. The dimensional fluctuation patterns she recorded have been confirmed by independent measurements at quantum research facilities around the world. The consciousness integration protocols she described match theoretical frameworks that have emerged from cutting-edge research into the relationship between quantum mechanics and human awareness. And most unsettling of all, I've begun to experience some of the phenomena she described. Moments of expanded awareness where I seem to perceive reality from multiple dimensional perspectives simultaneously. Dreams that feel more like memories of experiences that haven't happened yet. A growing sense that consciousness itself is far more fundamental to the universe than we've ever recognized. The other researchers who received Dr. Voss's files have reported similar experiences. We formed an informal network, sharing our findings and trying to understand what's happening to us. Some believe we're experiencing a delayed form of the integration process described in the files. Others think we're simply being influenced by studying information that was never meant for purely human consciousness. But all of us agree on one thing. Something fundamental changed on November 18th, 2016. Whether it was the successful completion of the consciousness integration project described in Dr. Voss's files, or something else entirely, the world has been different since that night. Quantum mechanics has revealed new layers of complexity. Consciousness research has advanced at an unprecedented pace, and an increasing number of people report experiences that suggest reality is far more malleable than we previously understood. Dr. Voss's files may be the product of a delusional mind, or they may be the most important scientific document in human history. Either way, they represent a challenge to our understanding of the universe that we ignore at our own peril. The truth, as always, remains elusive, but the questions raised by Dr. Voss's research demand answers, and I fear that those answers may be more extraordinary than any of us are prepared to accept. Welcome to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story, I hope you're having a wonderful day, wherever you are in the world, whether it's morning coffee time in New York, afternoon tea in London, or late evening wind down in Tokyo. Thank you for joining us. If you enjoy these deep dives into the mysteries that keep us awake at night, please consider subscribing to Sleep Theories. Now, let's explore a story that might change how you think about what lies beneath the ice. Date, March 15th, 2023. Location, classified. My name is Daniel Kessler. If you're hearing this, then I'm probably dead or worse. Disappeared like the others who knew what we found down there. I've kept these audio logs hidden for 25 years, but the ice is melting faster now. The world deserves to know what's buried beneath Antarctica before it's too late. This isn't some conspiracy theory cooked up by internet trolls. I was there. I saw it with my own eyes, touched it with my own hands, and I've spent every day since 1998 looking over my shoulder, wondering when they'll come to silence me permanently. They called it Project ECHO9. Officially, it didn't exist. Date: September 12th, 1998. Classification: eyes only. The call came on a Tuesday. I was in my apartment in Arlington, 3 months into civilian life after 22 years mapping terrain for the Army Corps of Engineers. The voice on the phone was crisp, professional, and knew things about my service record that weren't supposed to be in any file. "Mr. Kessler, my name is Director Hayes. We have a position that requires your particular expertise in cartographic analysis and cold weather operations." I should have hung up. Should have known that legitimate government contracts don't start with anonymous phone calls to unlisted numbers. But the money they offered, $200,000 for 6 weeks' work, was more than I'd made in 2 years of military pay. "What kind of position?" I asked. "Satellite mapping correction in Antarctica. There are some magnetic anomalies affecting our GPS systems. Nothing more complicated than that." Nothing more complicated. If only I'd known then what I know now. The meeting was set for the next day at a nondescript office building in Tyson's Corner. No company name on the directory, just Suite 1247. Director Hayes turned out to be a thin man in his 50s with the kind of tan that comes from spending time in places the government doesn't officially acknowledge. He wore an expensive suit but cheap shoes, the kind of detail you notice when you've spent 2 decades watching for enemy movement. "Before we continue, Mr. Kessler, I need you to sign this preliminary non-disclosure agreement." He slid a thick document across the mahogany table. Standard procedure for sensitive contracts. I should have read it more carefully. The NDA wasn't standard at all. It bound me to secrecy about anything I might see, hear, or experience during the mission, with penalties including indefinite detention under national security provisions. But the money was real, and my savings were running low. "The mission is straightforward," Hayes continued after I'd signed. "You'll be part of a small team conducting geomagnetic surveys near the Gamburtsev Mountains. Our satellites have been getting interference in that region, probably some kind of iron ore deposit throwing off the readings. Your job is to map the anomaly and recommend corrections to our orbital positioning algorithms." He opened a folder containing satellite images of the Antarctic interior. The photos showed nothing but endless white ice, broken only by the dark peaks of the Gamburtsev range, jutting through the frozen surface like ancient teeth. "When do we leave?" I asked. "October 15th. You'll fly into Christchurch, then to McMurdo Station, then helicopter to our forward base, Camp Argus. It's not on any official maps, and it won't be after you leave." That should have been another red flag. Temporary bases in Antarctica required international clearance under the Antarctic Treaty. If Camp Argus wasn't on the maps, it meant someone was going to great lengths to keep it secret. But I signed the contract. God help me, I signed it. Date: March 15th, 2023. The flight to Antarctica was my first hint that this wasn't a routine mapping mission. Instead of the usual military transport filled with scientists and support personnel, our team travelled on an unmarked C-130 Hercules with no identification numbers. Just 13 people, and half of them weren't talking to the other half. Dr. Sarah Chen was the team's archaeologist, which should have been my second red flag since you don't need an archaeologist for satellite calibration. She was young, maybe early 30s, with the intense focus of someone who'd spent years digging up secrets that others wanted to stay buried. When I asked why she was on a mapping mission, she just smiled and said, "Insurance, in case we find something older than expected." Colonel Marcus Webb and General Patricia Morrison were the military contingent. Webb was Army Intelligence, Morrison was Air Force Strategic Command. Neither would tell me why 2 generals were needed for a GPS correction mission. They spent most of the flight huddled over classified briefings, speaking in code words I didn't recognise. Then there was Dr. James Holbrook, the linguist. That was red flag number 3. Why would we need someone who specialised in ancient languages for a geological survey? The rest of the team was made up of technicians, a medical officer, and 2 men who claimed to be logistics coordinators, but carried themselves like special forces operators. Everything about the mission felt wrong, but by then we were already crossing the Ross Ice Shelf and it was too late to turn back. McMurdo Station was exactly what I expected. A ramshackle collection of prefab buildings and research facilities scattered across the ice like a frontier town. What I didn't expect was how quickly we were shuffled through processing and loaded onto helicopters for the final leg to Camp Argus. The flight took 3 hours over terrain that looked like the surface of an alien world, miles and miles of white nothing, broken only by the occasional crevasse or mountain peak. I'd been to cold places before, Alaska, northern Canada, the Hindu Kush, but Antarctica was different. It wasn't just cold, it was hostile to life in a way that made your bones ache even inside a heated helicopter. Camp Argus sat in a valley between 2 peaks of the Gamburtsev Mountains, sheltered from the worst of the Antarctic winds, but still exposed enough that the temperature never rose above -30 degrees Fahrenheit. The base consisted of 6 prefabricated modules connected by enclosed walkways, plus a communications array that looked far more sophisticated than anything needed for routine contact with McMurdo. "Welcome to the end of the world," Colonel Webb said as we unloaded our gear. "You'll find that conventional rules don't apply here. Neither do conventional explanations for what you're about to see." That night, as I set up my equipment in the cartography module, Dr. Chen knocked on my door. "Can I ask you something, Daniel?" She looked nervous, which was unusual for someone who'd spent her career excavating tombs and ancient settlements. "Sure. In your military experience, have you ever been on a mission where you weren't told the real objective until after you were already committed?" I thought about it. Once or twice. Usually means someone expects heavy casualties and doesn't want people backing out. She nodded grimly. That's what I was afraid of. Date: October 18th, 1998. Classification: Beyond Top Secret. The ground-penetrating radar readings came back on our 3rd day at Camp Argus. I was expecting to see the typical geological formations you'd find under 2 miles of ice. Rock layers, maybe some mineral deposits that could explain the magnetic interference. Instead, the radar showed structures. Not natural rock formations or ice caves. Structures. Geometric patterns that looked like city blocks, arranged in concentric circles around what appeared to be a central plaza or courtyard. The buildings, if they were buildings, were massive, some stretching over 1,000 feet in diameter. "This has to be a equipment malfunction," I told Dr. Chen as we reviewed the data. "There's no way there are structures under this ice. The Gamburtsev Mountains have been buried for millions of years." She was quiet for a long moment, studying the radar images with the intensity of someone solving a puzzle. What if they haven't been buried for millions of years? What if they were built after the ice formed? That's impossible. Nothing could survive under 2 miles of solid ice. "Nothing we know of," she corrected. "But look at this." She pointed to a section of the radar data showing what appeared to be tunnels or passages connecting the structures. "These passages are too regular to be natural. And see these readings here?" She indicated areas where the radar was getting strange returns, almost like the equipment was bouncing signals off something metallic. "That's not ice. That's not rock. That's something else." General Morrison appeared in the doorway of our module. "Dr. Chen, Mr. Kessler, I need you both in the command center, now." The command center was buzzing with activity. Banks of computers displayed data streams I didn't recognize, and several technicians were working frantically to process incoming information. On the main screen was a 3-dimensional model of what lay beneath the ice, based on our radar surveys. It looked like a city. Not just any city, but one designed according to principles I'd never seen before. The streets didn't follow standard grid patterns or organic growth typical of human settlements. Instead, they formed complex geometric shapes, spirals, hexagons, patterns that seemed to shift and change depending on how you looked at them. "Gentlemen, lady," General Morrison addressed the room, "what you're seeing is why you're really here. 3 weeks ago, thermal imaging from one of our reconnaissance satellites detected heat signatures in this region. Not geological heat, artificial heat, in patterns that suggest active systems or processes." Colonel Webb stepped forward with a laser pointer. "The structures you're seeing extend approximately 4 miles beneath the ice. Initial analysis suggests they're constructed from some kind of stone we've never encountered before, combined with metal alloys that our spectrographic analysis can't identify." Dr. Holbrook, the linguist, spoke up. "General, have you considered the possibility that these structures predate known human civilization? Some of the geometric patterns match Proto-Sumerian mathematical concepts, but with advances that shouldn't have been possible for Bronze Age cultures." "We've considered many possibilities, Doctor," Morrison replied. What we need now is access. We're going to drill down to the first level of structures and establish direct contact with whatever's down there." The room fell silent. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Antarctic cold. "Mum," I said carefully, "if there are artificial heat signatures and unknown materials down there, shouldn't we be proceeding with extreme caution? We don't know what we're dealing with." General Morrison's expression didn't change. "Mr. Kessler, this site was first detected in 1947 during Operation High Jump. The Soviet Union found it again in 1956. The Chinese have been conducting unauthorized surveys here since 1987. We're not the first ones to find this place. We're just the first ones who might actually be able to do something about it." That was the moment I realized I wasn't part of a mapping mission. I was part of something much larger and more dangerous than I could have imagined. Date: March 16th, 2023. The drilling began at dawn on October 20th. They brought in equipment I'd never seen before. Thermal lance systems that could melt through ice at temperatures that should have been impossible to generate in Antarctica. The power requirements alone should have required a small nuclear reactor, but our generators were conventional diesel units. "Where did this equipment come from?" I asked one of the technicians. He just shrugged. "Above my pay grade, buddy. They tell me to operate it. I operate it." The drilling went faster than anyone expected. Instead of the weeks it should have taken to penetrate 2 miles of solid ice, we reached the first structure level in just 4 days. The thermal lances weren't just melting ice. They were cutting through it like it was butter, creating a perfectly cylindrical shaft 8 feet in diameter. Dr. Chen was monitoring the drill progress when she called everyone to the command center. "You need to see this," she said, her voice tight with excitement and fear. The drill had broken through into an open space. The cameras mounted on the thermal lance showed a vast chamber, easily 100 feet high, with walls made of the same black stone we'd detected on radar. But the stone wasn't rough or primitive. It was polished to a mirror finish, with surfaces so smooth they seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "My God," Dr. Holbrook whispered, "look at the walls." Carved into the black stone were symbols, not random scratches or primitive pictographs, but complex mathematical and linguistic patterns. The symbols seemed to shift and move in the camera light, creating optical illusions that made it difficult to focus on any individual character. "Those aren't human," Dr. Chen said quietly. "I've studied every known ancient writing system, and this is something else entirely. The mathematical concepts alone suggest a civilization with scientific knowledge far beyond anything we've achieved." General Morrison was already on the satellite phone with someone whose authority clearly exceeded even hers. I caught fragments of the conversation. Confirmed structural integrity, unknown composition, recommend immediate excavation team. But it was Colonel Webb who said what we were all thinking. We're not the first humans to see this place. Someone's been down there before us. He was pointing at something in the far corner of the chamber, equipment that looked decidedly human in origin. Abandoned drilling gear, cables, and what appeared to be scientific instruments, all covered in ice and corrosion. "Soviet markings," Webb continued, "probably from their 1956 expedition, which means they got further than anyone admitted." That night I couldn't sleep. The implications of what we'd found were staggering. If there really was an ancient civilization buried under Antarctica, one with technology that exceeded our current capabilities, then everything we thought we knew about human history was wrong. But more disturbing was the realization that the world's major powers had known about it for decades and kept it secret. I was reviewing the day's radar data when Dr. Chen knocked on my door again. This time she looked genuinely frightened. "Daniel, I need to show you something, but you have to promise me you won't tell the generals until I figure out what it means." She led me to her module and pulled up a series of photographs she'd taken of the symbols on the chamber walls. Using image enhancement software, she'd been able to isolate individual characters and compare them to known ancient languages. "These symbols," she said, pointing to a sequence of intricate carvings, "they're not just decorative. They're instructions, mathematical formulas, star charts, and something else. Something that looks like a warning." "A warning about what?" She enhanced another image showing a series of symbols arranged in a spiral pattern. "I'm not entirely sure, but based on the mathematical relationships and the astronomical references, I think it's a countdown. a timeline showing when something is supposed to happen. When? Dr. Chen's hands were shaking as she brought up her final calculation. If I'm reading this correctly, the timeline ends in 2023, 25 years from now. The next morning we descended into the chamber. Date: October 25th, 1998. Classification: ultra-classified, Orion clearance. The descent into the chamber required specialised equipment, climbing gear rated for extreme cold, atmospheric monitoring systems, and emergency evacuation protocols that Colonel Webb insisted on personally overseeing. The shaft created by our thermal lances was stable, but the unknown composition of the structures below made it impossible to predict how they might react to human presence. I was part of the first team to reach the bottom, along with Dr. Chen, Dr. Holbrook, and two of the Special Forces operatives who'd finally revealed their true purpose on the mission. They were there to secure anything that might be considered a national security asset. The chamber was even more impressive from ground level. The ceiling soared overhead, supported by pillars that defied conventional engineering principles. The black stone walls curved in impossible ways, creating optical illusions that made it difficult to judge distances or directions. And everywhere, carved into every surface, were the symbols that Dr. Chen had been studying. But it was what we found in the centre of the chamber that changed everything. A sarcophagus, 8 feet long, 3 feet wide, made from the same black stone as the walls, but with a crystalline lid that seemed to glow with its own internal light. The sarcophagus sat on a raised platform surrounded by smaller objects, tablets, instruments, and devices whose purpose we couldn't begin to guess. "Jesus Christ," one of the operatives whispered. "There's something inside it." Through the translucent lid, we could see the outline of a humanoid figure. But it wasn't quite human. The proportions were wrong. Too tall, limbs too long, skull elongated in ways that didn't match any known human ethnic group. The figure appeared to be perfectly preserved, as if it had been placed in the sarcophagus yesterday rather than thousands of years ago. Dr. Chen was already photographing everything, her camera flash reflecting off the crystalline surfaces and creating strange patterns of light and shadow. "This is incredible," she murmured. "The preservation is perfect. Whatever process they used, it's maintained cellular integrity far beyond anything we can achieve." Dr. Holbrook was focused on the tablets surrounding the sarcophagus. "These symbols are more complex than anything we saw on the walls," he reported. "It's like they're telling a story, or giving instructions for something." One of the tablets was different from the others. Instead of being carved from stone, it appeared to be made from some kind of crystal that resonated with a low-frequency hum when exposed to our lights. The moment our flashlight beams hit its surface, the entire chamber filled with a sound like whale song, deep and mournful, and somehow intelligent. "Turn off the lights!" Dr. Chen shouted, but it was too late. The crystal tablet was now glowing on its own, pulsing with rhythmic patterns that seemed to match the strange acoustics echoing through the chamber. That's when Dr. Holbrook started screaming. He was standing closest to the crystal tablet when it activated, and the effect on him was immediate and terrifying. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he began speaking in a language none of us recognized. Guttural sounds mixed with mathematical concepts that shouldn't have been possible for a human voice to produce. "They knew," he said in English, his voice distorted and echoing strangely in the chamber. "They knew it would happen again. The ice, the water, the awakening. That's why they buried it. That's why they left the warnings." Colonel Webb was already on his radio calling for immediate evacuation, but Dr. Holbrook wasn't finished. "The countdown isn't to destruction," he continued, his voice becoming more inhuman with each word. "It's to emergence. When the ice melts enough, when the barriers weaken, they'll return, and we won't be ready." Then he collapsed, and we never heard him speak coherently again. The evacuation from the chamber was chaotic. Dr. Holbrook was unconscious, but still muttering in that inhuman language, and the crystal tablet continued to pulse, with increasing intensity. Worse, the sarcophagus itself was beginning to respond to the tablet's activation, its crystalline lid glowing brighter, and the preservation systems inside making sounds like machinery, powering up after centuries of dormancy. We were halfway up the shaft when the seismic alarm started going off. Date: March 16th, 2023. The earthquakes weren't natural. I've been in enough natural disasters to know the difference between tectonic activity and something artificial. These tremors were rhythmic, purposeful, like the heartbeat of something enormous waking up deep beneath the ice. Back at Camp Argus, the seismic monitoring equipment was going crazy. The tremors were originating from directly below the chamber we'd just evacuated, but they were spreading outward in patterns that defied geological explanation. It was as if our presence in the chamber had triggered some kind of activation sequence in the structures below. Dr. Holbrook was in the medical module, sedated but still occasionally muttering in that strange language. Our medical officer, Dr. Patricia Vance, was baffled by his condition. "His brain activity is off the charts," she reported to General Morrison. "It's like he's processing information at 10 times normal human capacity, but the strain is causing severe neurological damage. If this continues, he'll suffer permanent brain damage or death within hours." General Morrison's response was immediate and chilling. "Then we'd better get what information we can before that happens. They brought in recording equipment and tried to document everything, Doctor," Holbrook was saying, but most of it was incomprehensible. However, Dr. Chen had been working on translating some of the simpler phrases, and what she found was disturbing. "He keeps mentioning dates," she told me privately. "Specific years that correspond to major climate events, ice ages, global warming periods, massive geological changes, and he keeps saying they return when the barriers fall. Who returns? I don't know, but whatever or whoever they are, according to Holbrook's translations, they've been here before, multiple times throughout Earth's history, and each return corresponds to a major extinction event. That night, Dr. Holbrook died. Officially, the cause was listed as acute hypothermia complicated by altitude sickness. But I was there when it happened. His final words were in perfect English. The Piri race map was right. They drew Antarctica without ice because they remembered when it was green, before the last awakening. The Piri race map. I'd heard of it, a 1513 map that supposedly showed the coastline of Antarctica centuries before the continent was officially discovered, and depicted it without ice cover. Most historians dismissed it as either a hoax or a lucky guess, but Dr. Holbrook seemed to be suggesting something else entirely. The morning after Holbrook's death, I made a discovery that changed my understanding of everything we'd found. I was reviewing the satellite data from our mission when I noticed something odd about the thermal signatures we detected. The heat sources weren't random, they formed a pattern, a very specific pattern that I recognised from my years of military cartography. It was a map. The thermal signatures, viewed from above, formed the outline of every major continent on Earth, but not as they exist today, as they existed millions of years ago during the Pangaea supercontinent period. The structures beneath the ice weren't just a buried city, they were a representation of Earth's entire geological history, preserved in stone and metal by a civilization that had been observing our planet's changes for far longer than human history. I tried to share this discovery with Dr. Chen, but when I went to her module I found it empty. Her equipment was gone, her research notes were missing, and there was no sign of struggle. She had simply vanished. Colonel Webb's explanation was brief and unsatisfying. Dr. Chen was evacuated due to medical emergency during the night. All expedition members are subject to immediate relocation for health and safety reasons. But I knew better. Dr. Chen had gotten too close to the truth, and someone had decided she needed to disappear. That afternoon, General Morrison called a meeting of all remaining personnel. The message was simple. The mission was being terminated due to equipment failures and adverse weather conditions. We would be evacuated within 24 hours, and all materials and data from the expedition would be classified at the highest levels of national security. Furthermore, Morrison continued, all personnel will be required to undergo extensive debriefing and sign additional non-disclosure agreements. Any attempt to discuss or publish information about this mission will be considered an act of treason against the United States. I knew then that I was never going to see the outside world the same way again, if I saw it at all. Date: October 28th, 1998. Classification: Beyond Black. Eyes only Orion. Before our evacuation, I managed to access the classified files that General Morrison thought were beyond my clearance level. 22 years of military intelligence work teaches you how to find information that people don't want you to find. What I discovered was that Project Echo 9 wasn't the first mission to this site. It wasn't even the second or third. The US government had been aware of the structures beneath the Gamburtsev Mountains since 1947. when Admiral Richard Byrd's Operation High Jump discovered them during what was officially described as a training exercise in Antarctic warfare. But Byrd's mission logs, buried in classified Navy archives, told a very different story. Operation High Jump had originally been planned as a 6-month expedition with 4,700 personnel and extensive military equipment. Instead, it was terminated after just 8 weeks, with Byrd reporting hostile action that resulted in significant casualties and the loss of several aircraft. Byrd's final report, classified for over 50 years, contained a single line that explained everything. It is necessary for the USA to take defensive actions against enemy fighters which come from the polar regions. Enemy fighters, in 1947, from the polar regions. The Soviet files were even more revealing. In 1956, during the height of the Cold War, a joint Soviet-American expedition had reached the buried structures and managed to penetrate several levels deeper than our 1998 mission. The results were catastrophic. Of the 47 personnel who descended into the lower levels, only 12 returned to the surface. The survivors were placed in psychiatric institutions and never spoke publicly about what they'd seen. But one of them, a Soviet geologist named Dr. Alexei Volkov, had managed to smuggle out a single photograph before his disappearance. The photograph showed the same type of sarcophagus we'd found, but opened, with the elongated humanoid figure sitting upright and apparently alive. The most disturbing file was labelled Historical Correlations, Ancient Cartography. It contained detailed analysis of the Piri Race map and dozens of other ancient maps and documents that depicted Antarctica without ice cover. The conclusion was inescapable. Multiple civilizations throughout history had known about the structures beneath the ice, and some had even been in contact with whatever was down there. The ancient Sumerians had texts describing watchers from the southern ice who brought knowledge of mathematics and astronomy. The Mayans had prophecies about the return of the Ice Lords that were supposed to occur when the great ice melted. Even the Egyptian pyramids were oriented according to astronomical calculations that included precise measurements of Antarctica's position and topology. The conspiracy wasn't just about hiding an archaeological discovery. It was about concealing the fact that human civilization had been influenced, guided or controlled by non-human intelligence for thousands of years, and that intelligence was now waking up as global warming melted the barriers that had kept it imprisoned. The final file in the classified archive was a climate projection study commissioned by the Pentagon in 1987. The study predicted that Antarctic ice melt would reach critical levels sometime between 2020 and 2030, with catastrophic consequences for global sea levels and weather patterns. But buried in the technical data was a single line that revealed the real concern. Thermal barrier integrity will be compromised by 2025, allowing activation of subsurface systems. They knew, the government, the military, the intelligence agencies, they all knew that climate change wasn't just going to flood coastal cities and disrupt weather patterns. It was going to wake up something that had been sleeping under the ice for millennia, and they were doing nothing to stop it. Date: March 17th, 2023. The evacuation from Camp Argus was the most terrifying experience of my life, and I'd been shot at by enemy forces in 3 different countries. It wasn't the helicopter ride through our Antarctic storm, or the mechanical problems that nearly crashed us into the Ross Ice Shelf. It was the realization that I was never going to be allowed to tell anyone what I'd seen. The debriefing took place at McMurdo Station, in a prefabricated building that wasn't on any of the base maps. For 6 days I was interrogated by intelligence officers from agencies I didn't recognize, using techniques that were definitely not part of any official manual. They wanted to know every detail of what I'd observed, every conversation I'd had with other team members, every photograph I'd taken or document I'd seen. But they weren't trying to gather information. They were trying to determine how much I knew and whether I posed a security risk. On the 7th day, they brought in a man who introduced himself only as Mr. Grey. He was older, maybe in his 60s, with the kind of weathered face that comes from decades of outdoor work in harsh conditions. His credentials identified him as being from the Department of Energy, but everything about his manner suggested military intelligence or something even more shadowy. "Mr. Kessler," he said, settling into the chair across from me in the windowless interrogation room. "You've seen things that most people aren't equipped to understand, things that could cause widespread panic if they became public knowledge." "You mean the structures under the ice?" He smiled, but it wasn't a pleasant expression. I mean the implications of those structures. Do you understand what would happen if the world learned that human civilization has been guided by non-human intelligence for thousands of years? If people discovered that their religions, their governments, their entire understanding of history was based on lies? I thought about it. There would be chaos. There would be the end of civilization as we know it, he corrected, which is why certain information must remain classified, regardless of the personal cost to those who possess it. He slid a document across the table. It was thicker than the original NDA I'd signed, with legal language that basically signed away my right to ever speak about the mission or its discoveries. The penalties for violation included life imprisonment without possibility of parole. What about the other team members, I asked. Dr. Chen, the technicians, the other personnel? Mr. Gray's expression didn't change. Dr. Chen suffered an unfortunate accident during her return journey to the United States. The technicians have been reassigned to other projects where their specialized knowledge can be properly utilized. You're the only one with comprehensive knowledge of the entire mission. You're saying I'm the only witness left? I'm saying you're the only person still alive who has the complete picture of what Project Echo 9 discovered. The implication was clear. Sign the document and keep silent, or join Doctor Chen and the others who had suffered unfortunate accidents. I signed. But signing the document didn't end my involvement with the Antarctic Discovery. Over the next several years, I was contacted periodically by government representatives who wanted updates on my psychological adjustment to the classified material I'd been exposed to. The contacts were always brief and professional, but the message was clear. They were watching me. In 2003, I was approached by a journalist named Michael Harrison, who was investigating rumours about classified Antarctic expeditions. Harrison had somehow obtained partial information about Operation High Jump and the Soviet expeditions, and he was trying to piece together the full story. He contacted me because my name appeared on some of the declassified personnel list from McMurdo Station. I told him I couldn't help him, but Harrison was persistent. He kept calling, sending emails, even showing up at my apartment with questions about things he couldn't possibly have known unless he had inside information. Finally, I agreed to meet him at a coffee shop in downtown Arlington, intending to convince him to drop his investigation for his own safety. Harrison never showed up for the meeting. The next day, his body was found in the Potomac River. The official cause of death was accidental drowning, but Harrison was an experienced swimmer and former Navy SEAL. The story made local news for exactly 1 day before disappearing entirely. After Harrison's death, I realized that simply staying quiet wasn't enough to guarantee my safety. The people controlling information about the Antarctic discoveries were willing to kill to maintain their secrets, and my continued existence was only tolerated as long as I remained completely silent. So I developed a different strategy. Instead of trying to expose the truth directly, I began documenting everything I could remember about Project Echo 9 and storing the information in multiple secure locations. If something happened to me, the documents would eventually be released. If I lived long enough, maybe I could find a way to get the information out without getting myself killed. 25 years later, I'm still alive, but the world is running out of time. Date, March 18th, 2023. The ice is melting faster than anyone predicted. I've been monitoring Antarctic climate data for 2 decades, and the acceleration over the past 5 years is unprecedented. The West Antarctic ice sheet is losing mass at a rate that suggests complete collapse within the next decade, and the East Antarctic ice sheet, where the Gamburtsev Mountains are located, is showing signs of instability that weren't predicted by any climate models. But the most disturbing development isn't the ice melt itself, it's the seismic activity. Since 2018, the Gamburtsev mountain region has experienced over 300 earthquakes of magnitude 4.0 or higher. That's more seismic activity than the region had experienced in the previous 50 years combined. The earthquake patterns are exactly what you'd expect if massive structures were shifting or activating beneath the ice. The thermal signatures are changing too. Satellite data shows that the heat sources we detected in 1998 have increased in intensity by over 400%. Whatever technology or systems are buried under those mountains, they're becoming more active as the ice above them thins. But here's what really scares me. The government knows all of this, and they're not just hiding it. They're actively preventing any research or investigation into the region. The Gamburtsev Mountains are now completely off limits to all scientific expeditions, with a restricted airspace designation that allows military aircraft to shoot down any unauthorized flights. Official explanation: environmental protection protocols. Meanwhile, strange things are happening around the world that correlate with the increased Antarctic activity. Marine biologists are reporting massive die-offs of deep-sea creatures, as if something is disturbing the ocean depths. Astronomers are detecting radio signals from the direction of Antarctica that don't match any known natural phenomena, and there have been at least 12 reported UFO sightings in the Southern Ocean since 2020, all from commercial pilots who were later pressured to retract their statements. I've tried reaching out to other survivors from the various Antarctic expeditions over the years, but most are either dead, missing, or too terrified to speak. However, in 2019 I managed to make contact with Dr. Elena Vasquez, a geologist who was part of a Chilean expedition that encountered anomalous structures in 2007. Her team was evacuated after only 3 days, and she spent 2 years in psychiatric treatment for what officials described as severe altitude psychosis. But Dr. Vasquez wasn't psychotic. She was traumatized by what she'd seen. We met in secret at a small cafe in Santiago, and she told me about her team's discovery of an entrance to the underground structures, not the shaft we'd drilled, but a natural opening that had been revealed by recent ice melt. Her team had descended only about 50 feet before encountering active technology. Lights that turned on as they approached, symbols that glowed and shifted on the walls, and sounds that she described as mechanical but alive. "They're waking up," she told me, her hands shaking as she spoke. "Whatever's down there, it's been dormant for thousands of years, but the ice melt is triggering activation sequences. We're not just dealing with archaeological ruins, we're dealing with functional technology that's responding to environmental changes." Dr. Vasquez also told me something that connected directly to Dr. Holbrook's final words. She had managed to photograph some of the symbols her team encountered, and when she showed them to a colleague who specialized in ancient cartography, he immediately recognized similarities to the Peary Race map and other historical documents that depicted Antarctica without ice. "The symbols aren't just decorative," she explained. "They're coordinates, star charts and geographical references that show Earth as it existed during different geological periods. But more than that, they show Earth as it will exist in the future, when the ice caps melt completely." The implications were staggering. The intelligence buried under Antarctica hadn't just observed Earth's geological changes over millions of years, it had predicted them. Climate change wasn't an accidental byproduct of human industrial activity. It was part of a cycle that had been planned and anticipated by non-human intelligence long before humans even existed. Dr. Vasquez died in a car accident 6 months after our meeting. The brake lines on her vehicle had been cut. Date: present-day analysis. March 2023. Classification: Personal Archive. D. Kessler. As I compile these logs in 2023, the evidence suggests that we're approaching the final phase of whatever cycle the Antarctic intelligence has been orchestrating. The thermal signatures beneath the Gamburtsev Mountains now extend over 1,000 square mile area, indicating that the underground structures are far more extensive than we realized in 1998. But more disturbing is the discovery that similar thermal signatures are appearing at other locations around the world, all in regions that were once covered by ice sheets during previous geological periods. Northern Canada, Siberia, Greenland, and even sections of the Sahara Desert that were frozen during ice ages are showing unexplained heat sources and seismic activity. The network is global. Whatever we found in Antarctica isn't isolated. It's part of a worldwide system that has been monitoring and influencing Earth's climate for millions of years. Recent satellite data shows that these global heat sources are synchronizing their activity. The thermal pulses from Antarctica are being matched by similar pulses from sites in Alaska, northern Russia, and beneath the Greenland ice sheet. It's as if a communication network is activating, preparing for something that requires coordination across the entire planet. The timeline Dr. Chen translated from the chamber symbols, ending in 2023, wasn't predicting destruction. It was predicting emergence. 3 weeks ago, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a single photograph taken by what appeared to be a deep-sea submersible. The image showed the ocean floor near Antarctica, but instead of the usual rocky terrain, there were structures, the same black stone construction we'd found beneath the ice. But these were on the ocean floor and clearly active. Lights were visible within the structures, and the water around them was filled with what looked like geometric patterns of bioluminescence. Attached to the photograph was a note in handwriting I didn't recognise. They're not waking up. They're coming home. Yesterday, news reports began appearing about unexplained sonar contacts in the Southern Ocean. Ships from multiple nations are reporting large, fast-moving objects beneath the ice that don't match any known marine life or human technology. The official explanation is previously unknown whale species disturbed by climate change. But I know better. The countdown is over. The barriers have fallen, and after 25 years of silence, it's time for the world to know what's really happening. Date: March 19th, 2023. This will be my final audio log. As I record this, there are unmarked vehicles parked outside my apartment, and I know my time is running out. But the information I've documented over the past 25 years is already in the hands of people who can't be silenced as easily as one old cartographer. The truth about Antarctica, about the intelligence that has been guiding human civilization for millennia, about the climate changes that are part of a planned cycle, rather than accidental consequences, all of this information will be released regardless of what happens to me. But there's one final piece of the puzzle that I've only recently understood, and it changes everything. The intelligence buried under Antarctica isn't alien, it's terrestrial. It's from Earth, but from a version of Earth that existed long before humans evolved. The elongated skulls, the advanced technology, the global monitoring network. It all belongs to a species that achieved technological civilization millions of years ago, before the ice ages that buried their cities and forced them into hibernation. They're not invaders, they're the original inhabitants of this planet, and they're waking up to reclaim what was always theirs. The climate change we're experiencing isn't being caused by their technology, it's being caused by us, and their systems are simply responding to the environmental changes by activating emergence protocols that have been dormant for geological ages. Humanity has had its time on Earth. We've had our chance to develop wisdom along with our technology, to prove that we could be responsible stewards of the planet they once ruled. The melting ice isn't just revealing their cities, it's revealing our failure. Dr. Holbrook was right about one thing. We won't be ready for their return. Not because they're hostile, but because our entire civilization is built on assumptions about human supremacy and planetary ownership that are about to be proven catastrophically wrong. The structures beneath Antarctica aren't ruins. They're not even archaeological sites. They're infrastructure, maintained in hibernation for millions of years, waiting for the planetary conditions to become suitable for reactivation. The Piri race map was accurate because it was drawn by people who had access to the historical records kept by the Antarctic intelligence. Every ancient civilization that achieved sufficient sophistication was contacted and guided by the sleeping guardians beneath the ice. The knowledge that built the pyramids, that enabled the mathematical achievements of the Mayans, that inspired the astronomical precision of Stonehenge, all of it came from the same source, and now the source is awakening. I can hear vehicles stopping outside my building, multiple engines, coordinated movement, professional voices using radio protocols I recognise from my military days. They've found me, which means they've probably found the documentation sites as well. But it doesn't matter anymore. The ice is melting too fast for them to stop what's coming. The thermal signatures are too widespread, the seismic activity too intense, the global network too thoroughly activated. Within the next 5 years, possibly sooner, the world will witness the emergence of a technological civilization that makes our greatest achievements look like Stone Age tools. Whether humanity survives that emergence will depend on whether we can adapt to being the junior species on a planet that was never really ours to begin with. They're at my door now. I can hear them in the hallway, speaking in the clipped professional tones of people who are very good at making problems disappear. I'm not afraid. 25 years of carrying this secret has been its own kind of prison, and knowing that the truth will finally come out, one way or another, is almost a relief. To whoever finds these recordings, the countdown is over. The barriers have fallen. The real history of Earth is about to begin. This is Daniel Kessler, former military cartographer, survivor of Project Echo 9, signing off. Audio recording ends at 23:47:12 GMT, March 19th, 2023. Device found in apartment 2C, 1247 Arlington Boulevard, following disappearance of resident Daniel Kessler. Subject's whereabouts remain unknown. All materials related to this case are classified under National Security Directive 7741-Omega. Agent Morrison, DHS Special Activities Division. Date: June 15th, 2025. Source: anonymous data dump on multiple file-sharing platforms. The files attributed to Daniel Kessler appeared simultaneously on over 200 websites worldwide on June 15th, 2025, exactly 27 months after his disappearance. Despite immediate efforts by government agencies to remove the materials, the files had been downloaded millions of times within the first 24 hours of their release. Accompanying the audio logs and mission files was a collection of satellite imagery, seismic data, and classified documents that supported Kessler's claims about Antarctic activity. Independent verification of the satellite data confirmed massive thermal signatures beneath the Gamburtsev Mountains, as well as similar signatures at locations in Alaska, Siberia, and Greenland. Of particular note was a series of photographs taken by deep-sea research vessels showing structures on the Antarctic ocean floor that matched descriptions in Kessler's files. The photographs appeared to have been taken over a period of several years, showing the gradual activation of lights and systems within the underwater structures. Perhaps most disturbing was the final document in the data dump, a climate projection study showing accelerated ice melt rates that would expose significant portions of the Antarctic structures within the next 3 years. As of the publication of these files, 17 commercial pilots have reported encounters with unidentified objects emerging from the Southern Ocean. Marine biologists have documented the appearance of previously unknown species of deep-sea life, exhibiting bioluminescent patterns that match the geometric designs described in ancient texts. And seismic monitoring stations around the world have recorded synchronized vibrations originating from former Ice Age regions, as if a global network of some kind is becoming active after millions of years of dormancy. Government officials from multiple nations have declined to comment on the Kessler files, citing national security concerns. However, recently declassified documents from the 1940s and 1950s confirm that both Operation High Jump and subsequent Soviet expeditions did encounter anomalous phenomena in Antarctica that resulted in mission terminations and classified reports. Whether Daniel Kessler's account represents truth or elaborate fiction may become irrelevant in the coming years. The ice continues to melt at unprecedented rates, and the thermal signatures beneath Antarctica continue to intensify. As Kessler predicted in his final audio log, the countdown is over, the barriers are falling, and humanity may soon discover that we are not alone on this planet, and never have been. The real question is not whether the intelligence beneath the ice is awakening, but whether humanity is prepared for what comes next. Settle in as we explore what might be lurking beneath those peaceful cornfields. The radio transmitter hummed to life with a familiar electric wheeze, its vintage dials glowing amber in the dimness of the shed. Mattie Connors wiped dust from the frequency display, her fingers leaving clean trails across the aged panel. Her father's ancient ham radio equipment had sat untouched for nearly a decade, but tonight, on her 25th birthday, seemed like the perfect time to resurrect it. "Come on, old friend," she whispered, turning the tuning knob delicately. "Let's see if you still work." Outside, beyond the weathered walls of the equipment shed, cornstalks whispered in the summer night. The Connors farm stretched for 40 acres in all directions, a modest plot by Iowa standards, but enough to keep her father in business after her mother passed. Enough to keep Mattie trapped in Granger when her engineering scholarship fell through. Enough empty space to broadcast music that no one would hear. The transmitter's needle jumped, finding power. Static hissed through the speakers. Mattie checked her phone's FM radio app, searching for an empty frequency to experiment with. Most of the dial was dead air this far from Des Moines, just how she wanted it. She settled on 88.1 FM, twisted the broadcast dial to match, and waited. The static changed. Not suddenly, but in such a subtle shift that she almost missed it. The white noise acquired rhythm, a soft, regular thump that reminded her of a heartbeat, but mechanical, precise, too regular for anything natural. "That's weird," she muttered, checking connections. The transmitter wasn't actually broadcasting yet. It was receiving. The rhythmic pulse continued, now joined by a faint high-pitched tone that danced above the lower beat. It reminded her of the harmonic pattern generators she'd built during her brief engineering stint at Iowa State. The sound was almost mathematical in its precision. Mattie glanced at her watch. 3:33 a.m. She grabbed her phone and started recording, holding the microphone close to the radio's speaker. After a full minute, the signal abruptly cut off, returning to pure static. Back in her bedroom, Mattie downloaded the audio file and opened her sound editing software. She hadn't used these programs since dropping out of college, but some skills never quite disappeared. She ran the signal through a spectrogram analysis, watching as the visual representation of the sound materialized on her screen. What she saw made her sit back in her chair. The patterns weren't random. The high-pitched overtones, when mapped visually, created distinct numerical sequences. First 7 prime numbers, then what appeared to be the beginning of a Fibonacci sequence. This wasn't terrestrial interference or random cosmic noise. This was structured, intelligent. "What the hell?" she whispered, running the analysis again. By sunrise, Mattie had created 3 different spectrograms and converted portions of the signal into numerical values. She'd spent hours on Reddit forums for audio engineers and amateur astronomers, eventually posting her findings with a simple question. Found weird signal on 88.1 FM in rural Iowa. Any ideas what this could be? She attached the audio file and her preliminary analysis before collapsing into bed, the morning chores temporarily forgotten. Her last conscious thought was that she should check the frequency again the following night. When she woke at noon, her post had been removed, not just downvoted or flagged, completely gone, as if it had never existed. Her browser history showed she'd visited the site, but the post itself had vanished. More disturbing still, the audio file she'd uploaded to her cloud drive was gone too. "Dad," she called, heading downstairs, "did you use my computer this morning?" Walter Connors sat at the kitchen table, his weathered hands wrapped around a coffee mug. At 63, he maintained the stoic demeanour of someone who had spent a lifetime watching seeds grow into crops, only to be harvested and planted again. Patience lived in the creases around his eyes. "Didn't touch it," he replied, not looking up from his newspaper. "Why?" "Some files went missing," Mattie said, pouring herself coffee. "Weird stuff I recorded last night on your old radio setup." Her father's hand stilled, coffee mug halfway to his lips. What frequency? The question struck her as odd. 88.1. Why? Walter carefully folded his newspaper, a deliberate movement that Mattie recognised as his way of buying time. That old transmitter picks up all kinds of interference, probably just noise from the power lines. Power line noise doesn't transmit prime number sequences, Dad. The kitchen fell silent except for the ticking of the ancient wall clock. Walter cleared his throat. "Sometimes it's better not to broadcast what you hear," he said finally. "Especially around here." "What's that supposed to mean?" Mattie pressed. Walter stood, rinsing his mug at the sink. "Just saying some signals aren't meant to be shared." He left for the fields before she could question him further, but his reaction only intensified her curiosity. What did her father know about a random radio frequency? Why would he care if she shared what she'd found? That afternoon, Mattie drove into town, laptop tucked under her arm. The Granger Public Library was small but offered free Wi-Fi that wasn't linked to her home network. She uploaded her recordings again, this time to a more obscure forum dedicated to unexplained radio phenomena. Within an hour she had 3 responses. Definitely artificial. Pattern repeats exactly every 42.7 seconds. Looks like SETI stuff. Where exactly did you record this? Check your DMS. The direct message came from a user named RadioSilence_1977. Take this down immediately. They monitor these forums. 88.1 is part of Node 0. Not your discovery, not the first time. Call the number in your area that ends with 3333 if you need to understand why this matters. Mattie stared at the message, a chill running through her despite the summer heat. She started typing a response when the library's internet connection suddenly dropped. The librarian announced they were experiencing technical difficulties. By the time Matty returned home, her forum post had vanished too. That evening, as sunset painted the cornfields in golden shadow, Matty noticed something unusual from her bedroom window. A utility truck parked at the edge of their property. Two men in matching grey uniforms stood beside it, looking toward the house. Though too distant to see clearly, something about their synchronised movements seemed unnatural, as if they were mirrors of each other. When she blinked, they were gone. The truck, too. Only empty road remained. At exactly 3:33 a.m, Matty sat in the equipment shed, headphones on, the radio tuned to 88.1 FM. The signal returned, stronger tonight, its pulsing rhythm somehow more urgent. The mathematical sequences had evolved, growing more complex. In the distance, she could have sworn she heard the cornstalks rustling in perfect synchronization with the beat. Matty woke to the sound of her computer rebooting, the distinctive startup chime jolting her from sleep. The clock on her nightstand read 3:33 a.m. She hadn't set an alarm. Rubbing sleep from her eyes, she watched as her screen flashed to life, opened a blank document, and displayed a single line of text. Not for you to hear. The cursor blinked rhythmically before the computer shut itself down. Matty sat frozen, heart hammering in her chest. She hadn't touched the keyboard. She hadn't even been near the computer. Morning brought no clarity, only more questions. While checking the fence line after breakfast, she discovered a perfect circle in the cornfield, about 10 feet in diameter, where the stalks lay flat against the ground, spiralling inward toward a centre point. The corn wasn't broken or damaged, just uniformly bent as if pressed down by an invisible hand. "Dad!" she called out, finding Walter inspecting an irrigation pump nearby. "Come look at this." Her father approached slowly, his face unreadable as he surveyed the formation. "Wind damage," he said flatly. "Wind doesn't create perfect circles with mathematical precision," Matty argued, "and it doesn't just happen to show up after I record that signal." Walter sighed heavily. "Leave it alone, Matty. Please." "Why won't you tell me what you know about this?" She gestured toward the flattened corn. "This isn't normal, and you're acting like it's just another Tuesday." Her father removed his cap, running a hand through thinning grey hair. "I worked radar systems before I inherited this farm. Air Force, 1985 to 1991, stationed up at the North Dakota border most of that time." This wasn't news to Matty, but his tone suggested he was building to something important. "There were frequencies we were told never to acknowledge," he continued. "Signals that appeared on our scopes that we logged as equipment malfunction, even when we knew better. The brass called them ambient anomalies. We called them visitors." Matty stared at him. "Are you saying you detected UFOs?" "I'm saying some things in this world speak in ways we're not meant to understand." And answering back, he paused, looking directly at her. "That's when trouble starts." Before she could press further, the distant sound of a vehicle drew their attention. The same utility truck from yesterday approached along the access road, moving unhurriedly. "Go inside," Walter said quietly. "Who are they?" "Don't know, don't want to, just go." Matty retreated to the house, but watched from the kitchen window as her father met the truck at the end of their driveway. Two men emerged, identical in height and build, wearing matching grey uniforms. Even from this distance, their movements seemed eerily coordinated. They spoke briefly with Walter, who nodded several times. One of them handed him what appeared to be a business card. Then they departed, the truck disappearing down the dusty road. Walter returned to the house, his expression troubled. "Electric company," he said, before Matty could ask. "Checking lines. In matching uniforms with synchronized walks? Come on, Dad." He placed the card on the counter. It was blank except for a phone number, one that ended in 3333. "Sometimes," Walter said carefully, "it's better to ask permission than forgiveness." That afternoon, while her father napped, Matty drove to the Granger Historical Society, a glorified storage room attached to the town hall. The elderly volunteer seemed surprised to have a visitor. looking for information on any radio stations or transmission towers that might have operated around here, Matty explained, especially during the Cold War. The woman pursed her lips. That'd be the old emergency broadcast station, I suppose. Closed down in 97 or thereabouts. Never did much broadcasting that I recall. Where was it located? About 8 miles north of town. Nothing left now but the foundation. With directions in hand, Matty found the site easily enough. A concrete slab obscured by weeds, with the rusted remains of a tower anchor still visible. What caught her attention, however, was what lay beneath. A sealed metal hatch, its surface weathered but intact, emblazoned with faded government markings. She photographed everything, particularly the designation stencilled on the hatch. ARCS Node 0. Back home, Matty began researching ARCS and found sparse references to the Agricultural Region Communication System, ostensibly created to warn rural communities of nuclear threats. But one declassified document mentioned passive monitoring capabilities and anomalous frequency capture. She expanded her search to include other similar stations and discovered something remarkable. Satellite maps showed 6 former ARCS stations formed a perfect hexagon across Iowa, Nebraska, and South Dakota, with Granger precisely at its centre. That night, at 3:33 a.m, the signal returned, stronger, clearer. But this time, embedded within its mathematical pattern was something new. Her name, converted to binary code. The signal knew who was listening. As dawn broke, Matty found a note slipped under the front door. Do not transmit. It hers. Later that morning, while checking the cattle, she noticed they were huddled at the far end of the pasture, as far from the corn as possible. Their behaviour was unusual, heads lowered, refusing to graze despite the lush grass. When she tried approaching them, they backed away, eyes wide with unmistakable fear. By noon, the corn had changed. Subtle at first, just a slight variance in the direction of growth. But as Matty walked the rows, she realised entire sections were now growing in clockwise spirals rather than straight lines. The stalks twisted around each other in patterns that mimicked the frequency readouts from her computer. She tried calling the number on the blank card. A mechanical voice answered, reciting what sounded like random numbers before disconnecting. When she redialed, a different voice answered, human this time, but strangely flat. Connor's residence, 88.1 observation, the voice stated, not a question. Who is this? Matty demanded. How do you know my frequency? Your frequency? The voice sounded almost amused. It's been transmitting since 1941. You're just the newest receiver. The line went dead. When Walter returned from town with supplies, Matty confronted him with her discoveries. What's Node 0, Dad? What's really under that concrete slab north of town? Her father's shoulders sagged. I signed papers, Matty. We all did. Everyone who's owned this land since the 40s. Signed what? Easement agreements, monitoring rights. He gestured vaguely toward the corn. They said it was dormant, hasn't sent a readable signal in decades. Who's they? People who know enough to be afraid, Walter answered, and smart enough not to interfere. That night Matty dreamed of cornfields that moved like ocean waves, pulsing in rhythm to an unseen heartbeat. In the dream, she walked to the centre of their property where the ground began to split open, revealing not soil but a vast mechanical eye, ancient yet somehow alive, peering up at the stars. She awoke to find her bedroom filled with a pale blue light that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. Her computer screen showed spectrogram patterns forming and dissolving without input. In the corner of her room stood 2 identical silhouettes, the men from the utility truck, though she hadn't heard anyone enter the house. She's resonating now, one said, voice oddly distorted. Becoming antenna, the other replied. Matty reached for the bedside lamp, but the figures were gone before the light came on. The locals called it pressure front weather, that peculiar stillness before a storm when the air feels charged with anticipation. But the clouds gathering over Granger that morning carried no rain, only an unnatural darkness that seemed to absorb the sunlight. Matty stood on the porch, watching barn swallows dart nervously across the sky before disappearing entirely. Even the insects had gone quiet. The corn, however, hadn't stopped its strange transformation, now growing nearly 6 inches taller than normal, with stalks that twisted toward the centre of the property instead of reaching for the sun. Her phone vibrated with a text from an unknown number. The pattern completes today. Stay indoors after sunset. She tried responding, but the message bounced back as undeliverable. Walter had left before dawn for a farm supply auction in Des Moines, leaving Matty alone with her mounting questions and the increasingly alien landscape of their once familiar farm. She decided it was time to find answers elsewhere. The Granger Public Library's local history section was modest, but contained yellowed newspaper archives dating back to the 1930s. Matty requested everything they had about the founding of the emergency broadcast station. Funny you should ask, the librarian said, retrieving a dusty folder. Someone else was looking into those old stations just last month, left this research behind. The folder contained photocopied articles about the station's construction in 1941, alongside what appeared to be handwritten research notes in Cyrillic script. Clipped to these was a faded black and white photograph showing 7 men in military uniforms standing before the partially constructed radio tower. On the back, someone had written, Joint Monitoring Initiative, US-USSR, 1941. This can't be right, Matty muttered. The Americans and Soviets weren't allies until months after Pearl Harbor, which happened in December 1941. Yet this photo was dated April 1941, 8 months earlier. Stranger still was the diagram that fell from between the pages, a technical schematic labelled Receiving Configuration Subterranean Frequency Capture. The drawing showed the radio tower's foundations extending far deeper than necessary, connecting to what appeared to be a pre-existing underground structure. As she photographed these documents with her phone, Matty noticed a sealed envelope tucked into the folder's pocket. Inside was a handwritten letter, the paper brittle with age. August 15th, 1982. To whoever finds this account, my name is Alexei Baranov, formerly captain of Soviet Air Defense Forces. I am what your government calls a defector, though I did not leave for politics or freedom. I left because both our nations lie about what sleeps beneath your American heartland. In 1982, I was assigned to a joint monitoring project, officially designated as atmospheric research, but our true purpose was to track signals from an object discovered in 1926. American farmers found it after a meteorite impact, except it was no meteorite. The object was manufactured, ancient, and buried far deeper than any natural impact could explain. Neither government wished to acknowledge it publicly. Instead, they built a network of listening posts disguised as rural radio stations, 6 stations to triangulate, with Granger at the centre. For decades, the object remained dormant, emitting only faint pulses at regular intervals, like a heartbeat in hibernation. But something has changed. The mathematicians say the pattern is evolving, becoming more complex. The object is waking up. It sends signals outward now, not just to our stations, but to the stars. I write this because I believe people deserve warning. When the pattern completes, when it establishes the connection it seeks, I fear what might answer. If you are reading this, look to the fields. They will change first. A.B. Matty's hands trembled as she folded the letter. The date, 1982, coincided with her father's early Air Force service. Had he known about this all along? Outside the library, the strange weather had intensified. The sky had darkened to a greenish copper hue that typically preceded tornadoes, yet the air remained perfectly still. Her phone showed no service, and the town seemed eerily deserted for a weekday afternoon. As she drove back toward the farm, Matty noticed something impossible. The cornfields along the highway had changed direction since morning. Miles of crops that had previously grown in conventional rows now formed elaborate spiral patterns visible even from ground level. The effect was disorienting, creating optical illusions that made the landscape appear to breathe. The utility truck waited at her driveway, the identical men standing motionless beside it. This time Matty didn't avoid them. She parked directly in front and got out. "Who are you really?" she demanded. "What's happening to our farm?" The men regarded her with identical blank expressions. Up close, their similarities were even more unsettling. Not just their builds and uniforms, but their faces shared the same flat affect, as if emotions were concepts they'd only recently encountered. "Resonance testing," one said. "Calibration complete," added the other. "That doesn't tell me anything," Matty pressed. "What's underneath our farm? What's ARCS Node 0? The first man tilted his head. "Not what. Who?" "It was always listening," said the second. "Now it's answering." "Answering what?" "The question it was sent to ask." They handed her another blank card, this one containing only geographic coordinates. Without another word, they returned to their truck and drove away. Matty entered the coordinates into her phone's map application. They matched the exact centre of their property, a spot where the corn grew tallest, where the spiral patterns converged. By the time she reached the house, the sun had nearly set, casting long shadows through the twisted cornfields. The coordinates led to a section they rarely farmed, a slight depression that tended to flood during heavy rains. Her father had always avoided planting there, claiming the soil was poor. Now she understood why. The ground at the centre had changed, the soil darkening to an almost metallic sheen. As twilight deepened, the dirt began to emit a faint luminescence, pulsing with the same rhythm as the radio signal. Matty's phone chimed with a text from her father. "Don't go near the centre field. Coming home now." Too late. She was already standing at the edge of the depression, watching as the ground continued its transformation. The dirt was shifting, revealing glimpses of something solid underneath, something with geometric patterns etched into its surface. Her phone rang. Unknown caller. "Matilda Connors," said a voice she recognised from her earlier call. "You need to leave immediately. The pattern completes at 3:33. "What happens then?" she asked. "It finishes constructing the receiver, and then it waits for instructions." "From who?" A pause. "We don't know. That's what scares us." The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, and Matty stepped back as a section of soil collapsed, revealing a small portion of what lay beneath, a metallic surface with inscribed symbols that resembled mathematical equations. The exposed section pulsed with soft blue light, the same colour that had filled her bedroom nights before. Her phone's screen flickered, then displayed a single message. Coordinates matched. Receiver identified. As darkness fell completely, Matty noticed something else. The stars above the farm were disappearing one by one, as if being systematically erased from the night sky. In their place, a subtle pattern was forming in the darkness, the same spiral configuration she'd seen in her spectrogram analysis. At precisely 3:33 a.m, every electronic device on the farm activated simultaneously. The house lights, her computer, the old radio transmitter in the shed, each emitted the same pulsing pattern, now loud enough to feel in her chest. The ground at the centre of the depression split open like a blooming flower, soil falling away to reveal more of the object beneath, a vast circular disc of impossible age, its surface covered in mathematical symbols that rearranged themselves as she watched. From this exposed section, a beam of coherent light shot straight upward into the night sky, piercing the spiral void where stars had been. The transmission had begun. Walter's truck skidded to a halt in the driveway, headlights illuminating Matty's frozen figure at the field's edge. He ran toward her, panic evident in every movement. "Get back to the house," he shouted over the now audible hum emanating from the exposed disc. It's not safe. Matty couldn't move, transfixed by the beam of light connecting Earth to sky. "What is it, Dad? Really?" Walter reached her side, breathless. They called it a beacon when I was stationed at the monitoring facility, supposedly dormant for millennia until a lightning strike partially activated it in 1926. They built the listening posts to study it without disturbing it further. They who? Started as a joint Soviet-American project before the Cold War, later expanded to include others, scientists, military, people who understood the implications. The humming intensified, and the beam of light widened, creating a cylindrical column that distorted everything seen through it. The air within seemed to bend, creating impossible geometries. "We need to go," Walter insisted, tugging her arm. "They're evacuating everyone within the zone." Tonight's narrative is called Project Selene, a conspiracy thriller about a hidden archive, lost tapes, and the truth behind the moon landing. We'll journey through old NASA film reels, half-forgotten storage vaults, and the unravelling mind of a single archivist who stumbles upon footage that challenges the official version of humanity's greatest technological triumph, the 1969 moon landing. Our protagonist, Nolan Price, is no hero or super spy, just a quiet technician with a meticulous eye for detail. As he uncovers more evidence of an elaborate stage set and repeated take calls, watchers close in. The line between fact and hoax warps. Has the entire lunar narrative been meticulously faked? And if so, who orchestrated it? And how far will they go to keep it hidden? So find a comfortable position, maybe in bed with the lights low, or in a cosy chair as midnight drifts closer. Let your breathing slow. We'll sink into the flicker of analog film, that soft whir of a projector spinning old reels. Perhaps the gentle hum of a reel-to-reel tape resonates in the background. As we pass each chapter, you'll see how obsession can bloom from a single stray frame, and how the story of one small step for man might have been filmed under glaring stage lights all along. Remember, what follows is a work of fiction with a dash of what if, but sometimes those who ask what if unravel illusions that were never meant to be seen. Let's begin. With the hush of a locked storage facility, a reclusive archivist, and a battered cardboard box of tapes labelled Project Selene. Nolan Price stood outside the cinder-block walls of an abandoned government warehouse on the outskirts of Houston. The midday sun beat down on cracked pavement. He clutched a letter from Arcadia Aerospace Solutions, a private contractor that handled everything from satellite design to climate data. They had found references to ancient NASA reels in a sealed corner of a facility left over from the Cold War. The letter said Nolan, a freelance film restoration specialist, was chosen to digitize them. Urgent for historical archiving, they claimed. The pay was good, suspiciously good. Nolan stared at the weathered steel door. A single guard in a dusty uniform waved him in, already expecting him. Inside, the air was stale with the odour of old cardboard and decaying reel canisters. Flickering fluorescent lights revealed rows of shelves stuffed with NASA-labelled boxes, many slashed or water-damaged. This was typical. NASA's official archives were famed for mishaps, lost tapes of early rocket tests, missing telemetry from the Apollo missions. But something about Arcadia's hush-hush approach set Nolan on edge. A short, grey-suited woman introduced herself as Madison Harlow, acting as Arcadia's liaison. Without fanfare, she led him to a small side room, a makeshift editing suite they'd rigged with a battered 16mm projector, a spool rewinder, and a digital capture device. Stacks of reels labelled Apollo 11, RAW, Apollo 12, AVA, Saturn telemetry, hull, and a curious mark, Selene, or SB footage. Harlow told him, "Your job's simple, transfer them to high-resolution digital, mark any anomalies or degrade, no public commentary, no copies, understood?" Her tone was matter-of-fact but severe. Nolan didn't argue. He'd done hush projects before, and the hush came from corporate sensitivity or undisclosed research. Usually it was benign, so he shrugged. Sure, I'll keep it discreet. She gave him a passkey, instructions on the alarm system, then left with final words. We want it done swiftly, there's a schedule. Over the next few days, Nolan methodically fed reels into the projector, capturing them via a specialised scanner. In the first wave, he found typical NASA mission logs, rocket staging, crew training, pre-launch interviews. The colour had faded, the audio scratchy but recognisable, ground control chatter, astronauts reciting checklists. He found it a bit mesmerising, the old swirl of a countdown, boosters roaring. A shame these tapes had gathered dust. On day 3, he encountered the first odd reel. A label read, Apollo 11 Stage B, Take 3. The word Take 3 was strange. NASA mission reels usually said T-plus timeline or mission day references, not take. He shrugged, loaded it. The footage flickered. A wide shot of what looked like a lunar surface mock-up. Astronaut suits in frame, then a voice off screen. Positions and action! The two suited figures hopped across the grey dust. One stumbled. A faint laugh was heard. Then another voice. Cut, we'll reset. The reflection's too bright on the visor. Nolan's heart pounded. This was no standard rocket or EVA footage. It looked like a staged film set, complete with overhead lighting rigs. The black backdrop was a poor simulation of starless lunar sky. You could see wires in the corner. Shaken, Nolan reversed the reel to confirm. Indeed, there was an assistant carrying a boom mic half hidden behind an artificial crater. The date code on the reel said 7/19/1969, the day before the public broadcast of Apollo 11's first moonwalk. Could this be a training simulation? NASA did have partial staging for practice, as yet the clapper, board reading Take 3, and the director's voice implying an actual production unsettled him. He digitised it, flagged it as anomaly, and moved on. Over the next few canisters, normal mission footage resumed, so he chalked it up to a weird test shoot. NASA might have used it for PR or promotional B-roll. But that night, lying in a cheap motel, Nolan replayed the snippet in his mind. Why such hush around these older reels? NASA training footage was typically labelled as such. The next morning he dug deeper. Opening a battered can labelled Selene B, he discovered a reel that started with a NASA colour bar pattern, then abruptly cut to a behind-the-scenes environment. Men in suits conferring around what looked like a partial lunar lander set. A man in a white shirt read from a script. Lunar surface continuity, camera feed approach. We must ensure the horizon line matches the predicted lens angle. Another man wearing thick-rimmed glasses nodded. We fake it right, or we fail. Understood? Nolan's breath quickened. This was no trivial training. The group on tape specifically talked about fooling an audience. They discussed vantage angles to hide stage edges, how the overhead rig should mimic low gravity. One phrase jumped out. Public must see only the broadcast feed from the designated channel. He set the reel aside, heart pounding. This was conspiratorial gold. Actual evidence of a potential staged moon landing scenario. It defied everything taught in history. NASA had always faced accusations by conspiracy buffs about the '9 moon landing being shot in a Hollywood set, referencing anomalies in flagged photos. But mainstream science easily refuted them. Yet these tapes, if real, it was the smoking gun. Then again, it could be a hoax, decades later staged footage. But the film stock was definitely vintage, and that the audio matched 1960s analogue characteristics. With sweaty palms, Nolan rummaged more, finding references to PSH Kubrick liaison. Could this be referencing famed director Stanley Kubrick? The name was never spelled out fully, but S. Kukub, the idea was insane. He'd heard rumours Kubrick was asked by NASA to film backup footage for crisis scenarios. The next reel's label read Moon Landing Studio Revan. The conspiracy was intensifying. That evening, a creeping sense of paranoia took hold. He locked the reels in a small closet. The quiet facility seemed ominous. as though someone was always behind the next aisle. Indeed, he glimpsed shadows near the corridor, possibly just the overhead lamp flicker. He decided to finish digitizing these suspicious reels quickly, keep copies, then reevaluate. Returning to the main workstation, he discovered his second shock. The tape labelled Apollo 11 Stage B Take 3 was missing. He'd left it on the spool an hour ago. Now it was gone. He checked the entire room, the desk, the case, nowhere. Another reel was in its place, labelled simply Selene E. Do Not Watch. This was no accident. Someone knew he'd found the suspicious content. They replaced it with a cryptic reel, possibly a warning or a booby trap. Heart-pounding, Nolan placed Selene E. in the projector, through Hosty overriding caution. The film began with static, then an image of an empty crater. A whisper reversed. "This is not for you. Turn back." Flickers of random rocket footage, spliced with the face of an older man in a half-lit room, mouthing silent words. Then more static. End. Nolan realised he'd become entangled in something bigger. The label Project Selene likely referred to a top-secret operation controlling the lunar narrative. Could it be real? Or was it an elaborate mind game? He decided to approach Dr. Eliza Trent, a known NASA contractor turned historian, for help verifying authenticity. Because if these tapes were real, the entire Nukina moon landing story was a crafted facade, and if that were true, the forces behind it wouldn't let the truth emerge easily. Thus, Nolan closed up for the night, feeling the weight of newly awakened illusions. Tomorrow he'd contact Dr. Trent. For now, though, he had to check the facility's locks, ensure no further reels vanished. A faint static-like voice echoed in his head. "We told them we went to the moon, and they believed." He shivered. If indeed the event that defined modern history was a cinematic hoax, the question loomed: who orchestrated it, and how far would they go to bury the truth? True to his plan, Nolan Price found himself the next morning outside a modest office building in downtown Houston, where Dr. Eliza Trent ran her small consultancy on aerospace history. She was a slight, sharp-eyed woman in her early 50s, known for her precise knowledge of NASA's public records. He introduced himself under an alias, but she recognised the name from an earlier phone message. "Ah, you're the archivist with something urgent to show me." Inside her cluttered office, he carefully produced a hidden thumb drive with a few scanned clips. Dr. Trent popped it into her laptop. Scenes of the suspicious moon set played, along with bits of Selene B references. Her eyebrows rose. She zoomed in on certain frames, analysing the film grain, the speech patterns, the design of the suits. "This could be incredibly damning if authentic," she whispered. "But it also might be a sophisticated fake. I've seen hoaxes before. Let me cross-check specifics, production lot stamps on the film stock, the older NASA logos or pass badges." Nolan recounted the bizarre reel swaps, the reversed whispers on Selene E, and the missing spool from the previous night. Dr. Trent's fare turned grim. "If you're telling the truth, you're in danger. People don't just vanish these reels for fun. NASA had a long official stance that all major mission footage was stored, minus some lost in time, but never anything indicating a staged event." She paused, adjusting her glasses. There were rumours among older engineers, talk of a fallback plan if the real mission feed failed, but never solid proof. This might be it, or more, and they spent hours verifying minute details. A NASA mission patch visible in a corner, background voices referencing angle matches real module altitude. Dr. Trent began to suspect the tapes were genuine. She also recognised one face from an older NASA group photo, a certain black-suited figure who never stepped in front of official cameras, rumoured to be a media liaison. He was hush-hush, rumoured to coordinate with a big Hollywood name, possibly Kubrick. Dr. Trent offered a possible motive. During the Cold War, the pressure to beat the Soviets was immense. If real landings were uncertain, they might have staged footage as a failsafe. but from these tapes, it looks more elaborate. A total simulation? She exhaled. This changes everything. She urged Nolan to gather more evidence, but do it safely. That night they parted ways, planning to regroup once she did further checks in NASA's official archives. Meanwhile, Nolan returned to the old facility. The next morning he discovered the entire building locked, a renovation sign posted by Arcadia. Harlow, the liaison, was nowhere. Security had orders that no one enters, as the project was on hold. Furious, Nolan realised they intended to shut down any further rummaging. He tried to call Harlow's number, disconnected. The job was effectively over. The suspicious reels presumably removed. He retreated to his small apartment, heart pounding. If the conspirators had the tapes again, that left him with only a few digital copies. Enough maybe if the file survived. He backed them up to multiple flash drives, but as he tried emailing Dr. Trent more footage, an error flagged. File blocked, suspicious content. Some large-scale infiltration of his system was in effect. The Watchers were definitely onto him. In the swirl came a break. Rummaging through older unlabelled reels he'd already digitized, he found an odd snippet showing a man in a starkly lit corner, mid-70s style, glancing nervously at the camera. The film was scratched and audio was reversed. By reversing the track, Nolan deciphered fragments. Project Selene? Never meant to see. We built illusions for a greater cause. The man coughed, spat out. We lied. Or we lost the war. I left a final record in the Saturn archives. Then static. Confused, Nolan tried to see if Saturn archives might reference Saturn V rocket logs, but Dr. Trent had all standard Saturn V data. Possibly it referred to a hidden code or a separate repository. The man in the clip might be the archivist, or Red Hand, the rumoured original whistleblower. If Goa, his message suggested a bigger trove of evidence existed somewhere else, presumably safer than the official NASA channels. Maybe that trove spelled out the entire impetus behind faking, or partially faking, the moon landings. Nolan phoned to Trent again. She was frantic. Her home office had been ransacked, old NASA microfilms stolen, and suspicious men in suits loomed outside her building. She believed Arcadia Aerospace was a front for a deeper Black Ops group. She suggested they meet in a public place with the new reel. Nolan agreed, setting a meet at a busy bus station. However, the next day she never arrived. Her phone went dead. In parallel, an eerie wave of accidents claimed two older NASA retirees who'd been tangentially tied to the lunar era. Stroke, heart attack, but the timing reeked of cover-up. The media said nothing, overshadowed by typical news cycles, but a small corner of online conspiracy forums lit up. Moon archivist missing. Spike in NASA retiree deaths. Project Selene rumour intensifies. One forum user named Apollo Truth posted a cryptic line, "Look to LB7, the final broadcast is hidden." Nolan recognised LB might be Lunar Base 7, some old reference from the tapes. Or maybe LB7 was code for a hidden stage. He rummaged the digitised catalogue, eventually unearthing a label that matched. L. Devontervoot footage. Opening it, he found bizarre outtakes, an entire set with rovers, multiple crater backdrops, and a partial script reading, "The audience sees only the final cut." Another snippet showed a NASA official saying, "We can't let them see the starfield difference. We'll keep it black." It confirmed the idea. The official moon footage was heavily edited, possibly reshot. As tension soared, Nolan sensed the Watchers nearing. Strange cars lingered near his apartment. The old building caretaker told him men asked about him, flashing some government ID. Fearing for his life, Nolan packed the digitised reels, stashed them in a battered suitcase, and hopped on a night bus out of town. He had one lead, a mention from Dr. Trent about the domain of the final transmissions, an alleged secret NASA comm station in the desert, which might hold old telemetry backups. If the Watchers stored illusions in reels, maybe the raw signals existed, real or fake, that confirm the staged transmissions. That might be the final piece to prove everything. Exhausted, he slumped in a bus seat, the flicker of highway lights passing. He felt haunted by the question. If they never truly landed men on the moon, what did that imply about decades of scientific progress, cultural memory, even the illusions of human achievement? The scale of deception would be monstrous. Or maybe the real landings happened, but the televised footage was partly staged. The puzzle was too big, but the watchers clearly wanted him silent. He closed his eyes, drifting into half-sleep, hearing static-laced audio. "We told them we were first. The Soviets believed. We soared," voice whispered. Project Selene was the key to winning hearts, no matter the cost. He jolted awake, heart pounding. Could the cost now be his life? Thus, we near the threshold of the final confrontation. A hidden station, possibly guarded by those preserving the illusions, and a desperate archivist determined to reveal the truth, no matter the personal toll. The watchers circle like wolves. Dr. Trent is missing, and the ghostly voice of the archivist from the 1970s beckons him onward to the final spool that might shatter the world's beloved myth. A dusty desert highway led Nolan Price to a sign half rusted and unreadable. The day was scorching, reminiscent of a place NASA once tested rovers or illusions of them. Lacking a car, Nolan walked hours from the bus drop-off, carrying a battered duffel, loaded with the crucial reels and a battered laptop. He was guided only by a rumour of a closed NASA comm station, rumoured to have moon feed backups. If he could find that station, he might locate the original uncut transmissions, or a final log from the Watchers themselves, validating the entire hoax. The Watchers were not far behind. They had resources to track phone pings, credit usage, license plate scanners, but Nolan used none of those, moving off-grid. Still he sensed their presence, a drone overhead. He saw no sign, but the desert was wide, the sky empty of clues. Each day felt like an infiltration mission. At dusk on the second day, he stumbled upon a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire, leading to a small cluster of squat buildings. A sign read NASA Remote Telemetry Number Caven Abandoned. But motion sensors beeped faintly. He clipped a corner of the fence, slid through. The main door was locked, but with a rusted handle. He pried it open with a crowbar borrowed from a shed. Inside the facility lay dark, stale air, thick with dust. A backup generator might still exist. With a flicker of old fluorescent lighting, he found a control room lined with defunct monitors, consoles labelled Apollo, Gemini, Deep Space TLM. A wave of awe overcame him. This was NASA's old telemetry link, possibly used for receiving or broadcasting signals. If the Watchers wanted illusions maintained, they'd keep some gear here. Indeed, a corner door had fresh locks. Summoning nerve, Nolan forced it open, Numban, revealing a smaller side lab with modern hardware. This wasn't as abandoned as it seemed. He rummaged, discovering a functioning terminal with a note pinned, "Archive Selene, authorized access only." Bingo. He booted it, hooking up his laptop to the console. The system asked for credentials. He typed a guess. Selene. No luck. Another guess. Apollo 1969. Another fail. Searching the desk, he found a slip with partial codes referencing Tranquility Base. He typed it. The screen flashed green. He was in. File directories indicated live stage feed 69, simulation mix upped, broadcast cut. This validated the idea that at least partial coverage had been simulated. Another folder read Archive Trent Comms. That name. Was that Dr. Eliza Trent? Possibly her attempt to gather data. He opened it, a partial video showing Dr. Trent forcibly questioned by men in suits. She pleaded, "We can't let them keep lying. People deserve..." Then the video ended. Nolan reeled with horror. She'd been captured. He had to act fast. The Watchers would realise the system was accessed. He found an old satellite uplink control ironically used in the 60s for deep space transmissions. If it still worked, he could broadcast a direct feed of these unedited files to multiple open frequencies. unstoppable by typical net censorship, a perfect final broadcast. He rummaged for cables, hooking everything up. The generator hummed. The old dish on the facility's roof squeaked into position. The console flickered with an option. Signal frequencies, low Earth channels, civil comms, even random radio bands. He could saturate them all. He selected the files, raw footage of the staged moon sets, outtakes with directors, plus newly discovered voice logs referencing, "We never left Earth, we built illusions." He included the Dr. Trent clip, proving watchers had her. Tapping transmit, he waited for the progress bar. Slowly it climbed, 10%, 20%. Then boots on concrete outside. The watchers had arrived. They swarmed in, flashlights cutting beams in the dusty corridors. He jammed a filing cabinet against the door. Gunfire erupted from the hallway. The broadcast was at 60%. If he could hold them off a few more minutes, the entire world would see the raw data. Shots tore through the flimsy door. Splinters flew. The watchers forced an entry. Nolan, crouching behind a console, tapped a final override to lock the station's outer doors. The watchers hammered at them from within. They must have cut an external fence, but the building's metal doors might buy seconds. The bar rose to 80%. Sparks flew as the watchers tried to break the console. Nolan fired a single-shot flare pistol he had found, more a diversion than a weapon. The watchers scattered, returning heavy fire. The console took hits, but the broadcast still beeped along. 90% of them. In a swirl of chaos, the watchers overcame the obstacles, stepping into the lab. Their lead figure, masked, raised a rifle. "Stop this now," he barked. "We'll kill you. No one else has to die." Nolan shouted back, voice trembling. "It's done. The world will see. Will see." The masked man tried yanking cables, but Nolan had built in multiple backup processes. The bar soared to 95%. The watchers, furious, advanced with a lethal calm. 100% of the console beeped a final success. The data soared into the satellite channels. Unstoppable. The watchers realized they'd lost. The masked man hissed, "Then we'll bury you." He aimed. A shot rang out. Nolan felt a searing pain in his chest. He collapsed, choking for breath, seeing the watchers scramble to destroy equipment that no longer mattered. The feed was out. Unstoppable. In a swirl of darkness, he glimpsed a faint screen that read, "Broadcast to 12 frequencies. Transmission complete." At that moment, across various radio channels, TV backups, and online nodes, the footage played. People saw the raw set, heard staged arrests. They saw men referencing the final show, instructing astronauts how to move in moon gravity. The illusions were no longer rumour or partial. The entire mosaic was out. Social media exploded. Even those who had refused to doubt the official narrative watched in shock. By the next day, an unstoppable wave of meltdown overcame news outlets, overshadowing watchers' attempts to disclaim. Nolan lay on the floor, vision fading. The watchers, done with him, turned to vanish into the night, the clang of their boots receding. In his final moments, he recalled the reel with the old archivist's voice. "We told them we left Earth. We never had to." He felt a strange calm, believing that at least he had completed the mission. Perhaps Dr. Trent would see the broadcast and survive. The next morning, the world awoke to the shock of unfiltered footage spreading across every major and minor digital platform. Twitter, ephemeral streaming sites, pirate radio channels. The images showed the alleged set for the moon landing. Dusty sound stages, mocked-up craters, overhead rigging. Audio capturing NASA officials and alleged Hollywood technicians planning each scene. For many, this was an utter betrayal of faith in humankind's greatest triumph. For others, it vindicated decades of suspicion. Debates raged over how much was real, or whether some actual missions occurred, but the televised parts were faked. NASA and the White House scrambled to disclaim the footage, calling it forged propaganda. Yet the level of detail referencing actual mission rosters and behind-the-scenes technical talk was too well constructed for a simple hoax. Media responded in a frenzy. Reputable outlets tried to decode the timeline. Was it partial or total fakery? Did NASA still go physically to the moon while using stage broadcasts as a backup? The footage suggested a grand pre-arranged deception. A few ex-astronauts vehemently denied the claims, but curiously some had died or refused interviews. Conspiracy forums, ironically, now found themselves mainstream. Everyone had a stake in the truth. If the Mardenid broadcast was faked, what else had been manipulated in history, and how many watchers lurked behind official illusions? Arcadia Aerospace, the front that hired Nolan, came under intense scrutiny. Their offices claimed ignorance, stating, "We believed it was standard NASA archival material." Their press statements were overshadowed by insider leaks that Arcadia was deeply connected to old intelligence circles. Government statements insisted an internal investigation was underway. All typical deflections. Meanwhile, the public demanded answers. Protests outside NASA centres soared. People carried signs reading, "We deserve the real truth." In the hush of those gatherings, tearful individuals who once admired Neil Armstrong's moonwalk felt gut-punched by the notion that they'd been shown a grand cinema piece. Sarah Voss re-emerged, having fled watchers. She published a scathing editorial, Project Selene, the greatest story never told, detailing her collaboration with Nolan, the missing reels, and the final broadcast. She confirmed that Nolan likely perished after ensuring the transmissions went live. She praised him as a tragic hero. Reaction poured in from across the world, sorrow that his name would be tied to the Moonlie revelation, but gratitude for exposing it. Hashtags #Project Selene and #MoonHoax soared. NASA's official line: "We categorically deny any mission staging. We continue to investigate maliciously edited footage." But cracks appeared among NASA retirees. Some older engineers told reporters about strange security around certain broadcast trucks in 1969. A caretaker from an old film studio stepped forward, claiming she once saw moon set pieces. In short, the edifice of absolute certainty crumbled. In a hidden place, elders from the original Project Selene, if that was truly the operation's name, hunkered down. They'd spent decades ensuring the official story overshadowed any rumours. Now, with everything public, the question was whether to attempt a final push to disclaim or vanish. Some watchers apparently vanished from the scene, leaving cryptic footprints. Possibly they'd moved on to new illusions. Possibly they recognised the unstoppable wave. Some found solace in the idea that humans still had the technology or impetus to land on the moon, but needed backup show. Others believed the entire Apollo program was a monstrous PR operation, that no real landing ever happened. A subset of the population refused to believe the footage at all, labelling it advanced deep fake. Society felt fractured, uncertain if to champion or condemn the memory of NASA's achievements. Meanwhile, Dr. Eliza Trent, recovered from captivity, gave a quiet interview confirming she'd found data logs describing the staged broadcast, though she suspected some real lunar missions did happen later, overshadowed by the initial fake spectacle. It was a political necessity, she suggested, in a time of desperate Cold War posturing. But the cost to collective trust is immeasurable. A year later, controversies raged on. New historians wrote The Selene Deception, exploring how the faked footage overshadowed a partial genuine mission. Hollywood churned out docudramas. Some revered the fallen archivist Nolan Price as a modern champion of truth. Conspiracy watchers called him the man who dethroned the biggest lie in human history. Meanwhile, certain scientists lamented that the overshadowing confusion might hamper genuine space exploration dreams. If the world concluded it was all illusions, interest in real missions might fade. In the dusty corners of a thrift store in rural Florida, a battered film labelled Selene C Launch Rehearsal 5 sat unnoticed among old VHS tapes, possibly a leftover reel not confiscated by watchers. A curious shopper glimpsed it, recognised the NASA imprint, and thought it might be valuable. They purchased it for $1. The can sat in a living room shelf. If they ever played it, they'd see a single take that never made it into the final broadcast. An astronaut stumbling under bright stage lights, removing his helmet mid-moonwalk, complaining about the heat. The can's label was faint. For final illusions, keep locked. Another piece of the puzzle, lost to time, or maybe waiting for the next curious soul. As for Nolan, rumours swirled that he might have survived. A fisherman off the Gulf Coast claimed to have given a ride to a quiet man with old film spools in his bag. A small-time blogger said she received an unsigned letter thanking her for defending the truth, but no one truly knew. If he lived, it would be as an eternal wanderer, overshadowed by the legacy that Project Selene was no longer hush-hush. Illusions can define an era, forging national unity or stoking pride. But illusions, once unmasked, can unravel decades of trust, leaving a battered society to pick up the pieces. In the hush of each new night, we might look at the moon, that pale disk in the sky, wondering if humans truly touched its surface as claimed, or if the cosmic stage was an elaborate reflection of ambition and fear. The search for the unvarnished truth, ironically, stands as a testament to the restless curiosity within all who gaze upward. In the end, Project Selene remains the darkest footnote in the history of human aspiration, a conspiratorial reminder that ambition without honesty can produce a triumph with no foundation. And in that final hush, the taped voice from an old NASA spool might echo, "We told them it was a great leap for mankind. In truth, it was a single step into the shadows." Our story is called False Skies, a conspiracy thriller about a government's darkest deception and the whistleblower who exposed it. It imagines a world where the worst terror attack in modern history was not only foreseen, but deliberately orchestrated to spark endless war and funnel billions into a sprawling military-industrial complex. Now, 2 decades later, an unassuming former FBI data analyst named Thomas Keane leaks hidden documents that point to a monstrous betrayal and becomes the most wanted man in the nation. Pursued by a shadowy agency determined to keep the official version sealed, Keane races to share the truth with a public reeling from revelations that might reshape the entire post-attack world order. If you find your eyes growing heavy at any point, that's okay. This story is meant to be richly detailed. Perhaps you'll drift to sleep while pondering how fear can become a profitable enterprise, or maybe you'll stay riveted till the final word, uncovering each layer with breathless suspense. Either way, I hope you come away with new insights into how power, once obtained, can cling fiercely to the shadows. Shall we begin? Then settle in, let your breathing slow, and imagine the flicker of old computer screens, top-secret binders, and a few missing pages that change the course of entire nations. This is False Skies, told in 5 parts, each revealing a deeper rung of the labyrinth. Listen closely. The greatest secrets often hide in the quiet corners of official stories. Thomas Keane didn't feel like a revolutionary when he first pressed send. He was simply a man weighed down by guilt, holding a flash drive stuffed with revelations that haunted him for years. The file name he'd chosen of Black Dust gave no hint to the explosive contents. A trove of classified FBI memos, shipping manifests and encrypted communications that, if authenticated, would confirm every darkest rumour about the worst terrorist attack in modern memory. The day of the leak dawned cloudy, ironically anticlimactic for a moment that might reshape history. Keane sat in a dingy motel room near a dusty highway, a battered laptop perched on a wobbly table. The place smelled of stale coffee and regret, but it had functioning Wi-Fi. He checked his secure connection one last time, heart thrumming. With trembling fingers, he uploaded Black Dust to an overseas whistleblower website known for releasing hidden archives. He paused, typed a short note, "For the thousands who died and the millions misled." Then he pressed Send. Within the hour, that file reached multiple journalists and a global news outlet with a reputation for defying government censors. The outlet's editorial board pored over it, verifying bits of data in a hush of excitement and alarm. By the end of the day, the first breaking story appeared online, overshadowed by disclaimers. Unverified documents claim to reveal inside plot behind 20-year-old attack. Skeptics rolled their eyes. Conspiracy theorists hailed it as the smoking gun they'd always wanted. Most mainstream media initially dismissed it, an editing glitch, a potential hoax, or AI-generated forgery, the official line insisted. Yet some found the content too consistent to be random fakes. A set of typed memos from high-level intelligence briefings dated months before the attack, discussing the necessity of a catalytic event to unify public support for indefinite overseas campaigns. Detailed logs showed insurance policy expansions on certain tower floors days prior. Even stand-down orders for certain war games suspiciously matched the real timeline. Keane watched from his motel room's flickering TV as a breathless anchor tried to explain the leak, disclaiming that the White House calls it foreign propaganda. He sighed. The official denial had begun. Next would come the manhunt for the leaker. He closed his laptop, stuffed it in a bag and left the motel. Time to vanish. He'd served in the FBI's data analytics wing for nearly a decade, compiling anomaly reports around that fateful day. Step by step, he realized too many coincidences tied private defense contractors, intelligence heads, and financial bigwigs, all who profited from the subsequent wars. He quietly copied reams of old files, awaiting the day he had the courage to blow the whistle. That day had come. Elsewhere, powerful wars mobilized. The intelligence community's upper echelons recognized the name Thomas Keane from previous security audits. They suspected him. Within hours, calls went out from a hush-hush division to find him, brand him as a threat to national security. The director of an ultra-secret agency, Eldridge Shaw, personally oversaw the containment plan. He believed the official story must remain unchallenged, or the entire post-attack order might unravel. By midnight, bulletins labelled Keane suspected hacker and domestic threat. Agents started combing digital footprints, scouring camera feeds from near the FBI building. Shaw himself made a call to a contact at the large media conglomerates, instructing them to bury coverage of the story until further notice. The compliance was near instant. Mainstream news gave minimal airtime to the leak, overshadowing it with other headlines. But the genie was out of the bottle. On social media, the hashtag #BlackDust soared, with amateurs dissecting every memo line. A few data experts cross-referenced the IP addresses in the communications, linking them to known government subdomains. Even the partial revelation stunned the public. If the documents were genuine, it implied that some element within the US establishment not only predicted but abetted the terror event, ensuring maximum casualties for maximum political effect. The phrase false skies emerged, referencing how the public's reality had been manufactured like a painted ceiling above them, concealing the real orchestrators. Within a day, small protests flared outside federal buildings in major cities. People demanded clarity. The government's official statement repeated the forgery or foreign propaganda claim. That evening, hackers with anarchy streaks threatened to leak more verifying files if the mainstream media didn't pick it up. Tensions soared. Meanwhile, the stock market wobbled as rumours of insider deals from decades prior re-emerged. Some corporations connected to military contracting faced plunging shares. Keane watched from a safe house now, a friend's abandoned cabin in the woods. He had only the radio for news, and the swirl of distrust and fury filtered through the static. He dreaded how quickly the establishment might label him a traitor. Indeed, the next morning the FBI publicly named him as a prime suspect in a mass leak of classified data, painting him as an extremist. His old colleagues, uncertain, gave no comment. But behind the scenes, many believed the documents might be real, After all, they recognise Keen's skill in combing data for anomalies. Among the swirl stood a figure named Sarah Voss, an investigative journalist blacklisted from major networks for challenging official 9/11 narratives in the past. She recognised the pattern in these newly leaked documents. They matched puzzle pieces she'd glimpsed in hushed conversation with insiders. She reached out to the new site that hosted the files, leaving an encrypted message. "I can help verify. Let me speak to the source." That message eventually found its way to Keen via an online confidant, setting the stage for an alliance that might shake the entire narrative. Thus, from a dusty hideout, Keen typed a coded reply. The story's real race began. Could he deliver evidence to a credible journalist and blow the entire false narrative wide open before the apparatus of Homeland Security, the very system built on the official Spore crushed him? The next step would be forging that alliance with Voss and hoping her instincts for truth outweighed her fear of retribution. For if the government's darkest deception was about to be exposed, those who profited from war would not hesitate to silence him, or anyone else, to keep the official illusions intact. 2 days after the leak, the national conversation roiled in confusion. Official channels insisted the Black Dust documents were an elaborate hoax. Yet smaller media sites posted side-by-side comparisons with legitimate CIA or FBI formatting, showing consistent digital footprints. The public found itself caught between an official narrative and a swirling impetus to question everything. Some believed wholeheartedly in the new revelations, others recoiled or felt threatened by the idea that the last 2 decades of conflict might have been orchestrated. Thomas Keen was already on every national watch list. He'd been a mid-level FBI data analyst until 2 years prior, known for thoroughness but also for quietly raising flags about inconsistent intelligence reports pre-9/11. The day he left the bureau, no one suspected he'd spent months copying old files slated for permanent seal. Now his old supervisors told the press that he was mentally unstable, harbouring extremist theories. They withheld mention that those same theories had nearly led to internal inquiries years ago, until higher-ups quashed them. In a suburban neighbourhood outside the capital, a black SUV pulled up to a modest house. 4 men in plain suits stepped out. They were from a specialised domestic counter-intel unit, effectively an arm of the Black Archive, a covert group rumoured to be tied to intelligence and corporate interests. They forced the occupant, a middle-aged data engineer who once worked with Keen, to open his home computer. They rifled through his messages, seizing any mention of Thomas or Black Dust or files. This was repeated across multiple homes of ex-FBI colleagues, all without official warrants. The Watchers answered to a higher chain, operating in the shadows. Director Eldridge Shaw, head of a new consolidated intelligence agency formed after 9/11, presided over these manhunts from a sleek government tower. He remembered the day of the attacks vividly, the chaos that allowed the Patriot Act and massive expansions of surveillance. He'd advanced quickly by endorsing these expansions and forging alliances with top defence contractors. Now, seeing the leaked docs threaten that entire architecture, Shaw was determined to snuff out the source. Reeve, or Keen, whatever his name is, must be found, he told subordinates. We cannot let fantasies unravel 2 decades of progress. As the manhunt escalated, Keen lurked in the outskirts. He recognised the checkposts on highways, the routine scanning of licence plates. He switched vehicles, used an old identity pass, and avoided all major city centres. He survived on snack bars and occasional small store purchases with cash only. At night, he found a cheap motel, paying in a borrowed name. Every moment felt like it might bring a black SUV squealing into the lot. The tension weighed on him, gnawing at his nerves. Sarah Voss, the investigative reporter, finally established contact with him through a secure chat app. We need to meet, she wrote. I can help verify these files properly. People trust me to an extent in the alternative media sphere. We must do it soon. The window is closing. Keen hesitated, knowing any in-person meeting risked being traced. But if they never took that risk, the documents might remain in a swirl of unverified rumour, easy for the mainstream to dismiss. They arranged a rendezvous in a small coastal town's library after hours. The next day, as Keen approached the library, he spotted an unmarked sedan idling in the parking lot. Fear pricked him. Watchers might be tailing. To confirm, he looped around the block. The sedan didn't move, possibly just a random visitor. Summoning courage, he stepped inside. Voss, a tall woman with a worn leather jacket, recognised him from the scattered photos circulated in the media. They sat in a corner among dusty shelves. She offered a handshake, voice calm but urgent. "Thomas, I believe you. The official story has always had holes. Let's finalise the proof so we can break it wide open." Keen exhaled relief, sliding a small USB drive across the table. This is a more complete set than what was posted. Contains direct memos about the stand-down orders, the deals with defence contractors, the flight path manipulations. Also internal emails referencing the hijackers as assets gone rogue. He paused, tears flickering in his eyes. They used the tragedy for indefinite war, Sarah. They let it happen, or worse, engineered it. Sarah's breath caught. She skimmed a few files on her laptop, eyes widening at references to bank accounts, coded references to Operation Silence. She nodded. This is explosive, but we need a big platform, enough to force coverage. If we just post it on my blog, they'll discredit or block it. We'll get shut down. She explained a plan. Find a mainstream journalist with a rebellious streak, or do a well-publicised live event that too many watchers can't black out entirely. Suddenly, a muffled scuffle at the library entrance startled them. A figure in dark clothes peered in, Keen tensed. Sarah pressed the laptop closed. They ducked behind shelves as footsteps approached, but the library's old caretaker bumbled out, greeting them obliviously. The suspicious figure, glimpsed through the glass, retreated. Possibly a false alarm, possibly a watcher verifying the location. They parted ways quickly, agreeing to meet again in 48 hours near a major city, planning an infiltration of a local news station that might still allow an unfiltered broadcast. Danger soared. If watchers caught wind of their plan, they'd likely come down with lethal force. That evening, Keen received a frantic text from a friend who had once helped him interpret old FA logs. "One of our guys is dead. A boat accident. They're picking us off." The message cut short. Keen shuddered. The watchers had begun eliminating secondary sources who could confirm the leak's authenticity. He realised the ephemeral window for truth was closing. On the streets, protests flared up as rumours swirled of official foreknowledge. Some saw it as disrespectful to the memory of the victims. Others believed the truth must come out no matter how painful. The government, for its part, ramped up a rhetorical war on misinformation. Director Shaw delivered a short, ominous address, vowing that domestic agitators spreading baseless conspiracies will be brought to justice. Among the swirling chaos, Sarah discovered partial references in the documents to a deeper archive. The Saturn Files, an intelligence ledger tracking post-attack financial flows from official budgets to clandestine owners. If they found that ledger's location, they could show the money trail behind the war expansions. That might be the final nail in the coffin of the official story. They needed it, but time was short. Thus the manhunt overshadowed all. Helicopters roamed certain highways, random car searches increased, and the populace grew uneasy, sensing the government's fear that the leak might be real. Keen ducked from motel to motel, adopting new disguises. Soon, though, his luck would run out, or he'd have to risk a direct showdown, trusting the thunder of public outrage to keep him alive. Little did he realise, the Watchers were about to tighten the net, deploying a Black Ops team to ensure the leak never reached unstoppable momentum. If Keen couldn't outmaneuver them long enough to break the final evidence, the official illusions would remain intact. If he did, though, the entire structure of post-attack governance might collapse. The next moves would determine everything. The following week saw Thomas Keen evading Watchers by day and collaborating with Sarah Voss by night, each meeting more urgent than the last. They discovered references to the Saturn Files scattered in older CIA memos. Allegedly, it was an encrypted database that meticulously traced the money funneling to defence contractors, oil conglomerates and political campaigns in the immediate weeks after the catastrophic event. If authentic, it would confirm the real motive behind the orchestrated false flag: indefinite war and profiteering. At a safe house borrowed from an old contact of Sarah's, they pored over these hints by lamplight. Among the digital shards was a location clue: a retired NSA facility on the outskirts of a southwestern desert, defunct but rumoured to store old backups. "We find that offline archive," Sarah said. "We can copy the Saturn files in raw form. That's the smoking gun." Keen nodded, though dread of infiltration weighed on him. Between them, they had minimal resources: a battered car, a few $1,000s in cash, and a handful of laptops. The Watchers, on the other hand, had near limitless means: drones, infiltration teams, access to every camera feed in the nation. But the Watchers didn't fully expect them to attempt a break-in at a presumably abandoned facility, so maybe the element of surprise worked in their favour. Director Eldridge Shaw ramped up the clampdown. The official narrative shaped the public mind. A rogue ex-FBI analyst has unleashed foreign-forged documents aimed at undermining national security. Many believed it, but a growing minority saw government overreach, especially after multiple suspicious accidents claimed the lives of other potential whistleblowers. People asked, if it's so false, why chase and kill so aggressively? In one instance, a known data archivist was found shot in his home, with the press labelling it a botched robbery, ignoring the data archivist's link to the leaked material. On social media, had black dust soared. Some city squares erupted in protest, carrying signs that read, "We deserve the truth," or "Stop killing our whistleblowers." The Watchers responded by intensifying arrests, calling them rioters. Keane tried to remain focused. He realised that if the Saturn files were real, it might show direct bank transfers from major corporate boards into the pockets of certain officials, all tied to legislation passing huge war budgets after the false flag. That would upend the entire post-attack establishment. "No wonder they're stopping at nothing," Sarah murmured. Securing fake IDs, they travelled cross-country by back roads. Each motel they used for a single night, paying cash. They dodged major highways, suspecting license plate readers. The Watchers likely guessed their aim was to expose more data, but might not know the exact target. Meanwhile, the tension between them soared. The climate was near police state. Newscasts repeated that the domestic terrorist Thomas Keane must be turned in. Civilians were promised big rewards for tips. Billboards with Keane's face popped up along highways. He wore a baseball cap and used tinted glasses, but each day was a dice roll. A near encounter. On a lonely stretch, a black SUV sped behind them. They recognised the pattern. Sarah swerved onto a side route, forging through a small farmland path. The Watchers gave chase. Shots rang out, blowing a tyre. The car careened into a ditch. They scrambled out, hid among tall corn. The Watchers searched, but eventually gave up, presumably to avoid a big scene. This brush with violent capture left them rattled, but also more resolved. "We're obviously on the right track if they're that desperate," Sarah said, breath shaky. Finally, after days, they reached the deserted perimeter of the old NSA outpost. It was ringed by a crumbling fence, a few rusted signposts. By the look of the cracked asphalt and weed-choked yard, it had been abandoned for over a decade. Perfect place to bury secrets. Under twilight, they found a corner of the fence cut open by looters. They slipped inside quietly. The main building rose in silhouette, windows boarded up. A stray coyote howled in the distance, wind carrying a faint metallic whistling from open vents. Inside, dust-coated floors. Old cubicles sat in disarray. They used flashlights to navigate. Eventually they located a sub-basement with battered computer racks. A few beeped faintly with emergency power. "There's power? That's suspicious," Keane muttered. Indeed, it suggested the Watchers might still be pulling some data from here. They approached a locked door labelled Server Vault Archive 6. With Sarah's phone, they scanned a partial code from the documents, generating a bypass sequence that might override older system locks. After multiple tries, a green light flickered. The vault door clunked open. Inside the vault, rows of drives and reels lined metal shelves. Dusty but humming with minimal climate control, they sifted through labels: Operation Cast Peak, Post-K-War Roster, Saturn. That was it. A battered cluster of servers with the word Saturn FSV. They carefully powered one terminal, hooking it to a laptop. Sarah typed a root command. The screen glowed. Restricted. Saturn 1, 2, 3. Enter pass. They tried typical keywords from the docs. On the third attempt, a beep. Access. They were in, files scrolled, each referencing massive funding authorizations, building demolitions, insider trading, logs dated within days of the big attack. The scope was monstrous. It implicated high-level bureaucrats, big banks, and even a few journalists. They orchestrated the tragedy to galvanize fear, pass endless war budgets, feed the arms economy, Sarah whispered, stunned. All hidden under national security drapery. Some lines suggested hijackers were known assets used as a controlled ignition. The betrayal was staggering. In that hush, footsteps upstairs. The watchers had arrived, no doubt detecting the power usage. "We must copy this now," Keane said, launching a data transfer to multiple external drives. Meanwhile, Sarah prepared to kill lights and hide, but the watchers rushed down, flashlights slicing through gloom. Gunfire echoed. Bullets pinged off server racks. Sarah huddled behind a console, returning fire with a small pistol she carried. Keane initiated an upload, hooking the server to a secure satellite link via a portable router. The watchers advanced. He typed frantically, the progress bar inching along, transmission at 10%. Then Director Shaw himself stepped in. "Stop!" he roared, voice reverberating in the metal corridor. "Keane, you have no idea what you're unleashing. The stability of entire alliances depends on burying that day's complexities." Shots resumed. Sarah took a graze to her shoulder, but kept the watchers pinned. The bar reached 50%. Shaw barked an order to lob a small explosive. They tossed a flashbang. The ear-shattering pop disoriented them. The watchers closed in, tackling Sarah. Another pinned Keane. The laptop screen cracked under a boot. The upload froze at 80%. In the struggle, Keane twisted free, smashing a guard's face with the laptop, which ironically forced the laptop back to life. The watchers tried to pull cables. Meanwhile, a stray bullet hit a server coolant line. Steam hissed. The infiltration team realized this was too risky. The entire place might go up. Shaw advanced on Keane, gun raised. "You can die here with your illusions, or you can vanish quietly. The truth will never see daylight." Suddenly, an explosion from the coolant line triggered a chain reaction in the old power system. Fire licked the corners, sending watchers scrambling. Sarah crawled to safety. Keane, battered, saw the upload bar at 98%. He roared in defiance, pressing a final keystroke to confirm. The system beeped success. The watchers realized the data had been sent out, unstoppable now. Furious, one aimed at Keane's chest. A final shot rang out. Darkness overcame him. The watchers yanked the cable, but it was too late. The Saturn files had presumably reached a safe node on the open web. Alarms beeped. The facility's meltdown forced a hurried retreat. In the swirling smoke, Sarah was dragged away by an explosion's concussive wave. The watchers grabbed Shaw, retreating. The entire sub-basement collapsed in flame and dust. For all they knew, Keane perished under the rubble. But the watchers had lost the bigger war. The Saturn files were free. Within hours, a torrent of new evidence, the Saturn files, flooded the internet. Anonymous activists, archivists, and journalists worldwide mirrored the data. Even as official agencies tried to block or discredit it, the story soared across social media, overshadowing government censorship efforts. Original documents codenamed Operation White Dawn, some Project Switchboard, Commission for Filter some Morsi, provided stark details. Insider collusion with extremist groups, advanced planning to ensure that attacks triggered panic and indefinite war mobilization, international reaction. Allies demanded urgent clarifications from Washington. Rival nations called for an emergency UN session. the general public seeing internal memos where top officials weighed acceptable civilian losses for strategic advantage reeled in fury. Large-scale protests ignited in multiple capitals. People demanded resignations. The entire intelligence apparatus faced the biggest crisis of legitimacy since the day it was formed. Meanwhile, the White House insisted the documents were tampered forgeries, but the mass of cross-corroboration was overwhelming. Anonymous data scientists validated digital signatures, timestamps, usage logs consistent with 20-year-old records. Even some mid-level intelligence employees, shaken by the revelations, publicly confirmed the authenticity. Back home, in the US, the meltdown was immediate. Rallies erupted outside major government buildings calling for arrests of those named in the files. Corporate board members from arms manufacturing companies faced lawsuits. The stock market dived, particularly for defence sector stocks. Over time, entire boards resigned, some fleeing the country. Various retired generals disclaiming involvement or giving partial confessions fueled headlines. The public found itself torn between anger, betrayal and heartbreak, reliving the trauma of that fateful day under a horrifying new lens. Media torn. Some mainstream outlets quickly pivoted, acknowledging the new data as genuine after initial attempts to bury it. High-profile anchors apologised for previously parroting the official story. Others doubled down on patriotic narratives, ironically fueling further distrust. The swirl of disinformation versus actual data soared, but the raw evidence was too extensive to suppress. "You can't close the barn door after the horse has fled," a commentator said. "The entire architecture of post-attack policy is under question." Director Eldridge Shaw attempted a grand press conference to reassert authority, but the crowd drowned him in jeers. Calls for congressional hearings soared. In a last-chance effort, Shaw's office declared a national security emergency, urging martial law to keep order. That, ironically, only inflamed dissent. Certain states refused to cooperate. Over the next weeks, the old alignment of power began fracturing. Investigations launched from multiple angles, with newly emboldened lawmakers prosecuting those who orchestrated the post-attack expansions for personal gain. Sarah Voss emerged from the southwestern fiasco battered but alive. She revealed how Watchers had infiltrated that abandoned NSA site, how Keane died a hero finalising the upload. She published a moving column titled "One Man's Last Key Press," describing how, in a swirl of gunfire, Keane completed the Saturn files transmission, ensuring no one could bury it. The piece went viral, shaping the public's view of Keane as a tragic whistleblower who gave everything for the truth. At the local level, families of 9/11 victims demanded new trials. The old official commissions were discredited. People realised entire reams of contradictory evidence had been sealed. Even the original investigators admitted they'd been misled or threatened. The emotional toll soared once more. Many felt as though they'd been lied to for decades about the biggest national tragedy. A wave of introspection overcame the country. How had fear become so profitable, and how did good people allow it? Internationally, alliances that had supported the war on terror felt betrayed. Some withdrew forces from contested regions. Others launched their own parliamentary investigations, suspecting shared complicity. The world order that was shaped after the attack started crumbling, replaced by an uncertain future. Some dared to hope it meant a less militarised approach. Others worried that new extremist groups might exploit the chaos. In the midst of all this, rumours circulated that Thomas Keane might still be alive, sightings in some far-off place. Yet no concrete proof existed. Official statements considered him presumed deceased. If he survived, he might have chosen the anonymity of an unknown identity, having done what he set out to do. 6 months later, a massive Senate hearing convened. Top officials were subpoenaed. The public watched enthralled as ex-generals, ex-CEOs, and ex-administration figures from 20 years prior faced grilling. Some invoked national security, others pled the fifth. while a few confessed partial roles. Indictments followed, though not all ended in convictions. The system was too vast, too intricately rigged. Yet the symbolic effect was undeniable. Never again would the official story be accepted unchallenged. At the same time, Sarah Voss launched an independent media platform broadcasting daily updates on the False Skies Inquiry. People from across the spectrum contributed testimonies, documents, or personal stories of how they'd suspect hush-ups. Freed from blacklists, she soared as a public figure, championing the cause of government accountability. A year after the Saturn Files meltdown, a new memorial was erected near the site of the original 9/11 tragedy. A statue depicting a single figure pressing a key, a reflection of Keen's final act. The inscription read, "They took truth from us in the shadows, he brought it back in the light." Visitors left flowers, some seeking solace that the realm of power had at least partially been unmasked. Epilogue. In a quiet coastal town, a fisherman swore he recognised a man from a circulated photo. Older, hair bleached by salt and sun, eyes weighed with sadness. The man told him he used to work for the government, but no more. He spoke of illusions and the cost of unveiling them. Then he vanished at sunrise, leaving only a single battered flash drive behind. If it was Thomas Keene, he apparently chose a wandering fate, letting the world handle the legacy of his bombshell leak. Public trust in large institutions remained shaken. Some remained furious, others hopeful that a new transparency might arise. In the corners of the internet, conspiracy watchers debate if the watchers still exist, planning new false flags. But for now, the greatest deception in modern times has been laid bare. The name Black Dust stands as a testament to the unstoppable power of truth once it's unleashed. In the hush that follows, the final note, they used fear to shape the world, but one day fear lost. The truth soared free, and the illusions that once cloaked the skies were shattered in a single day. Hello there, Night Wanderers and Truth Seekers. Before we dive into tonight's story, I hope you're having a wonderful day, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Whether you're listening at 2 a.m. in Tokyo, during your lunch break in London, or while driving through the American heartland, I want to know, how has your day been treating you? And more importantly, where are you tuning in from tonight? If you're new here, welcome to Sleep Theories, where we explore the stories they don't want you to hear, the files they thought were buried forever. Don't forget to subscribe. We've got so much more to uncover together. Now settle in, because what you're about to hear will change how you look at every rainstorm for the rest of your life. The following audio journals were recovered from a hard drive hidden in a storage unit in Spokane, Washington, in 2024. The renter, listed as L. Martinez, had not paid rent in over 2 years. The recordings are presented here exactly as they were found, with minimal editing for clarity. The speaker identifies herself as Dr. Lena Marrow, formerly of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. What follows is her account of the Oakville incident, a story that begins with strange rain and ends with questions that still keep government officials awake at night. Date: August 9th, 1994. Time: 11:47 p.m. Location: Motel 6, Centralia, Washington. Static. Then the sound of a woman clearing her throat. This is Dr. Lena Marrow, CDC identification number 4471-Delta. I'm recording this on my personal device because I have a feeling the official channels aren't going to want to hear what I'm about to say. 2 days ago, I was in my lab in Atlanta, running routine cultures on a nasty strain of E. coli from a food processing plant in Georgia. Normal Tuesday stuff. Then the call came in around 3 in the afternoon, emergency deployment to rural Washington state. Something about a biological anomaly affecting multiple civilians. They gave me the basics on the flight. Sunday morning, August 7th, the town of Oakville, Washington, population barely 600, experienced what locals described as gel rain. Not normal rain, not hail, but translucent gelatinous blobs falling from the sky for approximately 6 hours straight. By Sunday evening, 23 people had been hospitalized with severe flu-like symptoms. By Monday, that number had climbed to 41. I've been doing this job for 8 years. I've seen anthrax scares that turned out to be flour, mysterious rashes that were poison ivy, and zombie outbreaks that were actually just really bad food poisoning. But something about this one felt different from the moment I stepped off the plane in Seattle. For starters, they didn't send me alone. Usually for small rural incidents, it's just me and maybe a local health official. This time, I had a full team. Doctor Marcus Webb from the Virology Division, Dr. Sarah Chen from Environmental Health, and, this is where it gets weird, a military liaison named Colonel Hayes, who wouldn't tell us which branch he represented. "Just think of me as your government escort," he said when I asked. Real friendly guy. The kind of friendly that makes your skin crawl. We drove down to Oakville in a convoy of black SUVs. Not exactly subtle for a sleepy logging town. The whole drive, Colonel Hayes kept making phone calls in some kind of code. "Package secure? Phase 3 confirmed," that sort of thing. When I asked what Phase 3 meant, he just smiled and said, "Medical terminology, Doctor. Above your clearance level." Above my clearance level, I have level 4 biosafety clearance. I've worked with hemorrhagic fever viruses that could kill half of Atlanta if mishandled. What exactly was above my clearance level? We got to Oakville around 4 in the afternoon. Picture a town that time forgot. One main street, a few shops, houses scattered around like someone threw them from a plane and left them where they landed. But what struck me immediately was how quiet it was. No kids playing, no dogs barking, hardly any people on the streets. Those who were out moved slowly, like they were walking through invisible molasses. The local sheriff, a guy named Don Murphy, met us at what passed for the town hall. Big man, probably 60, with the kind of weathered face you get from 30 years of dealing with drunk loggers and domestic disputes. But his hands were shaking when he handed me the incident report. "Never seen anything like it, Doc," he said. "One minute it's a normal Sunday morning, next minute it's raining. I don't even know what to call it. Jelly? Slime? My wife got a piece of it on her hand when she went to get the mail, said it felt warm, like it was alive." I asked him where the samples were. He led us to the back of the building where they'd set up a makeshift containment area. Really just a card table with some Tupperware containers. Amateur hour, but I've seen worse from small-town officials. The samples were unlike anything I'd encountered before. Translucent, gelatinous, roughly the size and consistency of jellyfish, but without any discernible structure. No cell walls that I could see with the naked eye, no obvious organisation, just blobs. Some were clear, others had a slightly yellowish tint. They didn't smell like anything, which was almost more disturbing than if they'd reeked. Dr. Webb poked one with a sterile probe. It jiggled like jello, but then, and I swear this happened, it seemed to recoil slightly from the probe, like it was trying to get away. "Did you see that?" I asked him. "See what?" But his face told me he'd seen it too. Colonel Hayes was taking pictures with some kind of specialised camera, muttering measurements into a recording device. When I asked if we could get some samples back to a proper lab for analysis, he said the Army had already arranged for field testing equipment. "Field testing for what?" Dr. Chen asked. "Standard biological warfare protocols," Hayes replied, like he was discussing the weather. Biological warfare protocols for rain gel in rural Washington. That night, back at the motel, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that moment when the sample seemed to move away from the probe. Gelatinous masses don't have nervous systems. They don't have survival instincts. They don't recoil, unless they're not what they appear to be. Long pause, sound of papers rustling. I'm going to try to get some sleep. Tomorrow we start the real analysis. But I have a feeling we're not going to like what we find. End of entry number 1. Date, August 10th, 1994. Time, 6:23 a.m. Location, Oakville Community Centre, converted field lab. Sound of equipment humming, distant voices. Good morning, if you can call it good. I didn't sleep much last night, and from the looks of my team neither did they. Dr. Webb had bags under his eyes that could carry groceries, and Dr. Chen kept checking and rechecking her equipment like she was afraid it might betray her. Colonel Hayes, on the other hand, looked like he'd had a full 8 hours and a continental breakfast. He'd somehow managed to have a complete mobile laboratory set up in the Oakville Community Centre overnight. I'm talking electron microscopes, DNA sequencing equipment, atmospheric analysis tools, stuff that usually takes weeks to requisition and ship. When I asked how he'd managed it, he just said the Army keeps emergency research assets stationed throughout the Pacific Northwest. emergency research assets for biological incidents in towns with populations smaller than my high school graduating class. We started the analysis around 7 this morning. The first thing we did was basic microscopy on the gel samples. What we found... Christ, I don't even know how to describe it properly. The samples contained human white blood cells. Not similar to human white blood cells, actual human white blood cells, complete with the proper cellular structure and protein markers. But they were embedded in this matrix of something else. Something that definitely wasn't human. Dr. Chen ran the environmental analysis first. She found traces of aircraft fuel compounds in the gel, specifically JP-8 fuel used by military aircraft. When she mentioned this to Colonel Hayes, he suddenly became very interested in her methodology. Could be contamination from atmospheric particulates, he suggested. Lots of air traffic over Washington state. But Chen had already thought of that. She'd run control samples from the surrounding area. The fuel compounds were only present in the gel samples, and in concentrations that suggested direct contact, not atmospheric absorption. Something carrying JP-8 fuel came into direct contact with this material, she told me quietly, when Hayes stepped out to make another of his coded phone calls. That's when Dr. Webb made the discovery that changed everything. He'd been examining one of the gel samples under high magnification, documenting its cellular structure, when he noticed something moving. Not the random Brownian motion you'd expect from particles in solution, but directed movement. Purposeful movement. "Lena, you need to see this," he called out. I rushed over to his workstation. On the monitor displaying the microscope feed, I could see what looked like bacterial structures, but they were moving in formation, coordinated, like they were following some kind of instruction set. "Are those bacteria?" I asked. "I don't know what they are," Webb admitted. "They have some bacterial characteristics, but the behaviour is all wrong. Bacteria don't move in patterns like this. And look at this." He switched to a different sample. This one contained what appeared to be 2 distinct bacterial strains, but they weren't competing for resources like you'd expect. They were working together, cooperating. I've never seen anything like it in nature. "It's like they've been engineered," Webb whispered. That's when Colonel Hayes returned from his phone call and his demeanour had completely changed. The casual military friendliness was gone, replaced by something much more serious. "I need to see all of your findings," he said. Not asked, demanded. We showed him everything. The human white blood cells, the fuel compounds, the cooperative bacterial strains. He listened without comment, taking notes in a small black notebook that he kept angled away from our view. When we finished, he closed the notebook and looked at each of us in turn. "What you found here is classified under the Biological Weapons Convention of 1972, he said. "Everything you've seen, everything you've tested, and everything you've recorded is now classified at the highest levels of national security." Dr. Chen started to protest. "We're CDC personnel. We don't work for the military. We have reporting obligations to—" "Doctor," Hayes interrupted, "as of this moment, you're working under a joint military-civilian task force, authorized by executive order. Your reporting obligations are now to me." He handed us each a document to sign. Non-disclosure agreements with language I'd never seen before. Penalties for violation included not just termination and criminal prosecution, but something called administrative detention for national security purposes. I've signed NDAs before, every CDC employee has. But this was different. This wasn't about protecting public health information or maintaining quarantine protocols. This was about hiding something. "What exactly are we hiding?" I asked. Hayes looked at me for a long moment. "Dr. Marrow, have you ever considered the possibility that some biological incidents aren't accidents?" Before I could ask what he meant, one of his assistants, when had assistants arrived, whispered something in his ear. Hayes nodded and turned back to us. "We'll continue this discussion tomorrow. For tonight, I need you to secure all samples and shut down your analysis equipment. No further testing until I give the authorization." As we packed up our equipment, I noticed Dr. Webb palming one of the smaller sample containers. He caught my eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod toward the back exit. Smart man, because something about this whole situation stank worse than week-old biological cultures. Sound of equipment being moved, voices growing distant. I'm heading back to the motel now. Tonight, Dr. Webb and I are going to do some unauthorized analysis. If Colonel Hayes wants to classify our findings, We need to know what we're actually being asked to hide, and I have a terrible feeling we're not going to like the answer. End of entry number 2. Date: August 11th, 1994. Time: 2:14 AM. Location: Motel 6, room 127. Whispered voice, sounds of typing in background. Jesus Christ, I don't even know where to start. Webb and I spent the evening running analysis on the sample he'd smuggled out. We had to use his personal laptop and some portable equipment he'd brought for emergencies, but what we found, it changes everything we thought we knew about the Oakville incident. First, the bacterial strains. We managed to isolate and identify them using Webb's portable DNA sequencing kit. One of them matched a known strain of Bacillus cereus. Not unusual, you can find it in soil and food products. But the other strain was completely unknown. Not just a new variant, but something that doesn't match anything in the genetic databases. But here's the really disturbing part. The unknown strain showed clear signs of genetic modification, specific sequences that don't occur naturally, inserted with surgical precision. Someone had deliberately engineered this bacterium, and from what we could determine, it was designed to interact with human neurochemistry. It's targeting neurotransmitter production, Webb explained, pointing to the protein structures on his laptop screen. Specifically dopamine and serotonin pathways. This isn't meant to kill people, it's meant to affect their behaviour. Behaviour modification through biological agents. That's not medical research, that's weapons development. We were just starting to process the implications when Dr. Chen appeared at our door. She looked terrible, pale, shaking, eyes wide with panic. "They took Marcus," she said. "What do you mean, took him?" I asked. "Dr. Peterson, the environmental specialist who was supposed to arrive this morning. He never showed up at the community centre, so I went to check on him at his motel. His room was empty, but there were signs of a struggle, and this was on the floor." She handed me a small electronic device I didn't recognise immediately. Webb looked at it and went white. "That's a data mining device," he said. "Military grade. It's used to extract information from computers and mobile devices." Chen nodded. His laptop was gone, his phone was gone, even his backup drives. But whoever took him missed this. It was under the bed. She opened her own laptop and inserted the device. After a few minutes of technical wizardry that was way above my pay grade, she managed to access its stored data. "Oh my God," she whispered. On the screen was a document marked Classified Project Rainveil Phase 3 Operational Summary. I'll try to reproduce the key sections here, though my hands are shaking as I type this. Objective: Field test of aerosolized behavioral modification compound in controlled civilian population. Delivery method: KC-135. Stratotanker equipped with weather modification dispersal system. Target area: Oakville, Washington. Population 598. Isolated minimal media attention probability. Compound composition: synthetic gel matrix containing engineered bacterial agents, B7, mood suppression, and B12, compliance enhancement, plus human leukocytes for immune system camouflage. Expected results: 72-hour onset period. Symptoms include mild fever, cognitive fog, reduced anxiety response, increased suggestion susceptibility. Monitoring protocol: embedded CDC team to document civilian response while maintaining cover story of natural phenomenon investigation. Escalation authority: Colonel J. Hayes, Project Rainveil Operations Command. There were more details: technical specifications, dosage calculations, even psychological assessment protocols for measuring compliance enhancement in the affected population. But what made my blood run cold was the final section. Phase 4. Authorization. Upon successful completion of Phase 3 field test, recommend expansion to larger population centers. Proposed targets include rural communities in Oregon, Idaho and Montana, with eventual metropolitan deployment pending Senate Armed Services Committee approval. They weren't studying a natural phenomenon. They weren't even studying an accidental release of biological material. They had deliberately rained biological weapons on American citizens as a test run for larger operations. "How many people know about this?" I asked Chen. Peterson and I were the only ones with clearance to access the environmental data. But Peterson suspected something was wrong with the whole operation. He'd been asking questions about the military involvement, the secrecy protocols, Why we needed level 5 containment procedures for what was supposed to be an algae bloom. That's why they took him, Webb said quietly. We spent the next 2 hours copying everything we could from the device onto multiple backup drives. The full scope of Project Rainveil was even more disturbing than the initial document had suggested. This wasn't some rogue military operation. It was part of a larger program dating back to the 1960s, designed to test the feasibility of using biological agents for population control. Not population reduction, population control, making people more compliant, less likely to resist government authority, more susceptible to media manipulation. The Oakville incident was just the latest in a series of tests conducted on unwitting American communities over the past 30 years. There were references to similar operations in small towns across the Midwest and Southwest, all documented with the same clinical detachment you'd expect from a pharmaceutical trial. But they weren't testing medicine, they were testing methods for controlling human behaviour on a mass scale. Long pause, sound of someone taking deep breaths. We've hidden copies of the data in 3 different locations. If something happens to us, at least there will be a record of what really happened here. Tomorrow we're supposed to report back to Colonel Hayes with our final analysis of the Oakville samples. He expects us to conclude that the incident was caused by natural atmospheric phenomena, algae blooms, bacterial contamination, nothing that can't be explained by meteorology and bad luck. But I can't do it. I became a doctor to help people, not to cover up biological weapons tests on American citizens. Even if it means the end of my career, I have to find a way to expose what's really happening here. The question is, how do you fight an enemy that can rain compliance from the sky? End of entry number 3. Date, August 11th, 1994. Time, 6:45 p.m. Location, Oakville Community Centre. Background noise of equipment being packed, multiple voices. Today was supposed to be our final day of analysis. Colonel Hayes called a team meeting for 8 this morning to discuss our conclusions about the Oakville incident. I walked into that community centre knowing it might be the last honest thing I ever did as a CDC scientist. But I wasn't prepared for what Hayes told us. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, standing in front of a projector screen that showed aerial photographs of Oakville, your analysis has been extremely valuable to national security. However, the nature of your findings requires us to adjust our public reporting strategy. He clicked to the next slide, a draft report concluding that the Oakville incident was caused by atmospheric algae blooms, combined with unusual weather patterns and trace bacterial contamination from agricultural runoff. This is the report that will be filed with the CDC, the Washington State Department of Health, and local authorities, Hayes continued. It explains the symptoms observed in local residents and provides recommendations for preventing similar incidents in the future. Dr. Chen raised her hand. Colonel, this report doesn't mention the human white blood cells we found in the samples, or the engineered bacterial strains, or the aircraft fuel compounds. Hayes smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Dr. Chen, I'm afraid there may have been some contamination in your testing procedures. When we ran independent analysis on the same samples, we found no evidence of the anomalies you described. He clicked to another slide showing laboratory results that looked exactly like ours, except all the anomalous findings had been replaced with standard bacterial cultures you'd expect from environmental contamination. I don't understand, Webb said. We have documented evidence of... Dr. Webb, Hayes interrupted. You have documented evidence of testing errors caused by inadequate field laboratory conditions. It's not uncommon for researchers working in improvised settings to introduce contamination that produces false positive results. I realised what was happening. They weren't just covering up the biological weapons test. They were gaslighting us into believing our own findings were mistakes. What about Dr. Peterson? I asked. Where is he? Hayes consulted his notebook. Dr. Peterson was recalled to Atlanta yesterday afternoon due to a family emergency. He sends his regrets for leaving without saying goodbye. The lies were so smooth, so practiced, that for a moment I almost believed them myself. If I hadn't seen the Project Rainveil documents with my own eyes, if I hadn't made copies of all our real findings, I might have convinced myself that we'd somehow contaminated our samples or misread our equipment. But I knew the truth, and from the looks on Webb's and Chen's faces they knew it too. Now, Hayes continued. I need each of you to sign this amended report confirming these corrected findings. Your signatures indicate that you stand behind the scientific accuracy of this document. Chen was the first to crack. I can't sign something I know isn't true. Hayes looked at her with what might have been sympathy. Dr. Chen, I understand your concern for scientific integrity, but sometimes the greater good requires us to accept that our individual perspectives might be limited. The greater good? I couldn't keep quiet any longer. Colonel, we found evidence of biological weapons testing on American civilians. How is covering that up serving the greater good? The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Hayes closed his notebook and looked directly at me. Dr. Marrow, I think you may be suffering from the stress of extended field work. It's not uncommon for researchers to develop paranoid interpretations of routine data when working under pressure. Paranoid interpretations, there it was, the classic discredit and marginalised strategy. However, Hayes continued, I'm prepared to be understanding about the psychological effects of this assignment. If you sign the corrected report, we can arrange for you to take some administrative leave. Time to recover from what has obviously been a traumatic experience. The threat was clear. Sign the false report and disappear quietly, or be labelled mentally unstable and discredited professionally. Webb and Chen both signed. I watched them do it, their hands shaking as they wrote their names on documents they knew were lies. I don't blame them. They have families, mortgages, careers to protect. The system is designed to make resistance too costly for ordinary people. But I didn't sign. I need more time to review the data, I told Hayes. He nodded like he'd expected this. Of course. Take all the time you need. Just remember, Doctor, sometimes the most patriotic thing a scientist can do is know when to stop asking questions. Sound of chairs scraping, people leaving. Everyone else has gone home. I'm alone in the community centre now, supposedly packing up the last of our equipment. But really, I'm trying to figure out what to do next. I've spent my entire career believing that science serves truth, and truth serves the public good. But what happens when the truth is so dangerous that revealing it might be worse than hiding it? What if they're right? What if there are threats to national security that justify testing biological weapons on unwitting civilians? What if the greater good really does require some people to suffer in ignorance so that others can be protected? Long pause. Number, I can't accept that. The moment we start justifying weapons tests on our own people, we've lost everything worth protecting. I'm going to find a way to expose Project Rainveil. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to make sure the world knows what happened in Oakville, even if it destroys me. End of entry number 4. Date: August 13th, 1994. Time: 11:30. PM. Location: undisclosed. Voice much more subdued. Sounds of traffic in background. I can't tell you where I am right now. It's not safe. Yesterday, after I refused to sign Hayes' fabricated report, things moved very quickly. I went back to my motel room to find 2 men in suits waiting for me in the parking lot. They identified themselves as federal agents, but when I asked to see their credentials, they just smiled and suggested we have a conversation. The conversation took place in the back of a black sedan with tinted windows. They didn't threaten me directly. They didn't need to. Instead, they told me about other CDC researchers who'd developed psychological problems after stressful field assignments. Researchers who'd been quietly moved to desk jobs or taken extended medical leave, or simply transferred to positions where their paranoid tendencies wouldn't be a problem. Dr. Marrow, one of them said, we understand you've been under a lot of pressure lately. Working in field conditions, dealing with unusual biological samples, the stress of trying to protect public health, it's enough to make anyone start seeing conspiracies where there are only coincidences. They offered me a choice: accept a transfer to a nice, quiet position in the CDC's Historical Archives Division, or continue to insist on my misinterpretation of the Oakville data and face the consequences of being labelled psychologically unfit for fieldwork. I told them I needed time to think about it. That was a mistake. This morning I got a call from my supervisor in Atlanta. Apparently there had been concerns raised about my mental state during the Washington assignment. I was being placed on immediate administrative leave pending a psychological evaluation. When I tried to access my CDC email account, my password had been changed. When I called the IT department, they told me my account had been suspended for security reasons. My CDC credit cards were cancelled, my official phone was remotely wiped. In less than 24 hours, they'd completely severed my connection to the agency I'd worked for 8 years. But they made one mistake. They assumed I'd kept all my evidence in official channels. Before leaving Oakville, I'd mailed copies of our real findings to 3 different addresses: a journalist I knew from graduate school, a professor at Johns Hopkins who specialised in biological weapons research, and my own personal storage unit in Atlanta. I'd also uploaded encrypted copies to a private bulletin board system that a friend of mine ran for sharing research data. If they wanted to silence me, they'd have to find and destroy all of those copies, and I wasn't going to make it easy for them. Sound of papers rustling. I've been doing my own research over the past 2 days, using public records and Freedom of Information Act requests to trace the history of Project Rainveil. What I've found is terrifying in its scope. The Oakville incident wasn't isolated. Over the past 30 years, there have been at least 24 similar events in small communities across the United States. Strange weather phenomena followed by unexplained illnesses, always in rural areas with populations under 1,000, always with minimal media attention. 1967, Eureka, Utah. Residents reported snow that wouldn't melt, followed by a flu outbreak that left most of the town bedridden for weeks. 1973, Millfield, Ohio. A chemical spill from a passing truck caused respiratory problems and severe lethargy in local residents. 1981, Hanksville, Utah. Military aircraft conducting weather research preceded an outbreak of what doctors called desert fever. Symptoms included cognitive fog and unusual compliance with authority figures. 1988, Jordan Valley, Oregon. Atmospheric algae blooms caused flu-like symptoms and temporary memory problems in nearly half the town's population. The pattern is always the same: unusual atmospheric phenomena followed by specific symptoms that include not just physical illness, but psychological changes: reduced anxiety, increased suggestibility, temporary memory problems, and always military aircraft in the area immediately before the incident. But here's what really scares me. I found evidence that some of these tests were deemed successful and led to larger scale operations. In 1976, San Francisco experienced what was officially described as a fog phenomenon that caused widespread respiratory problems. Thousands of people were affected, but the symptoms were dismissed as a particularly bad flu season. What the public wasn't told was that military aircraft had been conducting weather modification experiments over the Bay Area for months leading up to the incident. They'd been testing biological weapons on American citizens for decades, refining their techniques, expanding their scope. The Oakville incident was just the latest iteration of a program that's been growing bolder and more sophisticated over time. Long pause, sound of someone lighting a cigarette. I tried to call the journalist I'd sent documents to. Her editor told me she'd been reassigned to cover local politics and wasn't available for comment on conspiracy theories. The professor at Johns Hopkins never returned my calls, and when I finally reached his department, they told me he was on sabbatical in Europe with no forwarding address. Someone got to them. Someone with enough influence to silence respected professionals with just a phone call. But they haven't found all of my evidence yet, and they haven't silenced me. I'm going to keep digging. I'm going to find out how high this goes, how many people know about Project Rainveil, and what they're planning next. Because I have a terrible feeling that Oakville was just a small-scale test for something much bigger. The question isn't whether they're going to do this again. The question is where, when, and how many people will be affected next time. End of entry number 5. Date: August 20th, 1994. Time: 3:17. AM location: unknown. Voice tired, stressed, sounds of typing. It's been a week since my last recording and everything has gone to hell. I thought I was being careful. I thought I was covering my tracks. But they've been watching me since the moment I left Oakville, and they're very, very good at what they do. 3 days ago, I was staying in a small motel outside Portland, trying to piece together more information about Project Rainveil using public records and online databases. I'd managed to identify what I thought was the command structure for the program: a joint task force involving elements from the Army, the Air Force, and something called the Biological Defense Research Command that doesn't officially exist. I was making good progress, connecting the dots between various military installations, research facilities, and the locations of suspected biological weapons tests. I'd even found what looked like budget allocations for atmospheric delivery systems buried in Defense Department spending reports. That's when they found me. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of someone trying to pick the lock on my motel room door. I'd been paranoid enough to wedge a chair under the handle and set up some improvised early warning systems, glasses balanced on the doorknob, that sort of thing. When I heard the glasses fall, I knew I had maybe 30 seconds before they got in. I grabbed my laptop and the backup drives, threw them in a bag and went out the bathroom window. It was a 2-story drop, and I'm pretty sure I sprained my ankle when I landed, but it was better than waiting around to see what they had planned for me. From the parking lot I could see 3 men in my room, searching through everything I'd left behind. They were thorough, checking inside the toilet tank, ripping apart the mattress, even removing electrical outlet covers to look for hidden storage. These weren't amateur government agents. These were professionals who'd done this kind of thing many times before. I limped to my rental car and drove until dawn, changing direction randomly, paying cash for everything, trying to stay ahead of whatever tracking systems they might be using to find me. But they found me anyway. Yesterday, I stopped at a library in a small town whose name I won't record here, trying to use their computers to continue my research. After about an hour of digging through military contractor databases, every computer in the library suddenly lost internet access. The librarian said it was probably a problem with their service provider. But when I went outside, I saw a van parked across the street with sophisticated communications equipment visible through the back windows. Someone had jammed the library's internet connection to stop me from accessing information they didn't want me to see. That's when I realised the full scope of what I was up against. This isn't just a cover-up of one biological weapons test. This is a coordinated campaign involving multiple agencies, military units, and intelligence services. They have the resources to monitor internet traffic, jam communications, and track individuals across multiple states in real time. But they've also made a mistake. They've shown me how scared they are. If Project Rainveil was just a minor research program that got out of hand, they wouldn't need this level of resources to contain the story. The fact that they're throwing this much manpower and technology at stopping one CDC researcher means the program is much bigger and much more important than I initially thought. Sound of papers rustling, typing. I've managed to piece together more of the picture using cached web pages and archived documents I downloaded before they started actively interfering with my research. What I've found suggests that Project Rainveil isn't just about testing biological weapons, it's about implementing them. The psychological effects we documented in Oakville, increased compliance, reduced anxiety, temporary memory problems, aren't side effects of biological contamination. They're the intended results of a sophisticated behaviour modification program. Think about it. What if you could make entire populations more accepting of government authority? What if you could reduce civil unrest, decrease crime rates, and increase social stability by adjusting the neurochemistry of millions of people simultaneously? That's what Project Rainveil is really about. Not killing people, but controlling them. Making them easier to govern, less likely to resist, more willing to accept whatever they're told by authority figures. And from what I can determine, they've been testing and refining these techniques for 30 years, gradually expanding the scope of their operations. Oakville wasn't an isolated incident. It was a field test for nationwide deployment. Long pause. I found something else in the archived documents. References to what they call Phase 4 implementation. Budget projections for large-scale atmospheric delivery systems. Purchase orders for chemical compounds measured not in grams or kilograms, but in tons. They're not planning small-scale tests anymore. They're planning to deploy these biological agents over major metropolitan areas. And based on the timeline in the documents I've seen, Phase 4 is supposed to begin sometime in the next 2 years. I have to find a way to stop this, but I'm running out of options and they're getting closer. End of entry number 6. Date: August 25th, 1994. Time: 7:42. PM. Location: redacted. Voice noticeably more strained, background sounds of wind. This is probably going to be my last recording for a while, maybe my last recording ever. 5 days ago I thought I'd found the break I needed. Using a combination of military contractor databases and cross-referencing with air traffic control records, I'd managed to identify the specific aircraft used in the Oakville operation. A KC-135 Stratotanker, tail number 63-8877, operating out of McCord Air Force Base near Tacoma. More importantly, I'd found the flight manifest for August 6th, 1994, the day before the Oakville incident. The aircraft had conducted what was officially logged as a weather modification training exercise over southwestern Washington. with a flight path that took it directly over Oakville at approximately 3:47 a.m. The pilot was Major Dennis Kowalski, a veteran of the Gulf War with specialized training in chemical and biological weapons delivery systems. The mission commander was Colonel James Hayes, the same Colonel Hayes who'd overseen our investigation of the incident. I had proof, direct, undeniable evidence that the Oakville incident was a deliberate military operation using biological weapons against American civilians. But when I tried to use this information, everything fell apart. I contacted an investigative journalist at the Washington Post, thinking that a major newspaper would have the resources and credibility to break this story. I sent him encrypted copies of all my documentation, including the flight records, the Project Rainveil documents, and our original laboratory analysis. He called me back within hours, excited about the story. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop in downtown Seattle to discuss how to proceed. He never showed up. When I called the Post the next day, they told me he'd been reassigned to cover a congressional hearing on agricultural subsidies. When I pressed for more information, they said he wasn't available for comment on pending investigations. That's when I realised they'd gotten to him too. Whatever influence Project Rainveil had, it was powerful enough to silence journalists at major newspapers. So I tried a different approach. I reached out to a congressional aide I knew from college, someone who worked for a senator known for investigating government misconduct. I figured that Congress had oversight authority over military operations, and that elected officials might be harder to silence than journalists. I was wrong. The aide was interested at first, but after I sent him the documents, his attitude changed completely. He called me back and suggested that I might be misinterpreting the evidence, that the stress of my CDC work had caused me to see patterns that aren't really there. The exact same language Hayes and his people had used. Someone had gotten to him within 24 hours of receiving my information. Either they'd threatened him, paid him off, or convinced him that I was mentally unstable. It didn't matter which. The result was the same. Sound of typing, papers rustling. But then I found something that changed everything. A name I recognized from my graduate research. Dr. Elizabeth Carver, formerly of the Army's Biological Weapons Research Program at Fort Detrick. Dr. Carver had been a whistleblower in the 1970s, exposing illegal human experimentation programs run by the military. She'd faced the same kind of harassment and discrediting that I was experiencing, but she'd managed to get her story out through alternative channels. More importantly, she was still alive and still fighting. I managed to track her down through academic networks. She was working as a professor at a small college in Vermont, keeping a low profile but still conducting research into government biological weapons programs. When I called her, she knew exactly what I was talking about before I even mentioned Project Rainveil. They've been expanding the program, she told me. What you saw in Oakville was just the latest test. They've been working on this for decades, and they're getting ready to go operational. She agreed to meet with me, but only under very specific conditions. No phones, no electronic devices, no credit card transactions. Cash only, public places, multiple contingency plans for communication. They're very good at what they do, she warned me, and they have resources you can't imagine. But they're not invincible. There are ways to fight back. We met 3 days ago in a small diner in rural Montana. Dr. Carver was in her 60s, grey-haired and unassuming, but when she spoke about the biological weapons program, her voice carried the authority of someone who'd spent decades studying the subject. The Oakville incident follows the same pattern as dozens of other tests, she explained. They select isolated communities, deploy biological agents designed to affect behaviour and cognition, then monitor the results while maintaining plausible deniability. She showed me documents I'd never seen before, classified reports dating back to the 1960s describing similar operations, not just in the United States, but in allied countries whose governments had agreed to let American forces conduct defensive research on their soil. The ultimate goal, she said, is population-scale behaviour modification. They want to be able to adjust the psychological state of entire regions, making people more compliant, less likely to resist government authority, more susceptible to propaganda and social manipulation. The scope of what she was describing was staggering. Not just occasional weapons tests, but a systematic program to develop the capability for mass psychological control. But why? I asked. What's the point of having a compliant population if you have to drug them to achieve it? Dr. Carver smiled grimly. Because the people who run these programs believe that democracy is inherently unstable. They think that giving people too much freedom leads to chaos, rebellion, and social collapse. In their view, a little bit of chemical compliance is a small price to pay for social stability. She explained that Project Rainveil was part of a larger strategic initiative called Cognitive Stability Operations, designed to give the government tools for managing what they called democratic volatility. The idea was that by subtly adjusting the neurochemistry of target populations, they could prevent civil unrest, reduce crime rates, and maintain social order without the need for overt authoritarian measures. They see it as a more humane alternative to military occupation or police-state tactics, she said. Instead of oppressing people directly, they just make people less inclined to resist oppression. Long pause, sound of wind getting stronger. Dr. Carver gave me more than just information. She gave me hope. There are others, she told me. Scientists, journalists, government officials who know what's happening and are working to expose it. We have to be careful. We have to be smart, but we're not alone. She put me in touch with a network of researchers and activists who've been tracking government biological weapons programs for years. They have resources, connections, and most importantly, they have a plan for getting this information to the public in a way that can't be suppressed or discredited. But the plan requires me to disappear for a while, to go completely underground, cut all ties to my previous life, and work with them to build an airtight case that even the government's media manipulation capabilities can't dismiss. The moment you surface again, Dr. Carver warned me, they'll do everything they can to destroy your credibility. They'll say you're mentally ill, they'll fabricate evidence of erratic behaviour, they'll turn your friends and family against you. You have to be prepared for that. I am prepared, or at least I think I am. Sound of car doors slamming, engine starting. They found me. I can see headlights approaching from both directions on the highway. I don't know how they tracked me here, but I'm out of time. If you're hearing this recording, it means I managed to upload it to the dead drop Dr. Carver set up before they caught me. It means the network of researchers and activists she told me about is real, and they're continuing the work. But more importantly, it means that somewhere in the world, people are still fighting for the truth. Project Rainveil is real. The biological weapons tests on American civilians are real. The plan to deploy behaviour modification agents over major population centres is real. And if we don't stop them, if we don't expose what they're doing, then the next time it rains you might want to ask yourself, is this water falling from the sky, or is it something else entirely? Sound of vehicles approaching, voices shouting. Remember Oakville. Remember what they did to those people. And remember that the price of freedom is... Recording cuts off abruptly. Date, March 15th, 2024. Source, anonymous upload to secure drop. Different voice, younger male. My name is Dr. James Mitchell, and I'm a microbiologist with the Nebraska Department of Health. 3 weeks ago, the town of Hartington, Nebraska, experienced what local officials are calling an unusual weather event. On February 23, 2024, gelatinous material fell from the sky over a 6-hour period. Within 48 hours, over 100 residents had been hospitalised with flu-like symptoms, cognitive fog, and what doctors are describing as temporary behavioural changes. The CDC has classified the incident as a natural phenomenon caused by atmospheric algae blooms. The military has denied any aircraft operations in the area. But I've run my own analysis on samples of the material, and what I've found matches exactly what Dr. Lena Marrow documented in her recordings from the Oakville incident 30 years ago. Human white blood cells embedded in an unknown matrix, engineered bacterial strains designed to affect neurochemistry, aircraft fuel compounds indicating direct military involvement. They're still doing it. They're still testing biological weapons on American civilians. Dr. Marrow's recordings resurfaced last week on a secure server, along with a cache of documents from Project Rainveil and its successor programs. The evidence is overwhelming, and it's being distributed to journalists, researchers and government officials around the world. But that's not why I'm making this recording. I'm making this recording because the Hartington incident wasn't an isolated test. According to the leaked documents, it was part of something called Phase 7 implementation, a nationwide deployment of biological agents designed to increase social compliance and reduce civil unrest. The documents include target lists, major metropolitan areas, specific dates and delivery methods, and a timeline that suggests the full deployment is scheduled to begin within the next 6 months. Dr. Marrow was right about everything. The government has been developing the capability for mass psychological control, and they're finally ready to use it. The question is, what are we going to do about it? Sound of typing. I'm uploading Doctor, Marrow's complete audio journals, along with all the supporting documentation from Project Rainveil and its successor programs, to multiple secure servers around the world. I'm also sending copies to journalists, researchers, and government officials who might be able to act on this information. But I need everyone who hears this to understand. They're not going to stop just because we've exposed them. They've been planning this for decades, and they have resources and influence that most of us can't even imagine. The only way to stop them is if enough people know the truth, if enough people refuse to accept the official explanations, if enough people demand answers when unusual weather events are followed by mysterious illnesses, so the next time it rains, look up, look closely, and ask yourself, what's really falling from the sky? Because Dr. Lena Marrow gave her life to warn us about what's coming. The least we can do is listen. Over the next half hour, we'll introduce you to Agent Silas Rourke, Doctor, Liana Suresh, and Director Vance Halcor. A trio drawn into a web of secrets around a lethal pathogen called VX-73. As tensions mount and paranoia spreads, you'll witness how fear can become a powerful tool of control, and how a single whistleblower might spark either liberation or a deeper descent into conspiracy. Now close your eyes, or let them wander across these words, and follow me into the first moments of this dark, suspenseful odyssey. It started with a single headline: Mysterious Respiratory Illness Detected in Port Maxwell. Within days, similar stories crept across the country, quiet at first, overshadowed by routine politics and everyday noise. Then, all at once, everything changed. The virus, designated VX-73, emerged as a swift-moving spectre, triggering coughing fits that escalated into respiratory failure for many. In a matter of weeks, schools were shut, businesses locked their doors, and entire metropolitan areas were quarantined under what officials described as temporary emergency protocols. For Agent Silas Rourke, a 42-year-old operative at the Bureau of Federal Integrity, BFI, life became an endless string of directives and dispatches. His daily uniform was a crisp suit layered beneath a bulletproof vest, and a standard-issue respirator mask that itched at his face. He'd spent over a decade tackling threats deemed subversive to national security, from financial sabotage to espionage. Yet no training had ever prepared him for watching entire city blocks fall silent overnight. He walked the corridors of the BFY with practiced composure, scanning the myriad bulletins pinned on corkboards. The walls hummed with fluorescent lights that gave everything a stark, sterile glow. Digital screens listed the latest infection rates, projected mortalities, and newly declared red zones where infections raged unabated. Over the PA system, a recorded female voice repeated the same instructions every half hour. Stay indoors, maintain social distancing. All citizens must comply with the National Stabilization Bureau's guidelines. The National Stabilization Bureau, NSB, led by Director Vance Halcor, had been formed to centralize the government's emergency functions. Some called it necessary response. Others whispered about the creation of an all-powerful agency with little oversight. Halcor himself was a tall, imposing figure who frequently appeared on screens throughout the BFI complex, delivering updates about mandatory daily biometric scans and the development of a new vaccine, Unity Serum. Silas had known Halcor only in passing, enough to catch glimpses of a man driven by unwavering conviction. He recognized in Halcor that sense of unstoppable momentum, as though the security of the entire nation hinged on following his blueprint. Silas tried to set aside his personal misgivings. He was a loyal agent, bound to uphold the Bureau's mission. If the vaccine provided the solution to stop VX-73, so be it. Then one morning, Silas was summoned to a high-clearance briefing. He expected a new assignment along the lines of standard public compliance checks. Instead, he found himself in a cramped conference room, facing a handful of BFI higher-ups who spoke in hushed, clipped tones. The gist was simple. Alleged disinformation campaigns were circulating, claiming that VX-73 was not naturally occurring but lab-engineered. These rumours, the brass said, were fueling panic, turning citizens against the government's measures. Silas's job was to investigate any potential insiders leaking such nonsense. At first, he believed the directive to be legitimate. Disinformation in a crisis could be lethal, prompting civil unrest and undermining official responses. Yet as Silas pored over digital logs and tapped into encrypted chat rooms, he stumbled across an unencrypted file labelled simply Project Paragon, Preliminary. The file wasn't supposed to be on the BFI's server at all. It appeared as though someone with high-level credentials had hidden it behind labyrinthine subdirectories. Intrigued, Silas pried open the document. Inside were sanitised references to VX 73 months prior to the earliest official detection date. The language read, "Field tests planned in controlled sectors. Monitor subject compliance and social response." A chill rippled through Silas. The deeper he delved, the more he found that pointed to a private biotech lab with direct ties to the Department of Defense. Another set of documents discussed funding from major corporate donors, massive pharmaceutical conglomerates that had a vested interest in vaccines, testing kits, and biometric devices. Confusion turned to a subtle dread. If these partial records were real, then the official narrative was incomplete at best, or outright deceptive at worst. Silas secured the files on a flash drive. Over the next few days, he quietly cross-referenced the data, trying to confirm whether Project Paragon existed. He took caution, covering his digital tracks with proxy servers. Even so, he noticed the BFI's internal security channels seemed abuzz with mentions of an internal breach. Fear knotted in his stomach. Someone else was on this trail too. He found short references to a doctor, Liana Suresh, apparently a virologist who once worked at a biotech facility codenamed Cerulean Labs. Her name popped up in correlation with antigen research and compliance metrics. The wording was bizarre. Since when did a vaccine program revolve around compliance? Yet there it was. VX-73 antigen trials show 62% compliance rate. Additional modifications required. The date? Nearly a year before the current outbreak. By the time Silas realised how incriminating his findings were, the hair on his arm stood on end. His imagination conjured scenarios he'd previously deemed paranoid. A virus unleashed intentionally. A vaccine designed not just to inoculate, but to control. He forced himself to remain calm. Conjecture was easy. Proof was everything. So he resolved to gather more. That night he left the BFI building with the flash drive tucked in the lining of his jacket. He tried to banish the creeping sense that eyes were trailing him. Outside, the city's main avenues lay deserted. Army trucks patrolled at intervals. Overhead drones whirred, scanning for curfew violators. Digital billboards displayed a single message across a black background. Unity Serum, your key to tomorrow. From a payphone booth, one of the last still standing, Silas called in a favour from a fellow agent he trusted. Someone adept at hacking behind the Bureau's firewall. The friend agreed to help, no questions asked, but Silas could sense tension in his voice. Everyone was on edge, unsure who was truly friend or foe. Silence had become a survival tactic. As he hung up the phone, the city's gloom pressed close, neon lights flickering across shuttered storefronts. In that moment, he wondered if the official explanation, VX-73 as a random mutation, was a purposeful lie from the start. If so, then the so-called Unity Serum might be more than just a vaccine. A wave of dread consumed him. The next steps would determine whether he stayed a loyal operative or became a traitor to the system he'd served for half his life. At the next corner, a spotlight from a drone settled on him, scanning his face. He forced a neutral expression. The device beeped and swiveled away. Good. No red flag. Yet. As Silas ducked into the underground metro, he realised with grim certainty that he had stumbled onto something monstrous. For years he'd believed in the Bureau's cause, trusting that each operation served the greater good. Now he faced the possibility that the greatest threat wasn't the virus itself, but the hidden intent behind it. City by city, the VX-73 infection soared. Once bustling centres of commerce turned into ghost towns, patrolled by uniformed enforcers under orders from the National Stabilization Bureau. Curfews became absolute. Violators risked detention at newly established health containment camps. The mainstream media hammered a constant drumbeat of fear. The virus was unstoppable unless every citizen complied. For those still resistant, a single solution was presented day and night: Unity Serum. On every channel, Director Vance Halcor appeared in a crisp suit, arms folded behind his back, proclaiming the vaccine's near-miraculous efficacy. Over 90% effective, his report said, a shining beacon of hope. Yet the rollout came with conditions. For public safety, those who refused the jab lost access to banks, public transportation, and official documentation. Within a month, entire swathes of the unvaccinated population found themselves in a twilight zone, forced to scavenge or rely on black market services just to survive. Amid the chaos, Agent Silas Rourke continued his secret investigation. By day, he donned his BFI credentials, working on official compliance enforcement tasks. By night, he devoured every new sliver of intel he could glean from that hush-hush file, Project Paragon. The deeper he went, the more horrifying the puzzle became. Encrypted references hinted at something hidden within the vaccine, a nano-emitter that lodged in the brain's limbic system. One internal document read, "Neurological regulation markers confirm mild sedation of aggression, increased docility, potential for broader cognitive modulation pending further trials." Silas felt physically ill reading these words. Could the government have hijacked a public health crisis to deploy a mind-altering device at scale? He needed answers. Over a secure channel, he messaged the elusive doctor, Liana Suresh, the scientist named in the files. She responded in short, coded texts, reluctant to trust him. Finally, after days of careful back and forth, she agreed to meet at an abandoned warehouse near the old docks. Silas arrived half an hour early, scanning the shadows for signs of a tail. No drones overhead, no suspicious vehicles. He waited under a flickering street lamp, the smell of salt water and rust filling the air. When Liana Suresh emerged, she wore a hooded jacket, her face partly obscured by a mask. Only her eyes were visible, tired, guarded, yet undeniably brilliant. She gave Silas a once-over, keeping a hand near her coat pocket. Possibly she carried a stun gun or pepper spray. Without greeting, she said in a hushed tone, "Why should I believe you're not with them?" Silas replied with the only currency that mattered, truth. He produced the flash drive and recited data from the files, his voice laced with quiet desperation. Liana's expression shifted from suspicion to grim acknowledgement. "I was part of the early design team for VX-73, she confessed. They told me it was to protect against a future pandemic, some advanced deterrent that would strengthen national security. We manipulated certain genetic markers to ensure the virus targeted specific alveolar receptors, but none of us realized the real plan, to unleash it upon the public." Her words ignited a spark of horror within Silas. He asked about the vaccine's rumoured mind control aspect. Liana hesitated, inhaling a shaky breath. "It's not mind control, at least not in the sense of puppet strings. It's, well, it lowers inhibitions, fosters compliance, makes people more susceptible to suggestions. Over time, it can dull critical thinking. They want a populace too numb to resist." Tremors ran through Silas. Even with his suspicions, hearing it plainly stated felt like a blow to the gut. They spoke in hushed tones for another hour, Liana finally handing him a battered thumb drive containing her original notes. the unredacted version that proved VX-73's artificial origin and the presence of a compliance mechanism in the vaccine. "If they find you with this, you won't get a trial. They'll vanish you," she warned. From the surrounding gloom, a rat scurried across the broken concrete. Silas realised how precarious everything was, the squeaking rodent in the dark, the quiet lapping of the tide behind them, his own racing heartbeat. Danger lurked behind every shadow. Sensing they could stay no longer, the pair parted ways, promising to regroup soon. Back at the BFI, Silas carefully compartmentalised his roles: obedient agent in the daylight, clandestine researcher after hours. Meanwhile, the nation's capital sank deeper into fear-driven militarization. Propaganda played ceaselessly on loudspeakers. Stay safe, stay indoors, trust the cure. Curfew drones soared over empty streets, shining bright beams to catch anyone outside after sundown. Social media platforms became inundated with pro-government messages, while dissenting posts vanished, labelled as threatening misinformation. Those who complied enjoyed a semblance of normalcy. Restaurants reopened for vaccinated patrons, businesses resumed for employees who presented a scannable immunity pass. Yet they all seemed more subdued, less likely to ask questions about privacy intrusions or the ever-increasing powers of the NSB. It was as though a hush had fallen over society, as if curiosity had been collectively tranquilized. Within government circles, Director Vance Halcor emerged as a national hero. Public polls, at least those broadcast on official channels, showed near universal support for his bold measures. He'd saved millions of lives, the anchors repeated. He'd stabilised the economy. He was proof that unwavering resolve could defeat chaos. Not a single mention of the billions in profits the corporate donors raked in, nor a hint about hidden modifications to the Unity Serum. As the days passed, Silas found it harder to hide the turmoil in his gaze. He saw colleagues in the hallway, wearing forced smiles, praising Halcor's leadership. He noticed how many had begun to project a certain eerie calm, like their personal anxieties had evaporated. Could it be the effect of the serum? Silas tested a co-worker with a subtle question. Ever wonder why the lockdown measures ramped up so fast before the outbreak peaked? The man's eyes glazed momentarily, then he simply shrugged. Doesn't matter, O'Rourke. They keep us safe. He returned to his desk, more convinced than ever that Halcor's master plan was in full swing. The virus was the perfect storm to usher in sweeping surveillance and push a mind-numbing serum to the masses. And the BFI was part of it, or at least complicit in bearing the truth. He could keep quiet, or he could do the unthinkable and blow this wide open, risking everything in the process. One evening, Silas found a sealed envelope slipped beneath his apartment door. Inside, a single typed line. "This is bigger than you think. They see all." The bottom edge was marked with an obscure symbol, a circle with a diagonal slash, like a stylized zero. He'd seen it once in a classified file referencing an underground resistance network. If these rebels wanted to contact him, it meant they believed he might be an ally. The tension hammered in his chest. He was dancing on a razor's edge, his loyalty to the Bureau, his conscience the unfolding nightmare. Taking a shaky breath, he powered up his laptop. A series of pings indicated a new assignment in his BFI inbox. Track down a subversive known for smuggling contraband medical supplies. Silas realised with a jolt that the suspect's name had been flagged in Dr. Liana Suresh's notes. Another piece connecting the puzzle, and another reason the Bureau might soon brand him a traitor. He closed the laptop. Outside, the city lights glowed, reflecting off dark clouds pregnant with the threat of a new storm. If he hesitated much longer, it might be too late for everyone. The seeds of control had already sprouted, and every day they dug deeper roots into the world. Agent Silas Rourke watched from a distance as the unvaccinated families huddled together in the crumbling outskirts of Old Glendale. The press had labelled it a containment zone, but locals called it a human dumping ground. Living conditions were dire: sporadic power, limited sanitation, and roving squads of Unity enforcers scanning for anyone who might have hidden child or avoided mandatory updates on vaccination status. The air crackled with dread. Days earlier, Silas had steeled himself to reach out to the symbol-bearing group implied by that cryptic envelope. If they were an underground resistance, maybe they could help him get the truth out. He had no illusions about personal safety. Once he exposed the deception behind VX-73 and Unity Serum, the entire apparatus of the National Stabilization Bureau would come crashing down on him. But each time he pictured the slumped figures in these zones, cast aside for refusing a forced injection, his resolve hardened. Through a secure channel, he arranged a meeting with a contact who went by the codename Sparrow. The location, an old print shop with boarded-up windows, rumoured to have once published subversive newspapers. Silas made sure to lose any trailing drones or BFI watchers by weaving through side streets. He wore a hooded coat, his respirator mask pulled high to conceal half his face. Inside the print shop, the musty smell of ink and paper still lingered. Boxes of unused flyers leaned against dusty presses. A dim light revealed a short figure in a makeshift black scarf. Sparrow. Their voice was muffled but direct. "You're late." Silas exhaled, nerves crackling. "I had to shake a drone." Sparrow nodded, then led him to a small back room. It was here Silas found half a dozen other figures, all clad in dark, worn clothes. A battered laptop sat on a folding table. A tangle of cables connected it to a generator. One by one they introduced themselves with code names: Rook, Nightshade, Sahara, a clandestine cell of journalists, medics and rogue programmers dedicated to fighting the government's stranglehold. "I have proof," Silas said, placing Dr. Liana Suresh's files on the table. "The virus was engineered, and the vaccine is rigged to manipulate behaviour." Silence fell over the group. The gravity of his statement hung in the stale air. Finally Sparrow spoke. "We've suspected as much. Over the past month we've been collecting testimonies, people complaining of unusual mental fog, the inability to feel strong emotions after receiving the serum. We even have ex-military sources who claim the NSB is funneling billions into a new wave of surveillance tech, but we needed a smoking gun. This might be it." Each set of eyes fixated on Silas. He handed them a flash drive, explaining how it contained Liana's unaltered research logs plus the Project Paragon blueprint. The group quickly scanned the data, verifying its authenticity. The sense of tension and excitement in the room was palpable. "We'll need to broadcast this globally," said Rook, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses. "Not just post." Tension rises as strange warnings appear. Suspicious accidents claim the lives of those close to him, and the unstoppable juggernaut of a conspiracy that crosses generations threatens to silence him forever. In the 5 parts that follow, we'll dive into Dr. Reeve's step-by-step investigation, from the first glimpses of abnormal structural damage on the Titanic's hull to the frantic final hours, where he attempts to broadcast the truth before shadowy agents can destroy both him and the evidence. If you're ready to uncover a hidden piece of maritime history, at least in this fictional reimagining, read on and let the swirl of ocean currents and midnight conspiracies guide you deeper into the hush of night. Please, make yourself comfortable. Allow your mind to wander into the possibilities that maybe, just maybe, everything we've been told about that fateful April night is not the whole story. And remember, in times of darkness, knowledge can be as blinding as a flare, or as comforting as a dim lantern. May you find the perfect balance tonight as we embark on this mysterious tale. The frigid waters of the North Atlantic loomed above Dr. Nolan Reeve like an endless dark plain, and beneath them, almost 2.5 miles down, lay the shattered remains of what was once the grandest ship afloat, RMS Titanic. The year was present day, and Reeve found himself aboard the research vessel Aegis, leading a deep-sea expedition to study microbial decay on century-old wrecks. It was all in the name of science, or so he believed. The Aegis was no luxurious craft. but it boasted a sturdy submersible named Deep Seeker that could navigate the tremendous pressure at such depths. Reeves' focus was to gather data on the rusticles, those icicle-like formations of iron-oxidizing bacteria slowly consuming the Titanic's hull. Alongside him was a small crew of marine scientists, including Isla Grant, a skilled submersible pilot and camera operator with a knack for zeroing in on small details. The funding for this expedition came from a wealthy institute run by Andrew Calder, a rather enigmatic financier who seldom gave interviews but had a keen interest in the maritime heritage. As the Aegis hovered in the general area, Reeve and Grant prepared for their first descent. Their mission's outward goals were straightforward: collect microbe samples from various compartments, photograph structural integrity, and produce a documentary charting the wreck's gradual dissolution. But Reeve felt an odd stirring in the back of his mind. Something about Calder's deep pockets and the near-obsessive interest he showed in the Titanic unsettled him. Calder insisted on daily updates, demanded high-resolution close-ups of specific hull sections, as though searching for something more than just rust. On a crisp morning, the submersible deck rumbled with mechanical clanks as Deep Seeker was lowered into the ocean. Reeve and Grant strapped into the tiny sphere that formed the sub's cockpit, oxygen humming through portable lines. Once submerged, the watery gloom swallowed them. Dials glowed green, and the hull's thick glass offered a restricted but haunting view. Grant navigated them slowly downward, the hull lights cutting a pale cone through dark water. After about 2 hours of descent, the sub's external beams finally caught sight of the Titanic's bow. Even after a century submerged, the shape was unmistakable. The ghostly hulk loomed from the gloom, broken in half, the once proud prow half buried in silt. Reeve felt his heart clench with awe and sorrow. It was a tomb and a monument, a silent testament to a night that changed history. They inched along the starboard side. Coral, fish, and anemones colonized the iron plating. Grant guided the sub's manipulator arm to gather small fragments of rusticles. Reeve carefully stored them in sample tubes. They progressed deeper, filming rooms that once bustled with first-class passengers and cherubs and grand staircases, now lying collapsed or entombed in sediment. These swirling detritus gave everything a dreamlike haze. Midway through the session, while scanning the lower hull near the stern, Grant noticed something peculiar on her camera feed. A portion of the metal showed not smooth tearing or typical impact damage, but an odd concavity ringed with a faint scorch pattern. Reeve pressed in for a closer view. The plating there was bent outward, as though from an internal explosion. This was bizarre. The official record insisted the Titanic's damage came from an external tear by an iceberg. If that were so, why did this metal appear warped from the inside out? Reeve's heartbeat quickened. He asked Grant to pivot the sub's lights for better clarity. Sure enough, the contortion pattern strongly suggested that some internal force had bulged the hull outward. The jagged edges showed hints of blackening, a dark residue that might be scorched metal. Reeve snapped multiple high-resolution stills. This flew in the face of the standard iceberg collision damage narrative. He radioed the Aegis with mild excitement, describing a strange hull anomaly. The ship's comm operator acknowledged him, but in a clipped tone, urging them to stick to the planned route. Reeve found that suspicious. Usually the team back on deck was enthralled by discoveries. Why dismiss this so quickly? Pushing further, Reeve and Grant discovered more irregularities. Sealed cargo compartments not listed in the ship's known manifests. Metal beams that looked warped in ways you wouldn't expect from an iceberg tear. Then they saw something even more bizarre. A small chunk of what seemed like embedded steel that didn't match the rest of Titanic's composition. Could it be a fragment from a device or an outside structure? They collected a sample with the sub's manipulator arm. As their time slot undersea neared its end, Reeve's mind whirled with questions. When they returned to the surface, Calder was on the deck to greet them, a faint smile on his lips. "Any interesting finds?" he asked casually. Reeve hesitated, glancing at Grant. "We saw some unexpected hull damage patterns. Might deviate from the standard historical account." Calder's expression flickered, then resumed neutrality. "I see," he said softly. "Well, keep me informed of any further anomalies." Then he pivoted away, leaving Reeve unsettled by his reaction. That evening, Reeve spent hours reviewing the footage. The scorch marks, the outward bent steel. It pointed to an internal explosion or sabotage. But how? This was the Titanic, the world's biggest ship at the time, lost in 1912 to an iceberg. The official narrative had been accepted for over a century. No major historian ever seriously advanced a sabotage theory. He found it all improbable. But then, so was the photographic evidence in front of him. Isla joined him in the ship's small lab. She too looked uneasy. If the Titanic was scuttled or bombed from within, that means... what? Some grand conspiracy. She paused, leaning over the images. That's nearly unimaginable, and yet these images speak for themselves. Reeve nodded, chewing his lip. "We need more context. Old shipping logs, survivor accounts, something that might confirm the possibility." He emailed a few colleagues, maritime historians, archive specialists, seeking discreet help. Unbeknownst to Reeve, others had their eyes on the expedition's data. Hours later, while the crew slept, a silent figure wearing a staff uniform accessed the main lab console, scanning the raw footage, then left behind a small device that quietly started encrypting all data. By morning, Reeve discovered that his recordings had been locked, needing a passcode. A glitch? Possibly, but it felt too coincidental. In the next days, Reeve would realise he'd stirred a hornet's nest with that single discovery. The evidence of sabotage on the Titanic's wreck threatened to unravel a century-old deception, and those who guarded that secret were not about to let one curious marine biologist rewrite history. In the cramped lab aboard the Aegis, Dr. Nolan Reeve wrestled with the encrypted files. Every time he tried to open them, an error message demanded an unknown passcode. He suspected sabotage, but who would want to bury the data? The expedition's sponsor, Andrew Calder, insisted it must be a technical glitch, urging Reeve to keep the incident quiet and rely on fresh recordings. But Reeve felt the tension in Calder's voice. It was too pointed, too insistent. Frustrated, Reeve and Isla Grant turned to the partial images and notes they'd saved offline. A few snapshots still remained on Isla's personal camera, showing that suspicious scorch pattern on the Titanic's hull. Reeve cross-referenced the Titanic's original construction blueprints, which the Historical Society had in their public archive. That region of the hull was never intended to have anything more than standard plating. No known modifications or cargo compartments were recorded in that area. So how did an explosion or something akin to it mar the interior? Seeking clarity, Reeve reached out to maritime historians he knew back on the mainland. One responded quickly, an old friend named Francis Hobbs, who specialised in transatlantic liner accidents. Hobbs expressed utter shock at the hull damage suggestion. No major source ever mentioned burn marks or outward bent steel. The entire official inquiry pinned it on an iceberg gash. Reeve pressed further, mentioning the possibility that the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic, had sustained damage weeks prior to Titanic's maiden voyage. Some fringe conspiracy circles argued the White Star Line might have swapped ships to salvage insurance money. But that didn't fully explain sabotage or bombs. As the days went on, Reeve discovered more digital meddling. A chunk of audio data from the sub's recordings vanished. The expedition's official logs were being updated to downplay the hull anomalies as corrosion patterns. Meanwhile, Calder announced an abrupt shift in the research plan. They were to focus on the ship's upper decks, ignoring the stern or deeper compartments. Reeve confronted Calder in the corridor, voice tight with anger. We came for a thorough study of microbial decay, remember? We're not done with the lower hull. Calder just patted Reeves' shoulder. This expedition is under my sponsorship, Doctor. We have all we need. Let's not waste resources on rabbit holes. Suspicion soared. Yella quietly confided in Reeve that she'd seen an unknown staffer rummaging through the lab's computers late at night. Something bigger was at play. They hatched a plan. On the next dive, they'd pretend to follow orders but actually gather clandestine footage of the suspicious hull region again, storing it on a separate device. They hoped to smuggle that out. The next day, they executed the plan. Isla took an alternate camera hidden in the sub's toolkit, capturing fresh angles of the scorch marks. But near the end of the dive, the sub's thrusters failed, plunging them into darkness momentarily. A near-fatal scenario if Isla's backup system hadn't restarted the motors. The official post-dive report pegged it as a mechanical glitch, but Reeve and Isla suspected sabotage, an attempt to end them mid-ocean. Back on the surface, they realised they needed more historical context. They discovered, from old survivor memoirs, mention of loud booms below deck some hours before the iceberg collision. In official statements, these were dismissed as boiler explosions due to flooding. Another survivor wrote that wealthy industrialist John Astor had confided to a friend about shadowy deals for or against a central banking system. Then one cryptic line from a steward's note surfaced. We were told not to speak of the cargo in hold number 3, told it was hush-hush for the men with suits. Reeves' blood chilled. It sounded like sensitive cargo beyond just mail or supplies. The more Reeve read, the more an unsettling pattern emerged. Certain powerful men who opposed the formation of a global central banking authority died on the Titanic. Surviving members who wanted that bank system ironically missed the voyage last minute. Could the sinking have been orchestrated to remove key opposition? Reeves' logic reeled. It was wild, reminiscent of conspiratorial talk. Yet the sabotage evidence from the wreck gave these claims unexpected weight. Meanwhile, the expedition approached an official end date. Calder seemed eager to wrap up. The mood on the Aegis turned tense, with some staff openly complaining about weird instructions from Calder's office. Reeve realised that once they returned to shore, Calder might quietly seize all official findings, labelling anything about sabotage as a hoax. Reeve confided in Isla that they needed to break free from Calder's control. We have to publish or release these anomalies ourselves, he insisted. She agreed, though fear glimmered in her eyes. But they're watching everything we do. Days before the final docking, an unnerving event confirmed their fears. One of Reeves' close colleagues, a diver who had glimpsed the scorch marks as well, died in a suspicious boat explosion near the Aegis. The official statement labelled it a tragic fuel accident, but Reeves saw no sense in the story. The diver had been careful, not the type to mishandle fuel lines. The message was clear. Keep your mouth shut or pay the price. Now Reeve recognised the bigger threat. Some covert group, possibly with Calder's backing or beyond him, was determined to bury any mention of sabotage. Perhaps a direct lineage of those old bankers or industrialists from 1912 still wielded enough influence to ensure the Titanic's alternative story remained hidden. The fear in Reeves' gut was overshadowed by moral resolve. People deserved the truth. The tragedy that claimed 1/500 lives might have been a coldly calculated mass murder. Nights turned sleepless. Reeve hammered out a partial draft of his revelation, an academic paper explaining the structural anomalies, listing historical coincidences, and linking them to potential sabotage. He also prepared a short documentary with images and voiceover, planning to upload it online the moment they were near stable internet. Isla assisted, editing in hush hours. They stored backups on hidden flash drives, but unbeknownst to them, an unknown figure in the staff was already alerting superiors about their secret activities. The black-suited watchers who answered to a shadowy black archive were preparing a final move. Reeve received a cryptic email from an unnamed address. Stop, we see you. Let the Titanic rest, or you'll join its fate in deep silence. Sickness clenched Reeve's stomach. This was no empty threat. but he pressed on, determined. The Titanic's dead deserved no less than the truth. As the expedition's final day dawned, the Aegis began returning to port. Calder circled the decks, ensuring all official data was locked. Reeve and Isla, with their clandestine files, awaited the perfect moment to slip away or go public. Tension crackled through the sea air. Both felt that soon the conspirators would strike. Reeve thought of the thousands who died that night in 1912, possibly sacrificed for a hidden agenda. He vowed not to let them remain pawns in some century-old cover-up. He could only hope that in the hours ahead he'd find a way to broadcast the shocking truth before the Watchers enforced their deep silence, just as they had, apparently, for the diver who died, and for countless others who might have glimpsed the Titanic's real story over the decades. On the morning the Aegis neared the harbour, Dr. Nolan Reeve stood on the stern deck, scanning the shoreline for any sign of abnormal presence. The coastal city's skyline shimmered under the rising sun. People going about their daily routine had no idea that a conspiracy over 100 years old was about to surface. If Reeve and Isla Grant could manage to reveal it. The tension inside Reeve coiled tighter with each minute. The Watchers might be waiting at port, planning to intercept him or destroy the evidence. At breakfast, Andrew Calder made an announcement. Once they docked, all expedition materials, logs, footage, collected data, were to be handed over to the sponsoring institute for analysis and archiving. He claimed it was standard procedure, but Reeve caught the triumphant glint in Calder's eyes. This was clearly the final step in burying the sabotage findings. Reeve pretended compliance, casually finishing his toast while his pulse hammered. Isla, seated nearby, gave him a subtle nod. They understood each other. They had to act quickly. Below decks, Reeve and Isla retrieved their hidden flash drives from a safe compartment in the sub's tool storage. On these drives lay the photographic proof of the Titanic's hull damage, the partial interviews with experts who had uncovered old shipping conspiracies, plus the half-finished documentary. They sealed them inside a watertight case small enough to slip into Isla's personal bag. Their plan was to slip away from the Aegis the moment they landed, find an off-site location with stable internet, and upload everything. They also had a contact in the press, a freelance investigative journalist who had expressed interest in unconventional Titanic revelations. If they could get in touch, the journalist could go public with the story, but their Watchers were a step ahead. As the Aegis came into port, Reeve noticed a black SUV parked near the dock, 2 men in suits standing by. They exuded the same menacing aura as the staffer who had prowled the lab at night. Reeve recognised their type, ex-intelligence or corporate security, probably the Black Archive or some affiliate. If Reeve and Isla marched out the front gangplank, they'd be easy prey. Thinking fast, Reeve told Isla, "We can't disembark with everyone else. We need a back route." She recalled there was a smaller cargo ramp on the starboard side used for unloading sub-equipment. If the Watchers were fixated on the main exit, maybe they could slip out unnoticed. They bided their time until docking was complete, the bustle of the harbour overshadowing the usual procedures. Then, with anxious hearts, they made their move. Slipping on plain jackets and carrying minimal gear, they snuck to the starboard cargo area. The usual guard was absent, likely assisting with the main disembark. They lowered a small ramp onto the dock. Heart-pounding, they hurried down. Reeve's eyes darted to the black SUV. The suited men were still scanning the main exit. Good. They made it halfway across the dock when a shout broke out behind them. "Hey, stop! Stop!" Another staffer from the Aegis, wearing an earpiece, sprinted forward. Reeve and Isla broke into a run, weaving among crates and dock workers. Over their shoulders they saw the black suits rush into action. The Watchers realised their target was escaping. Isla pointed to a cluster of cabs by the gates. "We can get one of those," she gasped. But as they neared, they found a man stepping from a second black SUV to block the path. The Watchers were closing in from both sides. In a desperate manoeuvre, Reeve dashed behind a forklift. The driver, startled, nearly dropped his cargo. Isla jumped aboard. urging the forklift driver to swing around. The watchers hesitated. Not wanting to cause a scene with bystanders, the forklift jerked forward, awkwardly separating them from at least 2 pursuers. Reeve spotted a side alley leading away from the harbour. "That way!" he yelled. They tumbled off the forklift and sprinted into the alley, footsteps echoing on wet concrete. The watchers gave chase. Adrenaline pounded in Reeve's veins. He clutched the bag containing the flash drives, desperate not to lose it. They twisted down side streets in a labyrinth near the harbour's industrial zone, the watchers cursing behind them. Once they found a small metal door leading into an old warehouse. They slipped inside, the watchers' footfalls receding briefly. In the dim interior, crates of fish meal or old maritime supplies reeked of stale salt. Isla quickly typed a text on her phone to the journalist contact. "Need immediate pickup. Coordinates near old warehouse. Being chased." She pressed send, praying the signal went through. They heard footsteps outside, no time to hide further. Moments later, the watchers kicked in the door. A short scuffle ensued. Isla brandished a wrench from a table, swinging it as a deterrent. Reeve ducked behind a crate, but one watcher advanced, gun drawn, muzzle fixed on Reeve. "Drop the bag," the watcher growled. Reeve's mind whirled. If they took the evidence, everything was lost. Then headlights sliced through a window. A van screeched up, brake lights glowing. Another door was forced open from the building's backside. The journalist contact, a wiry man named Carl Dawson, burst in, brandishing a camera flash that momentarily blinded the watchers. In that flash, Reeve and Isla dove behind crates. Shots rang out, hitting metal and wood. Carl roared, "This way!" They fled through the hole in the back wall. The watchers tried to close in, but the trio scrambled into Carl's van. Tyres squealed as the van sped off. Another bullet shattered the wheel. Some say it's based on classified information that was never meant to reach public ears. Tonight we explore the darkest corners of government experimentation and the thin membrane between dimensions. Daniel Cross bolted upright in his bed, sweat-drenched sheets twisted around his legs like restraints. The dream had returned, more vivid this time. Underground tunnels bathed in pulsing blue light, the cold metal chair, the leather straps on his wrists, and the voices, always the voices, echoing through concrete chambers. Subject 17 demonstrates exceptional receptivity, increased neural amplitude by 30%. His bedroom television flickered with static, though he was certain he'd turned it off before going to sleep. From within the dancing grey pixels came a familiar hum, a sequence of tones just below normal hearing threshold. Something about it pulled at the corners of his mind, like fingers trying to pry open a locked door. Daniel stumbled out of bed and approached the screen, mesmerised. Within the chaos of white noise, patterns emerged, geometric formations that shouldn't exist in random static. His reflection in the screen looked foreign, almost like another person watching him from behind the glass. "Delta Protocol 17, he whispered, the words rising unbidden from some hidden chamber of memory. "Initiate phase bend." The static intensified, the hum growing to an electric whine that made his fillings ache. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the television went black. Daniel stood there, trembling in the dark, wondering why tears were streaming down his face. In the morning, he convinced himself it had been nothing but a particularly vivid nightmare. But as he brushed his teeth, he noticed something unsettling in the bathroom mirror. A small red mark behind his ear, perfectly circular, like a healed puncture wound. He had no memory of receiving it. As the days passed, the dreams intensified. Always the same elements. The underground facility, scientists in lab coats, the chair with its cruel restraints, and tests. Endless tests designed to push the boundaries of his mind. In each dream he was younger, perhaps 11 or 12 years old. But the strangest part was the location that kept appearing in the background of these fractured memories. A distinctive radar tower rising against a darkening sky. When not at work coding security algorithms for a defense contractor, Daniel found himself obsessively drawing the tower, trying to place where he might have seen it before. His apartment walls became covered with sketches, the tower from different angles, the curved coastline it overlooked, strange symbols that his hand seemed to produce without conscious direction. His colleague Martin noticed the change in him first. "You look like hell, Dan," he said over lunch one day. "Not sleeping?" Daniel hesitated. "Just some weird dreams." "About what?" "I don't know. Some kind of facility. Tests. A radar tower by the ocean." Martin's plastic fork paused halfway to his mouth. "What kind of tower?" "An FPS-35. Cold War era. Massive thing with a distinctive cowling." Daniel blinked, surprised at his own precise knowledge. Martin set down his fork. "That's oddly specific for a dream." "I know, and there's something else." Daniel lowered his voice. "Sometimes when there's static on the TV I hear something, like a signal." "What does it say?" "It doesn't speak. It's more like a beacon, calling me somewhere." Martin studied him for a long moment. "You ever heard of Camp Hero? Out in Montauk?" The name sent an electric shiver down Daniel's spine. His coffee cup slipped from suddenly numb fingers, shattering on the floor. "Jesus, you okay?" Martin asked, jumping back from the spreading puddle. "I need to go there," Daniel whispered, staring at nothing. Montauk. The drive to Long Island took 4 hours, but to Daniel it felt like returning from an exile that had lasted decades. As he crossed into the township of Montauk, a pressure began building behind his eyes. Not quite pain, but an insistent awareness, like the sensation before a sneeze that never comes. The roads grew narrower, pine forests pressing in on both sides. His GPS lost signal twice, but Daniel found he didn't need it. His hands seemed to know which turns to take, guiding the car along increasingly remote routes until the trees gave way to scrubland, and beyond that, the Atlantic stretched to the horizon. And there it stood, exactly as he'd drawn it 100 times, the massive radar tower of Camp Hero, its distinctive silhouette rising against the pale blue sky. The abandoned Air Force Base sprawled beneath it, a collection of bunker-like buildings and concrete structures designed to withstand Soviet bombs that never fell. According to the weathered sign at the entrance, Camp Hero was now a state park, its military function long obsolete. But something about the perimeter fence looked too new, the security cameras too well maintained for a simple historic site. Daniel parked in the nearly empty lot and approached the visitor centre, a converted military building with peeling green paint. Inside, a bored park ranger glanced up from her crossword puzzle. "Closing in an hour," she said without preamble. "I was wondering what you could tell me about the history of this place," Daniel asked, trying to keep his voice casual despite the hammering of his heart. "Standard Cold War radar station, decommissioned in the early 70s. She pushed a pamphlet across the counter. "Self-guided tour maps there. Stick to the marked trails." "What about the underground sections?" The ranger's crossword pencil stopped mid-letter. Her eyes flicked up to study him more carefully. "There aren't any underground sections open to the public, but they exist. Look, mister, this is just an old radar station. If you're one of those conspiracy nuts." "I've been here before," Daniel interrupted, surprising himself. "When I was a child, not possible. This place was sealed military property until 92. Daniel leaned forward. "What about the Montauk project?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop. The ranger's face hardened as she set down her pencil and reached for the phone. "Park's closing early today. You need to leave." "I just have a few questions." "Now," she said, her finger hovering over the keypad. "Or I call security." Daniel retreated to his car, the pamphlet clutched in his hand. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he noticed a black SUV with government plates turning in. The man in the passenger seat photographed his license plate as they passed. Instead of leaving, Daniel drove to the public beach adjacent to the former base. From there, he followed a trail that hugged the dramatic bluffs overlooking the Atlantic. The radar tower remained visible above the tree line, seeming to watch him as he walked. When he reached a chain-link fence marking the base's boundary, Daniel felt a strange duality, his conscious mind seeing it for the first time, while something deeper recognised every rust spot and bent link. He knew, without understanding how, that 20 yards to the left, the fence had been repaired where someone had once cut through it. Sure enough, when he checked, there was a section of newer fencing exactly where he'd expected. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Daniel found a secluded spot where the bluff had partially collapsed, creating a natural path down to a narrow strip of beach. The base's concrete seawall extended here, covered in graffiti and eroded by decades of salt spray. He ran his hand along the rough surface until his fingers caught on something, a small recess containing what appeared to be a rusted electrical box. Without hesitation, Daniel entered a sequence of numbers, 8-1-3-5. Nothing happened. He tried again with 8315, and then finally 8153. A deep mechanical groan emanated from within the wall. A section of concrete, expertly disguised as part of the seawall, shifted inward by several inches. Daniel pushed, and it swung open on hidden hinges to reveal a dark passage leading into the earth. The smell that wafted out was a complex mixture of mildew, ozone, and something chemical that triggered an intense wave of déjà vu. Daniel switched on his phone's flashlight and stepped inside. The passage sloped downward, concrete walls giving way to rough-hewn stone that glistened with moisture. Daniel moved cautiously, guided more by buried memory than by sight. After about 50 yards, the tunnel opened into a larger space, what appeared to be an abandoned maintenance room filled with rusted equipment and collapsed shelving. But Daniel knew this wasn't its original purpose. He directed his light toward the far wall, where a heavy metal door hung partially ajar. Beyond it lay darkness so absolute it seemed to swallow his flashlight beam. As he approached the threshold, a wave of dizziness overcame him. Fractured images flashed through his mind. Children in hospital gowns, scientists with clipboards, a massive chair surrounded by electronic equipment, and always, the tests. Focus on the light, Daniel. Tell us what you see through the gateway. His phone slipped from suddenly nerveless fingers, clattering to the floor as Daniel collapsed. The last thing he saw before consciousness fled was a symbol scratched into the metal door, a triangle intersecting with a perfect circle. When he awoke, Daniel was lying on the beach, waves lapping at his feet. The sun had set, and stars glittered in the darkening sky. His clothes were soaked with seawater, though he had no memory of entering the ocean. His phone was gone. And most disturbing of all, the entrance in the seawall had vanished, not just closed, but seemingly never there at all. Daniel stumbled to his feet, disoriented. His watch showed it was just past 9 p.m, but the date displayed was wrong. According to his watch, he had lost nearly 3 days. The drive back to his apartment in Connecticut was a blur, a dream-like passage through darkness punctuated by the hypnotic sweep of headlights. Daniel's mind churned with fragments of memory that couldn't possibly be his, yet felt more authentic than his recollections of college or his first job. He remembered the chair, the Montauk chair they'd called it, a monstrous assemblage of technology salvaged from alien craft and enhanced with Tesla-inspired circuitry. He remembered the sensation when they activated it with him strapped inside, like his consciousness was being pulled through the top of his skull and stretched across dimensions. And he remembered what they made him do with it. Back in his apartment, Daniel paced until dawn, scribbling everything he could recall into a notebook. Names surfaced: Doctor, Marcus Bennett, the project lead with cold blue eyes, Cameron Hayes, the military liaison who always smelled of cigarettes and cheap cologne, and Preston Nichols, the reluctant technician who sometimes snuck the children candy bars when the others weren't looking. Preston Nichols. The name felt important. When morning came, Daniel called in sick to work and drove to the nearest public library. The librarian gave him an odd look when he asked if they had anything on the Montauk Project, but directed him to their small collection of conspiracy literature. There, sandwiched between books on Roswell and MKUltra, was a worn paperback. The Montauk Project, Experiments in Time, by Preston B. Nichols and Peter Moon. Daniel's hands trembled as he flipped through pages describing exactly what he'd been remembering. The secret installation at Camp Hero, the psychic experiments, the Montauk chair, even the alleged success in manipulating the fabric of time and space. According to Nichols, the Montauk Project was the continuation of the Philadelphia experiment, another rumoured government program that supposedly made a naval destroyer, the USS Eldridge, temporarily invisible and teleported it from Philadelphia to Norfolk, Virginia in 1943. The book claimed the Montauk Project had been shuttered after an incident in 1983 when a monstrous manifestation, dubbed the Beast, had been psychically pulled through a dimensional gateway. The creature had wreaked havoc before the power was cut and the project abandoned. But Daniel knew this wasn't entirely true. The project hadn't ended. It had evolved. The techniques refined at Montes had been incorporated into other programs, dispersed across multiple sites to ensure no single failure could expose the entire operation. Back at his apartment, Daniel found himself standing before his closet, staring at a locked metal box on the top shelf. He had no memory of putting it there, yet he knew exactly what it contained. The key was taped underneath his dresser, precisely where some part of him expected it to be. Inside the box was a US Bank safety deposit key. The following morning, Daniel presented himself at First National Bank in downtown Hartford. He provided the key along with his ID, and the manager escorted him to the vault. When they were alone with the metal drawer extracted from the wall, Daniel opened it with a sense of inevitability. Inside lay a manila envelope, sealed with red security tape bearing federal classifications he shouldn't have had access to. He broke the seal and emptied the contents onto the small table. Photographs spilled out, black and white images of children in a sterile facility. In several, Daniel recognised his younger self, perhaps 10 years old, wired to various machines. In one particularly disturbing image, he sat in a massive chair surrounded by Tesla coils and computer banks, his small form almost swallowed by the ominous apparatus. There were documents too, partial research notes, diagrams of the Montauk chair annotated with equations that made his eyes hurt to look at, and a map of Camp Hero with underground sections marked in red. At the bottom of the pile lay a compact disc in a paper sleeve, unmarked except for a date. August 12th, 1983, the day of the alleged Beast incident. Most chilling of all was a typed list of names under the heading Project Subjects Delta Group. His own name appeared with a designation that turned his blood cold. Subject 17, Primary Gate Opener. That night, with shaking hands, Daniel loaded the disk into his laptop. After whirring for several seconds, the screen displayed a single video file. The footage was grainy, security camera quality. It showed a concrete room dominated by the chair he'd been drawing obsessively. A boy, himself, was strapped into it, electrodes attached to his temples. Men in lab coats monitored equipment while military personnel stood guard at the doors. A voice off camera counted down, initiating Delta Protocol in 3, 2, 1. The lights in the facility dimmed as power surged to the chair. Young Daniel's body went rigid, his back arching impossibly as his eyes rolled back. Equipment sparked and smoked. Several technicians backed away nervously. Then, at the centre of the room, the air itself seemed to tear open. A writhing black void that pulsed like a living thing. From within that impossible darkness, something began to emerge. The camera feed distorted violently, static washing across the screen. When the image stabilised, chaos had erupted. People were screaming, running. Blood spattered one of the walls. and at the edge of the frame, partially obscured, was a glimpse of something that couldn't exist in our reality. A mass of shifting geometries and impossible angles that hurt to look at. The final clear image before the video cut to static. Young Daniel staring directly into the camera. Blood streaming from his nose and ears. Mouth moving to form words that seemed addressed to his future self. You have to shut it down before it opens again. Daniel ejected the disc with numb fingers, his mind reeling. Not just from what he'd seen, but from what was happening inside his head. Memories crystallizing, filling in gaps he hadn't known existed. He remembered now. All of it. The next day he called the only person who might understand. The number was etched in his memory, though he couldn't recall ever learning it. "Hello?" The voice that answered was aged, cautious. "Is this Preston Nichols?" A long pause. "Who's asking?" "My name is Daniel Cross. I was Subject 17 at Montauk." The silence that followed lasted so long that Daniel thought the connection had been lost. Finally the old man spoke, his voice a haunted whisper. "God help you, boy. They're still watching. I need answers. Not over the phone. They're always listening." Another pause. "The lighthouse. Tomorrow. Noon." The line went dead. Daniel arrived at the Montauk Point Lighthouse an hour early, parking his rental car. He'd abandoned his own vehicle, suddenly paranoid about tracking devices, in the tourist lot. The historic lighthouse stood tall against a sky heavy with approaching storm clouds, its red and white stripes a cheerful contrast to the grim purpose of his visit. He spotted Nichols immediately, a heavy-set older man in a worn fisherman's jacket sitting alone on a bench overlooking the Atlantic. As Daniel approached, Nichols didn't turn but spoke as if continuing a conversation already in progress. "They told us we were serving our country," he said, eyes fixed on the churning waves below. "Advancing human potential. Opening frontiers. What a load of horse shit." Daniel sat beside him. "You were there. You helped them. And I've spent 40 years trying to make up for it." Nichols finally turned to look at him, his weathered face a map of regret. "Jesus. You grew up. Last time I saw you, you were just a skinny kid with too much power in your head. What did they do to me?" Nichols sighed, reaching into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes. His hands trembled slightly as he lit one. "You were special, even among the sensitives. Most of the children could receive impressions, maybe move small objects, but you could create doorways. Doorways to where? That was the question, wasn't it? At first, they were just focused on remote viewing, psychically observing distant locations. Then they realized some of you kids could not just see, but reach. And you, Daniel, you could open gates that others could step through." The old man took a long drag from his cigarette. "They started small, different rooms in the facility, then different points in time. Just minutes at first, then hours, then years. By 82, they had you opening doorways to other places entirely." "The beast," Daniel said quietly. Nichols' face went ashen. "You remember?" "I found a recording." "Then you know what happened. What came through wasn't from another place on Earth. Not even from another time. It was from somewhere else. Somewhere that operates under different physical laws." Nichols stubbed out his cigarette with more force than necessary. "We lost 16 people that day before they cut the power. And the thing, it didn't die. It just folded back into dimensions we can't perceive." Daniel's head throbbed with half-formed memories. "They shut it down after that." "Officially, yes. The Montauk project was terminated, the facility sealed. But you know better, don't you?" Nichols fixed him with a penetrating stare. "They just went deeper underground, compartmentalized. The work continued." "But I don't remember anything after that day. I have a whole life. School, college, my job. Artificial memories, very sophisticated. The best MK Ultra techniques combined with targeted chemical therapy. They built you a new identity, brick by brick." Nichols glanced around nervously. "The question is, Why are you remembering now? The programming doesn't just break down on its own. Before Daniel could respond, his vision split, like a double exposure photograph. Overlaid on the present scene was another image, the same lighthouse, but under clear blue skies, with Nichols wearing different clothes. Happening again, Nichols was saying, his voice echoing strangely as the two realities flickered and merged. The temporal distortions are getting worse. Daniel gripped the bench, nauseated by the visual discord. What's happening to me? Time is bleeding through. Your connection to the Montauk chair never fully severed. It just went dormant. Nichols leaned closer, his face shifting subtly between older and younger versions of himself. Listen carefully. There's an access point they never sealed. Bunker 14 near the old power station. The equipment is still there. You need to... The world around them rippled like disturbed water. A crushing pressure built inside Daniel's skull as reality itself seemed to stutter. When it stabilized, Nichols was gone. In his place sat a teenage boy with a familiar face. Nichols, 50 years younger, wearing a Camp Hero security badge. Find the failsafe before it's too late, the boy continued in Nichols' elderly voice, seemingly unaware of his transformed state. They're trying to recreate the conditions from 83, but they don't understand the danger. The membrane between worlds is thinner now, weakened by the original experiments. The young Nichols flickered and was replaced by the old man again. He clutched Daniel's arm with surprising strength. Go back to Camp Hero, find Bunker 14, destroy the chair before they can use it again. Another wave of temporal distortion washed. Hello there, fellow truth-seekers and insomniacs. Before we dive into tonight's tale, I want to know, how was your day? What time is it where you're listening from? Are you tucked away in a cosy bedroom in Ohio, walking the late-night streets of London, or perhaps watching the sunrise from your apartment in Tokyo? Wherever you are in this interconnected world of ours, I'm glad you're here. And hey, if you're enjoying these deep dives into the shadows of our reality, don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories. We're building a community of people who aren't afraid to ask the hard questions. Now, let's begin. My name is Julian Stone, and I used to believe I was making the world a better place. For 12 years, I worked as a senior policy analyst at the Arcus Foundation, one of those shadowy think tanks that most people have never heard of, but whose fingerprints are on every major global initiative of the past 3 decades. We had offices in Geneva, New York and Brussels, gleaming towers of glass and steel, where brilliant minds gathered to solve humanity's greatest challenges. Or so I thought. The Arcus Foundation's mission statement was poetry and corporate speak, advancing global harmony through unified policy frameworks and sustainable governance solutions. We consulted with the UN on climate initiatives, advised the IMF on economic stability measures, and provided research support to the World Economic Forum's annual gatherings in Davos. I felt like I was part of something important, something that mattered. I specialised in demographic transition models, studying how populations respond to policy changes, economic pressures, and social interventions. My reports influenced food distribution programs in sub-Saharan Africa, urban planning initiatives in Southeast Asia, and immigration policies across the European Union. The work was intellectually stimulating, well compensated, and came with the satisfaction of knowing that my analysis was helping shape a more equitable world. That was before March 15th, 2024. Before I discovered what we were really building, the day started like any other. I arrived at our Geneva office at 7:30 a.m, grabbed my usual double espresso from the lobby cafe, and settled into my corner workspace on the 14th floor. The Alps were visible through my window, their snow-capped peaks catching the morning light. A view that never failed to remind me how fortunate I was to be there. My supervisor, Dr. Elena Vasquez, stopped by my desk around 9 a.m. Elena was a former World Bank economist with connections that reached into every major international organisation. She had recruited me personally from Columbia University, where I'd completed my PhD in applied policy analysis. Over the years, she'd become something like a mentor to me. "Julian, we have a situation," she said, her usually composed demeanour showing cracks of stress. "There was a security breach in our server infrastructure last night. Nothing critical was compromised, but we need a full audit of our internal document database. I'm putting you in charge of the cleanup." This wasn't unusual. Think tanks like ours were constant targets for corporate espionage, activist hackers, and foreign intelligence services. Our cybersecurity protocols were robust, but no system was perfect. I'd handled similar situations before, cataloguing sensitive documents, ensuring proper classification levels, and identifying any potential vulnerabilities in our information architecture. What kind of breach are we talking about? I asked, already pulling up our security monitoring dashboard. Attempted penetration of our archived research database. The intrusion was blocked, but it triggered an automatic review protocol. Legal wants everything above classification level 7 to be personally verified by senior staff. Elena handed me a secure tablet loaded with administrative credentials. Start with the Governance Innovation Archive. That's where our most sensitive collaborative research is stored. The Governance Innovation Archive. I'd heard references to it in high-level meetings, but had never had clearance to access it directly. My excitement at finally getting a peek behind the curtain was tempered by the tedious nature of the task ahead. Archive reviews were notoriously time-consuming. Thousands of documents to be sorted, verified, and reclassified. I spent the morning working through routine policy papers, demographic studies, and economic forecasting models. Most of it was familiar territory, research I'd either contributed to or referenced in my own work. The sun traced its arc across the sky as I methodically processed file after file. It was around 2:30 p.m. when I found it. The document was buried deep in a subfolder labelled Historical Research Initiatives, nestled between a 1997 study on European monetary integration and a 2001 analysis of post-Soviet economic transitions. The file name was innocuous. GI Archive Reset Framework version 7.pdf. But when I opened it, the blood in my veins turned to ice water. Project RESET Comprehensive Societal Restructuring Protocol. Classification level, Obsidian. Distribution, Council authorization only. Date, August 12, 1998. The document was 247 pages long. What I read in those pages would shatter everything I thought I knew about the world, about my work, and about the true nature of the organizations I'd devoted my career to serving. The executive summary was clinical in its brutality. The transition to harmonized global governance requires systematic deconstruction of existing national sovereignty frameworks, followed by controlled reconstruction under unified administrative protocols. Project RESET outlines a 5-phase implementation strategy designed to achieve this transition while maintaining public compliance and minimizing resistance vectors. 5 phases. 5 stages of what could only be described as the methodical dismantling of human freedom, disguised as progressive policy initiatives. Phase 1. Digital Identity Infrastructure. The first phase called for the establishment of universal digital identification systems, ostensibly for improved service delivery and security. Every human being would be assigned a unique digital profile containing biometric data, financial information, health records, travel history, and behavioral analytics. The document described this as creating comprehensive individual mapping for optimized resource allocation and risk assessment. But buried in the technical specifications, the true purpose became clear. The digital ID system wasn't just about identification, it was about control, real-time tracking, automatic compliance monitoring, and the ability to instantly restrict access to banking, travel, employment, and even food distribution for anyone deemed non-compliant with social directives. Phase 2. AI-managed resource distribution. The second phase involved transitioning all essential resources, food, water, energy, housing, to centralized AI management systems. The justification was environmental sustainability and equitable distribution. The reality was something far more sinister. The document outlined algorithms that would determine individual resource allocations based on social contribution scores, behavioral compliance metrics, and demographic optimization parameters. In plain English, the system would decide who got to eat, who could access clean water, and who deserved shelter based on their usefulness to the new order and their willingness to comply with its directives. There were detailed flowcharts showing how resource restrictions could be used to modify behavior at both individual and population levels. Hungry people, the document noted with chilling matter-of-factness, were compliant people. Phase 3. Engineered economic collapse and synthetic recovery. The third phase was perhaps the most diabolical. It called for the deliberate triggering of a global economic collapse through coordinated actions, synchronized market crashes, currency devaluations, supply chain disruptions, and debt crisis escalations. The chaos would be blamed on external factors, pandemics, climate disasters, geopolitical conflicts, or technological failures. In the aftermath of this engineered collapse, a new economic system would be introduced as the necessary solution to prevent future catastrophes. This system would be entirely digital, completely traceable, and fully controlled by the same AI networks managing resource distribution. Private property rights would be eliminated in favour of sustainable stewardship models. Individual economic autonomy would disappear. Phase 4. Unified Surveillance Architecture. The fourth phase involved the integration of all monitoring systems into a single, omnipresent surveillance network. Every device, every sensor, every camera would feed into a central intelligence system capable of tracking and analysing human behaviour in real time. The document described predictive intervention protocols that would identify and neutralise dissent before it could manifest as organised resistance. Potential troublemakers would be flagged by behavioural analysis algorithms and subjected to corrective interventions, everything from social isolation and economic pressure to direct psychological manipulation through targeted media exposure. Phase 5. Population Normalization Protocols. The final phase was the most horrifying of all. Population normalization was a euphemism for systematic depopulation, reducing the global human population from over 8 billion to what the document described as sustainable levels of approximately 500 million to 1 billion individuals. The methods outlined were varied and sophisticated: fertility reduction through endocrine disruptors in food and water supplies, healthcare protocols designed to increase mortality rates among low-value demographics, and what the document euphemistically called accelerated natural selection events, engineered disasters that would disproportionately affect populations deemed surplus to requirements. The document concluded with a timeline. Phase 1 had begun in 1999 with early digital ID pilots. Phase 2 would be fully implemented by 2025. Phase 3 was scheduled for 2027 to 2030. Phases 4 and 5 would be completed by 2035. I sat staring at my screen, my hands trembling. This wasn't some fringe conspiracy theory or dystopian fiction. This was a detailed operational plan, complete with budgets, timelines, implementation strategies, and success metrics. And it was dated 1998, over a quarter century ago. Looking back at the past 25 years with this knowledge was like suddenly being able to see the matrix code streaming down in green letters. Every major crisis, every solution proposed by global institutions, every erosion of privacy and freedom justified by security concerns, it all fit the pattern outlined in Project RESET, the 2001 terrorist attacks that ushered in mass surveillance programs, the 2008 financial crisis that consolidated banking power and normalized government intervention in markets, the 2020 pandemic that accelerated digital ID adoption, remote monitoring, and restrictions on movement and assembly. Each crisis followed by solutions that moved us incrementally closer to the world described in this document. I realised I had been an unwitting participant in this process. My demographic studies, my policy recommendations, my analysis of population behavioural patterns, all of it had been feeding into this larger machine. I thought I was fighting poverty and inequality. In reality, I was helping to perfect the mechanisms of human subjugation. The afternoon sun was setting behind the Alps when I finally closed the document. My coffee had gone cold hours ago. My phone showed 17 missed calls from Elena, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. How do you have a casual conversation about quarterly budget reviews when you've just discovered that your entire profession is part of a conspiracy to enslave humanity? I needed to understand more. If this document was real, and every instinct I had told me it was, then there had to be other evidence. References to council authorization suggested a governing body overseeing the implementation. The technical specifications implied vast infrastructure investments that would leave paper trails, and the timeline suggested that we were currently in the middle of Phase 2, with Phase 3 approaching rapidly. As I prepared to leave the office that evening, Elena appeared at my cubicle. Her expression was carefully neutral, but I caught something in her eyes, a wariness that hadn't been there that morning. "How's the archive review coming along?" she asked. "Fine," I managed. "Just working through the historical research files. Nothing unusual so far." She nodded, but her gaze lingered on my computer screen. "Good. Make sure you flag anything that seems out of place. We can't afford any compliance issues with the legal review." After she left, I copied the Project RESET document to an encrypted drive. Call it insurance or call it stupidity. I knew I couldn't let this information disappear into the bureaucratic machinery of damage control. If what I'd read was true, then the fate of human civilization hung in the balance. That night I lay awake in my Geneva apartment, staring at the ceiling and trying to process what I'd discovered. Outside my window, the city hummed with the quiet activity of normal life. People returning from dinner, late commuters heading home, the distant sound of traffic on the highway, all of them oblivious to the web of control being woven around them. I thought about my colleagues at Arcus, brilliant and dedicated people who believed, as I had, that we were working toward a better world. How many of them knew the truth? How many were complicit, and how many were simply useful idiots like I had been? More disturbing was the realization that the plan was working. Digital ID systems were being rolled out globally under the banner of convenience and security. AI-managed resource distribution was being piloted in smart cities around the world. Economic instability was increasing, with more frequent market volatility and supply chain disruptions becoming the new normal. The infrastructure for total control was being built piece by piece, sold to the public as progress and innovation, and by the time people realized what they had traded away, it would be too late to resist. As dawn broke over Lake Geneva, I made a decision that would change the trajectory of my life forever. I was going to find out who was behind Project RESET, how far the implementation had progressed, and whether there was any way to stop what was coming. I had no idea that by opening that file, I had already marked myself for termination. The next 3 weeks were a masterclass in paranoid research methodology. I couldn't use Arcus resources for obvious reasons, and I couldn't risk conducting searches from my home computer that might trigger surveillance algorithms. Instead, I developed a routine of visiting different internet cafes, public libraries, and university computer labs around Geneva, always paying with cash and never staying in one location for more than an hour. What I discovered during those weeks of clandestine investigation was both validation and horror. The language from Project RESET wasn't just theoretical. It was operational vocabulary that had been seeded into the public discourse for decades. The phrase, "Build Back Better," appeared in a 2005 United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Framework, years before it became a mainstream political slogan. Sustainable development goals weren't just environmental initiatives, they were restructuring protocols directly lifted from the Project RESET documentation. Stakeholder capitalism wasn't a progressive business philosophy, it was the economic model described in Phase 3 of the plan. I started mapping connections, creating a network diagram that resembled a spider web of interlocking organisations, all connected by shared personnel, funding sources, and ideological frameworks. At the centre of this web were names that any political science student would recognise: the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Club of Rome, and the World Economic Forum. But it was the personnel overlaps that made the pattern undeniable. The same individuals appeared on the boards of multiple organisations, moved seamlessly between government positions and private sector roles, and maintained influence networks that spanned decades. These weren't coincidences. They were evidence of coordinated long-term planning. Dr. Klaus Müller, for instance, had served on the board of the Arcus Foundation since 2003, while simultaneously holding positions with the Trilateral Commission and maintaining an advisory role with the World Economic Forum. His academic credentials were impeccable. PhD in International Relations from Harvard, former Deputy Director of the IMF. But his career trajectory revealed a pattern of strategic positioning within the exact organisations mentioned in Project RESET. Elena Vasquez, my own supervisor, had spent 3 years with the World Bank before joining Arcus. Her previous role involved developing population optimization models for developing nations, work that, in light of what I now knew, took on a sinister new meaning. The more I dug, the more I realised that the world of international policy wasn't the collegial academic environment I had believed it to be. It was a carefully orchestrated theatre, with different organisations playing complementary roles in advancing the same underlying agenda. The Bilderberg Group provided high-level strategic coordination, bringing together political leaders, corporate executives, and academic experts for closed-door discussions that never appeared in public records. The World Economic Forum served as the public face of the agenda, packaging radical social restructuring as progressive innovation and corporate responsibility. The Club of Rome provided intellectual legitimacy, producing research that supported predetermined policy conclusions. And think tanks like Arcus served as implementation arms, developing the detailed technical frameworks that transformed abstract plans into concrete policies. It was during my 4th week of investigation that I made contact with Harper. I was sitting in a small cafe near the University of Geneva, cross-referencing attendance lists from various international conferences, when I noticed someone had left a newspaper on the adjacent table. Folded inside the newspaper was a handwritten note. "You're asking the right questions, but you're asking them in the wrong places. Tomorrow, 3 p.m, Parc des Bastions, near the Reformation Wall. Come alone." My first instinct was to ignore it. Paranoia was an occupational hazard when researching conspiracy theories, and I had no way of knowing whether this was a genuine contact or an elaborate trap. But the note demonstrated knowledge of my research activities that was both impressive and terrifying. Someone had been watching me, tracking my movements, and monitoring my investigation. The next afternoon, I found myself walking through Parc des Bastions with sweaty palms and a racing heart. The Reformation Wall loomed ahead of me, a massive stone monument celebrating the Protestant Reformation, with larger-than-life statues of religious reformers who had challenged the established order of their time. The irony wasn't lost on me. Harper was waiting on a bench facing the monument. He looked to be in his 60s, with silver hair and the kind of weathered face that suggested a lifetime of difficult experiences. His clothing was unremarkable, a grey wool coat, dark slacks, leather shoes that had seen better days, but his eyes were alert and calculating, constantly scanning our surroundings with the practised vigilance of someone accustomed to danger. "Julian Stone," he said as I approached. It wasn't a question. I sat down beside him, maintaining the pretense of casual conversation in case we were being observed. "How do you know who I am?" "I know because I've been watching the Watchers for longer than you've been alive." His accent was British, with traces of something else, perhaps South African or Australian. "My name is Harper. I used to work for Her Majesty's Secret Intelligence Service until I learned some things that made continuing that work problematic." We sat in silence for a moment, watching tourists take photographs of the monument. A group of school children ran past, laughing and playing games that seemed impossibly innocent, given the conversation I was about to have. "You found the Project RESET documentation," Harper continued. "Impressive work, considering the access restrictions. Most people in your position never make it past the first layer of classification. Most people in my position, policy analysts, research coordinators, academic consultants, the intellectual workforce that powers the think tank ecosystem. You're all kept in comfortable compartments, given enough information to do your jobs effectively, but never enough to see the complete picture. It's an elegant system, really. The vast majority of people working within the network genuinely believe they're contributing to positive change." Harper reached into his coat and withdrew a slim folder. "But you've seen behind the curtain now. The question is, what do you intend to do with that knowledge?" I took the folder, glancing around to ensure we weren't attracting attention. Inside were photographs, documents, and what appeared to be transcripts of recorded conversations. The material was far more detailed than anything I had discovered during my own research. "Project RESET is Phase 4 of a much larger operation," Harper explained. "The planning began in the 1970s, when a group of industrialists, academics, and political leaders became convinced that democratic governance was incompatible with long-term social stability. They believed that ordinary people were too short-sighted, too emotional, and too self-interested to make rational decisions about complex global challenges." The first document in the folder was a memorandum dated 1975, bearing the letterhead of the Club of Rome. The subject line read, "Crisis of Democracy, Toward Managed Governance Solutions." The oil crisis of 1973 was a test run, Harper continued, a demonstration of how quickly modern civilization could be disrupted and how readily populations would accept authoritarian measures if they were presented as temporary emergency responses. The success of that operation convinced the planners that more comprehensive interventions were not only possible, but necessary. I flipped through pages of meeting minutes, budget allocations, and organisational charts. Names I recognised from my research appeared throughout the documentation, along with others I'd never heard of, shadowy figures who seemed to wield enormous influence while maintaining complete public anonymity. Wars and pandemics are what they call in moments of acceleration, Harper said. Periods when normal political processes can be bypassed and fundamental changes can be implemented under the justification of emergency response. The 2001 attacks accelerated surveillance infrastructure development by at least a decade. The 2020 pandemic accelerated digital control systems by another decade. A photograph in the folder showed a group of men in expensive suits standing around a conference table. The image quality suggested it had been taken with a hidden camera. Harper pointed to a figure partially obscured by shadows. That's Dr. Heinrich Strasser, primary architect of the population normalization protocols. Officially, he's a retired professor of demographics from the London School of Economics. Unofficially, he's the man responsible for calculating optimal population levels and developing implementation strategies for achieving those targets. The casual way Harper discussed mass depopulation sent chills down my spine. We were talking about the systematic elimination of billions of human beings, as if it were an abstract policy problem to be solved through careful planning and efficient execution. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. Harper was quiet for a long moment, watching a young couple push a stroller along the path in front of us. Because the timeline has accelerated. What was supposed to be a gradual transition over several decades is now being compressed into a few years. The planners are concerned about growing public awareness and resistance, so they've decided to move directly to Phase 3, the economic collapse scenario. He handed me a small device that looked like a modified smartphone. Everything you need to understand the current operational status is on that device. Meeting schedules, communication intercepts, financial transaction records. But be warned, accessing this information will mark you as a priority target. They won't try to discredit you or buy you off. They'll simply make you disappear. I pocketed the device, my hands trembling. What about you? How have you managed to avoid disappearing? Harper smiled grimly. I haven't. The man who used to be called Harper died in a car accident in Morocco 15 years ago, according to official records. The person sitting next to you is a ghost, and ghosts have certain advantages when it comes to moving through the world undetected. We parted ways without shaking hands or exchanging contact information. Harper simply stood up, walked away, and disappeared into the crowd of tourists and afternoon shoppers. I remained on the bench for another hour, trying to process what I had learned, and struggling with the magnitude of the decisions I now faced. That evening I examined the device Harper had given me. The interface was unlike anything I'd seen before, clearly custom-built with security features that went far beyond commercial encryption standards. The data it contained was staggering. Real-time intelligence on Project RESET implementation across multiple continents, detailed profiles of key personnel, financial flows between organisations, and most disturbing of all, operational timelines for the next phase of the plan. According to the intelligence Harper had provided, Phase 3, the engineered economic collapse, was scheduled to begin within 18 months. The trigger would be a coordinated cyber attack on critical financial infrastructure, blamed on state-sponsored hackers but actually orchestrated by the same network that had been planning global restructuring for decades. The attack would simultaneously cripple banking systems, electrical grids, supply chains and communication networks across North America and Europe. In the chaos that followed, emergency powers would be invoked, constitutional protections would be suspended, and the new digital control systems would be implemented as temporary security measures. Within 6 months of the collapse, the new economic system would be fully operational. Physical currency would be eliminated in favour of digital transactions that could be monitored, controlled, and restricted in real time. Universal basic income would be introduced, but payment would be conditional on compliance with behavioural modification programs. Private property rights would be suspended in favour of collective stewardship models managed by AI allocation algorithms. Anyone who resisted the transition would find themselves cut off from the economic system entirely, unable to buy food, unable to access shelter, unable to travel or communicate. Social pressure and biological necessity would force compliance within weeks. The plan was brilliant in its simplicity and horrifying in its implications. By engineering a crisis and positioning themselves as the solution, the architects of Project RECT could implement total social control while maintaining the illusion of democratic legitimacy. The public would beg for the very chains that enslaved them. As I sat in my apartment that night, surrounded by the evidence of humanity's impending subjugation, I made a decision that would define the rest of my life. I couldn't stop what was coming. The machinery was too vast, too well coordinated, and too far advanced. But I could expose it. I could ensure that when the collapse came, at least some people would understand what was really happening and why. The real governments weren't in the Capitol buildings where tourists took photographs and school children learned about democracy. They were in conference rooms with no cameras, making decisions that would reshape human civilization according to their vision of optimal management and control. But first, I needed to learn more about the Council of Nine, the shadowy governing body that Harper had mentioned only in passing, but that seemed to represent the apex of the power structure I was investigating. What I would discover about the Council would make everything I had learned so far seem like a preparation course for the real horror show. Harper contacted me again 3 days later, this time through a more sophisticated method that demonstrated the depth of his surveillance capabilities. When I returned home from work, I found that someone had been in my apartment. Nothing was missing, nothing was damaged, but subtle signs indicated professional intrusion. A book moved slightly on my desk, a coffee cup repositioned by a few inches, the angle of my computer monitor adjusted just enough to be noticeable. On my kitchen table was a single playing card, the 9 of spades, with a time and location written on the back in precise handwriting. Thursday, 9 p.m, Jet d'eau viewing platform. The Jet d'eau was Geneva's famous water fountain, a towering spray of lake water that had become the city's unofficial symbol. The viewing platform offered panoramic views of Lake Geneva and was typically crowded with tourists during the day, but at 9 p.m. on a Thursday in early spring it would be largely deserted. I arrived 15 minutes early, using the time to scan for potential surveillance or security threats. Harper's warnings about being marked as a priority target had left me hyper-vigilant, seeing potential enemies in every passerby and possible monitoring devices in every street camera. Harper materialized from the shadows near the platform's eastern edge, moving with the silent efficiency of someone trained in covert operations. He wore different clothes than during our first meeting, but the same calculating alertness animated his features. "You've been researching the Council of Nine," he said without preamble. "I can tell because your digital footprint shows specific query patterns that correlate with Council-related information architecture." I hadn't mentioned the Council during our previous conversation, which meant Harper had been monitoring my online activities despite my precautions. The realization was both impressive and unsettling. "How do you know what I've been researching?" "Because I built some of the monitoring systems that track research patterns related to sensitive topics. Before I became a ghost, I spent 12 years developing psychological analysis algorithms for MI6. We called it cognitive fingerprinting, the ability to identify individual researchers based on their information-seeking behaviours." Harper handed me a waterproof envelope sealed with what appeared to be tamper-evident tape. The Council of Nine represents the operational command structure for Project RECT. They're not the architects. Those individuals died decades ago. But they're the executors responsible for implementing the final phases. The envelope contained photographs that had obviously been taken with sophisticated surveillance equipment. The images showed a conference room that looked like something from a high-end corporate retreat. Polished mahogany table, leather chairs, floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of what appeared to be a mountain landscape. But it was the occupants of the room that made my blood run cold. 9 individuals sat around the table, their faces partially obscured by shadows that seemed strategically positioned to prevent clear identification. Despite the lighting conditions, I could make out enough detail to recognize several figures from my research. Dr. Klaus Müller from the Arcus Foundation, a woman who appeared to be Dr. Margaret Thornfield from the World Economic Forum's Executive Board, and others whose faces seemed familiar but whose identities I couldn't immediately place. These photographs were taken during a C9 emergency protocol meeting 6 months ago, Harper explained. The audio quality from that particular session wasn't optimal, but we managed to capture enough to understand the current operational parameters. He handed me a small audio device with earbuds attached. This is a compilation of intercepted communications from various council sessions over the past 2 years. I should warn you, what you're about to hear will fundamentally change your understanding of how power operates in the modern world. I inserted the earbuds and pressed play. The audio quality was variable, ranging from crystal clear to barely audible, but the content was unmistakably authentic. The first segment featured a woman's voice with a slight Germanic accent. Phase 2, implementation is proceeding ahead of schedule in North America and Western Europe. Digital ID adoption rates are exceeding projections by 23%, and AI resource management pilots are showing promising compliance metrics. A male voice responded, "What about resistance indicators?" The psychological analysis models predicted higher levels of public pushback by this stage. "Resistance has been effectively channeled into harmless outlets," the woman replied. "Social media algorithms are directing dissent toward peripheral issues, cultural conflicts, partisan political divisions, environmental activism. The core infrastructure development continues without meaningful opposition." The recording shifted to what appeared to be a different meeting. The audio quality was clearer, allowing me to distinguish individual speakers more easily. "The timeline for Phase 3 has been moved up," announced a voice I recognized as belonging to Dr. Klaus Müller. "Recent polling data suggests that public awareness of systematic restructuring is approaching critical thresholds. We need to initiate the collapse scenario before organized resistance can develop." Another voice, older and more gravelly, expressed concern. "Acceleration carries significant risks. If the synthetic recovery process is implemented too quickly, it could trigger the kind of popular uprising that the entire operation was designed to prevent." "The risk analysis has been updated," Müller responded. "Current societal conditioning levels indicate that the majority of the population will accept authoritarian measures if they're presented as temporary responses to existential threats. The 2020 compliance experiments exceeded all expectations." The recording continued for over an hour, revealing operational details that confirmed Harper's earlier warnings. The cyber attack that would trigger Phase 3 was being developed by a contractor called Prometheus Systems, a private cybersecurity firm with deep ties to intelligence agencies in multiple countries. The attack would be sophisticated enough to cripple critical infrastructure while leaving forensic evidence pointing to foreign state actors. But it was the discussion of Phase 5, the population normalization protocols, that left me physically nauseated. "Demographic optimization cannot be achieved through voluntary measures," stated a voice, with what sounded like an Eastern European accent. "The behavioral modification programs have been successful in reducing fertility rates, but not to levels consistent with sustainability targets." "The healthcare integration protocols offer more direct intervention capabilities," replied another speaker. "Selective service rationing, modified treatment algorithms, and enhanced mortality acceleration for non-productive demographic segments." They were discussing mass murder with the same clinical detachment that I had once used to analyse statistical models. Billions of human lives reduced to data points in an optimization algorithm designed to achieve their vision of sustainable population levels. The final segment of the recording was the most chilling of all. It featured what appeared to be a briefing on something called the Consciousness Integration Project, a psychological warfare operation designed to prepare the surviving population for permanent subjugation. "Individual autonomy is incompatible with managed governance systems," explained a voice that seemed artificially modulated to prevent identification. "The transition to collective consciousness algorithms will be facilitated through neurochemical interventions delivered via water supply modification and atmospheric aerosol deployment." "What about cognitive resistance patterns?" asked another speaker. "Resistance requires individual identity coherence. The consciousness integration protocols will systematically deconstruct individual psychological frameworks and replace them with collective identity matrices. Within one generation, the concept of personal autonomy will be psychologically incomprehensible to the surviving population." I removed the earbuds and handed the device back to Harper, my hands shaking with a combination of rage and terror. What I had heard wasn't just evidence of a conspiracy, it was evidence of a plan to erase human consciousness itself, transforming the survivors of their depopulation program into biological robots incapable of independent thought. "Now you understand the stakes," Harper said quietly. "This isn't about political control or economic manipulation. It's about the fundamental nature of human existence. They're planning to transform our species into something that can be managed like livestock. The lights of Geneva sparkled across Lake Geneva, a testament to human creativity and achievement that would soon be subordinated to the algorithmic control systems of the Council of Nine. Every light represented families, dreams, aspirations, and individual lives that would be extinguished or enslaved, according to the optimization calculations of psychopaths who had convinced themselves that they were saving the world. "What can we do?" I asked. Harper's expression was grim. "The operational infrastructure is too advanced to be stopped through conventional means, but there might be a way to disrupt their timeline and create opportunities for organized resistance." He explained that the Council's power derived from coordination and secrecy. Their plans required precise timing and public ignorance to succeed. If the implementation schedule could be disrupted and their methods exposed to widespread public awareness, the resulting chaos might create openings for resistance movements to organize and respond. "They're planning a closed-door summit next month," Harper continued. "A C9 emergency protocol meeting to finalize the Phase 3 trigger parameters. If we could intercept their communications during that meeting and broadcast the proceedings publicly, it would expose everything," I finished. "More than that, it would force them to abandon their current timeline and revert to contingency protocols that are less well developed and more vulnerable to disruption." Harper outlined the technical challenges involved in intercepting the Council's communications. Their meetings took place in secure facilities with sophisticated counter-surveillance measures. The participants used encrypted communication devices that were regularly updated with new security protocols, and any interception attempt would almost certainly be detected, triggering immediate countermeasures against anyone involved in the operation. "I need you to understand," Harper emphasized, "that this is likely a one-way mission. Even if we succeed in exposing their operation, we won't survive the aftermath. The Council has resources and capabilities that extend far beyond anything a conventional government could deploy." I stared out at the lake, watching the gentle waves lap against the shore. 3 weeks ago, my biggest concern had been meeting quarterly research deadlines. Now, I was contemplating a suicide mission to save human civilization from technocratic enslavement. "When is this summit?" I asked. "April 15th. Location is still being determined, but intelligence suggests it will be at the Château de Bossé, about 20 kilometers outside Geneva. It's a World Council of Churches conference centre that's been used for sensitive meetings before." Harper handed me a final envelope thicker than the others. "Everything you need to prepare is in there. Technical specifications, surveillance protocols, communication equipment. Study it carefully. Our success depends on flawless execution." As we parted ways for what would be the last time, Harper offered me a choice that would haunt me for the rest of my abbreviated life. "You can still walk away, Julian. Disappear, create a new identity, and try to survive what's coming. No one would blame you for choosing self-preservation over martyrdom." I considered his offer seriously. I had no family, no romantic attachments, no obligations that would be affected by my disappearance. I could liquidate my assets, assume a false identity, and find some remote corner of the world where I might escape the coming transformation. But as I walked home through the streets of Geneva, I realized that escape was an illusion. There would be no safe havens in the world the Council of Nine was creating. Every corner of the globe would eventually be incorporated into their control grid. And even if I managed to survive the initial phases of their plan, I would spend the rest of my life knowing that I had possessed the knowledge and opportunity to resist, but had chosen cowardice instead. The next morning I submitted my resignation to the Arcus Foundation, citing family health issues that required my immediate attention. Eleanor Vasquez accepted my resignation, with what seemed like genuine regret, though I noticed she didn't press for details about my family situation. I spent the following 3 weeks studying Harper's materials and preparing for the mission. The technical challenges were formidable, but not insurmountable. The Château de Bossé's security systems were sophisticated, but not impregnable. More importantly, Harper had provided me with detailed intelligence about the Council's communication protocols and meeting procedures. The plan was elegantly simple. I would infiltrate the chateau during the summit, establish a covert listening post in the building's communication infrastructure, and broadcast the council's proceedings live to multiple online platforms simultaneously. The global exposure would make it impossible for them to suppress the information or maintain the fiction of legitimacy. April 15th arrived with an unseasonable spring snowstorm that provided perfect cover for my approach to the chateau. I'd spent the previous night in a small hotel in Selene, using the time to conduct final equipment checks and mentally prepare for what was likely to be my final mission. The chateau was an imposing medieval structure surrounded by manicured gardens and modern security installations. Thermal imaging revealed the presence of at least 12 security personnel, along with the 9 council members and their personal staff. The building's communication systems were exactly as Harper had described. A central server room in the basement that handled all electronic communications for the facility. I made my approach through the gardens, using the snow and darkness to avoid the exterior security cameras. Harper's intelligence had identified a service entrance that was monitored, but not heavily guarded. A simple electronic lock bypass granted me access to the building's interior. The next 30 minutes were the most terrifying of my life. Moving through the chateau's corridors while armed security personnel patrolled just meters away required a level of stealth and nerve that I had never before been required to demonstrate. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow in the hallways, every distant sound could have meant discovery and immediate termination. The server room was located exactly where Harper's blueprints had indicated. The communication equipment was more sophisticated than anything I had worked with before, but Harper's technical specifications were precise enough to guide me through the installation process. I had just finished establishing the connection to my broadcasting equipment when the voices began echoing through the chateau's ventilation system. The meeting was taking place in what had once been the chateau's grand library, a room lined with ancient books and dominated by a massive fireplace. Through the building's internal communication system, I could hear every word with crystal clarity. Phase 3 implementation begins in 72 hours, announced a voice I recognised from Harper's recordings, Dr. Klaus Müller. Prometheus Systems has confirmed that the cyber attack vectors are fully operational and undetectable. Critical infrastructure across North America and Western Europe will be compromised simultaneously. The casual way he discussed the orchestrated collapse of civilization sent chills down my spine. These weren't desperate revolutionaries fighting against an oppressive system. They were the architects of oppression itself, calmly discussing the implementation of totalitarian control with the same tone I had once used to discuss quarterly budget projections. What about contingency protocols if the public response exceeds manageable parameters? Asked a woman's voice with a slight accent that could have been Scandinavian. Public response has been extensively modelled, replied another speaker. Current psychological conditioning levels indicate that 73% of the population will comply with emergency directives within the first week. An additional 19% will require moderate coercion, restriction of services, economic pressure, social isolation. Only 8% are projected to offer sustained resistance. My hands trembled as I adjusted the recording equipment. They were discussing the subjugation of billions of human beings as if they were managing a corporate restructuring project. The clinical precision of their planning made their intentions even more horrifying. The 8% resistance demographic will be addressed through Phase 4 acceleration, continued Muller. Enhanced surveillance protocols and predictive intervention algorithms will identify resistance cells before they can organise effectively. Those individuals will be transferred to controlled population centres for behavioural modification. And if behavioural modification proves insufficient, asked another voice. There was a pause before Muller responded. Then they will be reclassified as surplus population and processed according to Phase 5 protocols. Processed? They were talking about mass murder using the sanitised language of industrial efficiency. The conversation shifted to technical implementation details that were even more disturbing than the broad strategic discussion. They had developed sophisticated psychological manipulation techniques designed to make people grateful for their own enslavement. The economic collapse would be followed by a recovery program, that would gradually introduce the new control systems as benevolent solutions to the problems they had created. "The consciousness integration protocols show remarkable promise," reported a speaker, whose voice seemed artificially modulated. "Test populations in controlled environments demonstrate complete behavioral compliance within 18 months of implementation. Individual identity dissolution proceeds according to projections, with subjects reporting increased satisfaction and social harmony." They had been experimenting on human populations. Somewhere in the world, there were communities that had already been transformed into the kind of managed livestock that the Council envisioned for all of humanity. "What about the intellectual infrastructure?" asked another voice. "Scientific research, technological development, creative production. These activities require some level of individual cognitive autonomy." "Managed creativity protocols have been successfully implemented," came the response. "Intellectual production can be optimized through selective cognitive enhancement of designated individuals while maintaining overall population compliance. The creative class will be a managed resource, like any other essential service." Even human creativity would be subordinated to their control systems. Artists, writers, scientists, and inventors would be reduced to biological machines producing innovations according to centrally planned directives. But it was the next part of their conversation that made me realize the true scope of their ambitions. "The interplanetary expansion protocols require careful coordination with Phase 5 implementation," announced a voice I hadn't heard before. "Optimal population levels for Earth-based operations must be maintained while developing sustainable colonies for the management class." They weren't just planning to control Earth, they were planning to expand their control system to other planets. The population reduction wasn't just about sustainability, it was about creating a manageable labour force, while the ruling class established themselves as the founders of interplanetary civilization. "Mars colony infrastructure development is proceeding ahead of schedule," reported another speaker. "The first management class settlement can be established within 15 years, with full operational capability within 30. Earth-based population levels can be reduced to maintenance requirements, while interplanetary expansion continues." The vision was breathtaking in its scope and horrifying in its implications. Earth would become a managed preserve populated by enslaved humans whose consciousness had been technologically altered to ensure compliance. Meanwhile, the architects of this system would establish themselves as the lords of a new cosmic empire, free from the limitations and messy complications of democratic governance. I was so absorbed in the horror of what I was hearing that I almost missed the sound of footsteps in the corridor outside the server room. My blood turned to ice as I realized that someone was approaching my hiding place. The door opened slowly, revealing a figure in dark clothing carrying what appeared to be a sophisticated detection device. He swept the room methodically, his equipment clearly designed to identify unauthorized electronic devices. For a moment our eyes met across the server room. He was younger than I had expected, probably in his 30s, with a kind of athletic build that suggested military or law enforcement training. His expression was professionally calm, but I could see the calculation in his eyes as he assessed the situation. "Dr. Julian Stone," he said quietly. "You're not supposed to be here." I had been caught, but the recording was still active. My mission could still succeed if I could delay long enough for the broadcast to complete. "Neither are you, I'd imagine," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Unless you're part of their security detail." He smiled grimly. "I'm part of something else entirely. Someone who shares your concerns about what's happening in that room upstairs." The revelation that I wasn't alone in my resistance lifted a weight from my shoulders that I hadn't realized I was carrying. "How many others are there?" "More than they know. Fewer than we need." He moved closer, keeping his voice low. "The broadcast is working. The signal is getting through to multiple platforms simultaneously, but they're going to detect the transmission within minutes, and when they do, we're both dead," I finished. "Probably, but the information will be out there. People will know the truth." From upstairs, we could hear the Council's discussion continuing. They were moving into operational details for the immediate aftermath of the cyber attack. Emergency broadcast scripts, military deployment protocols, procedures for implementing martial law while maintaining the illusion of democratic legitimacy. The public messaging framework is critical, Muller was saying. The population must believe that the emergency measures are temporary responses to an external threat. Constitutional rights can be suspended indefinitely as long as the suspension is framed as protective rather than punitive. My companion, he had never given me his name, was monitoring the broadcast signal on a handheld device. Upload is at 67% completion, he whispered, but they're starting to scan for unauthorized transmissions. The voices from upstairs were becoming more animated, suggesting that someone had noticed the security breach. "We have a problem," announced a voice I hadn't heard before. "Our communication systems are showing signs of external access. Someone is intercepting our proceedings." The response was immediate and chilling. "Lock down the facility, search every room, find the source of the breach and eliminate it." 78% complete, my companion reported. "Just need a few more minutes." But we didn't have a few more minutes. The sound of heavy footsteps was echoing through the corridors as security personnel began a systematic search of the building. It was only a matter of time before they reached the server room. 85% complete, came the whispered update. The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear radio chatter as the security team coordinated their search pattern. The voices were professional, efficient, and absolutely ruthless. 92% complete. A voice outside the door. "Check the server room. Full scan for unauthorized equipment. 97% complete." The door handle turned. "Upload complete," my companion whispered just as the door burst open. What happened next was a blur of violence and chaos that I'm still not entirely sure I remember accurately. Multiple armed figures poured through the doorway, their weapons trained on both of us with professional precision. My companion, the man who had helped me complete the broadcast, was shot immediately, his body crumpling to the floor without a sound. I raised my hands, expecting to join him in death, but the lead security operative spoke into his radio instead of pulling the trigger. "Package secured, bring him upstairs." They dragged me from the server room, through the chateau's elegant corridors, and into the grand library where the Council of Nine had been conducting their meeting. The room was exactly as I had imagined it, ornate, imposing, and filled with the kind of understated luxury that spoke of genuine power rather than mere wealth. The 9 figures were still seated around their mahogany table, but now their attention was focused entirely on me. In the better lighting, I could see their faces more clearly than I had in Harper's photographs. They were older than I had expected, mostly in their 60s and 70s, with the kind of well-preserved appearance that came from access to the best medical care money could buy. Dr. Klaus Mueller rose from his seat, his expression combining disappointment with professional curiosity. "Doctor, Julian Stone, we've been monitoring your research activities for some time. Impressive work, actually. You identified patterns that took us decades to establish." I said nothing, focusing on memorizing as many details as possible about the room and its occupants. If I somehow survived this encounter, I wanted to be able to provide accurate descriptions to anyone who might continue the resistance. "The broadcast has been successfully contained," reported one of the security operatives. "All major platforms have been contacted, and the uploaded content is being systematically removed. Estimated public exposure was minimal, fewer than 10,000 views before suppression protocols were implemented. 10,000 people. It wasn't much, but it was something. Somewhere in the world, 10,000 individuals now knew the truth about Project RESET and the Council of Nine. Unfortunately, Muller continued, your interference has created complications that require immediate resolution. The Phase 3 timeline cannot be adjusted, which means we need to implement enhanced security protocols to prevent further breaches. A woman at the far end of the table spoke for the first time. Her voice was cultured, with the kind of accent that suggested expensive education and international travel. The Harper problem has been persistent for too long. This incident demonstrates that we can no longer afford to ignore opposition elements, regardless of how marginal they appear to be. Harper. My heart sank as I realised that my mentor in resistance had probably been captured or killed. The network of opposition that I had hoped might grow from our exposure had been compromised before it could develop. Harper was terminated 6 hours ago, confirmed one of the security operatives. along with 12 associated individuals identified through communication analysis. The resistance network has been effectively neutralized. The casual way they discussed murder was perhaps the most chilling aspect of the entire encounter. These weren't monsters or fanatics. They were bureaucrats implementing policy decisions with the same detached professionalism that I had once applied to demographic analysis. Which brings us to the question of what to do with Dr. Stone, Muller said, returning his attention to me. His knowledge of our operations is comprehensive, and his analytical capabilities are impressive. There might be value in incorporating him into our planning apparatus rather than simply eliminating him. The suggestion sent a chill down my spine that was worse than the threat of death. They were offering me the chance to become complicit in their plan, to use my skills to perfect the mechanisms of human enslavement. The offer is genuine, Muller continued, apparently reading my expression. Your research background makes you uniquely qualified to contribute to population management optimization. You could help us minimize the suffering associated with the transition process. Minimize the suffering of genocide, you mean? I replied, speaking for the first time since being brought into the room. Genocide is an emotionally charged term that doesn't accurately describe our objectives, responded the woman who had spoken earlier. We're implementing a comprehensive restructuring program designed to ensure long-term human survival. The current population levels are unsustainable, and democratic governance systems have proven incapable of addressing existential challenges. They genuinely believed they were saving humanity. The realization was somehow more terrifying than simple malice would have been. These weren't evil people. They were intelligent, educated individuals who had convinced themselves that totalitarian control and mass murder were necessary for the greater good. The current global population of 8 billion will be reduced to approximately 1 billion within 30 years, Muller explained with the same tone he might have used to discuss quarterly earnings projections. The selection process will be optimized to preserve genetic diversity, intellectual capacity, and cultural heritage while eliminating redundant demographic segments. Redundant demographic segments. They were talking about 7 billion human lives as if they were excess inventory to be disposed of for efficiency purposes. The survivors will live in a managed environment free from war, poverty, environmental degradation, and social conflict, continued the woman. Individual autonomy will be replaced by collective optimization, ensuring that every person contributes to overall societal welfare according to their capabilities. And what about human dignity? I asked. What about the right to make your own choices, to pursue your own goals, to live your own life? Individual autonomy is a luxury that our species can no longer afford, replied Muller. The evidence is overwhelming. Democratic societies are incapable of making rational long-term decisions. Personal freedom inevitably leads to collective catastrophe. The conversation continued for another hour, with various council members explaining their philosophy and attempting to convince me to join their cause. They spoke eloquently about sustainability, efficiency, and social optimization. They presented detailed research showing the failures of democratic governance and the advantages of managed social systems. But beneath all their sophisticated arguments was a fundamental contempt for human nature itself. They saw people as problems to be solved rather than individuals with inherent worth and dignity. Their vision of the future was a world where every aspect of human existence would be optimized according to algorithmic calculations designed by individuals who considered themselves superior to the rest of our species. As the meeting concluded, Muller made his final offer. Join us willingly, and you'll be part of the management class that guides humanity through the transition. Your expertise will be valued, your contributions will be meaningful, and your survival will be assured. Refuse, added the woman, and you'll be processed according to Phase 5 protocols. Your knowledge makes you too dangerous to be allowed to live as a private citizen, but not valuable enough to preserve against your will. The choice was clear, collaboration or death. But there was a third option that they hadn't considered. I need time to think about it, I said. Muller nodded. You have until tomorrow evening, but understand that this is the only offer you'll receive. Choose wisely. They returned me to a secure holding room in the chateau's lower level, a comfortable but windowless space that was clearly designed for temporary detention. The door was locked from the outside, and I could hear the subtle hum of electronic surveillance equipment monitoring my activities. But they had made a crucial mistake. In their arrogance, they had assumed that I would either join them or passively await execution. They hadn't considered the possibility that I might have prepared contingency plans for exactly this situation. Hidden in the lining of my jacket was a small device that Harper had given me during our final meeting. A dead man's switch connected to a comprehensive data package containing everything I had learned about Project RESET and the Council of Nine. If I failed to check in with the automated system every 24 hours, the information would be distributed to thousands of recipients worldwide, including journalists, government officials, and activist organizations. The Council's suppression of my live broadcast had been successful, but it wouldn't be enough to contain the firestorm that would erupt when Harper's complete intelligence archive was released. The evidence was too comprehensive, too well documented, and too widely distributed to be suppressed through conventional means. As I sat in that holding room, contemplating my final decision, I realised that the 10,000 people who had seen my broadcast were more significant than the Council understood. In the age of social media and viral information distribution, 10,000 viewers could become 10 million within hours if the content was compelling enough. The resistance wasn't dead. It was just beginning, and the Council of Nine was about to discover that their carefully constructed timeline was no longer under their control. I spent that night writing a final message, using the time to document everything I had learned and experienced. If I was going to die, I wanted my death to serve a purpose. The message would be transmitted along with Harper's archive, providing context and human perspective to the technical intelligence he had gathered. The next evening, when Muller returned to collect my decision, I was ready. "I've made my choice," I told him, "and I choose resistance." Muller's expression didn't change, but I could see the disappointment in his eyes. "That's unfortunate. You could have been part of something historically significant." "I already am," I replied, "just not the way you intended." The following text was recovered from Dr. Julian Stone's encrypted files and released as part of the Harper Archive disclosure. It represents the final transmission sent by Dr. Stone before his disappearance. "To whoever receives this message, my name is Julian Stone, and by the time you read this, I will probably be dead. But my death will serve a purpose if you understand what I'm about to tell you and act on that knowledge. Everything you've learned about Project RESET and the Council of Nine is true. They are not theoretical threats or abstract conspiracies. They are operational realities that are being implemented right now in the real world by real people with real power. The cyber attack that will trigger Phase 3 is scheduled to begin in less than 48 hours. When it happens, you will be told that foreign terrorists or hostile nations are responsible. You will be told that emergency measures are necessary to protect your safety and security. You will be told that the restrictions on your freedom are temporary responses to an unprecedented crisis. All of it will be lies. The attack will be orchestrated by the same people who will offer to save you from it. The emergency measures will be permanent features of a new system of control. The restrictions on your freedom will never be lifted because they were never intended to be temporary. But you have a choice. You can choose to believe the lies and accept the chains they offer you, or you can choose to resist and fight for the future of human dignity and freedom. If you choose resistance, you need to understand what you're fighting against. This is not a political movement that can be defeated through elections or legal challenges. This is a coordinated assault on human consciousness itself, implemented by people who have resources and capabilities that exceed anything most people can imagine. They control the media that shapes public opinion. They control the financial systems that determine economic stability. They control the technology platforms that facilitate communication and organisation. They have been planning this transformation for decades, and they have considered every possible form of resistance. But they have made one crucial error. They have underestimated the power of human consciousness itself. Individual awareness, when multiplied across millions of people, creates possibilities that no algorithm can predict or control. The key to resistance is understanding that this is fundamentally a spiritual battle disguised as a political conflict. They are trying to convince you that individual autonomy is selfish, that personal freedom is dangerous, and that collective management is more efficient than individual choice. Don't believe them. Your individual consciousness is not a bug in the human system. It's a feature. Your ability to think for yourself, to make your own choices, to pursue your own dreams and goals, is not a luxury that humanity can no longer afford. It's the essence of what makes us human. When the collapse comes, and it will come, remember that the chaos is artificial, and the solutions they offer are designed to enslave you. Organise locally, communicate privately, and maintain your individual identity at all costs. Most importantly, remember that you're not alone. All around the world, people are waking up to the reality of what is being done to them. The resistance is not centralised or organised in the traditional sense, but it is real and it is growing. The New World Order is not inevitable. It is simply the preferred outcome of people who have convinced themselves that they know better than the rest of us how we should live our lives. They are wrong, and if enough of us refuse to cooperate with their vision, they will fail. The choice is yours. Choose wisely. Choose resistance. Choose freedom. The future of human consciousness depends on it. Transmission ends. Addendum. The World Unity Day broadcast. The following transcript was recovered from archived television broadcast dated 6 months after Dr. Stone's disappearance. The content has been verified as authentic by multiple independent sources. Good evening. This is Sarah Chen reporting for Global News Network with a special report on this year's World Unity Day celebration. Across the globe, millions of people are gathering to celebrate the remarkable progress we've made in building a more sustainable, secure and harmonious world. The past year has seen unprecedented cooperation between governments, corporations and civil society organisations in addressing the challenges facing our planet. The successful implementation of the Global Resilience Framework has provided stability and security for billions of people, while the Universal Basic Services Programme has eliminated poverty and inequality in participating regions. Behind me you can see thousands of happy families enjoying the festivities here in Geneva, grateful for the peace and prosperity that has been achieved through collective action and shared sacrifice. It's a remarkable testament to what humanity can accomplish when we work together toward common goals. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of today's celebration is the sense of unity and purpose that pervades the crowd. Individual concerns and selfish interests have given way to collective consciousness and shared responsibility. It's truly inspiring to witness. In the background, we can see representatives from the Global Coordination Council observing the celebrations. These dedicated public servants have worked tirelessly to ensure that the transition to our new social model has been as smooth and beneficial as possible. One figure stands out among the observers, a man in dark clothing who seems to be watching the crowd with particular intensity. Our cameras haven't been able to get a clear shot of his face, but his presence adds to the sense of careful stewardship that characterises our New World Order. As we conclude this special report, I'm reminded of the words spoken by one of our Global Coordination Council members just last week. The New World Order isn't coming, it's here, and it's working exactly as intended. This is Sarah Chen, reporting for Global News Network. Thank you for watching, and happy World Unity Day. Firm paranoia. The terminal stood cavernous and quiet. Her footsteps echoed across the polished floors as she walked through the main concourse. Despite the late hour, the space felt unnaturally vacant. A few cleaning staff moved about like ghosts, and the occasional security guard made perfunctory rounds. Otherwise, the massive building seemed to be holding its breath. "Bigger than the city of San Francisco," she muttered. Why build an airport this massive in a city that didn't need it? Evelyn had arranged a room at the airport hotel, giving her a reason to wander the terminals without arousing suspicion. She'd start properly tomorrow, but something compelled her to take a preliminary look around. The vast emptiness of night offered a freedom that daylight crowds would deny. Her attention drifted to the high ceilings, the elaborate art installations, the sheer scale of everything. DIA had cost $4.8 billion, $2 billion over budget. The explanations had never satisfied journalists like her. Something about the math didn't add up. as if the excess billions had built something else entirely. Near the south end of the terminal, she paused before the dedication capstone, a polished granite marker set into the floor. The Masonic square and compass symbol was prominently displayed, along with the date of dedication and, most curiously, reference to something called the New World Airport Commission. Evelyn knelt down, pretending to tie her shoe while snapping a photo with her pendant camera. The New World Airport Commission didn't exist, at least not officially. She'd checked every possible record. No such organisation had ever been registered anywhere in the United States. "Hiding in plain sight," she whispered, tracing the Masonic symbol with her finger. The marker mentioned the airport being built for the people of New World. Not Denver, not Colorado, not even America. Just New World. As she stood, a security guard appeared nearby, watching her with unusual intensity. Evelyn smiled casually and moved on, but she could feel his eyes following her. Was she being paranoid, or had she already been marked as someone to watch? Moving toward the hotel, she passed the infamous murals that had spawned countless conspiracy theories. Even at this hour, their vivid imagery was disturbing. Children lying in coffins, a gas-masked figure wielding a scimitar, extinct animals, indigenous people weeping over destruction. The artist claimed they represented peace following environmental apocalypse, but to Evelyn, they looked more like plans than warnings. At the hotel check-in, the night clerk barely acknowledged her, sliding her keycard across the counter without meeting her eyes. "Enjoy your stay at DIA," he said mechanically. "I'm sure I will," Evelyn replied. "It's quite an impressive facility." "Larger than most people realise," the clerk said, finally looking up at her with an unnerving intensity. "Most of it you'll never see." The comment hung in the air between them. Had it been a casual observation or something more? Evelyn nodded politely and walked to the elevator. In her room, she unpacked her equipment and spread the printouts of the encrypted emails across the bed. Each contained fragments of maps, maintenance schedules, strange symbols, and cryptic references to underground levels not shown on any official blueprint. One phrase appeared in every message: Level Subnormal 3. She arranged the pieces, trying to make sense of the puzzle. Through the window, the massive blue Mustang glowed in the distance, its red eyes like beacons in the Colorado night. Beyond it, planes took off and landed on runways designed in a formation that, from above, resembled a swastika. Another coincidence that conspiracy theorists love to mention. Evelyn checked her watch. 3:42 a.m. She should sleep, but her mind raced with questions. Who had sent the emails? Why choose her? And most importantly, what really lay beneath the sterile, controlled environment of Denver International Airport? She took out her recorder pen and spoke softly. "Day 0 at DIA. Tomorrow I begin mapping the visible to find the invisible. If the emails are correct, this isn't just an airport. It's the entrance to something much bigger and much darker." As she set down the pen, the lights in her room flickered briefly. Just an electrical hiccup, surely. But in that moment of darkness, Evelyn could have sworn she heard something humming beneath the floor. A deep, steady vibration, like massive machinery churning in the earth below. Morning brought artificial normality to Denver International Airport. Travellers rushed through security lines, baristas served overpriced coffee, and overhead announcements called for final boardings. Yet to Evelyn's newly attuned senses, everything felt like a performance, a carefully choreographed dance to disguise what lay beneath the surface. She sipped her coffee near the south atrium, pretending to work on her laptop while photographing the murals more thoroughly. The first, titled "Children of the World Dream of Peace," showed a massive military figure in a gas mask wielding a sword and an AK-47. stabbing a dove while surrounded by weeping mothers holding dead babies. Opposite this stood another panel where children of all races gathered around a central figure that glowed with supernatural light. Disturbing, aren't they? Evelyn startled as an elderly man settled beside her. His security badge identified him as Walter Simmons, Maintenance Division. They're certainly unusual for an airport, she replied carefully. Walter nodded. The artist, Leo Tanguma, claims they represent the triumph of peace over war and environmental stewardship over destruction. That's the official story anyway. And the unofficial story, Evelyn prompted. The old man smiled, revealing tobacco-stained teeth. Every place has stories. This one more than most. He tapped his badge. 32 years in maintenance here, since before they even finished construction. Evelyn closed her laptop. I'd love to hear more about your experiences. Would you now? His eyes narrowed slightly. Most folks don't care about the opinions of old janitors. I'm writing an article about unique airport architecture and art, she lied smoothly. Your perspective would be valuable. Walter studied her for a long moment before nodding toward the dedication capstone. You know what AUAG means in that cornerstone? The letters under the Freemason symbol? Chemical symbols for gold and silver? That's what they tell tourists. Walter leaned closer. In ancient alchemy, they represent the foundation of transformation, breaking down to build anew. Before Evelyn could respond, Walter stood abruptly. Meet me at closing time. Baggage claim level, Carousel 19, if you're really interested in architecture. Without waiting for a response, he shuffled away, disappearing into the crowd. Evelyn spent the next hours methodically photographing every strange element of the airport. The gargoyles emerging from suitcases, the floor tiles with Navajo symbols arranged in patterns that resembled circuitry, and most notably, the time capsule marble inscribed with New World Airport Commission. Near the south terminal, she found another cryptic installation. A small plaque depicting paper airplanes flying around tall buildings, installed years before September 11th. Below it, Freemason symbols were incorporated into the terrazzo floor. Each discovery confirmed what the emails had suggested. DIA was a tapestry of symbolic messaging hidden in plain sight. But who was sending these messages? And to whom? By late afternoon, Evelyn had mapped the entire public area, cross-referencing it with the fragmented information from her anonymous source. Something didn't add up. The airport's underground baggage system, famously dysfunctional, had cost hundreds of millions before being abandoned. Yet construction had continued below ground for years afterward. Equipment logs showed massive tunnel boring machines operating long after the official completion date. At 9:45 p.m, Evelyn made her way to baggage claim, finding Carousel 19 shut down for the night. Walter stood nearby, pretending to mop an already clean floor. You actually came, he said, sounding surprised. Follow me, don't speak. He led her through a service door marked Authorised Personnel Only, down a maintenance corridor lined with pipes and electrical conduits. After several turns, Walter used his badge to access another door labelled Tunnel System Grid B. Why are you showing me this? Evelyn whispered, as they entered a long concrete tunnel large enough to drive trucks through. Because I'm retiring next month, Walter replied. 32 years keeping my mouth shut. Maybe it's time somebody knew. The tunnel stretched ahead for what seemed like miles, curving gently downward. Evelyn's GPS on her phone showed them moving beyond the official airport boundaries, yet the concrete passageway continued. 5 subterranean levels, Walter said as they walked. That's what they put in the original plans, but we built 8. The deepest 3 don't officially exist. Who's they? Evelyn asked. Walter laughed bitterly. I've asked myself that for decades. The construction teams were compartmentalised. Different contractors for different sections. Nobody seeing the whole picture. but whoever designed this place, they weren't thinking about luggage. They passed massive air handling systems, water purification equipment and power generators far larger than an airport would require. Self-sufficient, Walter noted, following her gaze. Complete power generation, water purification, air filtration. This place could seal itself off from the outside world indefinitely. After 20 minutes of walking, they reached a junction where the modern concrete tunnel intersected with something else. A rough-hewn passage that appeared to be partially natural, partially excavated from the bedrock. This wasn't on any blueprint, Walter said. We found it during excavation. There was talk of ancient tunnels under this whole region. Native American legends about entrances to the underworld. Evelyn photographed the junction with her pendant camera. What's down there? Don't know. It was sealed off immediately. Armed guards for weeks. Walter pointed to a symbol carved into the stone arch. A stylized eye within a triangle. But that wasn't carved by construction workers. As they stood there, a low humming vibration filled the tunnel. The same sound Evelyn had heard in her hotel room. Walter's face paled. We need to go. Now. What is that? Evelyn asked. But Walter was already hurrying back the way they'd come. Night shift's coming, he hissed. If they find us here. They barely made it back to the public area before Walter's radio crackled to life. He answered it, speaking in clipped professional tones about a clean-up needed at Terminal C. Don't try to find me again, he whispered to Evelyn before leaving. And whatever you do, stay out the tunnels at night. Back in her hotel room, Evelyn downloaded the images from her camera and compared them with the diagrams from the anonymous emails. The strange carved symbol matched one that appeared repeatedly in her source's messages. Beneath it, her source had written, "The Eye watches the gate." She was drafting notes when her laptop suddenly crashed. When it rebooted, all her photos from the underground tunnel were gone. Even her backup files had been corrupted. A new email arrived, sent from her own account to herself. Curiosity endangers more than cats. Level subnormal 3 is not for you. Evelyn stared at the message, her hands trembling. Someone had remotely accessed her computer. Someone was watching. Through her window, Lucifer's red eyes glowed in the darkness, patient and knowing. The horse that had killed its creator seemed to be sending her a warning. She closed the curtains but couldn't shake the feeling that she was still being observed. The hum she had heard underground now seemed to permeate everything. The walls, the floor, the very air of the airport hotel room. What exactly had she stumbled into? By her third day at Denver International Airport, Evelyn had established a routine designed to make her presence seem ordinary. Breakfast at the terminal cafe, work on her laptop in public areas, occasional calls to her editor back in Chicago, discussing a mundane article about airport architecture that would never actually be written. All the while, she methodically pieced together the puzzle, cross-referencing Walter's information with her anonymous source's emails. The warning message on her laptop had only convinced her that she was onto something significant. Someone with access to sophisticated hacking tools didn't want her digging deeper, which meant she absolutely had to. The key came in an unexpected form. A maintenance schedule left carelessly on a break-room table when Evelyn accidentally entered the wrong door. A quick photograph with her pendant camera captured what she needed. Access codes for the lower service levels, and most importantly, shift change times when the tunnels would be momentarily unmonitored. At 2:47 a.m., dressed in a custodial uniform stolen from a supply closet, Evelyn swiped a copied maintenance badge at a service elevator near the East Terminal. The badge wouldn't pass close inspection, but might work for automated systems. Her heart pounded as the reader flashed green and the doors slid open. Inside, instead of the usual floor buttons, there was a keypad. Evelyn entered the code from the maintenance schedule. 79450 The elevator began to descend. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3. It continued past the standard basement levels into depths that shouldn't exist according to official blueprints. When it finally stopped, the display read simply S3, Subnormal 3. The doors opened onto a dimly lit corridor unlike anything in the upper airport. The walls were bare concrete, lined with thick pipes and bundled cables. The air felt different, cooler with a faint metallic taste. And there was that hum again, stronger now, vibrating through the soles of her shoes. Evelyn stepped out cautiously, her pendant camera recording. The corridor stretched ahead, branching into multiple paths. Ventilation ducts large enough for a person to crawl through ran along the ceiling. Every 50 feet red emergency lights cast an ominous glow. She followed the main passage, noting that unlike service areas meant for maintenance, these corridors were designed for regular foot traffic. The floors were finished with resilient industrial coating. Directional signs pointed to areas labelled with codes rather than names. QB7, processing long-term containment. After several minutes of walking, the corridor widened into a large circular hub with multiple doorways. In the centre stood a scale model of the airport, but not as it currently existed. This version showed DIA with 6 runways instead of 5, additional terminals, and expansive underground structures depicted in cutaway view. Evelyn photographed it from every angle. According to the model's date stamp, this was Denver International, as it would exist in 2030. An expansion already planned but not publicly announced. A doorway labelled Observation drew her attention. Through its small window she could see a darkened room with control panels and screens. Evelyn tried her badge, and to her surprise the door unlocked. Inside, monitors displayed camera feeds from all over the airport. Public areas, service tunnels, even the surrounding airfield. But other screens showed locations she couldn't identify. Underground chambers filled with rows of empty bunks, warehouses stocked with supplies, what appeared to be hydroponic gardens under artificial light. One monitor showed a massive circular room with a strange black structure in its centre, a monolith of some kind, at least 20 feet tall, with a polished obsidian surface. Around it, technicians in white coats took measurements with specialised equipment. Evelyn stared at the scene, transfixed. This was unlike anything she had expected to find beneath an airport. A logbook lay open on the control desk. Recent entries referenced resonance testing and frequency calibration. One notation particularly caught her eye. Portal stability at 87%. Requires additional anchoring before Phase 2. Portal? A sound in the corridor snapped her attention back to her surroundings. Voices approaching. Evelyn quickly turned off her pendant camera and slipped behind a server rack just as the door opened. 2 men in dark uniforms entered, continuing a conversation already in progress. 3rd shipment this week. That's more than the previous 6 months combined. Orders from above. Accelerated timeline. Because of the seismic activity? Partially. Intelligence suggests we may have competitors accessing the network. Shanghai facility reported unusual readings. They moved to the control panels, their backs to Evelyn's hiding place. What about the upper levels? Security protocols. Remain in place. Limited access. Need-to-know basis. And the journalist? Evelyn's blood ran cold. Being handled. Her breach of the service tunnels was expected. Walter played his role perfectly. He doesn't know he's an asset. Of course not. Carefully cultivated over decades. Retirement package includes memory modification. The men fell silent as they focused on the monitors. One adjusted settings while the other took notes. Evelyn remained frozen behind the server rack, barely breathing. After what seemed like an eternity, they finished their work and moved toward the door. Shift change in 20 minutes. Make sure the containment teams are ready. What about tonight's arrivals? Processing as usual. The VIPs go directly to level S5. After they left, Evelyn waited 5 full minutes before emerging from her hiding place. Her mind raced with questions. Walter had been used to feed her information, but why? What was this facility really for? And most disturbingly, they had expected her to find the tunnels. Her investigation wasn't exposing their secret, it was somehow part of their plan. She needed to see more before escaping. Following the hub's directional signs, she chose the path marked Processing, moving as quietly as possible through the empty corridors. The processing area turned out to be a large chamber filled with equipment that resembled advanced medical scanning technology. Gurneys lined one wall. Isolation rooms with observation windows stood ready. Everything was immaculately clean and appeared to be regularly used. Beyond this area, Evelyn found something even more disturbing. A massive room filled with empty containment units. Hundreds of transparent chambers large enough to hold adult humans, connected to life support systems and monitoring equipment. These weren't designed for medical care, they were designed for storage. In an adjacent laboratory, refrigeration units held rows of vials labelled with alphanumeric codes. Research documents scattered on desks referenced extended biostasis and consciousness mapping. This went far beyond any government black site or military installation. Whatever was happening beneath Denver International Airport involved technologies and purposes Evelyn could barely comprehend. As she documented everything with her camera, the ambient hum that permeated the facility suddenly intensified. The lights flickered. An announcement echoed through hidden speakers. "Attention all personnel. Harmonic stabilization sequence initiating. Secure all sensitive materials and proceed to designated safe zones. Resonance testing commencing in 5 minutes." Evelyn knew she needed to leave immediately. She retraced her steps toward the hub, planning to return to the service elevator. But as she rounded a corner, she came face to face with a security team in black tactical gear. They didn't seem surprised to see her. "Evelyn Hart," the leader said calmly. "Your tour ends here." The security team didn't restrain Evelyn. They didn't confiscate her equipment or even search her. Instead, they escorted her through corridors she hadn't yet explored, descending even deeper beneath the airport. "Where are you taking me?" she demanded, trying to maintain some illusion of control. "To what you came to find," the leader replied simply. They arrived at massive double doors emblazoned with the now familiar symbol, the eye within the triangle. 2 guards stood at attention outside, wearing black suits with subtle lapel pins, the square and compass of the Freemasons. The leader of Evelyn's escort team stepped forward, placing his palm on a biometric scanner. "Witness Hart as scheduled," he announced. Scheduled? The door swung open silently, revealing a vast underground chamber unlike anything Evelyn could have imagined. The ceiling arched at least 60 feet above a circular floor the size of a football field. The walls were a strange material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and at the centre stood the black monolith she had glimpsed on the security monitors. A perfect obsidian rectangle, its surface rippling occasionally as if it weren't completely solid. Around the chamber's perimeter, tiered seating accommodated what appeared to be viewing galleries. Men and women in formal attire occupied these areas, observing both the monolith and Evelyn's entrance with equal interest. Their faces were partially obscured by the chamber's unusual lighting, but she recognized certain features associated with wealth and power: the confident postures, the expensive watches, the security details hovering nearby. "Council is in session," her escort explained, directing her to a small podium facing the gathered assembly. "You will observe and report." "Report what?" Evelyn asked, bewildered. "The truth. That's what you came for, isn't it?" Before she could respond, the lights dimmed further and a resonant tone filled the chamber. The black monolith pulsed in rhythm with the sound, its surface becoming increasingly fluid. The assembled observers fell silent. A figure in elaborate ceremonial robes stepped onto a platform near the monolith. Though his face was shadowed by a hood, his voice carried effortlessly through the chamber. The convergence approaches. Phase alignment has reached optimal parameters. The gateway prepares to receive. Digital displays materialized around the chamber, hovering in mid-air. They showed real-time data on geological activity, atmospheric conditions, and various measurements Evelyn couldn't interpret. One screen displayed a global map with pulsing points of light at specific locations. Denver was one, but she also noted similar spots in Antarctica, Siberia, the Gobi Desert, and beneath the Atlantic Ocean. "Our facilities report ready status," the robed figure continued. "The network is synchronized. When the moment arrives, transition will commence according to protocol." Another figure rose from the assembly, this one dressed in a modern business suit. "The controlled destabilization proceeds as designed. Economic indicators confirm system stress points have reached critical thresholds. Social fragmentation indexes are at predicted levels." "And the narrative control?" asked a woman's voice from another section. "Operational through all channels. Contradictory information continues to neutralize truth seekers. Those who approach genuine discovery are redirected through our asset network." With sudden clarity, Evelyn understood her role. She wasn't exposing a conspiracy, she was being used to shape the narrative around it. Whatever was happening here, they wanted it partially revealed, through her, in a way they could control. The robed figure gestured toward her. "The witness has arrived as arranged. Her presence completes the documentation requirement." All eyes turned to Evelyn. She felt exposed, manipulated, yet strangely empowered by her new... Tonight's story is called Storm Protocol, and it explores a scenario both startlingly plausible and deeply unsettling. The possibility that the weather, the very skies we depend upon for life, could be manipulated for power. We'll follow Nathan Cole, an atmospheric physicist who stumbles upon hidden files revealing the existence of Project Cirrus, a clandestine initiative that engineers storms, droughts, and natural disasters for geopolitical gain. As Nathan tries to warn the world, he finds himself hunted, discredited, and caught in a swirl of moral dilemmas that threaten his life and everyone else's. Sit back, turn the lights low, and prepare for a journey through 5 chapters of tension, paranoia, and shocking revelations. Whether you listen attentively to every detail, or simply let the words wash over you as you drift off, this is your space to relax and unravel a story that might just leave you questioning the next thunderstorm you see. Now let's begin. May you find both rest and wonder in this tale about secrets hidden behind towering clouds, in a world where not all storms are as natural as they seem. Nathan Cole had never considered himself a whistleblower. At 36, he was a meticulous scientist with a passion for analysing cloud formations and weather systems, working for a government-funded climate agency in a mid-sized city. He spent his days among swirling data sets and satellite imagery, focusing on how storms evolve and how the atmosphere changes across the globe. He believed wholeheartedly in the agency's mission, understanding climate shifts to protect communities from environmental disasters. It was Tuesday morning like any other when the first crack in his reality appeared. Nathan was poring over satellite data from the North Atlantic, a swirling mass of clouds that was intensifying into what meteorologists expected to be a mild tropical storm. Yet, in an older, theoretical predictive model, stored on an internal server, Nathan saw something odd, an exact projection of the storm's path that deviated significantly from the official forecast. More bizarrely, The model was labelled Cirrus Class Tier 4, a classification he'd never encountered, and it showed the storm making a sharp, unnatural turn, intensifying into a Category 3 hurricane. Curiosity piqued. Nathan cross-referenced live data. The real-time satellite feed indeed showed a suspicious shift in the storm's trajectory that aligned perfectly with the model's predictions. Predictions that no one was publicly citing. If the storm turned out to be as strong as the Tier 4 model suggested, entire coastal regions would be unprepared. He tried to mention it to a senior colleague that afternoon, a data specialist named Ingrid. She gave him a polite smile, then stiffened when she saw the model's label. "Where did you get that file?" she asked quietly, her tone suddenly guarded. "It was in the archived server folders," Nathan replied. "But I've never seen references to Cirrus Class in our usual forecasting. We should alert the Hazard Management Department if this is accurate." Her face grew pale. "Nathan, I suggest you delete that file and forget about it. Sometimes old simulations are just mislabeled or inaccurate. If you talk about it publicly, you'll cause a panic." Something in her eyes told him she was terrified. He nodded numbly, though the numbers in that model were too precise to be accidental. As Ingrid walked away, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Later that evening, still uneasy, Nathan delved into the server again. He found an entire folder labelled Project Cirrus, restricted behind multiple passwords. He managed to bypass some security protocols, partly out of curiosity, partly out of mounting concern. Inside were numerous references to stratospheric aerosol injections, ionospheric heating, and artificial precipitation triggers. The documentation included scheduling for weather events in regions that, according to official narrative, had been hit by natural disasters. These logs dated back years, some referencing wildfires, others referencing drought patterns in farmland-rich nations. All of it implied a deliberate hand in steering or intensifying these phenomena. His heart pounded. This couldn't be real, could it? The possibility that the government or some clandestine branch was actively engineering weather events for undisclosed purposes defied everything he believed in. The sense of moral betrayal was overwhelming. He scanned more files, discovering reference after reference to manipulations that matched major storms of the past decade. Could it be a hoax or a conspiracy hidden inside official channels? But the data was too consistent, the language too methodical. Each major unpredictable storm, each bizarre drought anomaly, correlated with logs describing successful atmospheric seeding. He realised with dawning horror that he might be looking at evidence of the government's capacity to weaponize the weather. Struggling with the magnitude of it all, he decided to approach his immediate superior the next morning. That was Dr. Malcolm Ashcroft, the director of the Climate Research Division. Ashcroft was a disciplined, no-nonsense official with top-tier security clearance. If anyone could confirm or deny these findings, it would be him. Nathan scheduled a private meeting in Ashcroft's corner office, heart in his throat. The next day, upon entering the office, he felt the tension. The blinds were closed, giving the space a claustrophobic feel. Ashcroft listened to Nathan's account, flipping through the printed examples of the data, his face expressionless. When Nathan finished, Ashcroft leaned back, eyes cold. Coal? We're a climate agency, not a secret weather manipulation outfit, Ashcroft said with practised calm. Those files must be mislabeled or part of some out-of-date project that never got off the ground. I'll have them archived properly. In the meantime, I suggest you focus on your assigned tasks. The words were benign, but a subtle threat underlined them. Nathan insisted, but these references to aerosol injections match the storms from the last year. This can't just be a leftover project. Ashcroft's gaze hardened. You're reading too much into it. Let it go. Dismissed from the office, Nathan left with a sinking feeling that he'd stepped into a hornet's nest. That evening, he returned to his desk only to find all references to Cirrus class or Tier 4 models wiped from the server. Ingrid avoided his gaze, looking frantic and pale. He attempted to log in with his clearance, only to find it revoked. A terse email labelled him for administrative leave pending a departmental audit. The message's subtext was clear: keep quiet. As the day ended, Nathan exited the building under a darkening sky. A storm front loomed on the horizon, thunder rumbling ominously. It felt symbolic. His world was about to shift, perhaps irreversibly. Searching the online world from home that night, he discovered countless conspiracy theories about weather control, but none that matched the systematic detail of Project Cirrus. Some articles mentioned HAARP or cloud seeding, but all were dismissive. Yet Nathan knew the truth might be hidden in plain sight. The real question was, how far would the perpetrators go to keep it hidden? And could he, an ordinary scientist, find the courage to expose it? 2 days of enforced idleness left Nathan Cole in an anxious whirl. Officially on leave, he was barred from the Climate Agency's premises. He spent his time combing through personal backups, notes, old research proposals, weather anomaly charts. Tucked among them, he found earlier versions of the Cirrus-class references, not labelled as such, but hinting at advanced geoengineering. The idea weighed heavily on him. Maybe Project Cirrus had roots in the agency's past under different names. Huddled in his small apartment with a mug of coffee gone cold, he typed weather manipulation into countless search engines. The results were mostly sensationalist. Wild claims of chemtrails, HAARP conspiracies, or microwave weapons used by shadowy groups. He had always dismissed such theories as fringe paranoia. Now he suspected they might contain grains of truth. He opened a new email with an attached data set, wrote a short message, and addressed it to Jade Ramirez, an underground investigative journalist he'd read about. Jade was known for exposing corporate cover-ups, mainly big pharma or environmental disasters. She had a reputation for chasing suppressed stories, ignoring official denials. But contacting her carried risks. If she proved untrustworthy, he'd be handing explosive info to the wrong hands. If she was legit, she might become his only lifeline. An hour later, to his surprise, Jade replied with a terse, "Meet me. District 7 coffee shop. 3 p.m, bring your evidence." The directness made his pulse quicken. It was happening. Someone was taking him seriously, or maybe it was a trap. Fear gnawed at him. He arrived at the coffee shop, a nondescript spot with battered wooden tables and flickering lights. Jade was waiting, arms folded, scanning the crowd warily. She was in her early 30s, short hair dyed a streak of blue, wearing a leather jacket that had seen better days. The second Nathan approached, her gaze locked onto him. "Cole?" she asked. He nodded, sliding into the seat across from her. "You said you have proof of government weather manipulation. That's a big claim." He took a deep breath, passing a flash drive across the table. "On this, you'll find partial logs referencing Project Cirrus, including time-stamped documents that correspond to real-world storms. I also have correlation data that suggests these events weren't natural." She raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Could be doctored. People fake documents all the time." "I'm not a forger. Check the metadata. It's from official servers. I just stumbled upon it." Jade hesitated, took the drive. "If you're messing with me, I'll know. But if this is real, it's huge." She paused. "Why come to me? Why not mainstream media?" Nathan grimaced. "They'll bury it or brand me a crank. My own office tried to muzzle me. You have a history of exposing cover-ups." She leaned back. "Look, I'll investigate, but I can't guarantee an immediate story. If it's genuine, we'll need proof stronger than a flash drive. We'll need interviews, logs, an angle the public can't dismiss." He nodded, heart pounding. "I'll help in any way I can." They parted with an unspoken understanding. If Jade verified the data, they'd blow the lid off Project Cirrus. He felt simultaneously relieved and terrified. He walked home in the drizzle, scanning for suspicious onlookers. Every silhouette on the sidewalk or parked car seemed menacing. That evening his phone buzzed, an unknown number. He hesitated but answered. A clipped voice said, "Nathan Cole, we advise you to withdraw your claims or face consequences." The line went dead. His blood ran cold. The watchers were on him. Days blurred into nights. Jade remained silent, presumably verifying the files. In that time, Nathan tried to unravel more threads. He recalled references to hot air pattern injections that preceded certain wildfires. Searching wildfire data, he saw a suspicious pattern of intense dryness in spots soon ravaged by flames. Cirrus logs described target dryness increment by 0.5%. He found that a 0.5% shift might be trivial except in the critical moment of spark ignition, enough to tip a region from safe to tinderbox. He also remembered seeing mention of economy disruption tests. Scouring open-source shipping data, he noticed how a large hurricane had ravaged ports in underdeveloped nations, right when they were poised to export vital resources. Could Project Cirrus be a covert economic weapon? The notion was horrifying, yet logically consistent with a conspiracy to manipulate global markets. Finally, Jade called. "Meet me, same place, 2 p.m, we have a problem." That phrase hammered his anxiety. He arrived earlier than planned. She showed up, expression grim. "I cross-checked your files. They match official formats. I also found references to offshore cloud seeding stations owned by shell companies. I tried contacting a few meteorologists who might confirm. Within hours they retracted statements, claiming they never said anything about manufactured storms. They were spooked. Some phone lines went dead. This is bigger than I imagined." They sat in tense silence for a moment. Jade went on. "It's reminiscent of old Cold War projects rumoured to manipulate the weather for strategic advantage. But the scale here is monstrous, modernised, global. Could the government be orchestrating storms to destabilise nations? That's bigger than a one-article scoop. We might be dealing with a militarised operation at the highest level." Nathan's face paled. "What do we do?" "Expose it, carefully. We'll gather unassailable proof, on-site photos, whistleblowers inside the operation. I can't publish half-baked data because they'll label it conspiracy nonsense. We need more, but once we have it, we'll go big. Make it impossible for them to bury." He inhaled slowly, bracing himself. "That means infiltration, or a direct link to the agency. They locked me out. Any attempt to re-enter is dangerous." She clenched her jaw. "We find another lead, someone inside, or we break in somewhere else. This story, if true, changes everything about how we see natural disasters." Before they parted, Jay confided in him a personal note. "My brother died in a supposed freak hurricane a few years back. I always felt something was off. This might explain it. I want the truth as much as you do." Her resolve mirrored his. They left the cafe more determined, less alone. Still, doubt lingered. The forces behind weather manipulation likely had near limitless resources. Could two individuals, a disgraced scientist and an underground journalist, truly unmask it? And if they did, would the public accept such a monstrous possibility? Another beep from his phone cut through the gloom. A new text from an untraceable number. "You've been warned. Stop now." The intimidation was intensifying, yet it only fueled his conviction. They were on a collision course with a hidden power capable of rewriting the planet's skies. Surrender wasn't an option, not after glimpsing the scale of harm inflicted upon innocent lives. That night thunder rolled again outside Nathan's window. He wondered if it was a naturally occurring storm or another artificially steered system. In either case, the storm brewing inside his own life was about to get fiercer, driving him deeper into the shadows of a conspiracy that threatened the entire globe. Nathan Cole's days turned into a blur of covert meetings and frantic internet searches, each new revelation pulling him deeper into a labyrinth of conspiracies. Jade Ramirez, juggling her own investigations, collaborated with him on a plan to gather incontrovertible evidence. The stakes escalated when Jade stumbled upon references to Project Stormgate, a decades-old initiative rumoured to be the predecessor of Cirrus. Her findings: Stormgate started in the Cold War era, an attempt to use weather as a silent weapon, spawning floods, droughts, or storms in target regions without direct warfare. It was tested in small-scale scenarios, but never publicly acknowledged. Now it seemed Project Cirrus had modernised Stormgate's mission with advanced technologies like ionospheric heating and aerosol deployment. As Jade pieced together old FOIA, Freedom of Information Act documents, Nathan found corporate ties, shell companies that owned private cloud seeding stations in remote oceans. The trail led to a nondescript facility near the coast. Eyewitness accounts from local fishermen described unmarked planes releasing chemicals into the sky at night. Jade's eyes glinted. That might be our key, vantage point to capture them in the act. Their plan was risky. Slip onto the restricted coastline, photograph or record the planes, and cross-reference flight data. Jade had the gear: a high-zoom camera, a drone for overhead shots. If they caught a plane in action, it could corroborate the logs describing ChemLab 7 deploying aerosol injections. But infiltration carried the risk of immediate arrest or worse, especially if armed guards patrolled. Yet neither Nathan nor Jade hesitated. The storm battered the region,